Oahspe. By John Ballou Newbrough. A general statement of the contents of Oahspe. The Book of Jehovih gives a general idea of the creation of man, and of vegetable and of animal life on the earth, and of the inorganic habitation of the earth and tier atmospheria. With the Book of SETHANTES, son of Jehovih, commences the organic habitation of the earth and her heavens. And with the Book of Oahspe the history is carried down for 6,000 years, then for 49,000 years a synopsis merely is given. The history is again taken up with the Book of Aph, 24,000 years BK. And carried down to the Book of Licca, 3,400 years BK. The upper books treating of Etheria and the lower heavens, and the lower books treating of the earth and lower heavens, viz., atmospheria. Book of Eskra and Book of Es bring the history down to Cosmon. Book of Cosmogony and Prophecy is a statement of the manner in which worlds are made, and the force that governs them, showing how light and heat, magnetism and electricity, are manufactured. Being wholly at variance with the present systems of philosophy and astronomy. Also how to prophesy in regard to the future of the earth and the people thereon. Book of Sappha treats of the formation of languages, and of rites and ceremonies in all ages of the earth. Books of Ben, Judgment, Inspiration and Discipline are doctrinal. Book of Jehovah's Kingdom on Earth treats of the condition of things soon to come upon the earth. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Glossary of strange words used in this book. Abracadabra. Abracadabra was a monotonous prayer, set in the form of a triangle, of short and disconnected sentences, so arranged that it was without beginning or ending, the which a person in might repeat over and over to induce, sleep or trance. Persons who practiced casting themselves in trance by this method were called abracadabras. Following is a sample prayer. O Mighty One! Devoured am I with sin. Immerse me in Thee, O my Father in heaven. Hide me, that I be no more forever. Death I covet, O All One. Sweet world in pain, death in life. Mighty Creator. Blessed. Heavenly. Amen. Extinguish mine iniquities. Make me as nothing. I fain would be a saint. Talk to me, then High Ruler, who made me before I knew it. O mighty, all-perceiving. Holy, holy, above all else. What am I that I should call upon Thee? Then knowest. I am not hidden. My flesh is dead even while I live. Remove all that is foul in me. Come then near me, if only for once, O Mighty One. I could be destroyed by a stroke of Thy hand, O All One. I am but a waste particle in Thy members. Give me the obliterating stroke. Purify me, O Father, or blot me out. O Mighty One. Thou, never seen, though the print of Thy presence is all around me. Glory be to Thee, on high, O Mighty One. How fearfully madest Thou me. Take out that which is dead in me, and in I am not. Take out that which is life in me, and in I am not. Hallowed be Thy works, O Father. All holy be Thy hidden name. Mighty and everlasting. I dare not call Thee by Thy name, O Father. Holiness is in the thought of Thee, but words blot Thee. Take me into Thee, that I shall be lost forever. Now am I going. Hold me, O Father. My vision is clouding. O then, all Creator. O Thou Mighty One. Swallow me up, that I be no more. Immerse me in Thy being. Make me all forgetfulness, forever. I rest in Thee, forever. Amen. O Thou Mighty One. Thou all holy. One, and one only forever. Amen. Blessed be Thy works. Blessed be my songs of Thee. Blessed be all thy creation. Blessed be all thy sons and daughters, forever. Amen. O thou mighty one! Thou everlasting Creator! O mighty one! When the prayer of abracadabra was given to a man, it was from mouth to ear, and never written. The receiver was told that on learning it he should forever keep it a secret, and only reveal it to one person just before his death. He was told also that it had power to induce the trance state in himself, and this he usually believed, hence it was universally effective. Persons who thus attained to the self-trance state became oblivious to pain and to all knowledge of things around about them for a certain period of time, which was generally marked out by themselves beforehand, in this trance. The person often worked what was then called miracles. When he applied himself to heal the sick, he made the sick one keep repeating the word abracadabra. This of course also had its faith effect on the sick one, in which case a healing was sure to take place. The word is pronounced abraca, as if written ob, rao, cow, and diob, rao, with the accents on cow, and on the final rao, or, in the English language as if written ob re ka, du ob ra. The meaning of the word in the ancient tongue is, something is, as the earth and sky. Things move. I am, and I move. My hand moveth. Life in me maketh my hand move. Therefore life is primus, motion cometh afterward. Life in me causing motion showeth that life moveth all the universe. It is the I am, self-existent, everywhere. We now have corpor, motion and life, three in one. This is the foundation of the problem, and is called up. Ra, things move two ways, to life and from life. One is creating and coming together, and the other is going away from, as destruction or death. This is Ra, the second part of the problem. I cannot exist separate from thinking, nor can my life move even my hand without thinking. Therefore thinking is before life itself. I could not think if I had not inherited it from the I am. Therefore he is the knowledge pervading all life and all corporeal things. This thinking is Ka. Dab is the fourth proposition in the problem, signifying a creation corning out of the first and second. For as abstandeth for general creation, life and coming together, motion, etc., etc., so Deab signifieth that creates out of the evil creation, or lesser creation. As man sinneth against creation if he killeth. Thus he becometh a creator himself, but of death. This is Deab. Ra, the fifth part of the problem, which is evil in crossing conditions of earth. I may plan war, but of my own self kill not, but my soldiers do the killing. My thoughts, my life and my powers are directed to evil creation. I am the Deab Ra, or evil creator. Ra alone is sin, evil, destruction, death, but he that standeth behind as the inventive mind is the creator of sin, the Deab Ra. At least such was the doctrine of the ancients. They held that the word was the digest of all things into 5 simple problems. Moreover, they taught that to repeat the word over and over put man in conjunction with the I am in all holiness. Adu. Death. Agni. Fire or light, especially without combustion, as spirit lights, a pillar of fire by clay, as the Israelites going out of Egypt, 593.17, 600.72, 32.4. Algonquin. The United States of the North American Indians before their destruction by the Christians, Opaigaquim, 369.48. Angel. A spirit man or woman. The word spirit does not define whether man or animal, but is often erroneously used instead of angel. Apollo. The god to whom was assigned the duty of beautifying mortals in form and figure. See Index. He had many names, as Sudga, So-Gao, Chu-Chu, Sujda, and so on, but the meaning is the same, whether in Chinese, Hindu, Greek, Latin or English. Apostrophe, something emitted, but which in this history is of no importance. Archangels. Angels next in rank to gods, who dwell in certain arcs in Etheria. They generally come in the dawn of a new cycle to give new inspiration to mortals. Avon lights. Such as are adapted to the company. Beast. The animal man. The earthly part of man. Anything that is enforced, as a religion, pages 1 and 2, 554. Chapter 8, 193.5 lb. Chabier. The desire that comes of inspiration. Corpor. Whatever has length and breadth and thickness, and is perceptible to sight, hearing and feeling. Ethi is the solvent of it, 572.1. Corporean. A man of the earth in contradistinction from an angel, who is a man of Es, 7. Chapter 2, v. 1. Crucify. To melt, to test by fire, to test by binding. The original form of testing a Suez or Sargis, medium, was by binding him on a wheel. See Index, Wheel of Aga, also 229. Chap 23. Quarkum. The roadway of the solar phalanx, 603,110, also map between pages 68-69. Aegisi. Volunteers who may have previously registered themselves for such an excursion. Eamon. Choking atmosphere. Emuts. Some of the high-raised officers in Etheria devote their labors mostly to affairs in Etheria, seldom dealing with the affairs of corporeal worlds. Others deal largely with the affairs of corporeal worlds, these latter are called emuts. Ian. Travelers, in the surveys of magnitudes, 220.8, who notify the OE10s of the available places for new worlds, and the time for dissipating old ones. See 460.16. Eoption Age. From the time man comes into being, on the earth until his race becomes extinct, is the Eoption Age of the earth. Esinars. Heavenly musicians, composed of singers and instrument players. Espa, spiritual food carried up from the earth. Espe. Spiritual history. Espe. Spiritual record. A2. Spiritual center. Golgotha. A temple of skulls, 628 in face page, 629. Grade and ingrade. R, grade, that now is, and ingrade, that is coming. Hada. Atmospheria, the heavens of the earth. Haniv. The prow of a vessel. Haina. Etherian food. Haidan. Highest light. Haydn Sunday North Star. Haydn vortex. The vortex of the North Star, 443.26. Hiram. The Ahamic word for red hat. Homa. Refreshing perfume, more delicate than Hauma. Hotu. Barrenness. Imbrail. Poison worms materialized. Isa. A Chinese prophet. The word Isaiah is of modern Hebrew. Israelites. 442.12, 612, 613, Isiarites. Nervanian. One of a council who and appoint the Orions their places. OE10. An angel who has attained to wisdom and power to make worlds. Orion. A ruler over Etherean worlds. Sargis. Both a materialized angel, or a person in whose presence, the angels can take on the semblance of mortal forms, 589.12. Satan. The chief of the seven tetrarchs, the captain of the selfish passions. Selfishness per se self. Scood of Hine. A negative place comparable with a calm on earth or a calm at sea. Spe Oak. Spirit house. That is, prior to this time the angels from the earth had not grown sufficiently to desire homesteads, neither had the heavens of the earth been prepared with plateaus sufficient or such spirits. Prior to this period angels of low grade were kept with mortals, and taught subjectively. Shrivars are to a new earth what guardian angels are to mortals. Spirit. Synonymous, but not correctly, with angel. When we say angel, we mean a spirit. But when we say spirit, we may not mean an angel. Su B. Nectar, SPEA, Heavenly Place on Earth, Eden, 408.4. Su is, clairaudience and clairvoyance. A person who can see with the eyes closed, or one who can hear angel voices, 295.20, 354.3. Tau. Bull, force. Opposite from cow, receptivity, 598.54. Uggs. Foul air from dead people. Uga. 593.13, sea wheel, index. Umbri. Great darkness occasioned by the falling of nebulae. Vespers. Administration. Vocent. Perpetual roaring of the atmospherian elements. List of the principal prophets and lawgivers. For fuller information than is given below, see Index. Zarathustra, Zoroaster, page 174. Erroneously called Zoroaster, a Persian lawgiver who lived in the cycle of Fragapati, 8,900 years ago, the farthest back of all historical characters. Both Buddhist and Christian religions are said to be made up chiefly from the history and miracles of Zarathustra. It was to obliterate such history that Coachellus, a Christian priest, burned the Alexandrian library in the year 390. And for the same purpose, and more effectually, did 3 Christian monks again burn it in the year 640. Zarathustra was of enormous size, and of neither sex, being an I.E. Su. P.O., page 312. Of Japheth, afterward called China, was also an I.E. Su. He was a lawgiver contemporaneous with Abram of Persia, living about 5,800 years ago, and in the cycle of Pentarmage. He also taught, like Zarathustra, the doctrine of one great spirit, which doctrine he re-established in Japheth, China. Abram, page 324. Afterward called Abraham an Iwan, large and red, like new copper, and had black hair and long beard, fierce to look upon, but his soul was gentle as a woman's. He was a Persian, and the founder of the ancient Hebrews or Israelites, and also the founder of migration for religion's sake. He took his followers into Egypt. Brahma, page 339. An East Indian lawgiver, contemporaneous with Pa and Abram. He was a large man of great strength, and ranked the highest spiritually of all mortals. He re-established the Zarathustrian religion in India. Yutv. Fairest of women, wife of Brahma. Eawahtah, page 362. A North American, contemporaneous with Pa, Abram, and Brahma. He was taller than any other man, with a bright shining face of copper. He established amongst the North Americans of his time the worship of the Great Spirit, and his doctrines are still held by most of the tribes of North American Indians, who refuse to accept any other god or savior. Eawata established the United States of America, but called by the name Opaigoquim or Algonquin. The model of his independent nations, united in one, was that which was adopted in the formation of the present United States of America by the whites. Thothma, Hojax, page 442. The builder of the Great Pyramid in Egypt, and one of the greatest adepts that ever lived. He could hear the gods and talk with them understandingly, and could cast himself in the death trance and go spiritually into the lower heavens and return at will. He was under the inspiration of the false god Osiris through his great angel servant gods Baal and Egupt. He labored to establish immortality in the flesh, that is, to make the mortal body incorruptible so that it would never die. But with all the forces of his will and by his great learning he could not stay the withering of the flesh, and he died on the day he was 100 years old. Kapilya, page 458. Of India, an I.E. Su, living 3,400 years ago in the cycle of Lika, a lawgiver who restored the believers in one great spirit to hold property, and to have the same rights as the worshippers of gods and lords. He was to India very similar to what Moses was to the ancient Jews. As Moses was a foster child of the king of Egypt, so was Kapilya a foster child of the king of India, both receiving a profound education. Moses, page 495. An Egyptian lawgiver. He was contemporaneous with Kapilya of India, and Chine of China, living 2,400 years after Abram, 3,400 BK. Moses was a large man, a pure Ewan, copper-colored, and of great strength, educated as a prince by his foster father Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and master of many languages. He rebuilt what had been lost since Abram's time. And also taught the Zarathustrian doctrine of one great spirit, whom they worshipped secretly under the name Jehovih. But in public worship, and to avoid persecution, they called him God or Lord. The name Jehovih was maintained by Moses as too sacred to be spoken save in whisper and with month to ear. He taught that spirits who ministered to mortal nations and empires were titled God or Lord. Chine, page 523. A lawgiver contemporaneous with Kapilya and Moses. He was an Iesu, and like Moses was of copper color and very large, but his hair was red like a fox. He was the founder of China, and restored the rights of the believers in Jehovih throughout that great country. Through him was established so firmly the doctrine of one great spirit that all China to this day accepts it to such an extent that God or Lord worship cannot get a foothold amongst them worth mentioning. Some of his miracles have never been excelled. Sakaya, page 685. Sometimes erroneously called Buddha. He lived about 2,500 years ago, and was an East Indian by birth, holding to the doctrine of one great spirit only. He was of sub-cycle rank. The term Buddha was wrongly attached to him by his followers something over 1,000 years after his death. He also made no account of God or Lord worship. He taught that man's highest attainment was to live for sake of others, and not for oneself. He established convents, nunneries, and monasteries in many places in India, from which country the Christians adopted them, and made them a prominent feature in Europe. Kyu, page 692. Erroneously called Confucius and Iesu, a lawgiver of sub-cycle rank, of China, living 2,500 years ago. He was one of the most learned men that ever lived, and has today more followers than any other lawgiver on earth, being over 300 million people. He taught the doctrine of one great spirit, and to worship him only. He abridged 18,000 books of the ancients, taking the cream of all of them, and condensed them into about 20 books. Joshu, page 707. Like Kyu and Sakaya, was a lawgiver of sub-cycle rank. He was of Jewish birth, and also an Iesu, born near Jerusalem, something less than 2,000 years ago. His predecessors were of the tribe called Esseneans, or non-resistants. He labored to bring the Jews back to their pristine purity. He was a severe preacher, denounced by the people as a blasphemer, and was stoned to death in Jerusalem. He also taught the doctrine of one great spirit only. In the Christian New Testament it has been supposed that the so-called Sermon on the Mount is a plagiarism on Joshu's teachings, gotten up by the Ecumenical Council under the direction of the Emperor Constantine. Hints to the reader. For information on the following words, see Index. First read. The Earth floateth in the midst of a vortex, 568.1-16. A vortex. Atmospherian ocean. Atmospherian. A spirit, or more properly an angel dwelling in one of the many. Atmospherian heavens in atmospheria. Chinvat, Etheria, Ethi. Etherian worlds. Etherian cycles. To Iesu. Lord. A one-time mortal, ruler over part of the people on earth for a season. Lord God. A one-time mortal, next higher than Lord, ruler over part of the people on earth and the lower heavens, for a season. God. A one-time mortal, next higher than Lord God, ruler over all the people on earth, and in the lower heavens, for a season. Orlon chief. A one-time mortal on this or other corporeal world, ruler over some Etherian world, for a season. Nirvanian chief. Next higher than Orion chief, one of a council in the Etherean worlds who appoint the Orions their places. The Creator. The Great Spirit. The Almighty. The I Am. Father. Heavenly Father. All highest. All light. All person, and all higher. Highest cause, person. Ever present. Ever presence. Named by man. Jehovih. Eolin, Eoh, Eloi. Egaquim, Ormazd. To whom none can attain forever. God said, I am, as any other spirit of the dead, a one-time man upon the earth, thy elder brother of tens of thousands of years' experience. Distinguish, then, that the twain God and Jehovih are not the same one. No more is thy God than what thou shalt be in time to come, and all angels, the gods and lords and generals and captains and chiefs in heaven are but the brothers and sisters of mortals and the spirits of the dead. And none of there, however exalted, can create life or motion or an individual or person. These are from Jehovih, the Creator. Incarnated. Incarnate. Heavens of the earth. Hell, chaos, knots. Savior. Saviors. False. Lord. Lord God. God. Angels who assume kingdoms in atmospheria, denying Jehovih, professing themselves to be the Creator, though born of woman. The false Lord God. Anuhasaj. Who first made the names Lord God, Deus, Diaush, Deity, Zeus, Jos and Hojos worshipful on the earth in place of the Great Spirit. The four false gods. Luomong, Christ. 1. Kabalax, Buddha. Enesissa, Brahma. Thoth, Gabriel. The Triunes. The founders of the Trinity and of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. The founder of Mohammedanism. And the beast divided itself into 4 great heads, and possessed the earth about. And man fell down and worshipped them. 1.11. As for example, Luomong was the false god who founded, by inspiration, the great sect called Christians. He is first mentioned in Book of Esra, chap 13. And his career is continued in the books of Esra and Es, until he is finally cast into hell, which corresponds in date to the time the Pope established himself as vicegerent on earth, and very properly because his god was non-est. Kabalax, the god who, by inspiration, founded what is now called Buddhism. He is first mentioned in Book of Esra, chapter 13, and his history is continued in books of Esra and Es, until he is finally cast into hell. Enechissa, who, by inspiration, founded modern Brahmanism, first mentioned in Book of Esra, chapter 13. His history continues in books of Esra and Es, and he is finally cast into hell. Thoth, or Gabriel, who, by inspiration, founded Mohammedanism, first mentioned in Book of Esra, chapter 49. He also is cast into hell, Book of Es, chapter 15. These 4 false gods were delivered out of hell by God, Jehovah's Son. They figured largely in the great wars against Jehovih in the time of the ancient Jews. Besides these there were many false gods and one great goddess, Ashtaroth. Baal and she were both overcome and cast into hell by the founder of Christianity, Luomong, through his great warrior servant, Thoth. Of the lesser attempts at false godheads mention is made of Seowan, founder of Swedenborgism, 748. 10-13, and of Piad, 748.7-8, the founder of Mormonism, also of Loganus, the founder of Shakerism, 748.9, showing that all these sects have had their origin in the lower heavens. Oahspe. 1. After the creation of man, the Creator, Jehovih, said unto him, That thou shalt know thou art the work of my hand, I have given thee capacity for knowledge, power and dominion. This was the first era. 2. But man was helpless, crawling on his belly, and he understood not the voice of the Almighty. And Jehovih called his angels, who were older than the earth, and he said unto them, Go ye, raise man upright and teach him to understand. 3. And the angels of heaven descended to the earth and raised man upright. And man wandered about on the earth. This was the second era. 4. Jehovah said to the angels that were with man, Behold, man hath multiplied on the earth. Bring ye them together, teach them to dwell in cities and nations. 5. And the angels of Jehovah taught the peoples of the earth to dwell together in cities and nations. This was the third era. 6. And in that same time the beast, self, rose up before man and spake to him, saying, Possess thou whatsoever thou wilt, for all things are thine, and are good for thee. 7. And man obeyed the beast, and war came into the world. This was the fourth era. 8. And man was sick at heart, and he called out to the beast, saying, Thou saidst, Possess thyself of all things, for they are good for thee. Now, behold, war and death have encompassed me about on all sides. I pray thee, therefore, teach me peace. 9. But the beast said, Think not I am come to send peace on the earth, I come not to send peace, but a sword. I come to set man at variance against his father, and a daughter against her mother. Whatsoever thou findest to eat, be it fish or flesh, eat thou thereof, taking no thought of tomorrow. 10. And man ate fish and flesh, becoming carnivorous, and darkness came upon him, and he no more heard the voice of Jehovah, or believed in him. This was the fifth era. 11. And the beast divided itself into 4 great heads, and possessed the earth about, and man fell down and worshipped them. 12. And the names of the heads of the beast were Brahmin, Buddhist, Christian and Mohammedan. And they divided the earth, and apportioned it between themselves, choosing soldiers and standing armies for the maintenance of their earthly aggrandizement. 13. And the Brahmins had 7 million soldiers, the Buddhists 20 millions. The Christians 7 millions, and the Mohammedans 2 millions, whose trade was killing man. And man, in service of the beast, gave 1/6 of his life and his labor to war and standing armies. And 1/3 of his life he gave to dissipation and drunkenness. This was the 6th era. 14. Jehovah called out to man to desist from evil, but man heard him not. For the cunning of the beast had changed man's flesh, so that his soul was hid as if in a cloud, and he loved sin. 15. Jehovah called unto his angels in heaven, saying, Go ye down to the earth once more, to man, whom I created to inhabit the earth and enjoy it, and say ye to man, Thus saith Jehovah. 16. Behold, the 7th era is at hand. Thy Creator commandeth thy change from a carnivorous man of contention to an herbivorous man of peace. The 4 heads of the beast shall be put away, and war shall be no more on the earth. 17. Thy armies shall be disbanded. And, from this time forth, whosoever desireth not to war, thou shalt not impress, for it is the commandment of thy Creator. 18. Neither shalt thou have any God, nor Lord, nor Saviour, but only thy Creator, Jehovah. Him only shalt thou worship henceforth forever. I am sufficient unto mine own creations. 19. And to as many as separate themselves from the dominion of the beast, making these covenants unto me, have I given the foundation of my kingdom on earth. 20. And all such shall be my chosen, by their covenants and by their works shall they be known henceforth on the earth as mine, and shall be called Faithists. 21. But to as many as will not make these covenants, have I given the numbers of the beast, and they shall be called Uzians, signifying destroyers. And these shall be henceforth the 2 kinds of people on earth, Faithists and Uzians. 22. And the angels of heaven descended to the earth, to man, and appeared before him face to face, hundreds of thousands of them, speaking as man speaketh, and writing as man writeth, teaching these things of Jehovah in his works. 23. And in the 33rd year thereof, the ambassadors of the angel hosts of heaven prepared and revealed unto man in the name of Jehovah, his heavenly kingdoms. And have thus herein made known the plan of his delightful creations, for the resurrection of the peoples of the earth. 24. Not immaculate in this book, Oahspe. but to teach mortals how to attain to hear the Creator's voice, and to see his heavens, in full consciousness, whilst still living on the earth, and to know of a truth the place and condition awaiting them after death. 25. Neither are, nor were, the revelations within this Oahspe wholly new to mortals. The same things have been revealed at the same time unto many, who live at remote distances from one another, but who were not in correspondence till afterward. 26. Because this light is thus comprehensive, embracing corporeal and spiritual things, it is called the beginning of the Cosmogony era. And because it relates to earth, sky and spirit, it is called Oahspe. The voice of man. 1. O Jehovah, what am I that I should supplicate thee? Know I mine own weakness, or understand I the way of my thoughts? Thou hast placed before me most wonderful creations, they impress me, and my senses rise up in remembrance of the Almighty. Wherein have I invented one thought but by looking upon thy works? How can I otherwise than remember my Creator, and out of thy creations, O Jehovah, find rich food for meditation all the days of my life? 2. And yet, though I have appropriated the earth unto myself, I am not happy nor perfect withal. Misery and crime and selfishness are upon my people. 3. What is my weakness that I cannot overcome it? Or what is my strength that I succumb to the desires of the earth? I build up my belief and courage in thee. But ere I know the way of my weakness, I stumble and fall. Am I made that I shall be forever a reproof to myself, and a censure to my own behavior? 4. How shall I say to this man or that, Be thou pure and holy, O man? Are not my flesh and blood proof that man cannot be without sin? O this corruptible self, this tendency to fall from the right way. Thou, O my Creator, hast proven before my senses every day of my life, that thou alone art mighty in purity and truth. 5. Oh, that I had a starting point wherefrom to estimate thy wonderful decrees, or could find a road in which I should never stumble. But yet, O Jehovah, I will not complain because of the way of thy works. Thou hast invented a limit to my understanding, whereby I am reminded of thee, to call upon thy name. I perceive my own vanity, that whereas were knowledge mine, should become less beholding unto thee. 6. What am I, O Jehovah, without thee? Or wherein shall I find the glory of thy creations but by the light of thy countenance? Thou broughtest me forth out of sin and darkness and clothed me in light. I behold the smallness of myself in thy great works. Thou hast bound me to travel on the earth, to sojourn with beasts and all manner of creeping things, nor given me one attribute wherein I can boast over them, save in the power of destruction. The high firmament placed thou above me. The stars and moon and sun. I know thou hast been thither, but I am bound down in a little corner of thy works. I have not power to rise up to thy distant places, nor to know thy extended heavens. 7. Nay, I have not power to shape my own size and stature, but all things take form and dimension whether I will or no. In thine own way are built the walls of the world, by their magnitude am I confounded, by the majesty of thy hand appalled. Why have I vainly set up myself as the highest of thy works? My failures are worse than any other living creature under the sun. I cannot build my house in perfection like a bird's, my ingenuity cannot fashion a spider's net. I cannot sail up in the air like a bird, nor live in the water like the fish, nor dwell in harmony like the bee. The half of my offspring die in infancy, the multitude of my household are quarrellers, fighters, drunkards and beggars. The best of my sons and daughters are less faithful than a dog. I go forth to war, to slay my brother, even whilst thy wide earth hath room for all. Yea, I accurse the earth with starvation and sin and untimely death. Oh, that I could school myself to boast not of my greatness, that I should be forever ashamed in thy sight, Jehovah. 8. But I will make a clean breast of my iniquities, I can hide nothing from the eye of my Creator. Hear me then, O Father. 9. I took up arms against my brother. With great armies I encompassed him about to despoil him. 10. His widows and orphans I multiplied by the stroke of my sword. The cry of anguish that came out of their mouths I answered by the destruction of my brothers' harvests. 11. To my captains and generals who showed great skill in killing, I built monuments in stone and iron. Yea, I inscribed them from top to bottom with their bloody victories. 12. And in my vanity I called out to the young, saying, Behold the glory of great men. These great monuments I have builded to them. 13. And the youth of my household were whetted with ambition for spoil. The example of my hand made them train themselves for warfare. 14. To my colonels and generals I gave badges of gold. I called to the damsels, saying, Come, a great honor I give to you, ye shall dance with the officers of death. 15. And they tripped up on tiptoe, elated by the honey of my words. O Jehovih, how have I not covered up my wickedness? How have I failed to make the flow of my brother's blood the relish of Satan? 16. To my destroying hosts I have given great honor and glory. In the pretense of enforcing peace I hewed my way in flesh and blood. 17. I made an igneous fatuous, a kingdom. I called out to my people, saying, We must have a kingdom. I showed them no reason for it, but I bade them take up arms and follow me for patriotism's sake. And yet what was patriotism? Behold, I made it as something greater than thee and thy commandment, Thou shalt not kill. 18. Yea, by the cunning of my words, I taught them my brother was my enemy, that to fall upon him and his people and destroy them was great patriotism. 19. And they ran at the sound of my voice, for my glory in the greatness of my kingdom, and they accomplished great havoc. 20. Yea, I built colleges for training my young men in warfare. I drew a boundary hither and thither, saying, This is my kingdom. All others are my enemies. 21. I patted my young men on the head, saying, Ye dogs of war. Great shall be your glory. 22. And their judgment was turned away from peace. I made them think that righteousness was to stand up for me and my country, and to destroy my brother and his people. 23. They built me forts and castles and arsenals without number. I called unto my people, saying, Come, behold the glory of my defenses which I built for you. 24. And they gave me money in garrisons, and ships of war, and torpedoes, shouting, Hurrah for our kingdom. We have faith in these things, but not in thee, our Creator. 25. Thus I led them away from thee. Their eyes I turned down in the way of death. By the might of my armies, I put away righteousness. 26. I covered the earth over with drunkards, and widows and orphans, to beggary I reduced them, but I whetted their pride by saying, Behold what great standing armies we have. 27. To the man that said, There shall come a time of peace, when war shall be no more forever, I mocked and said, Thou fool. 28. I know the counts against me, O Father. I cannot hide my iniquity from thy sight. I have said war was a necessary evil to prevent a too populous world. I turned my back toward the wide, unsettled regions of the earth. With this falsehood in my mouth I stood up before thee. Yea, I cried out as if for the righteous, saying, I war for righteousness, and for the protection of the weak. In the destruction of my brethren I stood as a murderer, pleading this excuse. Stubbornly I persisted in not seeing justice on the other side, whilst I cut down whom thou hadst created alive. Above the works of thy hand I raised myself up as a pruning knife in thy vineyard. 29. Yea, more than this, I persuaded my sons and daughters that to war for me was to war for our Father in heaven. By my blasphemy led I them into ruin. And when the battle was over for a day I cried out, Behold the glory of them that were slain for the honor of their country. Thus have I added crime to crime before thee, Jehovih, thus destroyed thy beautiful creation. Verily, have I not one word in justification of my deeds before thee? 30. Oh that I had remained faithful with thee, Jehovih. But I invented gods unto the glory of the evil one. In one place I called out to my sons and daughters, saying, Be ye Brahmins, Brahma Sabbath whosoever professeth his name. In another place I said, Be ye Buddhists, Buddha Sabbath whosoever calleth on his name. In another place I said, Be ye Christians, Christ Sabbath whosoever calleth on his name. In another place I said, Be ye Mohammedans, whosoever saith, There is but one God and Muhammad is his prophet, shall have indulgence without sin. 31. Thus have I divided the earth, O Jehovah. Into 4 great idolatries have I founded them, and into their hands put all manner of weapons of destruction, and they are become more terrible against one another than are the beasts of the forest. Oh, that I could put away these great iniquities which I raised up as everlasting torments to the earth. Verily, there is no salvation in any of these. 32. Their people are forever destroying one another. They quarrel and kill for their respective religions, setting aside thy commandment, Thou shalt not kill. They love their own nation and hate all others. They set aside thy commandment, Love thy neighbor as thyself. 33. They preach and pray in sufficient truth, but not one of these people practiseth peace, love and virtue in any degree commensurate with their understanding. These religions have not saved from sin any nation or city on the whole earth. 34. In vain have I searched for a plan of redemption, a plan that would make the earth a paradise, and the life of man a glory unto thee, and a joy unto himself. But alas, the 2 extremes, riches and poverty, have made the prospect of a millennium a thing of mockery. 35. For one man that is rich there are 1,000 poor, and their interests are an interminable conflict with one another. Labor crieth out in pain, but capital smitteth him with a heartless blow. 36. Nation is against nation, king against king, merchant against merchant, consumer against producer, yea, man against man, in all things upon the earth. 37. Because the state is rotten, the politician feedeth thereon, because society is rotten, the lawyer and court have riches and sumptuous feasts, because the flesh of my people is rotten, the physician findeth a harvest of comfort. 38. Now, O Jehovah, I come to thee. Thou holdest the secret of peace and harmony and goodwill amongst mortals. Give me of thy light, O Father. Show me the way of proceeding, that war and crime and poverty may come to an end. Open thou the way of peace and love and virtue and truth, that thy children may rejoice in their lives, and glorify thee and thy works forever. 39. Such is the voice of man, O Jehovah. In all the nations of the earth this voice riseth up to thee. As thou spakest to Zarathustra, and to Abraham and Moses, leading them forth out of darkness, O speak thou, Jehovah. 40. Man hath faith in thee only. Thou alone wast sufficient in the olden time, today, thou alone art sufficient unto thine own creation. Speak thou, O Jehovah. Book of Jehovah. Chapter 1. Wherein is revealed the 3 great worlds, Corpor, Atmospheria, and Etheria. As in other Bibles it is revealed that the world was created, so in this Bible it is revealed how the Creator created it. As other Bibles have proclaimed heavens for the spirits of the dead, behold, this Bible revealeth where these heavens are, and the manner and glory in work that the spirits of the dead enjoy, whereby the wisdom, power, love and glory of the Almighty are magnified for the understanding of man. Apology, the universe is full, all things are members. Speech they have, bid them speak. The recorder of the words be thou. Such is panic, birth, language, the first language. What set the bird? The beast? The stars? The sun? All. It is their soul speaking. The soul hear thou, and repeat it. This light leadeth thee to origin. 1. All was. All is. All ever shall be. The All spake, and motion was, and is, and ever shall be, and, being positive, was called he and him. The All motion was his speech. 2. He said, I am. And he comprehended all things, the seen and the unseen. Nor is there aught in all the universe but what is part of him. 3. He said, I am the soul of all. And the all that is seen is of my person and my body. 4. By virtue of my presence all things are. By virtue of my presence is life. By virtue of my presence are the living brought forth into life. I am the quickener, the mover, the creator, the destroyer. I am first and last. 5. Of two apparent entities am I, nevertheless I am but one. These entities are the unseen, which is potent, and the seen, which is of itself impotent, and called corpor. 6. With these two entities, in likeness thereby of myself, made I all the living. For as the life is the potent part, so is the corporeal part the impotent part. 7. Chief over all that live on the earth I made man, male and female made I them. And that man might distinguish me, I commanded him to give me a name. By virtue of my presence commanded I him. And man named me not after anything in heaven or on the earth. In obedience to my will named he me after the sounds the wind uttereth, and he said Oih. Which is now pronounced Jehovih, and is written thus. Chapter 2. 1. Jehovih said, By virtue of my presence created I the seen and the unseen worlds. And I commanded man to name them, and man called the seen worlds corpor, and the unseen worlds Es, and the inhabitants of corpor, man called corporeans. But the inhabitants of Es he called sometimes Essenes and sometimes spirits, and sometimes angels. 2. Jehovih said, I created the earth, and fashioned it, and placed it in the firmament, and by my presence brought man forth a living being. A corporeal body gave I him that he might learn corporeal things, and death I made that he might rise in the firmament and inherit my Etherean worlds. 3. To Es I gave dominion over corpor, with Es I filled all place in the firmament. But corpor I made into earths and moons and stars and suns, beyond number made I them, and I caused them to float in the places I allotted to them. 4. Es I divided into two parts, and I commanded man to name them, and he called one Etheria and the other Atmospheria. These are the three kinds of worlds I created. But I gave different densities to Atmospherian worlds, and different densities to the Etherean worlds. 5. For the substance of my Etherean worlds I created Ethi, the most rarefied. Out of Ethi made I them. And I made Ethi the most subtle of all created things, and gave to it power and place, not only by itself, but also power to penetrate and exist within all things, even in the midst of the corporeal worlds. And to Ethi gave I dominion over both Atmospheria and corpor. 6. In the all highest places created I the Etherean worlds, and I fashioned them of all shapes and sizes, similar to my corporeal worlds. But I made the Etherean worlds inhabitable both within and without, with entrances and exits, in arches and curves, thousands of miles high and wide, and overruled I them with all perfect mechanism. And in colors and movable chasms and mountains in endless change and brilliancy. To them I gave motions, and orbits and courses of their own, independent made I them, and above all other worlds in potency and majesty. 7. Neither created I one Etherean world like another in size or density or in component parts, but everyone differing from another, and with a glory matchless each in its way. 8. Atmospherian worlds I also created in the firmament, and I gave them places and orbits and courses for themselves. But Atmospherian worlds I created shapeless and void of fixed form, for they are in process of condensation or dissolution, being intermediate in condition betwixt my Etherean and my corporeal worlds. Of 3 degrees of density created I them, and I commanded man to name them, and one he called Agi, and one Gi, and one Nebulae. 9. But all of them are composed of the same substances, being like the earth, but rarefied. Nor is there on the earth or in it one thing, even iron, or lead, or gold, or water, or oil, or stones, but the same things are in my Atmospherian worlds. As I have given light to the earth so have I given light to many of them. And all such have I commanded man to call comets. And even so named he them. 10. And I also created Atmospheria around about my corporeal worlds, together made I them. Chapter 3. 1. Thus spake Jehovih, by the light of Cosmon proclaimed he these things amongst the nations of the earth. 2. Man looked upward in prayer, desiring to know the manner of all created things, both on earth and in heaven. And Jehovih answered him, saying, 3. The whirlwind made I as a sign to man of the manner of my created worlds. As thou beholdest the power of the whirlwind gathering up the dust of the earth and driving it together, know that even so do I bring together the Ag and Gi and nebulae in the firmament of heaven. By the power of the whirlwind create I the corporeal suns and moons and stars. And I commanded man to name the whirlwinds in the Etherean firmament, and he called them vortices and wark, according to their shape called he them. 4. By the power of rotation, swift driving forth in the extreme parts, condense I the atmospherian worlds that float in the firmament, and these become my corporeal worlds. In the midst of the vortices made I them, and by the power of the vortices I turn them on their axes and carry them in the orbits I allotted to them. Wider than to the moons of a planet have I created the vortices, and they carry the moons also. 5. Around about some of my corporeal worlds have I given nebulous belts and rings, that man might comprehend the rotation of my vortexan worlds. 6. For each and every corporeal world created I a vortex first, and by its rotation and by the places in the firmament whither it travelleth, caused I the vortex to conceive the corporeal world. 7. A great vortex created I for the sun, and, within this vortex and subject to it, made I the vortices of many of the corporeal worlds. The sun vortex I caused to rotate, and I gave it power to carry other vortices within it. According to their density and position are they thus carried forth and around about the sun. 8. Think not, O man, that I created the sky a barren waste, and void of use. Even as man in the corporeal form is adapted to the corporeal earth, so is he in the spiritual form adapted to my Etherean worlds. 3 great estates have I bestowed on man, the corporeal, the atmospherian, and the Etherean. Chapter 4. 1. Man perceived the general formation of the world, and he prayed that his eyes might be opened for a sign in heaven, and Jehovih answered him, saying, 2. The clouds in the air I bring into view suddenly. By different currents of wind make I thus the unseen visible and tangible to man's senses. In like manner do I cause Etherean currents to bring forth Ag and Gi, and nebulae, prior to making corporeal worlds. 3. In all the universe have I made the unseen to rule over the seen. Let the formation of the cloud stand in the view of man on earth, that he may bear witness to the manner of the unseen becoming seen. 4. Man perceived, and he prayed for a sign of duration, and Jehovih answered him, saying, 5. Behold the tree which hath sprung up out of the ground and fulfilled its time, it falleth and rotteth, and returneth to the earth. But lo, the wind, which thou sayest not, never ceaseth to blow. Even so is the comparative duration of all things. Think not, O man, that corporeal things are annihilated because they disappear. For as a drop of water evaporateth and riseth in the air as unseen vapor, so do all corporeal things, even earth, and stones, and gold, and silver, and lead, become as nothing in the firmament of heaven in course of time. 6. Things that man seeth, created I with a beginning and an end, but the unseen I made of endless duration. 7. The corporeal man made I belonging to the seen, but the spiritual man made I as one within the unseen, and everlasting. 8. As the corporeal man beholdeth corporeal things, so doth the spiritual man follow upward the evaporated, corporeal entities of things. As corporeal things are tangible to corporeans, so are things tangible to the spirits of the dead. 9. As I cause water to rise upward as vapor, and take a place in the air above, let it be a sign and testimony of other places in atmospheria whereon dwell the spirits of the lower heaven. 10. As I made a limit to the ascent of the clouds, so made I a limit to the places of the different kinds of substances in atmospheria, the more subtle and potent to the extreme, and the more dense and impotent nearer to the earth. 11. According to the condition of these different plateaus in atmospheria, whether they be near the earth or high above, so shall the spirit of man take its place in the first heaven. According to his diet and desires and behavior, so shall he dwell in spirit on the plateau to which he hath adapted himself during his earth life. 12. For I made the power of attraction manifest in all things before man's eyes, that he might not err, that like should attract like made I them. 13. Man sought to know the progress of things. Jehovah answered him, saying. 14. Open thy eyes, O man. There is a time of childhood, a time of genesis, a time of old age, and a time of death to all men. Even so is it with all the corporeal worlds I have created. 15. First as vapor the vortex carrieth it forth, and as it condenseth, its friction engendereth heat, and it is molten, becoming as a globe of fire in heaven. Then it taketh its place as a new-born world, and I set it in the orbit prepared for it. 16. In the next age I bring it into Asimu, for it is ripe for the bringing forth of living creatures, and I bestow the vegetable and animal kingdoms. 17. Next it entereth Ho2, for it is past the age of begetting, even as the living who are in dotage. Next it entereth Adu, and nothing can generate upon it. Then cometh Uz, and it is spirited away into unseen realms. Thus create I, and thus dissipate planets, suns, moons and stars. 18. My examples are before all men. My witnesses are without number. I rise the tree up out of the ground, I give it a time to bring forth fruit, and then barrenness, and then death and dissolution. I prepare the new field with rich soil, bringing forth. And the old field that is exhausted, and man shall weigh the progress and destiny of a whole world. 19. Let no man marvel because of the size of the mammoth and the ichthyosaurus, for there was a time for them as there is a time for the infusoria of this day. 20. I have given thee a sign, O man, in the queen of the honey bee. Because of the change of the cell cometh she forth a queen, even from the same manner of germ as the other bees. Be wise, therefore, and remember that the earth is not in the place of the firmament as of old. Let this be a testimony to thee of the growth, the change and the travail of the earth. 21. Nevertheless, O man, the seen and the unseen are but parts of my person, I am the unity of the whole. Chapter 5. 1. Man perceived the magnitude and glory of the corporeal worlds. He said, How shall I speak of thy great works, O Jehovah, and of thy wisdom and power? Shall I open my mouth before thee? I look upon thy countless stars, suns and moons, spread out over the heavens. The millions of years thou hast rolled them on in the never-ending firmament. Processions in and out, and round about, of mighty worlds. By thy breath going forth. 2. O thou, all highest! How shall I hide my insignificance? I cannot create the smallest thing alive. Nay, nor change the color of a hair on my head. What am I, that thou hast seen me? 3. Tell me, O my Creator, whence came life? This unseen within me that is conscious of being. Tell me how all the living came into life. 4. Jehovah heard the words of man and he answered him saying, Let a sign be given to man that he may comprehend Esimu. Thereupon Jehovah caused the jelly fish and the green scum of water to be permanently coming forth in all ages, that man might understand the age of Esimu, when the earth and the shores by the water, and the waters also, were covered over with commingled atmosphere and corporeal substance. And this substance was called Esimu, because by Jehovah's presence quickened he it into life, and thus made he all the living, both the vegetable and animal worlds. Not that Esimu is jellyfish or the green scum of water. For the earth in this day produceth not Esimu abundantly, nevertheless the jellyfish and the green scum of water are signs of that which was in that day of the earth. 5. Jehovah said, Because of my presence quickened I into life all that live, or ever have lived. 6. Because I am male and female, even in my likeness, thus made I them. Because I am the power to quicken into life, so, in likeness of me thus, made I them, and with power to bring forth. 7. According to their respective places created I the living. Not in pairs only, but in hundreds of pairs and thousands, and in millions. 8. According to their respective places and the light upon Esimu, so quickened I them in their color, adapted to their dwelling places. 9. Each and every living thing created I knew upon the earth, of a kind each to itself, and not one living thing created I out of another. 10. Let a sign be upon the earth, that man in his darkness may not believe that one animal changeth and becometh another. 11. Thereupon Jehovah gave permission for different animals to bring forth a new living animal, which should be unlike either its mother or father, but he caused the new product to be barren. 12. Jehovah said, And this shall be testimony before all men that I created each and all the living, after their own kind only. 13. Such is my person and my spirit, being from everlasting to everlasting. And when I bring a new world into the time of Esimu, lo, and behold my presence quickeneth the substance into life, according to the locality in the surroundings, so do I bring forth the different species. For they are flesh of my flesh and spirit of my spirit. To themselves give I themselves, nevertheless, they are all members of my person. 14. As a testimony to man, behold the earth was once a globe of liquid fire. Nor was there any seed thereon. But in due season I rained down Esimu on the earth, and by virtue of my presence quickened I into life all the living. Without seed created I the life that is in them. Chapter 6. 1. When man comprehended the earth he looked upward, and Jehovah saw him and knew the desires of his soul. So Jehovah sent his son Uz, and Uz spake, saying, 2. Hear me, O man. The mysteries of heaven and earth will I clear up before thy judgment. Thou art the highest, and comest to the chiefest of all kingdoms, from great Jehovah shalt thou learn wisdom, and none shall gainsay thee. 3. Bethink thee, O man, of the magnitude of thy father's kingdoms and his places in the firmament. Save I take thee up to the heaven, thou canst not comprehend the places thereof. 4. Man then rose up in spirit and ascended into the firmament, for his spirit had crystallized into separateness, and Uz and Es ascended with him, speaking in the voice of the Father. And man beheld that each and everything in the firmament was orderly, and still each to itself located. Then spake Es, saying, 5. Behold, O man! As a farmer soweth corn in one place, and wheat in another, and roots in another, and flax everything in a separate place. Even so doth Jehovah store the ingredients of which worlds are made everything in its place, the substance of the iron in one place, the substance of the stones in another, the substance of the vegetable kingdom in another. And even so of the substance of the animal kingdom. And the oils and sand, for he hath places in the firmament of heaven for all of them. These that thou sawest are the Ag and the Gi and the nebulae, and amidst them in places there is Esimu also. Let no man say, Yonder is hydrogen only, and yonder oxygen only. The divisions of the substances of his creations are not as man would make them. All the elements are to be found not only in places near at hand, but in distant places also. 6. When the Father driveth forth his worlds in the heavens, they gather a sufficiency of all things. So also cometh it to pass that when a corporeal world is yet new and young it is carried forth, not by random, but purposely, in the regions suited to it. Hence there is a time for Esimu, a time for falling nebulae, to bury deep the forests and Esimuan beds, to provide coal and manure for a time thereafter. So is there a time when the earth possesseth a region in the firmament when sand and oil are rained upon it and covered up, and gas is bound and sealed up for the coming generations of men. 7. And man said, I am ashamed in thy sight, O Jehovah. I looked upward and said, Behold the sky, it is nothing. Then I said, It is true, the corporeal worlds are made of condensed nebulae, but I saw not the wisdom and glory of thy works. I locked thee up in coincidences and happenings. Thy unseen world hath become seen, the unreal hath become the real. 8. Oh that I had been mindful of thee! Oh that I had not put thee afar, nor imagined laws and decrees! Teach thou me, O Jehovah! How was the beginning of man? How was it with the first of the living that thou broughtest forth? 9. Jehovah said, Have I not declared myself in the past, in my works have I not provided thousands of years in advance? As I have shown system in the corporeal worlds, know thou, O man, that system prevaileth in the firmament. 10. To the tree I gave life, to man I gave life and spirit also. And the spirit I made was separate from the corporeal life. 11. Out of Esimu I made man, and man was but as a tree, but dwelling in Hake, and I called him Asu, Adam. 12. I looked over the wide heavens that I had made, and I saw countless millions of spirits of the dead that had lived and died on other corporeal worlds before the earth was made. 13. I spake in the firmament, and my voice reached to the uttermost places. And there came in answer to the sounds of my voice, myriads of angels from the roadway in heaven, where the earth travelleth. I said to them, Behold, a new world have I created. Come ye and enjoy it. Yea, ye shall learn from it how it was with other worlds in ages past. 14. There alighted upon the new earth millions of angels from heaven. But many of them had never fulfilled a corporeal life, having died in infancy, and these angels comprehended not procreation nor corporeal life. 15. And I said, Go and deliver Asu from darkness, for he shall also rise in spirit to inherit my Etherean worlds. 16. And now was the earth in the latter days of Esimu, and the angels could readily take on corporeal bodies for themselves. Out of the elements of the earth clothed they themselves, by force of their wills, with flesh and bones. By the side of the Asuans took they on corporeal forms. 17. And I said, Go ye forth and partake of all that is on the earth. But partake ye not of the tree of life, lest in that labor ye become procreators and as if dead to the heavens whence ye came. 18. But those who had never learned corporeal things, being imperfect in wisdom, comprehended not Jehovah's words, and they dwelt with the Asuans, and were tempted, and partook of the fruit of the tree of life. And lo and behold they saw their own nakedness. And there was born of the first race, Asu, a new race called man, and Jehovah took the earth out of the travail of Esimu and the angels gave up their corporeal bodies. 19. Jehovah said, Because ye have raised up those that shall be joint heirs in heaven, ye shall tread the earth with your feet, and walk by the sides of the newborn, being guardian angels over them, for they are of your own flesh and kin. 20. Fruit of your seed have I quickened with my spirit, and man shall come forth with a birthright to my Etherean worlds. 21. As I have quickened the seed of the firstborn, so will I quicken all seed to the end of the earth. And each and every man-child and woman-child born into life will I quicken with a new spirit, which shall proceed out of me at the time of conception. Neither will I give to any spirit of the higher or lower heaven power to enter a womb, or a fetus of a womb, and be born again. 22. As the corporeal earth passeth away, so shall pass away the first race Asu. But as I pass not away, so shall not pass away the spirit of man. Chapter 7. 1. Jehovah said, Let a sign be given to the inhabitants of the earth that they may comprehend Danha in the firmament of heaven. For even as I bequeath to the earth a time for creating the living, and a time for angels to come and partake of the first fruits of mortality and immortality, so shall man at certain times and season receive testimony from my hosts in heaven. 2. And Jehovah caused the earth, and the family of the sun to travel in an orbit, the circuit of which requireth of them 4,700,000 years. And he placed in the line of the orbit, at distances of 3,000 years, Etherean lights, the which places, as the earth passeth through, angels from the second heaven come into its corporeal presence. As ambassadors they come, in companies of hundreds and thousands and tens of thousands, and these are called the Etherean hosts of the Most High. 3. Not as single individuals come they, not for a single individual mortal come they. 4. And Jehovah gave this sign to man on earth. Which is to say, in the beginning of the light of Danha, the spirits of the newly dead shall have power to take upon themselves the semblance of corporeal bodies, and appear and talk face to face with mortals. Every 3,000 years gave Jehovih this sign on earth, that those who learned the powers and capacities of such familiar spirits, might bear testimony in regard to the origin of man on earth. Jehovih said, and when it shall come to pass in any of the times of Dan-ha that these signs are manifest, man shall know that the hosts of the Most High come soon after. Let him who will become wise, enumerate the great lights of my serpent, for in such times I set aside things that are old, and establish my chosen anew. 5. In the time of earth, when man was brought forth from mortal to immortal life, the earth passed beyond Esimu and the angels of heaven remained with corporeal man, but not in the semblance of mortals, but as spirits. And by virtue of their presence, strove to make man wise and upright before Jehovih. Upon the earth the number of such angels was millions. To these angels spake Jehovih saying, 6. Behold the work ye have taken in hand. It was commanded to you all, to partake of all the fruits of the earth save of the fruit of the tree of life, which is of the knowledge of the earth and heaven, lest ye lose your inheritance in Etheria. 7. Behold, ye now have sons and daughters on the earth, by your love to them are ye become bound spirits of the lower heaven. Until ye redeem them in wisdom and power even to the 6th generation ye shall not again arise and inherit my emancipated heavens. 8. To which end ye shall be co-workers with one another in system and order. In my name shall ye become an organic body in known as the heaven of the earth, or lower heaven, which shall travel with the earth. 9. And I will allot unto you a chief, who is wise and experienced in founding heavenly kingdoms. And he shall appoint, from amongst you, officers, and messengers, and ashars, and asaphs, and esenors, and ye shall be numbered and apportioned unto your labor in places like unto my other lower heavens on other worlds. 10. And he who is chief shall be called God of this heaven and the earth, unto his making bestow I them. 11. And God shall have a council and throne within his heavenly city. And the place shall be called Horde, because it is the first kingdom of God in this firmament. 12. And God shall rule on his throne, for it is his, and his council shall rule with him. In my name shall they have dominion over angels and mortals belonging to the earth. 13. And God shall appoint chiefs under him who shall go down and dwell on the earth with mortals. And such chiefs' labor shall be with mortals for their resurrection. And these chiefs shall be called lords, for they are gods of land, which is the lowest rank of my commissioned gods. 14. And God and his lords shall have dominion from 200 years to 1,000 or more years, but never more than 3,000 years. According to the regions of Dan, light, into which I bring the earth, so shall be the terms of the office of my gods and my lords. 15. And God and his lords shall raise up officers to be their successors. By him and them shall they be appointed and crowned in my name. 16. At the termination of the dominion of my God and his lords they shall gather together in these, my bound heavens, all such angels as have been prepared in wisdom and strength for resurrection to my Etherean kingdoms. And these angels shall be called brides and bridegrooms to Jehovih, for they are mine and in my service. 17. And to God and his lords, with the brides and bridegrooms, will I send down from Etheria ships in the time of Dan. By my Etherean gods and goddesses shall the ships descend to these heavens, and receive God and his lords with the brides and bridegrooms, and carry them up to the exalted regions I have prepared for them. 18. And all such as ascend shall be called a harvest unto me, through my God and lords. And the time of my harvest shall be according to each Dan, which is 200 years, 400 years, 600 years, and 500 years. And these shall be called my lesser cycles because they are the times of the tables of prophecy which I give unto my servants. 19. But at no other times, nor in any other way, shall my harvests ascend to my emancipated worlds in Etheria. 7 dawn have I created for each and every Dan-ha, and 6 generations of mortals have I given unto each Dan. 20. The angels understood the commandments of Jehovih according to their knowledge in the Etherean heavens. Being heirs of other planets, and having died in infancy, and having matured in the worlds, but they understood not the Creator according to the practice of the lower heavenly kingdoms. Wherefore their knowledge was incomplete. 21. Jehovih said, I condemn ye not because ye have become joint procreators with the Ashuans, for ye have done two services unto me. Which are to teach yourselves corporeal things, that ye may understand and sympathize with corporeans, and, secondly, because ye have caused the earth to become peopled with such as are capable of immortality. 22. Behold ye now what shall happen on the earth, such as are of your flesh and kin who cohabit together shall rise in wisdom and virtue, but such of them as cohabit with the Ashuans will bring forth heirs in the descending grade of life. The first shall bring forth heirs unto everlasting life, but the second shall bring forth heirs that shall go out in darkness. 23. In the dominion of which matters your God and Lords will instruct you, that ye may, by inspiration and otherwise, learn to control the behavior of mortals unto everlasting life. And that these labors be not too severe upon you, I created the dawn and Dan has in the firmament, wherein ye may be relieved from the watch by other angels from other worlds coming to exchange with you. 24. This also do I put upon you, that to rule over mortals to virtue, by your own wills governing them in all things, is contrary to my commandments. For what honor hath any man if made to do a thing? 25. But ye shall give mortals of my light, leaving them to choose. Better is it for them suffer some than to grow up in ignorance of the stings of disobedience. 26. Behold, I make this a willing service on your part, because ye have bound your affections on the earth, to your own kin, ye willingly become guardian angels over mortals. Yet I made not a separate law unto you. As it is with you, so shall it be with the spirits of these mortals when they are born into the world, they will also desire to become guardian angels over their mortal kin. 27. But these spirits, never having known my higher heavens, will be unsuitable for the office of Ashars, they would be but the blind leading the blind. 28. To prevent which, God and the Lord shall provide these spirits in the first resurrection with places to dwell in, and with occupations and opportunities for education. For I desire them not to remain bound to the earth, but to rise up and inherit my Etherean kingdoms. 29. And in this also shall ye be discreet in governing them, giving them the light of my heavens with some liberty to choose and to perfect themselves. Otherwise they would only be slaves in heaven. According to their weakness or strength, so shall ye provide for these new spirits entering my world. 30. Therefore such of you as are appointed by my God and my lords as guardians over mortals shall be called Ashars, and ye shall report to your respective lords, according to the section of the earth where ye may be. Of many watches shall be the Ashars. 31. And such of you as are appointed to receive the spirits of the dead into heaven shall be called Asaphs, and ye shall report to your respective lords and their kingdoms. 32. And the Ashars shall make a record of every mortal, of the grade of his wisdom and good works, and when a mortal dieth, and his spirit is delivered to the Asaphs, the record shall be delivered with him. And the Asaph, receiving, shall deliver such spirit, with the record into such place in these heavens as is adapted to his grade, where he shall be put to labor and to school, according to the place of the resurrections which I created. 33. As ye shall thus become organic in heaven, with rulers, and teachers, and physicians, and with capitals, and cities, and provinces. And with hospitals, and nurseries, and schools, and factories, even so shall ye ultimately inspire man on the earth to the same things. 34. And mortals that are raised up to dominion over mortals shall be called kings and emperors. As my gods and my lords are called my sons, so shall kings and emperors be called sons of God, through him shall they be raised up to their places, and given dominion unto my glory. Chapter 8. 1. Jehovih said, And God shall cause a record to be kept in heaven, of his dominions and his lords. And he and they shall enjoin it upon their successors forever to keep a like record. 2. And in the times of my harvest a copy of these records shall be taken up to my Etherean kingdoms and filed with my Orient chiefs and archangels in the roadway of the travel of the great serpent. 2. For their deliberations as to the progress and management of the inhabitants of the earth and her heavens. 3. Think not, O ye angels, that the resurrection of your heirs, and their descendants that come up out of the earth, is an easy matter and of steady progress, devoid of mishaps and woeful darkness. 4. The angels under you shall become at times rebellious and defiant, disregarding your laws and decrees, and they shall desert your heavenly places and go down to the earth in millions and hundreds of millions. And they shall drive away the Ashars, and then assume guardianship over mortals. But they shall develop no righteousness under the sun, but they will inspire mortals to war and destruction. And these angels will themselves take to war and evil on every hand within the place of your heavens. 5. With the foul gases of atmospheria shall they make weapons of war and places of torment. With these elements shall they make suffocating hells in order to cast one another in chaos. 6. And mortals who shall be slain in war shall be born in spirit in chaos on the battlefields, in chaos shall such spirits enter the world. And they shall not know that they are dead, as to earth life, but shall still keep fighting right and left. 7. An enemy shall take enemy, in these heavens, and cast them in the places of torment which they have built, and they shall not know peace nor wisdom. 8. And the work of your heavens shall become as nothing. And ye shall turn to, going about delivering hells and the spirits in chaos. And your labor shall be exhaustive, verily shall you cry out because ye came and peopled the earth. 9. This also have I created possible unto my creations. For both angels and mortals shall learn to know the elements of the heavens and the earth, and to know the trials of love and misfortune. 10. Nor have I made wisdom possible unto any man or angel that knoweth not my elements, and the extremes of evil and good which I created. 11. But in the times of great darkness which shall come upon earth and these heavens, lo, I will bring the earth into Danha, and my Ethereans shall come in my name and deliver them. 12. And again for another cycle shall they be left with the lessons given unto them, but they shall fall again in course of time. But again will I deliver them, through my gods and goddesses will I cause them to comprehend the magnitude of my creations. 13. As ye travel from heaven to heaven in this atmospheria, even so shall ye inspire mortals to build corporeal ships, and sail across the oceans, that the inhabitants of different divisions of the earth may become known to one another. 14. And when the inhabitation of the earth shall be completed, and the nations shall have established civil communion around from east to west, in that same time will I bring the earth into the Cosmon era, and my angel ambassadors, gods and goddesses, shall render up the records of these heavenly kingdoms. 15. Through them will I reveal unto mortals the creation of my worlds, and the history and dominion of my gods and lords on the earth, even from this day down to the time of Cosmon. 16. And Jehovih caused the angels of atmospheria to assemble together and organize the first kingdom of the heaven of the earth. And the place was called Horde, because it was the place of the first organic abiding place for the first god of this world. 17. And Horde was situated over and above the mountains of Auton in Agoki, to the eastward of of that country hereinafter called the continent of Pan. 18. Thus endeth the inorganic habitation of the earth and her atmospheria. End of Book of Jehovih. Book of SETHANTES, son of Jehovih, first god of the first cycle of the earth after man's creation. Chapter 1. 1. I am the beginning of the inhabitation of the earth, the angels of heaven assembled in Horde, a heavenly plateau resting on the earth. 2. And the archangel SETHANTES was the wisest of them all, and he said unto them. 3. Behold, we have come from far off heavens, by the voice of Jehovih came we to partake of the glory of the red star, the earth. Jehovih said unto us, Come ye and enjoy the new world I have created. Partake ye of all the fruits thereof, save of the tree of knowledge, which is the fountain of life. Partake ye not of this, lest ye die. 4. But the voice of the earth spake unto us, saying, Partake ye, for indeed mine is the tree of everlasting life. 5. And many obeyed not the voice of the Father, and are now bound by the tie of life, which is in the blood. 6. And the voice of Jehovih came to me, saying, SETHANTES, my son, behold, I gave into thy charge in my Etherean Heavens millions of angels, and thou hast brought them to the earth, and they are fallen from their high estate. Go thou, deliver them. 7. And I said, What shall I do? And Jehovah said, Bring thy angel hosts to Horde, for there will I crown thee God of these heavens and earth for the redemption of angels and mortals. And it shall be a new heavenly kingdom from this time forth to the end of the world. For it is the time of the Ark of Wan, and I will bring from Etheria my high-raised goddess, Edisei, chief factor of Harmats, and she shall crown thee in my name, God of heaven and earth. 8. God said, When I had thus spoken in Horde before the angels of heaven, a great light, like a sun, was seen descending from the firmament above. And I commanded my Esenors to chant in praise of the Father and his works. 9. Meanwhile I had the angels of Horde numbered, and there were of them 27,600,000, and these were the same who were on an excursion in my charge when the voice of Jehovah commanded us to visit the earth. 10. The light above us descended fast toward us, like a ship of fire it came nearer and nearer, till we saw that it was wider far, than the place of Horde and all my angel hosts. 11. And it came to pass that when the great light had descended to the plateau of Horde there came forth out of the light 1,000,000 archangels, from the Ark of Wan in the hosts of Oahspe, in the orbit of Fausang in Etheria. And they bore regalia and crowns from the Orient chief of Harmats. Foremost of the archangels was Edisei, and her brother Yetiahaga, commissioners from the Etherean heaven. 12. When they came near me, Edisei gave the sign of Jehovah's name, greeting, halting, and saying, All hail. In Jehovah's name, and in the love of Harmats, Orient chief, we come to greet thee, first God of the lower heaven, belonging to the corporeal earth. 13. I said, All hail, O emissaries of Harmats, chief of Orient worlds. Come, O Edisei, and thy brother and all this host. Come honor my throne, in great Jehovah's name. 14. The archangels then came forward, saluting, and Edisei said, In thy name, O Jehovah, I found here a throne. 15. And she caused to rise the form and substance thereof, and she ascended thereon, and Yetiahaga with her. And the other archangels formed a crescent in front of the throne, all of them bearing crowns or diadems, but they stood upright. And now the angels of the host of God took their places, that they might witness the testimony of Jehovah's commission, but the lights from the columns of fire, brilliant in all colors and shades and tints, baffled many of them from seeing plainly. 16. When all things were in readiness Edisei, standing erect and brilliant like a star, raised her right hand, saying, Jehovah, all-wise and powerful. In thy name, this thy Son, God, I crown. From the Orient chief, Harmats, raised to the rank of God, and by thee, O Jehovah, ordained. Henceforth to be known forever in the emancipated heavens as thy Son. Peace. Wisdom. Love. Power. 17. And now with her left hand she raised high the crown, so that all might see and bear witness, and giving the sign again of Jehovah's name above the crown, wherefrom a flame of light shot forth brilliantly. Thereupon she placed the crown on God's head, saying, 18. Arise, O my son, thou Son of Jehovah. Instantly there arose from the millions of souls one universal shout, All hail, O Son of Jehovah. And God rose up, having the crown on his head, and the people cheered him lustily, for he was well beloved. 19. Edisei said, Bring forth thy 5 chief lords that I may crown them also. God then caused the 5 chief lords whom he had selected to sit at the foot of the throne. 20. Again Edisei raised her right hand, saying, O Jehovah, Almighty, from whom all glories emanate. In thy name, these thy sons, I crown, lords of the earth, and of the waters of the earth. From the Orient chief Harmats. By my commission do I raise them to the rank of lords for kingdoms of heaven. Peace. Wisdom. Love. Power. 21. Then Edessai took the crowns, which were handed her by the other archangels, and placed them on the heads of the lords, saying, 22. Arise, O my lords, and be ye lords of Jehovah for his glory. And be ye the lords of God, having dominion over the earth and the waters of the earth, in love, wisdom, and power. Amen. 23. The lords rose up, having on their heads the crowns of lords, and again the multitude saluted with great cheering. When the applause ceased, Edessai said, 24. My God and my lords, give now the sign of Jehovah's name that his glory may be fulfilled. For this was the oath of office. 3. 25. And God and the Lord saluted Jehovah before the hosts of heaven. And they stood apart a little distance, and Edessai said, 26. Behold, the all-light, Jehovah, encompasseth me. My voice shall be his voice. By the glory of faith in him am I one with the Father. 27. And a fleece of golden hue descended from above and encompassed Edessai around about, and she was like a central star with rays of light emanating. She was entranced by Jehovah. Through her the Creator spake, saying, 28. My son, even God, I brought thee forth out of torpor, quickened into life everlasting. By faith I inspired thee to do whatsoever thou hast done. Faith gave I unto thee, as the tree whereon all perfection is the fruit. By that faith within man that nurtureth the I am within himself unto perfection, becometh he my son, doing by virtue of my presence. According to thy wisdom and love have I given thee strength, and by thy strength raised thee up. 29. Behold, this day have I given thee a kingdom in Atmospheria, and made thee God before all the kingdoms of heaven. This place shall be thy place and mine also. Here shalt thou dispense wisdom and laws, and appoint officers in my name and by virtue of my power. 30. And thy kingdom shall be like two kingdoms, one here with the hosts of heaven, and one on the earth, even over these thy lords. For thou art the judgment seat and creator of order over the whole earth, and in the heaven belonging to the earth. 31. Stretch forth thy hand, my son, and clothe thyself in the golden fleece. 32. God made the sign, and then raised his hands upward, saying, Jehovah. Jehovah. By thy command I call upon thee to array me in thy golden fleece. Behold, I am thy son. 33. And the archangels tossed up the raiment and regalia they had brought from their Etherean ark in Ag, and, by the faith that was in God, the substance flew to him and encompassed him around in raiment of the upper heaven. 34. Then Jehovah spake to the lords, saying, As God hath built a kingdom in Hord, and reigneth over this heaven, and over ye and your helpmates, so shall ye build kingdoms on the earth, and ye shall rule over mortals in my name. Teaching them of me and my everlasting kingdoms in the firmament above. In testimony of my voice receive ye this raiment of silver and gold from my archangels. 35. The archangels then draped the lords in shining raiment. And Edessai came down from the throne, still entranced, saying, 36. Though, my daughter Edessai will rise up in the flame of fire, yet will I, even Jehovah, abide with thee, O God, and with ye my lords, now and forever. And then Edessai took God's hand and led him to the center of the throne, saying, Sit thou on this throne, for it is thy Father's kingdom in the lower heaven of the earth. 37. When God sat down, the entrancement departed from Edessai, and the light of Jehovah went and settled upon God and the lords. But Edessai sat down at the foot of the throne, and thereupon all the archangels sat down also. 38. God said, Behold, she that is greatest mocketh herself least of all. Arise, O daughter of Jehovah, and enjoy my kingdom, for it is Jehovah's also. And God came down from the judgment seat and took Edessai's hand, and she rose up, whereupon God proclaimed the freedom of the hour. Thus was established the first throne of God in these heavens. And now all of the hosts mingled together, angels and archangels, joyfully. Chapter 2. 1. When the hour was ended, God again ascended the throne, and the marshals raised the signals of order, and the archangels went and stood in a crescent in front of the throne. Oahspe sat at the feet of God, and the splendor of her glory, unadorned, save with white and yellow drapery, shone through all the talents Jehovih had given her, the perfection of purity, wisdom, and love, the like of which only gods had looked on. 2. God said, In thy name, O Jehovih, do I now found the session of thy kingdom in the lower heaven. As long as man and woman shall bring forth heirs unto thee, this kingdom shall not cease to glorify thee. Let the lords approach the throne. 3. The Easonors now sang, and in the meantime the marshals and escorts conducted the lords before the throne. When they were in order, the music ceased, and God said. 4. 5 great divisions of the earth there are, and I have ordained ye the 5 lords thereof in Jehovah's name. According to the number of inhabitants on the earth's divisions, and your relative rank before heaven have I placed you. When ye have seated yourselves in your respective kingdoms, ye shall have each 12 messengers, whose duties shall be betwixt ye and me. Choose ye, therefore, your messengers, even this hour, that ere the resurrection of the archangels they may be confirmed and their registry borne to heaven above. 5. The lords chose their messengers, and they were confirmed in the name of Jehovih, and the swift messengers, who ply with the upper heavens, made a record of their names and places. Thereupon God said to them. 6. According to your talents have you been chosen, according to your excellence will ye be promoted to wider fields of labor. May the wisdom, love and power of Jehovah be with you all, Amen. 7. And now Oahspe signified that her time of departure had arrived. 8. God came down from the judgment seat, and standing one moment in sorrow, reached forth and took Oahspe's hand, saying. 9. Arise, O daughter of Jehovah, and go thy way. 10. Oahspe rose up, pointing upward, said, My house is in the ark of one. Jehovah dwelleth with thee and me. My swift messengers shall come to thee at times. My love will abide with thee and thy lords, and the harvest of thy resurrection. In Jehovah's name, farewell. 11. Oahspe then walked to the ship of fire. But ere she entered, she turned and took one more look at the hosts of Horde, and, then stripping from the frames, luminous drapery, cast it playfully over the Easonors, and quickly disappeared in the light. 12. The Easonors chanted, and the hosts of archangels joined in with them, and in that same moment of time the ship began to rise, and it was as thousands of columns of fire surrounding one majestic column, and the whole circle rising in spiral form. Turning and rising, rising and turning. And when it was a little way up it seemed like an ascending sun, and then higher and higher, like a far-off star, and then it passed beyond the vision of the angels of Horde. 13. When order was proclaimed, the all-light began to gather around about the throne, covering over God and the lords. Jehovah, through God, said. 14. Hear ye, for I abide also with these my lords of the hosts of heaven. 15. The Lord said, What shall we do? And Jehovah answered, Summon all the angels to pass before the throne of God, one by one, that I may judge them. For as many as dwelt on any of my corporeal worlds of the 5th of the 2nd rate shall abide in the kingdom of Horde, and their labor shall be with Easons only. But all of the full of the 1st rate shall abide in the kingdoms of my lords, and their labor shall be with corporeans. 16. The marshals then arranged the angels and they passed in front of the throne, and so great was God's wisdom that, in looking on the angels as they passed, he perceived the rates of every man and woman. And those destined for labor in atmospheria only, he caused to turn one way, and those for the earth, as ministering spirits with mortals, to turn the other way. And when they had all passed, they were correctly divided according to Jehovah's commandment. 17. God said, Hear me, O ye lords. Take your laborers and repair to your respective places on the divisions of the earth, and the waters of the earth. And ye shall be lords with me, your God, for the glory of Jehovah. Whatsoever ye do on the earth will I ratify in heaven, whomsoever ye deliver from the earth will I receive in heaven. As ye shape and build up mortal man, delivering his spirit into my kingdom, so will I receive him and award him. 18. That your kingdoms may accord with me and mine, I give you messengers sufficient, and they shall pass daily betwixt us, according to their proficiency and power to pass from place to place, so have I chosen them. 19. Let a record be kept within your own kingdoms, and these records shall be your own, to be carried upward with you in the next resurrection. 20. And yet, ye shall have a record jointly with me, separate from your own record, pertaining to your kingdom's relations with mine. 21. When mortals die and are born in spirit, ye shall receive them and enter them in your records as Esyans, signifying new born in heaven. And for these Esyans ye shall provide temporary abodes, where they shall tarry, some for a few days, and some for the space of 1 year or more. Of their numbers and conditions ye shall inform me, through the messengers, and I will send ships to bring them to my kingdom. 22. Ye shall appoint Asaphs, whose office it shall be to receive Esyans from the Ashars. 23. Whilst a mortal is alive on the earth, the Ashars shall abide with him, guarding him in the name of the Lord, and in my name. But when he dieth the Ashar shall deliver the Esyen to the Asaph, saying, In Jehovah's name receive thou this new-born spirit. He was my protege, for the good or evil in him, charge thou to me. And the Ashar shall deliver up a record of the mortal life of the Esyen, and the record shall be kept within your own kingdoms. 24. And the Asaph shall take the Esyen, saying, In Jehovah's name, receive I this new-born spirit. He shall be my protege according to the commandments of the Lord my God. He shall then take the Esyen to the place to receive it, where it will have nurses and attendants according to its requirements. 25. When ships come to your kingdoms, the Asaph shall deliver all the Esyans they have received, and my officer shall receive them, and bring them to my place in heaven. 26. When God had ended the instructions to the lords answered, saying, We will be thy lords, O God, doing thy commandments, for the glory of Jehovah, our Father. 27. God said, To each of you have I given a great division of the earth, and each division shall be named after you, each in its place. 28. This, then, was the rank assigned, Waga, Pan, Jud, Asia, Thouri, America, Vohu, Africa, and Dis, Europe. And the lands were called after the names of the lords and so entered in the books of heaven in horde, by command of God in the name of Jehovah. 29. And the record of the great serpent showed the firmament of Temi in the third circuit of Sivarkam and Danha 24.4. 30. When all was finished the lords went and sat down at the foot of the throne, and the Esenors chanted a hymn of praise to Jehovah and the entire multitude jointed therein. 31. When the hymn was ended, God rose up, standing amidst a sea of light, and raising up both hands, said, O Jehovah, Almighty and everlasting, help thy servants in founding this thy kingdom for thy glory. Peace, wisdom and power. 32. Then making the sign of Jehovah's name with his right hand, he came down to the foot of the throne, and taking the hand of Waga, Lord of Waga, he said, Arise, my son, and go thy way, and Jehovah will bless thee. 33. Waga rose up and stood aside, and then in like manner God raised the other 4 lords and they stood aside also. 34. The marshals filed past the throne saluting, and after them the lords, saluting also. And after them came the Asaphs, and lastly the Ashars, and the procession was under way, passing off between the pillars of fire with which God's laborers had ornamented horde around about. 35. This was the beginning of the first kingdom in the lower heaven, and the first of the reign of the lords on earth. Chapter 3. 1. And God appointed in heaven angel surveyors, to survey the earth and atmospheria, and astronomers, to note the place of the stars. And enumerators, to number the inhabitants of the earth and atmospheria, to grade them and apportion their places, and nurses and physicians, to receive the Esyans and administer unto them, and builders of heavenly mansions. And weavers of fabrics for covering the newborn, the Esyans, and builders of heavenly ships for carrying the inhabitants from place to place. And God appointed unto all of these, officers and teachers, according to grade appointed he them. 2. And when God had completed his appointments, the people were apportioned in heaven every one to his place, to begin the work allotted to them. And God called the Asaphs, and he said unto them. 3. Go ye down to the earth, and bring to me the first fruit of the resurrection. 4. And the Asaphs said, Thy will is our will, but what meanest thou by the first fruit of the first resurrection? 5. God said, The spirits of the dead. The Asaphs said, The spirits of the dead. Who are they? 6. God said, When a corporean cometh forth out of his corporeal body, this shall be called death. 7. The Asaphs said, Who then are the spirits of death? And God answered them, saying, O ye that died in infancy, how can ye learn corporeal things? Go ye then to my Lord, Waga, and he will show you. 8. The Asaphs departed and went down to the earth, and the Lord, through the Ashars, delivered unto the Asaphs 500 Esyans, and they brought them to Hord, before the throne of God. And God said unto them, Who are these? 9. The Asaphs said, These are the first fruit of the first resurrection. Behold, we know now the beginning and the end of corporeality, the earth body of these Esyans was but a womb from which they are now delivered. 10. God said, Well done. Take ye these Esyans and feed and clothe them, for this is your labor. 11. The Asaphs answered, Alas, we have tried them with all manner of food on which we ourselves subsist, but they will not eat. 12. God said, Alas, O ye innocents! Ye feed on ethereal food, these Esyans must have atmospherian food, even as corporeans subsist on corporeal food. Go, then, fulfill this first resurrection, for as much as ye deliver them, so will ye be delivered in time to come. 13. The Asaphs then departed, taking the Esyans with them. But in course of time they returned again to God, saying. 14. Behold, O God, we have gathered of the atmosphere of trees of all kinds, and of seeds and plants that grow on the earth, all most beautiful to our senses, and savory to the smell, and we gave these to the Esyans, but lo, they will not eat. Being alarmed, we again hastened to thee for information. 15. God said, O ye of little wisdom, knowing so much of heaven and so little of earth. Go ye back to the place whence ye brought these Esyans, and learn what manner of food they subsisted on. 16. The Asaphs went back with all haste to learn in reference to the food. And in due time they came again before God, saluting, saying. 17. What shall we do, O God? Behold, these Esyans, whilst in the corporeal form feasted on fish and worms. How can we bring them the atmospherian part of these things? 18. God said, Even the last time ye were present ye said ye had gathered of the atmospherian part of trees, and seeds and plants growing out of the earth. Why, then, cannot ye gather of the atmospherian part of fish and worms? 19. The Asaphs said, Alas, this difference have we observed, the trees, and plants and fruits emit delightful atmospheres, most nutritious to the spirit, but that which is emitted from the living fish and living worm is foul-smelling. Being but the sweat and dead substance evaporating. What, then, shall we do? 20. God said, Go ye to the place where mortals kill fish and worms. And in the same time that mortals tear these things with their teeth, snatch from their hands and mouths the atmospherian parts of the food, and give it to these Esyans. Remember, also, that little by little ye shall teach them to live on other kinds of food. 21. And as ye do by these Esyans, do ye also in after time to others, remembering that what men subsist on in corporeal life, is entailed on them in spirit for a space of time after entering atmospheria. And of like substance shall they be fed spiritually. The Asaphs then departed. 22. On the third day thereafter, as above mentioned, the voice of Jehovih came to God, saying. 23. My son, behold what the Asaphs have done in thy name thoughtlessly. They came to the fishery and did as thou badest, gathering food for the Esyans, and at their side stood the Oahspe, saying, Why gather ye food for us? Behold, we are now strong in spirit, suffer us to gather for ourselves. And the Oahspe said, It seemeth well, do as ye desire. 24. Thereupon, the Oahspe went to the fishermen and fisherwomen, who were eating raw flesh, and the Oahspe laid hold of the atmospherian part, and ate thereof a sufficiency. And then the Oahspe said to them, Ye have feasted sufficiently, come ye away with us. 25. But lo, the Oahspe engrafted themselves on the fishermen and fisherwomen, and would not depart. The Oahspe, not knowing what to do, called on my name. Send thou, O God, quickly to them, those skilled in deliverance, that my Oahspe be preserved unto everlasting life. 26. And God summoned those skilled in deliverance of engraftment, and dispatched them hastily with messengers to the place of the fisheries. 27. Jehovih said, From the trees, the fruits, the flowers, the grains and seeds, and roots that grow in the ground, have I created a ceaseless harvest going upward into the atmosphere, which shall be the sustenance of the spirits of men newborn in heaven. But whosoever feasteth on flesh on earth, shall not find spiritual food in heaven, but he shall return to the butcheries and eating houses where flesh is eaten, and he shall feast on the atmospherian part thereof, before it is rotten. Be ye guarded of them, lest they engraft themselves on mortals, feasting on their feasts, and so go down to destruction. 28. After many days the Oahspe came before God, saying, The physicians severed such as were bound, and we brought them away. Shall this be our labor day and night, to lead these Oahspe about, finding them clothes and food? This have we observed, the more we do for them, the less they do for themselves. 29. Jehovih spake through God, saying, A nurse I provided for the newborn, but when he is grown I command him to provide for himself that he may be a glory in my kingdoms. By charity alone ye cannot raise man up. But be diligent to teach him to try continually to raise himself, for herein lieth the glory of manhood. 30. The Oahspe said, If we leave the Oahspe alone, they will return again to the fisheries and fasten themselves upon mortals, doing nothing but eating. 31. God said, Near the fisheries, but in atmospheria, go ye and fashion a colony, and it shall be your colony in heaven. Thither take these Oahspe, not showing them the way of the fisheries. In the colony put ye them to work, weaving and making clothes and otherwise producing, but go ye for the food at the fisheries, and bring sufficient every day, giving only to them who labor, or to invalids and helpless ones. By this ye shall inspire them to labor, which is the foundation of the growth of the Spirit, and in course of time they will not only care for themselves, but join ye in helping others, which is the beginning of the second resurrection. 32. Behold, this lesson have ye learned, that according to the diet and the habit of mortals on earth, so must ye provide their spirits when first entered in heaven. 33. Choose ye, therefore, of your own people a sufficient number to make all things required in a delightful colony, whether it be food and clothing, or nurseries, or hospitals, or place of worship, or place of dancing. And receive ye as many Oahspe as may be delivered from the earth, raising them up in industry, virtue, wisdom, mirth, love, benevolence and adoration, and this shall be a new heaven unto you all. 34. Ye are my chosen, and an example colony of all the kingdoms I shall build in my heaven. The time cometh when the whole atmosphere around about the earth shall be filled with countless millions of angels born out of the earth. 35. Be swift in your labor, the people spring up from the earth rapidly into heaven, and every colony ye now found shall, in time to come, be a great kingdom, requiring experienced workmen. Whosoever laboureth most efficiently for Jehovih, him will I promote to wider fields. 36. Ye are as one of the cornerstones of SETHANTES, and his house shall embrace atmospheria and the whole earth. Words are already taking root in the mouths of mortals, and for tens of thousands of years will war reign, might against might, darkness against darkness. Hundreds of millions will be slain in wars on the earth, and their souls be thrown into chaos. Even as ye beheld these spirits fastening on to mortals for food, so will spirits in chaos, millions of them, fasten themselves on the battlefields, still battling, or fasten themselves on mortals, obsessing them to madness and death. Chapter 4. 1. So God established colonies in heaven for the reception of the spirits of mortals. And the colonies embraced the arts of healing, education, industry, drapery, manufactories, the building of ships, and all things required for the spirit, even as corporeal things are required by mortals. 2. And great labor came upon the hosts of God who founded these things, toiling day and night, receiving the Oahspe and providing for them food and clothing. And many of the hosts of God lamented that they had come to the corporeal earth, and they framed songs and anthems of lamentation, and these they chanted even whilst at labor. 3. God was troubled that they should thus lament in the presence of the Oahspe, and he called together the proper officers that he might rebuke them, but lo and behold, the light of Jehovih spake from the throne saying, 4. Rebuke them not, O my son. Did I not command them, saying, Behold, I have created a new world, come ye and enjoy it, even the earth. And when they had come, said I not to them, Enjoy ye all the fruits of the earth, save the fruit of the tree of life, lest ye die. But Corpor spake to them and they believed in Corpor. Wherefore then shall they not lament? Do they not remember their former homes in Etheria, and thus aspire to regain them? 5. But seek thou, O my son, to make their lamentations a glory in the souls of the Oahspe, that they may also aspire to a higher heaven. 6. The voice departed, and God perceiving the wisdom of Jehovih, commanded certain officers to collect many of the anthems and deposit them in the library of Hord, in heaven, and it was so done. 7. This, then, is after the manner of their lamentations, to wit. 8. Where is my home, O Jehovih? When I was happy and my feet wandered. 9. I dwelt with thy hosts, afar. Afar. Thy glory shining. 10. O the songs in thy upraised kingdoms. When shall I rejoice in the music of my own house? 11. O those sparkling, running waters. O the pastimes and feasts of love. 12. Where is it, O Jehovih? It was my home in high heaven. 13. I fell in darkness. Wandering soul within me, that leddest me forth. 14. The gardens of Jehovih stood on every hand. O senseless feet to take me onward. 15. Into the darkness was I lured, sweet perfumes rose amidst the darkness. 16. Intricate in thy glory, O Jehovih. I lost the way. I was lost. 17. The music of thy spheres was shut out. I was environed in darkness. 18. Where is my home, O Jehovih? Why have I forsaken it? 19. Crystals, and high arches on every hand. Full, standing out, shining. 20. And the songs of my sweet loves. Such was my home and place of revelry. 21. I bartered them all away, wandering forth. Buried me in the opaque, in the dark. 22. O for my home in high heaven. Mirth, song, rest, and love, clear shining. 23. Thou, O Jehovih, hast given me sons and daughters. Out of this darkness my gems were born. 24. O I will polish them up. Kin of my kin, I will raise them up. 25. Thy goddesses in heaven above will come. In ships of fire descending. 26. My jewels shall enter and rise with me. We shall search for my home, the haven of rest. 27. I see thee, O Jehovih, afar off. Higher than the highest of heavens. 28. O hasten, my home, and my rest. O ripen these, my precious diadems. 29. O take us to ethereal worlds. 30. But no one could repeat their numerous lamentations, for there were hundreds of thousands of them. And as the Ethereans sang them, the Oahspe, the newborn, the Atmospherians, listened, longing listened, and looked upward. Chapter 5. 1. In the first year of Horde there were received into God's kingdom in heaven 1.5 million Esyans, men, women and children, born of the earth. And there were still left within the different divisions of the earth, with the lords, 3.25 millions of Esyans, being for the most part Faithists. 2. In the first 100 years there were born of the earth, 170 million Esyans. Such then was the number of 3 generations of Ions. Which is to say, that in those days the number of the inhabitants of the earth, not including the Ashuans, who were not created to everlasting life, was 54 millions. And already had each of the Lord's heavenly places become large kingdoms. 3. In those days the period of 5 years was allotted to the Esyans as their time of infancy in heaven, requiring nurses and helpers, but some of them required many years more. 4. After 5 years the Esyans were taken from the nurseries, and taught by symbols and objects, the rudiments of education, and drilled in processions, and music and dancing and gymnastics. But every day they were required for a brief period to labor, some at weaving, some spinning, and some in transportation. 5. 5. The voice of Jehovih directed God, saying, The structure of my kingdom in heaven requireth it of thee, that thou shalt make all labor an agreeable exercise for the growth of the spirits in my dominions. 6. And God commanded the officers of the realm of Horde to lengthen the hours of labor, according to the age and strength of the spirits received up from the earth, and it was so. 7. Jehovih again spake to God, saying, In all labor thou allottest to those who have sprung up from the earth, freely give to them to do whatever they desire. But thou shalt not suffer them to return to their earth kindred alone, unattended, lest because of their love they engraft themselves, becoming bound to mortals. But when they have lived 50 years in heaven, thou shalt not only permit them to return to mortals, but thou shalt direct them to do so, for in this period they shall have no further desire for engraftment. 8. Again Jehovih said, As fast as thou canst appropriate the labor of earth-born spirits to help in the resurrection of others, so shalt thou do in my name. 9. And even so did God and the lords under him. And in the time of 100 years, there were raised up to the second rate, 20 million souls, that had come forth out of the earth. And many of them comprehended the manufactories, the nurseries and schools and hospitals in heaven to the full, and they were in many things alike equal to the requirements of their teachers. 10. The voice of Jehovih came to God, saying, It is well, my son, to take a rest. Behold, thou hast toiled 100 years, day and night, without ceasing. Thou shalt, therefore, appoint other officers, and spread out the kingdom of Horde to cover all the land of Waga, the continent of Pan. And thou shalt appoint in my name thy most efficient officer to sit on the throne for a short space of time, for thou shalt travel and visit the 5 lords of the earth and their kingdoms. 11. And thou shalt take with thee 1,000 heralds, and 1,000 messengers, and 5,000 musicians. And thou shalt have a ship sufficient to carry thy host, and to be as thy house whithersoever thou goest. See to it, and set all things in order, and depart thou on a journey of 1 year. 12. And God called in the surveyors, who brought maps of earth and heaven showing the best places for extending the kingdom of Horde. 13. And God appointed 50 governors for the 50 places required, and he gave each of them 5,000 men and women to accompany them. And when they were chosen God addressed them from the throne, saying, 14. According to the commandment of the Father are ye chosen, and by his command will I come to your respective places ere long, and bestow ye with all that is required for building up colonies in Jehovah's name. As ye witnessed the founding of Horde by the archangel Edisai, so may ye understand that I will come to you all. Go ye forth, then, taking your hosts, and lay down the foundations for your cities. As ye have learned from me, go ye forth doing as I have done, and as ye do with a small colony, and a small city, so will I give into your keeping that which is greater when ye are prepared therefore. 15. When God ceased, the marshals led the way, and the hosts following their governors filed in front of the throne, saluting with the sign of Jehovah's name, which was answered by God's hands upraised. Meanwhile the Esyans sang in glory to Jehovih. Presently the hosts passed out and beyond the pillars of fire. 16. When all had quieted, God said, Let the builders of ships begin now and build a ship for me and my hosts, for the time draweth near. And let the graders choose from my laborers, who have toiled 100 years, day and night, without ceasing, such as shall be my companions and hosts on my journey, according to their grades shall they be chosen. 17. And even so were they chosen and notified. 18. And God said, Whilst I shall be absent there shall sit on my throne, being God in my place, he who standeth highest in the grades. According to the transcendency of him who hath done the most for the resurrection of the Esyans, so shall be your God and my God. 19. And God commanded the graders to present before the throne the records, that the council of Hord might determine the matter. And this was so done. 20. And Hajjah, an Etherian, was chosen. And God commanded them to send word unto Hajjah, with an escort to conduct him to the capital. 21. In due time the escort brought Hajjah into the palace of the kingdom of God, and God was sitting on the throne. With music they came in and filed in front of the throne, forming a crescent, with Hajjah betwixt the horns. 22. God said, By command of Jehovih have I summoned thee thither, O Hajjah. Long before I have known thee, even on other worlds. Of all virtues in man which stand highest, which is, never to mention oneself, thou excellest all men in my kingdom. Thy labors for the general upraising of Hord excellest all others. For this reason thou art preferred, and by Jehovih chosen to be my assistant whilst I am here, and in my absence to be my very God in the Father's name. 23. Hajjah said, This being the will of Jehovih, proceed thou. 24. God struck the gavel and the holy council rose to their feet. God said, In Jehovah's name I salute thee, Hajjah, as God of Tech, see Tablet Ahiadzon, at the end of the book of wars against Jehovih, to hold dominion in Hord. Come forth and receive thou my throne for the Father's sake. The marshals then conducted Hajjah to the foot of the throne, and God came down and took his hand and led him up. And as they were going forth a light, as of golden fire, came down from the firmament above, sent by the kingdoms high exalted, and God and Hajjah were covered around about and illuminated. 25. God said, By thy wisdom, love and power, O Jehovih, do I receive this thy Son on thy throne. Be thou with him in wisdom and strength for thy glory forever. Amen. 26. God raised up a rod, waving it, and rain came down from heaven. Hajjah said, In thy name, O Jehovih. Whereupon God stretched forth his hand unto Jehovih, saying, Give me a crown for thy Son, God of Tech, O Jehovih. 27. And there descended, as if a small star, far lengthened out, a light of gold and silver, and it settled on God's hand, and he fashioned it into a crown, and emblazoned it with the sign God of Tek, and placed it on Hajjah's head. Saying, In Jehovah's name, thee I crown, to sit on the throne in Hord during my absence. 28. Hajjah said, Thy Son, O Jehovih, shall fulfill thy commandments in wisdom and love. May the Father, Creator of worlds, give this thy Son rest and comfort for the glories he hath wrought in thy name. Amen. 29. The council said, Amen. The Esyans chanted an anthem of praise to Jehovih. And God led Hajjah forth and seated him on the throne, saying, Thou art God in my name and Jehovah is also. And since I now go down to the earth to sojourn for a season, thou shalt be known as God of both earth and heaven. 30. So God departed out of Hord and embarked on a ship, taking with him 7,000 men and women for his escort, beside 1,000 Esyans and a crew of 3,000 to work the ship. Chapter 6. 1. And God went to the provinces of the governors of heaven dwelling on earth, whom he had appointed and sent forth, and as he himself had been commissioned by Jehovih in Hord, so did he install the governors on their seats. 2. And the governors were situated within Waga, Pan, at remote distances, but God sent messengers to them, notifying them of the time he would appear. 3. And the Lord being apprised of God's journey, established a protectorate in the Lord's kingdom in the city of Oahspe, on earth, and went and joined the ship of God, and traveled with him throughout Oahspe, being present at the inauguration of the governors in these heavens. For, to each and all the governors, God said, Remember that which is given to my governors pertaineth to things in heaven, for the Lord's matters pertain to earthly things, and to angels that labor with the corporeans. But ye are to attend to the Oahspe, receiving them in heaven, providing them with places to sojourn, and in their helplessness supply them with food and clothes, and the rudiments of learning. 5. God said, Remember ye also, the time cometh when each of these governorships shall attain to an independent kingdom, and instead of being governors ye shall be raised as subgods. 6. After God established the governors, the Lord persuaded God to visit his place in Oahspe, and thence to go around about on earth and see the mortals with whom the Lord had to deal. And God consented, and the Lord sent messengers on before him, that the house of the Lord, which mortals had built, might be replenished and cleansed. 7. And the protectorate notified the Ashars, and the Ashars impressed mortals to go and cleanse and purify the house of the Lord. And so mortals fell to work and cleansed the place, and burned incense of sweet myrrh and heparin, not even knowing they were fulfilling the command of the Lord. 8. When the ship of the hosts of God came to the city of Oahspe, mortals saw it high up in the air, and they feared and ran hastily to consult the prophet of the Lord. And the prophet said, Behold, God appeareth in a sea of fire in the firmament of heaven. 9. And God caused the ship to be made unseen, that fear might subside on earth, and he descended with his hosts into the house of the Lord, and they went and touched the things mortals had builded that they might perceive corporeally. 10. And the Lord gave a banquet, and the angels of God tarried 4 days, exchanging fellowship with the Ashars, who ministered to mortals. And the Ashars took the angels of God around about amongst mortals, both whilst mortals were asleep and awake, showing them all things. 11. And because of the presence of the hosts of God, mortals were aroused with new vigor to worship the Lord, rising early and going to the house of worship and continuing all day, and not one of them knew the cause thereof. 12. On the evening of the 4th day God commanded his hosts to prepare to renew the journey, and the ship was again illumined and set for its course. 13. God said, O Jehovih, who createth all, look down and bless thy Lord. He hath from his high estate in Etheria, descended to these poor mortals to lift them up. Already hath he toiled with them 100 years. 3 generations have risen up out of the earth, and they begin to glorify thee in thy kingdoms above the earth. Who but thee, O Jehovih, can honor thy Lord or know his sore trials? Behold, man groweth up out of the earth, saying, There is no Lord and no God. But his feet and his hands are guided every hour of the day. Yea, when he entereth the unseen worlds, they become seen, but he is helpless in a strange place. And thy Lord provideth him and teacheth him thy kingdoms. Thy Lord goeth from place to place on the earth. He findeth a corner and saith, Here will I build a city. He sendeth his angels forth and they inspire man on the earth to come and build a city. Yet when the city is built, man saith, Behold, there is no God and no Lord. 14. The Lord bringeth the corporeans together and guardeth them day and night. But man turneth away in strife and destruction. Then thy Lord withdraweth his angels of the city because of its wickedness, and lo, the city falleth in ruins. But man knoweth not the cause. Yet thy Lord toileth on, day and night, watching, guarding and striving to lift man up out of darkness. O Jehovah, Father, bless thy Lord and his hosts. Haste the time when man shall comprehend the foundations of thy kingdoms. 15. The Lord said, O Jehovah, ever present. Hear the words of thy God. He who comprehendeth the whole earth and the heaven of the earth, knowing no day nor no night. He dealeth with millions, his judgment is sufficient for all. 16. Glorify him, thy Son, of heaven and earth. He fashioneth the homes of thy lords and thy little ones in great wisdom. His love is the glory of all men, his strength fashioned after thy foundations. Give swiftness and rest, and joy in thy quickening to him, thy God. 17. The mortals of the city of Oloo had gathered together to worship, and they were singing and dancing to the Lord, and the angels joined in the singing also. And God went and sat on the altar and illuminated it, so the mortals could see him. And the chief prophet came near the place of the Lord, and the Lord placed his hand on the forehead of the prophet, so he might speak in the name of God. 18. The prophet said, Behold me, I am the God of heaven and earth, and my words come out of the mouth of this my prophet. Keep holy the 4 days of the moon, for they are the Lord's days. See ceremonies of Sappha, and also Mas. Do no evil, but strive for wisdom and to do good. And when ye are dead, behold, ye shall live, for I have places prepared for ye in my heaven. Rejoice and be merry, for the Lord liveth and reigneth. 19. When the prophet ceased, God rose up from the altar, and his traveling host also, and saluting the Lord in the name of Jehovih, disappeared in heaven above. Chapter 7. 1. As mortals sail corporeal ships across the corporeal ocean, so sailed the ship of God in the atmospherian ocean. As a man having 5 sons sendeth 4 away to far-off countries and keepeth 1 at home, so did God with the 5 lords bequeathed him by great Jehovih. 2. And now had God departed from the foundation of Hord, in a ship, in heaven to visit his 4 far-off sons, the lords of the 4 great divisions of the earth, who had to do with both mortals and the spirits of the dead, for the glory of Jehovih. 3. First to Jud, lord of Jud, he headed his ship, running close to the earth, bounding forth, and sapping up fuel from the tall forests to feed the phosphorescent flame, running easy till the wild coast on the west of Wagga was reached. Here halted he his ship, first god of the first lords of earth, till his navigators told the distance of the wide sea before, then gathering fuel and substance from the rich growing lands, he stowed the ship to the full, he and his traveling host. 4. And God went in, commanding, Go forth, forth into the sea of heaven. And on plunged the ship of God in the blue winds of the firmament, high soaring, above the black clouds sprung from the corporeal ocean. And the music of his 1,000 Esenors leaped forth in time and tune to the waves, plenteous and most defiant. 5. Jehovih looked down from the highest of all the heavens, his everlasting throne of thrones, saying, Onward! Onward! Tame the elements, O God! O man! The earth is thine, the air above is thine. Stretch forth thine arm and tame the elements I have made. 6. Onward sped the ship of God, by the force of wills matured. And from its hallowed light displaying its purpose before other traveling gods and men, in other ships cruising, on adventurous paths in Jehovah's wide oceans of splendor. 7. Merrily sang the crew, and danced, and sighted the wide expanse, premising of the scattering ships coursing hither and yon, in strange colors and marvelous swiftness. 8. On one side the rising moon, the setting sun on the other. Beneath lay the black clouds and great corporeal ocean, and yet high above twinkled the stars and the planets of the great serpent on his long journey. 9. God came forth and surveyed the scene, and the power of Jehovih moved upon him. Then gathered around him his 7,000 loves and traveling companions. God said, 10. All thy places are new, great Jehovih. For thousands of years have I gazed on thy matchless splendors, seen and unseen. But thy glory groweth richer day by day. When thy voice came to me, more than 100 years ago, saying, Go, my son, I have a new garden planted, take some workmen and till the soil. I foresaw the long labor of the generations that would spring up out of the earth. I feared and trembled. I said, 11. How shall it be, O Jehovih? Shall the new earth be peopled over, and mortals run their course as on other worlds before? First, in wholesome love and worship and due reverence to the gods, and then for ages and ages bury themselves in bloody wars? O lead me forth, Father. Jehovih. I will take thy garden for a season, and fence it round with lords, and wise kingdoms. And with thy potent spirit hedge mortals on every side, that the earth shall bloom as a paradise for angels and men. 12. And thy sons and daughters came with me, and engrafted thy immortal kingdom. 13. How is it now? How compares my labor with that of other gods on other worlds? 14. O ye archangels, gods and goddesses! Look down on the great earth. Jehovah hath filled my arms with a great load. I tremble on the immortal scales. 15. And God, transfixed, looked up into the swift passing sky, for his voice reached to the thrones of Etherean worlds whereon the Osirian regents reigned in all power. And down from amidst the stars shot a single ray of light engrossed with the adorable words, Jehovah's Son. All hail! Hail, God of earth, Jehovah's Son! Glory! Glory to great Jehovah, for all that thou hast done. 16. Then upward furled the shining light till it faded midst the far-off stars. Anew the trumpeters and singers sent forth a strain of sweet music, spirited and sounding full of soul. And as the music glided forth across the waters, lo, other music, strange and welcome, came from the west lands to the borders of the ocean. 17. The ship was across the sea, and the hosts of the Lord had come to meet the God of earth and heaven. And now, saluting loud and long, the two ships drew to close anchorage. Presently the messengers interchanged, and in Jehovah's name greeted God and his hosts, who were old-time friends to the Lord and his. 18. God said, By thy will, O Jehovah, let us take course for the Lord's kingdom and place of labor. And presently the two ships sped forth, close to the earth, conjoined in the music of anthems of olden times. 19. Far up into the heart of the country, where fertile lands and mountains and waters were close companion to the Azuran race, the ships led on till one pillar of fire, standing on a mountainside, proclaimed the place of the Lord. And here they halted and made fast the vessels, unseen by mortals. Chapter 8. 1. These chieftains had been long friends on other worlds, and pledged to join in an adventure on some new corporeal world, to raise up to Jehovah, sons and daughters. Now was it being fulfilled in the Lord and God remotely situated, and the time of this visit much looked forward to. 2. And so God and the Lord came forth, saying, In Jehovah's name. Met at last. And they embraced and reassured each other that it was really true, which they had talked of 1,000 years before. 3. And then came forward all the hosts of God and the hosts of the Lord, knowing one another and saluting and embracing also. Thereupon they proceeded to the house of the Lord, which mortals had been inspired to build of wood and clay. And when they were within they joined in prayer and thanks to Jehovah, and they sang and danced, and rejoiced to their souls' content. 4. At sunrise the next morning the mortal priests and priestesses, led by a prophet, went into the house of the Lord, to pray and sing and dance as they had been taught by inspiration of the Lord, but many people lingered without, saying to one another. 5. I fear, Ta-hop. For last night I saw lights in the house of the Lord, and I heard like singing and dancing before the altar of God. 6. Nevertheless their companions persuaded them, and they went in and sang and danced also. 7. After a time of rejoicing and of quiet the Lord said, Behold, O God, the follies of judgment, and the vain calculations of even lords and gods. We look upon the mature man, saying, Alas, he is stubborn in his own way, we cannot convert him. Then we desire the immature, saying, Him will I raise up in mine own way, and he shall not depart from my judgment. But we tire of his immaturity and slow growth. 8. God said, Hereon hangeth the highest testimony of the person of great Jehovah. The nearest blank of all the living created he man, purposely unlike all the rest and devoid of sense. Whereas, according to the order of the other animal world, a newborn babe should already be wise. 9. Jehovah said, All the living have I provided with certain paths to travel in, but man alone I created new out of all things dead and dissolved, and he shall grow forever. To the beast I gave an already created sense, instinct. To man I allotted angels. And even these have I provided with others above them, and yet others above them, forever and ever. Hence the first of man, the newborn babe, I created a blank in sense and judgment, that he may be a witness that even he himself was fashioned and created anew by my hand. Neither created I him imperfectly that he should re-enter a womb and be born over again. That which I do is well done, saith Jehovah. 10. The Lord said, Thou art wise, O God. The opposites prove Jehovah. Water runneth down hill, but man walketh up the hillside, the tree groweth up out of the ground whilst it liveth, but after death it falleth. Man standeth on the earth, but the earth resteth on that which is lighter than the earth. Jehovah saith, The life of the tree is of me, the unseen that holdeth the corporeal earth in its place, is of me. 11. And yet, O God, who can attain to know Jehovah? The mortal saith, When I am dead and risen in heaven I shall see the Great Spirit. But he faileth, being still helpless, yea, as helpless in his place as he was helpless on the earth. Then he saith, When I am strong and wise, like lords and gods, and can traverse the wide firmament, then I will see Jehovah. But when he riseth and can shape his vessel through the whirlwinds of the vortices of heaven, and he is called Lord or God, lo, he findeth the arks and the Ethia standing before him still. More and more he is appalled at thought of the great I am who liveth still beyond. 12. He hurrieth down to the corporeal earth to teach mortals and spirits of Jehovah, and his endless worlds and exalted heavens. But lo, the darkness of men, they say, I see him not, I hear him not, I believe not in him. He is but as the wind, going without sense, as the water goeth down the hill, so is he is dead. He is nothing. 13. And the Lord inventeth ways and means, yea, he teacheth man to pray and sing to Jehovah, that the sounds may lead his soul upward. The Lord telleth him to wear clothes and hide his nakedness from the Lord. And the Lord sendeth angels to award him for his good deeds. And the angels of the Lord lay plots and stratagems in man's pathway to stir him up. Yea, Jehovah gave man sleep, so that his corporeal bound spirit might see and hear heavenly things. But man loadeth his stomach, and debaucheth on intoxicating smoke and drink till his soul is buried in darkness. 14. And the Lord crieth out in despair, How weak am I, O Jehovah, before thee! I took upon me to be Lord over men on the earth, to learn my lesson in the government of worlds. But O Jehovah, I know I fail in thy sight. What will thy God say when he beholdeth my little good? What pity have the archangels for thy struggling Lord of earth? 15. God perceived the sorrow of his friend, and he said, O Jehovah, who art almighty, how keener hast thou made our sense of our own weakness, than those who look upon us. Thy Lord is my God in the glories he hath wrought out of such crude substance, and I sing to his praises and love. Lo, I have looked upon the naked man and woman of this great land, crawling on hands and feet, with no thought but to eat, and I have seen them raised up by thy Lord in his ashars. To walk upright and use words of speech and to wear clothes and skins to hide their nakedness. Yea, O Father, I have cried out with great joy, and I called aloud unto thee, O Jehovah, saying, Who knoweth the labor of the Lord? Will man ever forget to sing praises to the Lord God? 16. But Jehovah said, I will keep some of the tribes of men in darkness, till the last days, for man in his conceit shall be confounded, for he shall perceive that the tribes of darkness cannot put away their own darkness. Yea, man shall bow down in reverence to my lords in the early days of the earth. 17. Thus conversed God and his Lord, as they went forth to find the mortals that had given up the places of Asu and come to live in villages and cities. Around about over the continent of Jud they travelled for many days and nights. And when God had seen all the work of the Lord, he said. 18. Behold, it is good. Thy toil and seclusion away from the lords of the upper heavens are severe, but thou art fashioning the love of millions, who shall bless thee. 19. Now whilst God sojourned hither, his hosts regaled themselves with the company of the Ashars and Asaphs in the kingdom of the Lord, and great was the love and rejoicing amongst them. Chapter 9. 1. When God's visit was ended, and the hosts notified, the Lord gave a banquet that lasted 2 days and nights, during which the angels sang and danced and trumpeted before God. After that God and his hosts embarked on the ship in readiness to proceed on the journey, and the Lord went up to the ship to take leave, and his host went with him. 2. God said, When Dan approacheth we shall meet again. May Jehovah prosper thy harvests till then. 3. The Lord said, That is another 100 years. O God, I almost live in a wilderness. I have not 10 millions of souls, mortals and spirits. 4. God said, Thy kingdom shall be mighty when I come again. May it glorify Jehovah. 5. They embraced and separated. Each gave the sign of Jehovah's name. Upward raised the ship of God, with banners outstretched, and new ornamented by the Lord's angels. And now, taking course still west, sped on above the mountain tops, like a meteor hurled from heaven. Meanwhile the trumpeters gave forth the gladly solemn sound of the march of God. 6. But ere the ship had made half its journey, an approaching light came forth from the far west, radiant and laden with hosts from the Lord of Dis, and the Lord of the earth also. 7. When the ships drew near and halted, God called with a loud voice, saying, In Jehovah's name, all hail. I know my Lord cometh. 8. And thereupon the Lord answered, Hail to thee, O God, Son of Jehovah. And they turned the Lord's ship and lashed the twain together even as they sped on. 9. Now after they had all exchanged welcome and good wishes, the Lord said, Ere we go to my central throne let us survey the continent over which thy servant is Lord of land and water. 10. And God answered, Thy will be done, O Lord. And so they journeyed for many days, oft descending to the earth in places where the Lord's angels had begun colonies with mortals, impressing man with words of speech, and to live in villages. 11. And God saw that all he saw was good and well done. So they came to the throne of the Lord and halted and sojourned for 60 days. 12. And God and his hosts and the Lord and his Ashars and Asaphs were together in general reunion, praying, singing and dancing and reasoning on the endless works of Jehovah. But one book could not contain all that was said and done, and of the excursions made, and the visits over the plains and mountains, wherein thousands of years hence man should live and build cities, and go to war and destroy them. 13. And the mathematicians foretold the great cities and nations that would rise up, how this one and that one would move to battle. How their great cities would fall in ruins and be covered up by falling nebulae, and by denuding mountains washing down upon them, so that even their remembrance should be lost. And yet, further on, the mathematicians foretold the coming of Cosmogony when the ruined cities would be discovered and their histories deciphered by the Suez of man in great Jehovah's hand. 14. And now when all these things were estimated, the prophets and mathematicians went before God according to the commandments of the Lord, and they spake before God, Son of Jehovah, telling all these wonders. 15. When they had finished, God said, What is our service on the earth, O Lord? A few centuries at most, and we will have risen up from the earth, taking our hosts with us to dwell in higher realms. But there shall be other gods and lords after us, to deal with mortals and spirits newly born. After a while there shall be great warriors and great cities and nations. And they shall have gods and lords of their times who will dwell many a weary year, century, in the darkness with man. After that again, even the gods and lords will be forgotten. And man will turn against great Jehovah, putting to death his adherents, preferring idols of stone and metal, and spirits born of woman. 16. The Lord said, And yet further on, a brighter light adorneth the way, great Jehovah's hand sendeth the travelling worlds into the light of Cosmogony, and new prophets arise gathering up the histories lost, and glorious plan of the Great Spirit over all. Yea, even thy labour and my ships will be seen by mortals of that day. 17. Thus they discoursed, reading the past and the future, and weighing the present. Whilst angels less informed, gathered around to learn how worlds are peopled, and nations and cities destroyed, the far off, and the near at hand, being as nothing in Jehovah's vast universe. 18. But the time came for God's departure, and he and his traveling host embarked, and the Lord and his angels drew around to receive God's prayer ere he left. And so after they had embraced and parted, God said, 19. Though I go away, my love abideth with you all. And now, O Jehovah, bless these my fellow laborers, and make them strong to endure their great trials. Thine is the power and glory, O Father. Amen. 20. The ship rose up and the trumpeters gave forth, Glory to thee, O Jehovah, forever and ever. Chapter 10. 1. Jehovah spake to God, saying, Steer thy ship to the south land, my son, and visit thy Lord, who is God of Oahspe. And God went as commanded, to the south, running close to the earth, over deserts and mountains. 2. But when they were a short way on the journey they were met by the Lord, who had been apprised of God's coming. And the ship of the Lord came also, and made fast to the vessel of God, and all the angels saluted and intermingled, having known one another hundreds of years, and some for more than 1,000 years. 3. The Lord said, On our journey let us run through the valleys and the banks of rivers, for it is here that both Asu and men dwell. And so they journeyed, surveying the earth as they sailed above. The country was mostly barren, not supporting man nor beast. 4. But by the river sides man dwelt, burrowing in the ground to avoid the heat by day and the cold by night. And they came to places where the angels of the Lord were dwelling with mortals, having inspired them to make villages and to hide their nakedness. 5. The Lord said, Behold, O God, only the unseen is potent over man. Could the beasts or the stones or the forest tell man to hide his nakedness, he would not, neither will he heed his brother's voice. Without experience man cannot be advised profitably to himself, for such hath Jehovah made him. Because man cannot discern angel presence, the angels alone can teach man and inspire him to new life. For they talk to him in his sleep, and show him what is for his own good. And when he waketh in the morning, he supposeth it was himself talking, and he is ambitious to obey himself. Patient and of long endurance are the angels of the Lord. 6. God said, Will man ever know he hath been raised up? Will he be believing? Or will he, too, need go to some new world and raise up the first fruits thereof and toil his hundreds of years with naked mortals? O Jehovah, how wisely hast thou shapen the labors of the believing and the unbelieving. 7. Lo, man cometh forth out of the earth, boasting of his unbelief, saying, Except I see with my own eyes, and feel with my own hands, I will not believe. But thou, O Jehovah, hast fitted a labor for his eyes, and for his hands, to his heart's content. 8. And yet another man cometh forth out of the earth, being believing, and quickly he mounteth to the thrones of thy exalted heavens. Great is the work of thy Lord, O Father. 9. The Lord said, Who knoweth thy wisdom, O Jehovah? Who cannot perceive thee in the foundations of thy everlasting worlds? Thou hast provided nurses for the new earth. And out of this, thy footstool, wilt thou bring forth many, who will, in the far future time, be laboring as thy Lord and his angels labor here. Of what expanse is thy wisdom, O Jehovah? 10. Thus they conversed and journeyed forth till they reached the throne and place of the Lord. And here they made fast their ships, and they descended down to the city of Oahspe, in upper middle of the continent of Oahspe. 6. 11. And the Lord now sent messengers to all the Ashars in his dominions, appointing 10 days of rest, and time for feasting and music, and dancing and worshipping Jehovah. 12. And so it came to pass that the angels of the Lord and of God held a reunion, being the first one for over 100 years. 13. And then God went around about over all the continent of Oahspe, inspecting the work the Lord had done, and he pronounced it good before Jehovah. 14. When God had rested the full time, he and his hosts entered the ship of God, and taking leave of the Lord and his hosts, departed on the journey, saluting the Lord with 1,000 trumpeters in the name of Jehovah. Chapter 11. 1. And now came the long journey across the ocean. God said, Great is thy wisdom, O Jehovah, in the division of waters. Thy barriers provide nations against nations. A refuge hast thou made beyond the waters, and the evil man cannot pursue. But greater still are thy spirit oceans, O Father. The spirits of darkness cannot cross over, and the spirits of newborn peoples are not contaminated. Thou far-seeing, thou bestower of thrift into the hands of thy gods and thy lords. 2. The master of the ship provided well for the journey, and presently the vessel of fire sped over the water, high above the clouds that cover the ocean. Onward to the west, bleak and desolate, through the spirit sea, unseen by mortals. On the far-off borders where the lands come to the water's edge, the lord of the land of the Uri 7 stood, stationed in a ship, to welcome God to the great west lands. 3. And this was the land called by the angels in aftertime North Gautama, signifying the meeting of nations and the dawn of Cosmogony. 4. God came down out of the ship and stood on the land, and a light of Etherean flame descended upon him, and Jehovah spoke out of the light, saying, Hear me, O my son. Hither have I brought thee. This land is the last of the circle, even as Waga is the first. Behold, when the earth is circumscribed around about with such as choose me, I will come hither with a great awakening light to the souls of men. 5. On this land will I finish the dominion of the gods and lords on earth, even as on Waga. Through thee and thy lords will I now lay the foundation for my kingdoms. On this land will I raise up a people who shall be the fulfilling of that which the Ions of Waga profess, for my chosen shall come out boldly against all dominion save mine, even Jehovah. Look over this land, my son, and provide unto the time of Cosmogony. 6. My prophets shall foretell thee what shall happen. Thou shalt look upon the mountains and strong standing rocks, and the thought of thy soul shall pierce them, and the impression thereof shall be as a written book before the races of men in that day. Neither shall they know the cause, but they shall come forth in tens of thousands, putting away all gods and lords and ancient tyranny, for my sake. Thy soul shall be my talisman, deep engraven in the land and water and mountains. 7. On this land alone shall not any lord or god be established by the sword, for it is my land, which I planned for the deliverance of the nations of the earth. 8. The hosts of both the ships came and joined in gleesome reunion after 100 years' absence, and it came to pass that God traveled over the land and waters of the great west continent. 9. And all the places that the Lord had searched out, to the east and west and north and south, even to the farthest boundary, were revealed and recorded in the books of heaven. 10. God said, And thou, my Lord, shalt mark out the place of the dominion of Jehovah in the founding of his kingdom on earth. And a record of thy labors shall descend through the lords and gods that come after thee, even down to the time of the coming light of Cosmogony. 11. And the people who shall dwell here till that day, shall never be worshippers of any lord or god, such as other people shall worship. 12. Let my seal be put upon this land, in the name of Jehovah, and to him I consecrate it forever. 13. So, after that time, God rested from his labors, and the Lord with him. And the Lord prepared a feast and reunion for all the angels in his dominions. 14. And they thus assembled and sang and prayed and danced, and conversed on things long past and things of the future, reassuring one another of their love and high esteem after the manner of mortals of this day. 15. When the banquet was ended, God and his traveling host, in due ceremony and order, took their leave. Thus God departed. And when the ship of God was raised up and under way, the voice of Jehovah came to God, saying, 16. Steer thy ship, my son, around about over all the other lands and islands and waters of the earth. Go low down to the earth that thy recording angels may witness the affairs of men and all the places I created on the earth, and the waters of the earth. 17. Thus God visited all places on land and water, even where man lived not, as well as where he lived, and the angels made a record thereof in the books of heaven. 18. And the time of the journey and the visits of God to the places of earth and her heavens was 1 year and 7 days, and his rest was completed. So he sent messengers to Hord, his heavenly kingdom, announcing the time of his coming. And he then set sail therefore. Chapter 12. 1. When it was known in Hord that God was about to return, Hajjah put all things in readiness for God's reception. 2. And there volunteered 10,000 musicians and 5,000 bearers of banners, 1,000 marshals and officers of the throne, and 100,000 receivers, to go part way and meet God and his companions. 3. And Hajjah granted their prayers and they started at once, being the most majestic host that had as yet gone forth in the lower heaven. 4. And when they were a little way off, behold, God and his ship of fire approached in heavenly splendor. And the marshals met him and laid hold of the haunfore of the ship, whereon all the hosts did in like manner, save the musicians who sang and played. 5. When they drew near and entered Hord, Hajjah broke down from his high estate, and left the throne, running to meet God as a child would run to its father. And when the multitude saw this, they also broke loose from decorous behavior and gave full vent to their outbursting love for God and his hosts. And all the people became as a tumult in rivalry of rejoicing. 6. In a little while God and Hajjah turned and walked to the throne, ascending thereon, and Hajjah took his place, and God sat on his right, and order reigned. 7. Hajjah said, In thy name, O Jehovih, I welcome back thy first son of earth to the kingdom thou hast bestowed upon him, and thy sons and daughters. As much as he hath glorified thee, by his labor and by his wisdom and love, so do we honor him in thy name and for thy glory. 8. God said, In thy name, O Jehovih, do I return to these, my loves. That I am returned I glorify thee, O my Father. That thou hast made them to rejoice, is the glory of my life. 9. And now a great light gathered up around the throne, so that many could not look thereon, and presently the power of Jehovih came upon Hajjah, and the voice of Jehovih spake through him, saying to God. 10. This is again thy throne, O my son. Thou shalt finish that which I have put upon thee. Thy people shall learn the manner of my kingdoms, and know that even as I make all, so do I rule over all. 11. Hang up thy traveling garb, my son. Dismiss thy traveling hosts and resume thy seat on the throne, for I gave it thee. The voice departed, Hajjah rose up and stood aside, and the light fell upon God, and he resumed the throne and was hailed by the multitude in Jehovah's name. 12. God said to Hajjah, Because thou hast prospered my kingdom during 1 whole year, thou shalt be my companion and assistant, with power and wisdom to superintend all matters not direct with my lords. 13. Behold, this day have I set apart as a new day in heaven and earth, because on this day the sun taketh its course from the north line, and from this time forth it shall be called the New Year's Day. So shall it be, from this time forth, the day of the relief watch in Hord. 14. Hear my voice, O Hajjah, and ye of the council of the throne of heaven. That which I commanded shall ye proclaim throughout heaven and earth to all who serve me. 15. Because of the increase of the kingdom of Hord I will have the place enlarged, and the council shall no longer be called a council, but Moab, for it shall be an assembly over all councils below it. 16. And Moab shall no longer deal with the affairs of individuals, even though they be lords, but she shall have dominion with the cities and kingdoms of heaven, and with judgments and decrees. 17. But in all matters of less degree, this, my son Hajjah, shall have dominion. And thou, O Hajjah, shall build thee a house in Hord, near this throne, and it shall be thy house and the place of thy business. Chapter 13. 1. So God enlarged the place of Hord, and built 1,000 more pillars of fire, enlarging the circle and otherwise making it a place of splendor. And God called together the recorders from the libraries of heaven, and caused them to select 100,000 new members for the house of Moab, parliament, choosing them from the highest on the lists. In this matter, God said. 2. Seek not the most learned, nor the most prayerful, for members, but choose ye such as rank highest in assimilating to Jehovah and to their fellows, for such are the first to become gods and goddesses. Jehovah saith, a strong man may do more good works than a weak one, and yet the latter may stand fairer in my sight. I open the way to the weak and the strong, to the learned and the unlearned. 3. God said, in all these matters, whatever man or woman hath put away self-desires for self's sake, serving the Father by laboring for others, is on the road to wisdom. And if the records show a sufficient time for growth in such man or woman, whereby these virtues become organic, then choose ye that person, for of such shall be Moab. 4. So the laborers gathered from the heavens around about, Agni, and built Moab within, suitable for the members to be seated according to their rank. And when it was finished, on that same day, the recorders brought the new members, and they went into the temple to their respective places. 5. And when seated, God spake from the throne, saying, To thee, O Jehovah, have I built the house of Moab in Hord, and by thy wisdom have I chosen the members thereof. To thee, O Father, I dedicate this house, and it shall be thy house. Give us of thy light, O Jehovah, that we may not err. 6. A light descended from the heavens above and fell upon the members of Moab, as a symbol of approval by the archangels. And presently the new members rose up, every one of their own accord, but the old members remained seated. 7. God said, Above your heads I make the sign of Jehovah's name, in a circle of fire, and the cross, and the leaf of life. For by it are ye sworn to the Father's labor. 8. Hear me, then, O my beloved, ye are henceforth denied individual ministration with individuals, but ye are now become a unit with many, and with these must your labor and your love and your wisdom be in concert of action. 9. Henceforth must ye no longer say, What can I do for this man, or this woman or that woman, or this child or that child? For this is individual labor, and on the earth such ministration belongeth to the Ashars. And in Atmospheria, such ministration belongeth to the Asaphs. But ye shall minister to organic communities who are composed of individuals. For there are communities for factories, and others for education, and others for treatment of the sick. And such communities exist both on earth and in heaven. 10. Ye shall divide yourselves into groups for this purpose, and every group shall have its special business in charge. And each group shall stand in Moab as one member of Jehovah's judgment seat. According to your talents shall ye divide, and group together, choosing such department wherein each one hath the greatest wisdom and strength. Withdraw, then, and thus complete your groups according to the rates my proper officers will assign, and then return again into Moab, and in Jehovah's name, take the seats allotted to you all. Chapter 14. 1. On the second day after the house of Moab was completed, and all the members were in their respective places, Jehovah spake through God, saying, 2. Now is the beginning of the second resurrection. Even as the corporean putteth off the corporeal body, and is born a spirit, becoming the first resurrection, so are ye, putting away individual self and becoming an organic community, the beginning of the second resurrection. 3. As they of the first are for individual self, so have I bound them close on the face of the earth, as they survived on the earth on corporeal food, so have I made them to survive in the lowest heaven on atmospherian food. As Moab hath risen above these conditions, so will I exalt the foundations of the house of Moab higher up from the earth than Hord, and Moab shall be the lower house of my kingdom. 4. The voice of Jehovah departed and God saluted Hajjah in the name of the Father. And a great light enveloped the house of Moab, and the Esenors chanted a hymn of praise. Thereafter God arose and stood in the throne of Jehovah, saying, 5. Hear ye, O all ye people of heaven above and heaven below, the house of Moab in the beginning of the second resurrection is founded in Jehovah's name. Proclaim ye the words that have gone out of my mouth, to the east and west and north and south, and to the swift messengers of the arcs of the firmament above. 6. Glory, glory be to Jehovah. Boundless and almighty Creator, present, and full of love, wisdom and power, glory to thee forever and ever, Amen. 7. The house of Moab chanted a proclamation. The swift messengers assumed their respective globes of light, and began to ascend in every direction, carrying the word to the exalted spheres. 8. And God crowned Jah as the sub-god of Hord, and he was proclaimed to all the quarters of heaven and earth. And the history of his name exists to this day as Jah, amongst mortals. Chapter 15. 1. Hajah said, with the exaltation of Moab, so shall my places be exalted before Jehovah. Let the enumerators of the communities of heaven send representatives before me. The communities of manufacturers who produce food and clothes for the Esyans, the communities for hospitals and nurseries, the communities for education, the communities for training messengers, and all other communities. 2. When the representatives came, according to the instructions of the marshals, and were before the throne, Jah said. 3. The toilers shall not be always toilers, the physicians not always runners after the sick. Whosoever is proficient will I exalt. He that can walk shall no longer crawl. 4. Many are wise and strong, and some have passed beyond the boundary of self-desires for self-sake. 5. A child may not have self-desires, but then it lacketh wisdom and strength. A full-grown man or woman may have wisdom and strength, but lack in the abnegation of self. 6. I will make every community a double from this time forth, and one shall be called Mega, and the other shall be called Minga. Mega shall be my promoted laborers, who are being prepared for the second resurrection. 7. And Mega's labor shall be in concert with Moab, the house of Jehovah. But Minga's labor shall be as heretofore, even with individual affairs and the organizing of new places for the delivered Esyans, who are the fruit of the lords and their kingdoms on the earth. 8. Let my marshals select judges to carry out these my decrees, in the name of Jehovah. Chapter 16. 1. From the founding of Hord until the installment of Jah, was 130 years, and at that time the lower kingdom of heaven was fully organized according to the decree of Jehovah. 2. And the kingdoms of the lords on earth were also fully established. And at that time the earth had passed into Hanshi, in the Etherean space, where dwell the Osirian Shravars, to whom the swift messengers from God had reported the condition of the earth's surface, with the tablets of grade and in grade of mortals. 3. The Shravars said, the earth hath not attained her fullness. The gases of her low regions must be purified to make more places for mortals. 4. So it came to pass there fell upon the earth, by command of the Shravars, by the will of Jehovah, fire and brimstone and iron and phosphorus, and the shower thereof reached into the 5 divisions of the earth. But ere the fall thereof, God was apprised and he apprised the lords, and they informed the Ashars, and they impressed such mortals as were in rapport with heavenly things, and the chosen marched away from the places of destruction. So that not one perished. 5. But many of the Asuans were consumed in the fire. 6. But God sent extra workmen, and surgeons and physicians, from heaven down, to such spirits as were falling into forgetfulness and dissolution, and commanded that they be engrafted on the surviving Asuans for pity's sake. And this was accomplished through the lords of the earth and their servants, the Ashars. 7. At the end of 200 years God enumerated the people in the lower heaven, and there were, besides the spirits of the Faithists, many of whom were doubtful as to everlasting life, 296 millions of souls. Of this number there had been raised up to the grade of brides and bridegrooms to Jehovah more than 30 millions, who were the first of the earth's production. 8. And now was the 6th generation of the seed of the fallen angels delivered, and this was the fullness of earth bondage for them. 9. God summoned the house of Moab for the revelations of Jehovah on the first day of the first year of Dan of Hanshi. And when they were thus assembled, and had chanted to Jehovah appropriate anthems for the times past, the all-light came upon God, and he said. 10. Behold, the time of Dan of Hanshi is at hand. Ere 3 days pass by, the hosts from the Etherean Heavens will descend to accomplish the resurrection of my hosts to the regions whence they came 200 years ago. 11. Summon my lords of the earth, and my people of heaven. Proclaim my words unto them. 12. Ye that peopled the earth with everlasting life, give ear, the harvest of the new year is ripened, it shall be gathered into the heavens above. Let my people rejoice, for the glory of deliverance is at hand. 13. There awaiteth, full of hope and love, in Oahspe fields, hosts of angels and archangels, to receive these, the first fruits of the new earth. 14. Clothe them in quietness with the rays of light. Make ready. For Etherean gods and goddesses are setting sail in the regions above to come and deliver us. 15. Proclaim my words in all places in the name of Jehovih. And add unto them, saying, and to as many as desire to ascend, come ye to Moab, in the name of the Son of Jehovih. 16. Messengers went forth, both in heaven and on the earth, and proclaimed as had been commanded. 17. And on the third day there assembled in Moab and Hord 90 million angels, to witness the descending and ascending of Jehovah's chosen. And the archangels of Hanshi sent 100,000 gods and goddesses to guard Moab and Hord around about, to dispel and keep away the clouds and sunshine, so as to add glory to the scene. Chapter 17. 1. The Luis came before God, and having organized themselves into one community, so as to make it lawful to speak in Moab, they appointed Oahspe to speak on behalf of the community. Oahspe said. 2. Hear me, O God, in the name of Jehovih. Thou hast ordained me according to the custom of heaven, to be a master of generations with mortals, and yet one generation is incomplete, wherefore I have come before thee. This day I have been summoned by Jehovih, through thy messengers, saying, to as many as desire to enter the next resurrection, come, for the time of harvest is at hand. Thus saith God, Son of Jehovih. Behold, now, another generation do I desire to dwell on earth. 3. God said, the places of heaven are open to all. If thou wouldst ascend now, do even so. If thou wilt tarry one generation, then thou shalt tarry 200 years, for of such period will be the next harvest. 4. Oahspe said, in Jehovah's name, let my brethren pass before thee in judgment. 5. God said, Jehovah's will be done. 6. Oahspe withdrew and went and told his brethren what was said, and presently they came in and passed in judgment before God. 7. God said, Thou hast said, let me pass in judgment before thee. Hear me, then, for this is my judgment, if thou ascend with thy work incomplete, thou wilt be the unhappiest of men. Remain, therefore, for a greater glory is within thy reach. 8. The Luis passed to the left, signifying their determination to tarry yet 200 years more with mortals. 9. After the Luis, came others desiring to be adjudged by God, and to all who had incomplete work, God said, Remain. And they remained. 10. Besides these were 70,000 Ethereans eligible to ascend, who volunteered to remain with mortals another 200 years. Amongst these were the 5 lords and Hajjah, and 400 messengers belonging to Hord, and 700 women in Fetal, in the western division of Hord under Waga. Chapter 18. 1. Jehovih spake in the ark of Oahspe, in the Orient field of Hanshi, in the Etherean heaven. Jehovih said, The time of the earth is at hand, the deliverance of her firstborn will fall at your doors. Come forth, O my sons and daughters, receive ye them from my hand. 2. Oahspe, high aspiring goddess of Hanshi, and the 1,000 counselors, gathered in a host of 5 millions of souls, emancipated, and to them the dignified Oahspe spake, saying. 3. Unlike all harvests heretofore delivered to us from other corporeal worlds, Jehovih sendeth us the firstborn of the earth. Let us rejoice and glorify him, O my beloved. Send forth to the boundaries of Hanshi and proclaim the hosts of earth upraised. Provide them with mansions and quarters, ye that remain at home. And ye that volunteer to go to the earth to receive them, come quickly. 4. Oahspe said, Swift messengers have just come to me from the ark of Wan, Oahspe will be there. She it was who bestowed Jehovah's crown on the first god of the corporeal earth. Her hosts, 1,000,000 strong, go by the way of Tibius, and pray we meet them in Oah. And thou, Wista, shall sit on my throne. I will to the earth, to receive the 30 million newborn, the glorious gift of Jehovih. 5. Once I said, the young virgin earth hath given birth. O the joy of the firstborn! I will take with me a host of singers, 1,000,000 strong. Their voices shall have power and sweetness to win the love and adoration of all the 30 millions. The glory of Jehovah's works shall shine so brilliantly upon them that all past trials shall be forgotten. Hasten, O ye gods and goddesses! Let down the curtains of fire. Here begins the play of Jehovih in the management of a new world. 6. Now gathered together men and women, long raised up in the emancipated heavens, whose wills were potent over ag and nebulae, and swift in appropriating what Jehovih had fashioned in the firmament. And they built a ship, the size of which was equal to the width of Hord, and filled it within with angels of the rank of gods and goddesses, many of whom had been brought forth into life before the earth was created, and whose native corporeal worlds had gone out of existence. And they let down curtains from the ship, and the curtains were like flames of fire, and they reached downward, equal to the breadth of the earth. 7. These gods and goddesses were as a unit in will, and potent and swift workmen, and the ship was laden, and on her course through the vault of heaven. Past the Aegean fields of Chewang she rode swiftly. Soon the hosts of the much-loved Edessei were seen in a smaller craft, highly polished and swift, making way for Oa. 8. Up goeth a shout of joy from millions of throats, then a song of delight, heaven is joyful in Jehovah's boundless dominions. And now the twain approach Oa, and they slacken speed and near each other, nearer and nearer, till the ships touch and are joined by skilled workmen. 9. Forth leap the two goddesses, Edessei and Onesiai, and in no stateliness or ceremony, but like children in whom love is transcendent, they fly to each other's arms, amidst the outburst of joy from the countless throng. Yet onward moves the Etherean ship, majestic and meteor-like, steadily taking course to the new earth. Chapter 19. 1. And now the evening of the third day had come, and God and his hosts in Moab were hastening all things, to be ready for the great light that was to descend from high heaven. 2. The 90 millions of angels looked upward, watching for the dawning of the light, waiting and watching. And many a one who remembered Edessei, of 200 years ago, wondered if she would return in glory, like when she came and crowned God by Jehovah's command. Some were robing themselves in white, and hastening nervously, like a bride about to wed, some were half inclined to sorrow for leaving he earth and lower heaven, where they had toiled so long. And some were stately and by their presence said, Thy will be done, O Jehovih. 3. God ascended the throne, and Ha-Jah came up and sat on his right hand. And the light of Jehovih shone upon them so that many newborn, especially of the Esyen spectators, could not look upon them. 4. God said, One Dan hath come and gone, this harvest is but 30 millions. 5. Ha-Jah said, Thy Son, O Jehovih, hath shaped the destiny of a world. Great is his glory. 6. A light of golden hue gathered above the throne, and took the form of a triangle. And there was a graven image at every corner, the which, when read, was Iod. And it was in the character of Waga, bestowed by the Lord on the altars in the house of worship on earth, and its value was 33 millions, which was the exact number prepared for the emancipated heaven in Etheria. And the 33 was the years of a generation of mortals. 7. God said, Jehovih is one, the living is one, inanimate corpor is one, and these three are the entirety. To teach mortals this, O Ha-Jah, is to give wisdom to the earth. Take thou this triangle, O thou, Son of the Most High. And as long as Cephas endureth on the earth shall it be the bequeathed heirloom of heaven, descending from God to God that occupieth the throne. 8. Thereupon God stretched forth his hands, and the triangle became fixed and solid, and God hung it on Ha-Jah's neck, adding, In the name of Jehovih, receive thou this jewel, as my parting testimonial. Remember that, when mortals are raised up to understand this symbol of 3 in 1, then will Cosmon begin to dawn on the earth. 9. Ha-Jah said, O God, thou symbol of the 3 attributes, love, wisdom and power. Thou didst leave thy stately home, where thou hadst gods and goddesses for companions, and come to the far-off earth, which was young and curtained round with poisonous gases. To guard the young and imperfect angels of other worlds in their wanderings forth, with thy wisdom, love and power concealed. Thou didst give them liberty and yet redeem them. Thou hast stretched forth thy hand over the earth and made it to yield souls to glorify the Creator. And yet in all the while thou hast never quoted thyself. Oh, that this could be taught to angels and men! Who is it that will not trip or mention himself, or make himself a manifested self? 10. This day I am to be crowned, to fill the place thou hast built up, but I falter and tremble like a child. Hajjah burst into tears, and after a while he added, O Jehovah, why hast thou laid Hajjah's tears so close? Thou hast created love in my soul, and it hath grown to be a mountain. God, thy Son, who hath been my tutor for 1,000 years, and on many worlds, Corpor and Es, is now thrusting thy glory upon me. 11. God said, Heed thou the earth and her heavens, for they are to be thine for one Dan. And remember also, that though I ascend with my hosts to Etheria, yet I have charge of this world until the completion of this cycle, 2,800 years, my archangels shall henceforth answer to thy prayers to Jehovah. 12. Suddenly a light came down from the firmament, like a new star, twinkling, with a halo extending wide on every side. All eyes were turned up, full of expectancy. Hushed and still, the 90 million stood. 13. Presently the star assumed a brighter phase and spread its halo outward, with horns descending, like a crescent, such as is formed in sacred worship when a god standeth in the midst. Larger and brighter the light grew, and tremulous and waving like sheets of fire. 14. Then shot down toward Horde and Moab 3 rays of light, piercing, and in advance of the central orb. And the 3 rays were red, blue, and yellow. But the crescent beyond was white, and it shone abroad over the heavens, so that the corporeal sun and stars in the firmament were invisible. 15. At beholding the majesty and grandeur of Jehovah's host of descending, millions of Esyans and clouded souls in the lower heaven, broke and fled, some ran and hid to avoid the threatening light. For such is the magnifying power of the Etherean flame, that all dark thoughts and hidden evil lurking in the soul are magnified, and made so plain that even the dumb can read them through. 16. Millions of the Ethereans on God's staff had seen such scenes before, and now stood in glee, firmly riveted by the joy within them. To them, 100 to 1, clung the newly raised from earth, who had never known any other heaven, save such as travelleth with the earth, around about the sun every year. From these there rose millions of whispers, saying, It is like a new death. Like a new birth. Behold, a man dieth on earth, and his spirit fleeth off to another world. And yet now again it fleeth off to still another world. 17. Quickly, now, came the 3 great rays, foremost projecting. And these were the orders of marshals from the Aegean fields of Oah and Hanshi. The red lights represented Aji, the blue lights represented Oah, and the yellow, Hanshi. And there were of marshals 1 million, and they cast the curtains round about to cover all of Horde, the great kingdom. 18. Chief of the marshals was Ajang, and next to him were 5 sub-chiefs. And next to them 1,000 tributary chiefs, who were masters of the ceremonies, and they came in the center of the descending 3 great rays of light, came swiftly and direct toward the throne of God. And the substance of the rays of light was like curtains of cloth, one end of which reached up to the now near approaching crescent sea of fire. 19. When the light was near touching on the pillars of fire surrounding Moab, it slackened a little, and then more and more slowly. The chieftains leaped from the Etherean flames and stood at the foot of God's throne, saluting in Jehovah's name. 20. God and Hajjah stood up and answered the sign, then descended and went to the left and right of Ajang, and they ascended, and Ajang sat upon the throne, and the voice of Jehovah spake through him, saying. 21. Hold up your heads and rejoice, O my sons and daughters. Behold, I come in a flame of fire. I am here, and there, and throughout the place of heaven, boundless. I gather together and I put asunder the loves of mortals and angels. For they shall go abroad in my firmament and behold my glorious works. 22. Down to the corporeal world I descend and carry hence the loved, for they are mine. I will make all people look up to my kingdoms. Down to the lower heaven I come in ships of light, curtained about with Etherean mantles, and gather in my harvest of new births to higher worlds, more radiant. My hosts below shall look up and glorify my everlasting splendors. 23. I give the tear of grief and sorrow and pity, but, in its flowing forth, I come with holier light and power to stir up the souls of my people. For they shall learn to speak to their Father, who heareth and giveth ear, and is full of love. 24. My joy is in the birth and growing up of souls, and in the joy of their joys, and in the proclaiming of their adoration for my boundless universe. 25. I call to them in darkness, and they come forth. But they halt in the darkness, and I call again, and I send my higher, upraised angels to them, and they call also. Yea, I fill the sky with the splendor of my worlds, es and corpor, that I may stir man up to rise and enjoy the things I have made. 26. The voice departed, and Ah Jeng said, Behold the glory of the heavens, O my beloved, and the reward of the diligent in heart. Jehovih liveth and reigneth, the highest and never to be reached, the forever beyond, and yet ever present. 27. O thou light of light and life of life, how wonderful is the substance of thy creation. Thou hast given me light to behold thy splendors, which are forever new. O Jehovih, thou past, present and future of one time, which is and was and ever shall be. Jehovih, thou, seen and unseen and potent, who hast from thy very self imparted a part to all the living. Who hast raised up these of horde. Glory be to thee forever and ever. 28. And now, by certain signs and signals, Ah Jeng directed the officers of his hosts to take possession of Moab and Horde. And the marshals extended out around the place, and by their presence added new light to the pillars of fire. 29. The marshals were decorated with colored raiment and signs and symbols, denoting the places whence they came, and their rank as gods, and the experience they had passed through. 30. When Ah Jeng ceased speaking, the music of the chosen band of descending angels broke upon the place, first, faintly and far off. The work of the marshals was in keeping with the time of the music. And as the music drew nearer and stronger, so also more and more of the number of marshals descended and filed off to their respective places. 31. Presently the advance of the horns of the crescent, and the cold wave of the falling sea of fire, swept over the lower heaven fearfully and of unquestionable power. By a signal from God, the brides and bridegrooms joined in the music of the archangels, and great was the glory thereof. 32. Betwixt the horns of the crescent was a star of wonderful beauty. And it came toward God's throne, reflecting countless rays of light, brilliantly and awe-inspiring. And as the star drew near, it opened on the advance side, as a shell is opened, and there, with arms entwined, sat Edisei and Onesei, goddesses. Chapter 20. 1. Ahjng stepped down and stood at the foot of the throne. Masters of the inner temple gathered about the star, and unrolled a carpet reaching across the threshold, and the two goddesses stepped forth from the crystalled cushion within the star, and glided, as if on a ray of light, up to the judgment seat of Jehovih. Meanwhile the musicians, a million of voices, chanted, Glory, glory to Jehovih, Creator of worlds. Whose place magnificence is, and counterpart to endless time. The All, whose great existence surpasseth the grandest thoughts of men and gods. Whose worlds in splendor, are the scrolls on which his hands write with the souls of mortals his almighty will, and boundless love. 2. And now did spread out, and round about the wheels of the great ship of fire. And all the millions of hosts, men and women, archangels and gods and goddesses, formed a mighty amphitheater, in which Moab, with his 33 million brides and bridegrooms of Jehovih, occupied the arena, themselves arrayed in white. But differently from the redeeming hosts from the Etherean worlds. 3. In time to the music, without a word of command, moved the hosts, as one person moveth, they in unison moved, and each as a shining crystal in the place allotted, and void in nothing. And all so perfect, as if Jehovah had made each a special work of wonder to inspire men with reverence for the talents he had created withal. 4. In the same time the hosts were forming in place, so was the time of the music, and when the music ceased all was still. The throne was in the east, facing the west. The hosts of Moab, who were the brides and bridegrooms of Jehovah, occupied the lower plain, and the Ethereans surrounded them on all sides, raising higher and higher in the distance. 5. God and Hajah met the goddesses at the foot of the throne. God knew Oahspe hundreds of years before in other worlds, and he remembered Oahspe, who had crowned him 200 years ago. So also did Hajah know Oahspe and Oahspe. When they met they all saluted by touching the right hands. And immediately the goddesses ascended to the center of the throne, and God went on the right and Hajah on the left. 6. Oahspe and Oahspe looked hopefully on the brides and bridegrooms, but were passive. Presently the voice of Jehovah spake out of the light of the throne, saying, 7. Soul of my soul, substance of my substance, created I man. Out of my corporeal self clothed I man. Out of my corporeal self clothed I him with flesh and blood and bones. Man's spirit I gave from out mine own spirit, ever present, and I quickened him to move on the face of the earth. 8. God and the brides and bridegrooms responded, being quickened by the all-light, out of corpor I came, quickened by Jehovah's ever-presence. By virtue of his wisdom, power and love came I into the world, to Jehovah all glory is due forever. 9. Again Jehovah spake, saying, A time I allotted to man to grow, to attain wisdom, power and love, a time to rejoice and a time of sorrow, a time to beget offspring in no a father's care and love. In likeness of me, to him gave I attributes of my attributes, that man might know me and my love. 10. Response, By the bondage of my love to my begotten, do I know my Father liveth and reigneth, and will watch over me forever. 11. Again the voice of Jehovah said, A time in the corporeal form I gave to man, that he might learn corporeal things, and to learn whence springeth the tree of life. From no self-existence of his own made I man, but from myself. And in the place I quickened him into life, I bound him for a season. But when man hath filled his corporeal life I provide death to deliver him into a new world. 12. Response, Beautiful is thy wisdom, O Jehovah, and far-reaching. I was bound in the flesh even as a beast, likened unto the attributes of a beast was my judgment, struggling for things of the corporeal world. With horror I looked upon death, as a sore calamity did I value thy cutting me off. But thou deliveredst me into another world, preserving my judgment whole, bringing me to the heavens of my forefathers. 13. Then Jehovah said, In no time brought I man, newborn into the world, without a mother and a nurse and rich nourishment to feed him withal. Yea, I gave him angels to inspire him and lift him up. And I provided a Lord of the earth to manage his kingdoms and nations, and a God in heaven with a throne and judgment seat. That man in the angel world should be provided and wisely instructed in soul to comprehend the glory and harmony of my worlds. 14. Response, Bountiful, O my Father above. From nothing that I knew of, thou broughtest me into conscious being, and in my helpless days fed me with rich nourishment. Thou gavest me rulers and examples of government on the earth to discipline my soul to the order of men. And when I was born in heaven, I found God on his throne in a well-ordered haven of rest, with willing angels to clothe me and feed me and teach me the ways of thy kingdoms in the firmament. 15. Again Jehovah said, When man hath fulfilled his time in the lower heaven, I prepare him by ample teachers for a higher resurrection. As brides and bridegrooms my hosts adorn them, and I come in a sea of fire. First was man wedded to the earth, by me solemnized, and without man's knowledge. Then to the lower heaven was he wed, laboring with spirits and mortals. 16. The voice departed, and now Oahspe spoke, saying, Behold the brides and bridegrooms of Jehovah. When they were young they were wed first to the earth and then to the lower heaven, without their wills. Now they stand before the throne of God. In thy name, O Jehovah, I command them to speak their wills. 17. Response: I put away myself for thee, O Jehovah. Make me one with thee. I put away the earth for thy kingdom's sake, O Jehovah. Make me one with thee. I put away thy Lord and thy God, O Jehovah, for sake of thee. Thy Lord and thy God raised me up and made me strong, but lo, the small spark of thyself within my soul hath grown to be a giant, bowing to none but thee, O Jehovah. O make me thy bride, bridegroom, O Jehovah. 18. Once I said, the lame and the weak shall have a crutch, but the glory of the Father is to see his brides and bridegrooms walk alone. Whoever to Jehovah is wed, shall never more to this man nor that man, nor woman, nor lord, nor God, nor to any person or thing, for self's sake, say, help. 19. Response: God and the Lord were my saviors. Without them I had never known of thy exalted heavens, O Jehovah. Thy spirit calleth me forever upward. Thy Lord and thy God taught me to look upward, yea, they prayed for me. Now am I strong before thee, O Jehovah. Henceforth will I pray to thee only, but never for mine own benefit, nor for glory, nor for ease, nor for rest, nor for exaltation, but that I may be quick and strong and wise to do thy will forever. 20. Once I said, brides and bridegrooms of Jehovah, all hail. All hail. 21. Response: voice of Jehovah, all hail. All hail. 22. Once I said, to Jehovah and his everlasting kingdoms are ye wed forever. 23. Response: to thee, O Jehovah, am I wed forever. 24. Once I said, to be one with him forever. 25. Response: to be one with Jehovah forever. 26. The voice of Jehovah said, they shall judge from my judgment seat, in them shall my wisdom shine. For they are mine forever. 27. Response: to consider thee first, in all things, O Jehovah, shall I henceforth forever. 28. The voice said, behold I have woven a crown for them, adorn them for my sake. 29. Response: I will have no crown, save that which is woven by thee, O Jehovah. For thy sake will I wear thy crown forever. 30. The voice said, behold, they that were my sons and daughters have become my brides and bridegrooms, they are mine forever. 31. Response: I am Jehovah's forever. 32. Once I said, pass before the throne, O my beloved. The testimony of Jehovah awaiteth his redeemed. Ye shall dwell in the emancipated kingdoms forever. 33. And now the hosts of brides and bridegrooms passed singly before the throne of God, the whole 33 millions passed. And the Embassadors chanted a hymn of glory, and there came down from the firmament above mists of yellow, blue and red. And the mists fell into the archangels' hands who stood about the throne, and by them was converted into crowns, the which were placed on the heads of the brides and bridegrooms. And on the crowns were the words, in one brought forth. Delivered in Oahspe. 34. As the hosts passed in front of the throne, once I said, by that which springeth out of the earth is the atmospherean fed and clothed, but the Etherean draweth from the Etherean worlds. Behold, the crowns of the earth and of the lower heaven are but symbols of power, wisdom and love, but that which I bring from Jehovah's kingdom containeth real virtue. 35. And lo and behold, the brides and bridegrooms became as archangels by virtue of the crowns from Jehovah's hand. Chapter 21. 1. When the ceremonies were ended, once I said, soon, now, in the name of the Father will we rise and go a long journey, and that ye may be apprised and consorted in love, I proclaim the freedom of the hour in Jehovah's name. 2. And the people went and mingled with each other, rejoicing and saluting. And Hajjah and God and Edisai greeted one another, and the lords came forward, and were also greeted, and then the marshals and the Embassadors and all long-serving laborers. And lastly, all that had redeemed any man or woman from darkness to light, came also, and were saluted and duly honored. 3. And for the space of 1 hour all the angels indulged in revelry, reunion and fullness of heart. But no book could relate the 1,000th part of the questions asked and love assurances expressed. 4. When the hour was ended, Oahspe signaled the proper officer, and he sounded the gavel thrice, whereupon all was hushed and still. Oahspe said, 5. As Jehovih bestoweth a newborn child, so also doth he take the father and the mother away to the world. As Jehovih sent Oahspe, my sister, to establish the lower heaven, so have I come by his command to bear hence this harvest to his everlasting kingdom. As a child bewaileth the loss of its father and mother, so will ye that remain bewail the loss of this rich harvest of archangels. 6. It is Jehovah's will that ye drink deep of the sorrow of parting, for by this bondage will ye be again reunited in the heavens still above. The progress of the soul of man is forever onward, and in steps and plateaus. And the glory of the resurrection of him that goeth before is equally great as is the sorrow of him that remaineth behind. But the love that bindeth together is as a chain outstretched across the universe. Nor time nor distance shall prevail against the inventions thereof. 7. Swift messengers, well trained to course the vault of heaven, will pass between you, carrying the tidings of your soul's delight. And as Jehovih giveth summer to follow winter, and the winter the summer, so also shall the time again and again, forever, in which ye shall mingle and part, again labor together, but in broader fields, and again part for a season. 8. Behold the wisdom of Jehovih in placing far apart the places of the souls of men, for all things abiding near together equalize themselves. Even as there is glory in a new birth, so is there glory in death. As there is sorrow in death, so is there joy in resurrection. The time is now come when these that ye see, ye shall not see for a long season, but ye shall rejoice in this hour of parting, for they rise as brides and bridegrooms to Jehovih. 9. The Embassadors sang an anthem of praise in which all the hosts united, and great was the glory thereof. And now Oahspe arose, saying, 10. Jehovih, Almighty and everlasting. Holy, holy Creator, Ruler and Giver forth. Look upon this thy Son, Hajah. O Father, in thy name and by virtue of thy power in me vested, do I perpetuate and crown him God of heaven and earth. 11. Hajah, now God, said, Thy will be done, O Jehovih. Then Oahspe turned to the 5 chief lords of the 5 divisions of the earth, and bestowed them in like manner. 12. And Oahspe stretched forth her hand, saying, Give me a crown, O Jehovih, for thy Son, God of heaven and earth. And there descended Etherean substance into her hand, and she raised it up, and lo, it became a crown of great beauty, and she put it on God's, Hajah's, head. Then in like manner did she crown the lords of the earth. 13. And Oahspe and Oahspe came down and sat at the foot of the throne. 14. God, that had been Hajah, came down and Wagah and Jud with him, and stretching forth their hands, they said to Oahspe, Oahspe and SETHANTES, the retiring God. Arise, O Goddess! Arise, O Goddess! And go thy way. Arise, O God! 15. And they rose up and marched forth. The proper officers had already prepared the ship for its Etherean journey. And soon as Oahspe and Oahspe had entered the central star, all the people that were to ascend went into the places assigned to them. 16. God, that had been Hajah, and the lords returned, in tears, to the throne, and now the plateau of everlasting light began to ascend. Music sprang from every side, glorifying Jehovih and the magnificence of his bountiful worlds. 17. And those of the lower heaven were as the echo of the music above, and the light of the ascending ship of fire made all else as a shadow. But higher and higher it arose, in the form of a crescent, slowly turning on its upright axis, turning and rising, higher and higher, and the music faded away in the distance. 18. In a little while the meteor-like ascending ship of heaven looked like a star, till farther and farther off it disappeared in the distance. 19. Thus ascended to the emancipated heavens in Etheria the first harvest of angels born of the earth. Chapter 22. 1. God said, Arise, O lords of my realm, and go to the kingdoms of earth, which ye received from Jehovah's hand, and may his wisdom, love and power be with you all. 2. And the lords departed, they and their attendants, and went to their kingdoms over mortals. 3. And this was the beginning of the second dispensation of the first cycle of the Yoptian age of the earth. And the lower heaven was well established in habitations, angels and officers, and in all the requisites for the upraised souls of mortals. 4. And God dispensed laws and government after the manner of his predecessor, enlarging all the places according to the increase in the number of spirits rising up from the earth. 5. And the voice of Jehovah was with God. And as the first kingdom had been called Horde, so was the second called Horde, signifying the place of God. 6. And as it had been with the lords of the earth in their places, so continued it with the new lords, and they enlarged their places also, even according to the increase in the number of inhabitants of the earth. 7. And as it had been of old, that messengers went constantly from Horde to the lords' places, so did they also continue to do, and by this means all the affairs of the lower heaven were kept in harmony, lords and God. 8. And God ruled in Horde 400 years, and Horde spread over all the lands of the earth. Chapter 23. 1. When the time of God and his hosts was fulfilled, Jehovah brought the earth into Dan of Ion, in the ark Lays, whose angels descended in a ship of fire, and delivered God, his lords and all the hosts under them who were prepared for the Etherean resurrection. At this time there were in Atmospheria 625 million inhabitants. And the number of the second harvest was 280 millions. 2. After the manner of the ascent of the first harvest, so was the ascent of the second harvest. And the place of the landing of the second harvest in the firmament of heaven was in Lays, and Bin, and the grade of the harvest was 78, being 2 less than the grade of the first harvest. 3. So the heavens of the earth passed into the care of succeeding God and lords, who had been raised up and prepared therefor. And for the present there were no more Ethereans dwelling in these regions. 4. Jehovah had said, They that come out of the earth shall be sufficient unto themselves. As a mother provideth for her child, so do I provide for the spirit generations of a corporeal world. But when they are mature in wisdom, strength and love, I command them to take the places of lords and God in the management of my kingdoms. 5. So it came to pass after the ascent of the Ethereans, the whole earth and its lower heavens were under the dominion of such as had sprung up out of the earth. Hence it became a saying, the first was Etherean rule, the second was Atmospherian rule. For the earth had lords who had been on no other world, and a God who had never been on other worlds. 6. And it likewise came to pass that the Atmospherian rulers were more lenient and less tyrannical in their government than had been the Ethereans. For as the Ethereans had forbidden the Esyans, the newly dead, to return to their mortal kindred, even to the 50th year in spirit life, so, not so with the present lords and God. For they indulged hundreds of thousands of Esyans for sympathy's sake to return to their mortal kindred. And these Esyans became not workers in heaven, either for others or for their own resurrection to higher regions. But they became idlers and vagabonds in the lower heaven, oft living with their mortal kindred till their mortal kindred died, and then in turn persuading such Esyans to do even as they did. 7. And God perceived, when it was too late, that his leniency had laid the foundation for disorganizing the kingdom of heaven. For the strolling idlers, knowing no other heaven, sowed the spirit of disbelief in the places of learning and industry in the lower heaven, persuading others that they were toiling to no good purpose. 8. They said, Behold, it was told us on earth there was a Jehovah. But we are in heaven, and yet we find him not. Now do we know of a truth there is no all person. Come, then, let us seek ease and the rich viands that rise up out of the earth. A man liveth on the earth and dieth, and his spirit floateth around about, and there is no more of him. Why will ye serve the Lord? Why will ye serve God? Be ye free and live for yourselves instead of others. 9. Thus it came to pass that little by little the lower heaven began to fall from its high estate. 10. The third Dan was 600 years, and God and his lords, having provided successors, ascended with their harvest to Etheria. And the number thereof was 408,000,000 brides and bridegrooms, and their grade was 66. 11. The fourth Dan was 500 years, and the harvest was 600,000,000 brides and bridegrooms. And their grade was 58. 12. The fifth Dan was 300 years, and the harvest was 200 millions, and their grade was 50, which was the lowest grade capable of emancipation, or capable of surviving in Etheria. 13. And now darkness set in and covered all the earth around. And from this time until the end of the cycle, which was 3,000 years from the birth of man on earth, there were no more resurrections to the emancipated heavens. 14. The kingdom of Horde was broken up and dissolved. The spirits loved not to labor and to learn according to Jehovah's plan, but returned to the earth ornaments, and they were called drudges 8, because they desired not resurrection. 15. And God and the lords, and their officers and teachers, were without subjects and pupils. And mortals were beset by thousands and millions of drudges, so that the Ashars were powerless to accomplish good inspiration. 16. At this time there were more than 3,000 million angels in Atmospheria, and for the most part, they dwelt on earth. 17. Thus ended the first cycle of the first heaven of the earth. End of Book of SETHANTES, son of Jehovih. First Book of the First Lords. Being cotemporary with the Book of SETHANTES, son of Jehovih. That is to say, as SETHANTES was God of heaven, so in the same period of time his lords had dominion on the earth, and this is their book, even as the preceding one was God's book. Chapter 1. 1. In the beginning God created the heavens of the earth, and the Lord made man upright. And man was naked and not ashamed, neither knew man the sin of incest, but he dwelt as the beasts of the field. 2. And the Lord brought the angels of heaven to man, by his side took they on forms like unto man, having all the organs and attributes of mortals, for it was the time of the earth for such things to be. 3. And it came to pass that a new race was born on the earth, and these were called Ions, because they were begotten of both heaven and earth. Hence it became a saying, the earth conceived of the Lord. 4. And the name of the first race was Adam, because they were of the earth only, and the name of the second race was Abel, because they were capable of being taught spiritual things. 5. And the Lord said, of all that live on the face of the earth, or in the waters thereof, or in the air above, that breathes the breath of life, man only have I delivered unto knowledge of his Creator. 6. And the Lord spake unto the Ion, through his angels spake he to them, saying, Go hide thy nakedness, for it is the commandment of God. 7. And the Ions were afraid, and they clothed themselves, and were no longer naked before the Lord. 8. And the Lord commanded the angels to give up their forms, and to be no more seen as mortals. And it was done. And the Lord said unto them, Because ye brought forth life, which is in flesh and blood, ye shall minister unto man for 6 generations on the face of the earth. And it was so. 9. And that man may continue to walk upright, ye shall teach him the law of incest, for man of himself cannot attain to know this. 10. Neither shall ye permit the Ions to dwell with Adam, lest his seed go down in darkness. 11. And man was thus inspired of the Lord, and he walked upright, and prospered on the earth. 12. But after a season man became conceited in his own judgment, and he disobeyed the commandments of God. 13. And he strayed out of the garden of paradise and began to dwell with the Adams, and there was born into the world a new race called Druk, Cain, and they had not the light of the Father in them, neither could they be inspired with shame, nor of heavenly things. 14. And the Ions were grateful to the Lord, and they gave sacrifice in burnt offerings. And they said unto the Druks, Go ye and sacrifice unto the Lord, and he will prosper you. But the Druks understood not. And they fell upon the Lord's chosen, and slew them, right and left, taking their possessions. 15. And the Lord said unto the Druks, Because ye have slain your brethren ye shall depart out of the place of God. And that ye may be known to the ends of the earth I put my mark upon you. 16. And the mark of the Lord put upon the Druks was the shadow of blood, which, being interpreted, is war. 17. And the Lord God said, By this sign shall the tribes of Druk and their descendants be known unto the end of the world. 18. And woman, being more helpless than man, cried out with fear, saying, O Lord, how shall I bring forth unto thee, and not unto the sons of death? 19. And the Lord said, Because thou hast brought forth in pain, and yet called on my name, behold I will be unto thee as a shield and protector. For I will also put a mark upon the Ions, my chosen, so thou shalt know them when they come unto thee. 20. And the Lord commanded the male Ions, old and young, to be circumcised, that woman might not be deceived by the Druks. And the Ions circumcised one another, old and young. For it was the testimony of the Lord unto woman that seed of their seed was born to everlasting life. 21. And the Druks, Cain, went away into the wilderness, and dwelt with the Asuans and with one another. 22. God said, A boundary line will I make betwixt the tribes of Druks and the Ions, and this is the line that I the Lord God make betwixt them. 23. The Ions shall labor and clothe themselves, and I will abide with them. But the Druks shall wander in the wilderness, neither laboring nor clothing themselves. 24. And it was so. Chapter 2. 1. The time of the habitation of Asu was 8,000 years. And they survived 2,000 years after the time of the birth of the Ions, which is to say, Asu dwelt on the earth 6,000 years, and then conceived of the chosen of God, and after that survived yet 2,000 years. 2. And Asu, Adam, disappeared off the face of the earth. 3. And there remained on the earth the sacred people, the Ions, and the carnivorous people, the Druks. 4. The Ions were white and yellow, but the Druks were brown and black. The Ions were small and slender, but the Druks were tall and stout. 5. Now, because the Druks had not previously obeyed the Lord, but went and dwelt with the Asuans, there was a half-breed race born on the earth, called Yak, signifying ground people, and they burrowed in the ground like beasts of the forest. And the Yaks did not walk wholly upright, but also went on all fours. 6. God said, Because the Yaks cannot be taught the crime of incest, behold they shall not dwell forever on the earth. So also shall it be with the Druks, save wherein they cohabit with the Ions, whose seed is born unto everlasting life. But with the Druks, and their heirs that spring from the Yaks, there shall be an end, both in this world and the next. 7. And the arms of the Yaks were long, and their backs were stooped and curved. And the Lord said, Because they are the fruit of incest, and not capable of speech, nor of eternal life in heaven, the Ions shall make servants of them. 8. And that they may not tempt my chosen to bring forth fruit unto destruction, they shall be neutralized in my sight. And the angels of God taught the Ions to make eunuchs of the Yaks. Of the males and females made the Ions eunuchs of the Yaks, and took them for servants. 9. And the Lord said, The Yaks shall serve the Ions, and build and sow and reap for them. And it was so. 10. The Ions were disposed to live alone, but the Lord called them together, saying, Come and dwell together in cities. For it is meet that ye live after the manner of my kingdoms in heaven. 11. Build ye therefore unto the Lord your God. And my angels shall dwell with you, teaching you to sing and dance for the glory of your Creator. 12. And man built unto the Lord, and established worship on earth after the manner of heaven. 13. Now it came to pass that the Druks came to witness the rites and ceremonies of the chosen, but they took no part therein, neither comprehended they the meaning thereof. 14. And God said unto the Ions, That ye may teach some of them of the Lord your God, build ye within the house of worship an image of me, in likeness of man build ye it. And I will manifest unto as many as are capable of everlasting life. 15. And the Ions, men and women, with their servants, built images of stone and clay and wood unto the Lord, and stood them by the altars of sacrifice. 16. And in the time of worship, the angels of the Lord came and possessed the idols and spake therefrom, with audible voices spake before mortals. 17. And the Druks inquired of the Ions as to the cause thereof. And the Ions said, Behold, there is a God in heaven, more subtle than the air of heaven. He it was that brought us forth out of darkness. He speaketh in idle that ye may know he abideth with his people. 18. The Druk said, What saith he? The Ions answered, saying, That whosoever hath attained to remember God is in the way of everlasting life. 19. The Druks inquired, saying, How shall a man live forever? Behold, ye that believe also die. 20. The Ions answered, saying, As the voice of the Lord is unseen but potent, so is there a spirit in man unseen and potent, which shall never die, but ascend to heaven to habitations prepared by the Lord. 21. And many of the Druks pondered on these things, and their thoughts quickened their souls within them, so that they brought forth heirs unto eternal salvation. 22. And the Lord said unto the Ions, Because ye have done a good thing, go ye abroad, by the roadsides and in other places, and build images unto me and mine, and my angels shall bestow gifts and signs and miracles. 23. And the Ions covered the roadways of the earth over with idols of stone and wood and clay, and the angels of heaven descended to the idols and established thereabout heavenly kingdoms. 24. And when man came hither, and called on the name of the Lord, it was as a password for the angels, and they wrought miracles, and otherwise gave evidence unto man of the unseen. Chapter 3. 1. And God gave commandments unto man, that the earth might be a place of rejoicing forever. And these are the commandments of the Lord God as given in that day. 2. Thou shalt strive to remember the Lord thy God with all thy heart and with all thy soul. 3. Thou shalt not kill man, nor beast, nor bird, nor creeping thing, for they are the Lord's. 4. Thou shalt build walls round about thy cities, that beasts and serpents may not enter and do thee harm. And if thy habitation be in the wilderness, thou shalt build mounds of wood and earth to sleep on at night, that serpents and beasts may not molest thee. 5. The Ions inquired of the Lord, saying, If we build walls around about our cities, how shall we get in and out? How shall we gather our harvests of fruit and nuts and seeds of the field? How shall we ascend on the mounds which we build in the wilderness? 6. The Lord said, Behold, my angels shall teach you to build ladders and how to use them. And when ye go into the city at night ye shall take the ladders in after you. And when ye come out in the morning ye shall let the ladders down again. 7. And God's angels taught the chosen these things, and man provided the cities with ladders, and he provided the mounds with ladders also. According to the commandment of God were these things done. 8. And the Ions prospered and spread abroad over the face of the earth, hundreds of thousands of cities and mounds built they, and they rejoiced in the glory of all created things. Neither killed they man, nor beast, nor fish, nor bird, nor creeping thing that breathed the breath of life. 9. And God saw that man was good and grateful in all things, and God called unto the angels of heaven, saying, Why are the Ions good? For, as yet, they are ignorant. 10. And the angels answered, saying, Because thou saidst unto us, Go ye, as guardian angels, and inspire man to live without evil, even so have we administered unto the Ions, guarding and inspiring them night and day. 11. God said, Why then, the Ions have no honor? Except they learn of themselves to be good, they will be void of wisdom in heaven. For this reason ye shall withdraw a little, that man be tried as to his self-commandment. 12. And the angels withdrew a while from the Ions. And now it came to pass, that they had stored in their cities and on their mounds ample provision of food and raiment for the winter. But the Druks followed not the example of the Ions, for the Druks stored up nothing. 13. And when the angels departed a little way, evil spirits came to the Druks, and said unto them, Behold, it is winter, and ye are hungry. Go ye over the ladders and possess the stores of the Ions. 14. And the Druks plundered the Ions, and evil spirits sat upon the Ions also, and many of them were inspired to defend their stores. And war ensued. And it spread around about the whole earth. 15. And the Ions besought the Lord as to why God suffered evil to come upon his chosen. 16. And the Lord said, Because ye depended upon me for all things, ye developed not yourselves. Henceforth shall man learn to face evil on his own account, otherwise he could not attain to the Godhead in heaven. 17. Two entities hast thy Creator given thee, that which is flesh, and that which is spirit. And the flesh shall desire earthly things, but the spirit shall desire heavenly things. 18. Behold, when the Druks came upon thee for thy stores, thy flesh cried out war, and thy people fell. 19. Again have I come to thee to raise thee up. To make thee understand the spirit within. It is that, and not the flesh, which shall learn to triumph. 20. The Ions said, Our people are scattered and gone, will they not mingle with the Druks, and thus go out in darkness? 21. The Lord said, Behold, there were Druks who had learned a little from the images. Now because thy people are scattered and gone, they shall go amongst the Druks and teach the law of incest and the name of God, and they shall also begin to hide their nakedness. 22. So the Lord inspired other people besides the Ions, to make and wear clothes, and they thus wore them. 23. And again the Lord brought the Ions together in lodges and cities, and he said unto them, Henceforth ye shall live upon the earth as an example of righteousness. And your brethren who have mingled with the tribes of darkness shall no longer molest you, but be your defenders and protectors. 24. And there began to be a new tribe on the earth. And they were called Iwans, because they were half-breeds, betwixt the Druks and Ions. The Iwans were red like copper, and they were taller and stronger than any other people in all the world. And the Lord commanded the Iwans, saying, 25. Protect ye the Ions, the little people, white and yellow, call them the sacred people. For ye are of them, and ye are also of the Lord your God. And it was so. Chapter 4. 1. About this time man began to use his lip and tongue in enunciating words, prior to which he spoke in the thorax. 2. And the Lord spake unto the Ion, saying, That the labor of the Lord thy God may be remembered on the earth, go provide me a stone and I will engrave it with mine own hand. And it shall be called Samoin because it shall be a testimony unto all nations and peoples, on the earth, of the first written language in all the world. 3. And the Ions prepared a stone, and hewed it flat and then polished it smooth, and the Lord came down in the night and engraved it. And the Lord explained it. Through his angels taught he the Ions the meaning of the characters engraved thereon. 4. And the Lord said, Go into all cities in all the countries of the world, and provide ye copies like unto the tablet I have given. So it came to pass, the angels of heaven inspired the Ions to make tablets and to read them, that the first language of the earth, Panic, might be preserved to the races of men. And it was so. 5. Now the Iwans partly obeyed the Lord and partly obeyed the way of the flesh, and they became warriors and destroyers, nevertheless they harmed not the Ions, nor suffered harm to come upon them. 6. God had commanded the Ions to make eunuchs of the yaks, the monstrosities, and use them as servants, for the Lord saw that the yaks were not capable of everlasting life in heaven. 7. Now the Iwans also served the yaks in the same way. But they disobeyed God in inflicting the neutral gender on their enemies whom they captured in war. And although they were themselves half-breeds with the Druks, yet they hated the Druks, and pursued them with vengeance. 8. In those days the relative proportion of the races of men were, Ions, 100, Iwans, 300, Druks, 5,000, Yaks, 5,000, and of monstrosities betwixt man and beast, 3,000. But the latter died each generation, for they had not the power of procreation amongst themselves. 9. And God saw the work of destruction going on, of the Iwans slaughtering right and left, and he sent the Ians to preach amongst them, saying to the Ians. 10. Thus say ye to the Iwans, whomsoever is created alive, kill not, for it is the commandment of the Lord. 11. For in the time of your most success in slaughtering your fellowman, ye are also peopling heaven with the spirits of vengeance. And they will return upon you, and even the Iwans shall turn upon one another, thus saith God. 12. But the Iwans understood not, believed not. And it came to pass that great darkness covered the earth. And man, save the few Ians, gave up to wickedness all his days. 13. And the Lord's people worshipped and preached in the temples, and the Lord and his heavenly hosts manifested unto them. But all the other races of men heard not, would not come to learn of God. 14. And the Lord became tired in his labor, and he called his angels to him, and he said unto them, Behold, man on the earth hath gone so far from my ways he will not heed my commandments, he cannot hear my voice. 15. And your labor is in vain also. For which reason we will tarry no longer on the earth till man hath exhausted the evil that is in him. 16. So the Lord and his angel hosts departed away from the earth. And clouds came over the face of the earth. The moon shone not, and the sun was only as a red coal of fire, and the stars stood in the firmament as well in the day as at night. 17. The harvests failed, the trees yielded no nuts, and the roots on which man feedeth ceased to grow. 18. And the monstrosities, and the yaks, and the druks, died off, tens of millions of them. And even yet they were not extinct. Nevertheless, the Iwans suffered less, and the Ians not at all. For the Lord had previously inspired them to provide against the coming famine. 19. And the Lord bewailed the earth and the generations of man, I made man upright and walked by his side, but he slipped aside and fell, said the Lord. I admonished him, but he would not heed. I showed him that every living creature brought forth its own kind, but he understood not, believed not, and he dwelt with beasts, falling lower than all the rest. End of the first book of the First Lords. Book of Shong, son of Jehovih, God of the second cycle after man's creation. Chapter 1. 1. When God and his lords of heaven and earth had lost their heavenly dominion, the swift messengers, that constantly ply through the atmospherian and Etherean worlds, bore the report to Jehovah's kingdom in Etheria. 2. The earth had passed the Gion eddies at Shrapa, in the Etherean roadway Hyabalkiev, and was heading for the eastern fields of Anakaran, having entered the Danhaean arches of Vehetavi, where lay the great kingdoms of the Orient chief. Huwi, with his millions of gods and goddesses and high-raised Ethereans. 3. Before Huwi, came the swift messengers, fresh from the heavens of the earth, with their pitiful tales of woe that had befallen the inhabitants thereof. 4. Huwi said, I behold the red star, the earth, O Jehovah. I have heard the tale of horror. What shall be done, O Father? 5. Then spake Jehovah, saying, Call thy tributary chief, Ashong. Let him hear the will of Jehovah. 6. Then sent Huwi for Ashong, who had dominion over the fields of Anakaran in Etheria, through which lay the roadway where the earth was to travel for 3,000 years. 7. And when Ashong came before the holy council of Huwi's million gods and goddesses, the all-light fell upon the throne like a sun, and the voice of the Creator spake in the midst of the light, saying, 8. Huwi, my son. And Huwi answered, Here am I, thy servant, O Jehovah. 9. Jehovah said, Behold the red star, the earth, she entereth the fields of Anakaran. She is dripping wet and cold in the Gion eddies. Her God and lords are powerless in the spell of darkness. Send thou thy son, Ashong, to deliver the earth and her heavens. For behold, I will bring them to his door. 10. Then spake Ashong, saying, Thy will be done, O Jehovah. Though I have been long honored in Etheria, with many Etherian worlds to command, I have not as yet redeemed one corporeal world and her heavens from a time of darkness. 11. Jehovah said, Go then, my son, to the laboring earth and deliver her. But first appoint thou a successor for Anacharon. 12. Then spake Huwi, who was older than the red star, who had seen many corporeal worlds created, had seen them run their course, and then disappear as such. He said to Ashong. 13. Send thou to Wan, and to Hivigat, in Etheria, and get the history of the earth and her heaven, and obtain thou also an account of her harvests of brides and bridegrooms to Jehovah. And thou shalt call from my realms as many million Etherian angels as thy labor may require, and with them proceed to the earth, and thou shalt have a line of swift messengers established betwixt this place and thine, and, by the power of Jehovah, I will answer thy prayers in whatsoever thou shalt need. 14. Then Ashong went back to Anacharon, his Etherian kingdom, and before his holy council made known Jehovah's will and his. And Ashong called for 60 million volunteers, to go with him on his mission, and they came presently, some from Johan, some from Tsang, some from Arath, some from Gonlu, and from various other places in Anacharon, came in millions, came as many as Ashong called for. 15. So Ashong raised up a successor to Jehovah's throne in Anacharon, and he was installed and crowned according to the discipline of the Etherean Heavens. 16. And Ashong sent swift messengers into the former roadway of the earth to obtain its history, its harvests of brides and bridegrooms. 17. Then gazed Ashong toward the red star. And his 60 million volunteers also gazed, and watched her as she coursed along in the arches of Vehetavi. 18. Thus Ashong, well skilled in the course and behavior of worlds, gathered together his millions of angels, trained in arduous enterprise and furtherance of Jehovah's will. Quickly they framed and equipped an Orient Portogon, and illuminated it with firelights and bolts. And these sons and daughters of Jehovah embarked and sped forth. 500,000 miles, even on the outskirts of Anacharon, and they stood close above the earth, almost so near that the sweeping moon would touch the down-hanging curtains of Etherian fire. And here they halted, that both mortals and angels belonging to the earth might behold and fear, for such Jehovah made man, by unusual sights, to become weak and trembling, to change him to new purposes. 19. Jehovah's voice spake to Ashong, saying, For 3 days and nights stand thou in the firmament that man on earth and in atmospheria may behold the power and majesty of my chosen in heaven. 20. Ashong said, On the 4th day, O Jehovah, I will cross Chinvat, on the 5th, descend toward the earth. Bring me, O Father, thy messengers from the lower heaven. I will converse with them. 21. Jehovah sent the angels of the earth and lower heaven up to Ashong, disheartened they came, to know Jehovah's will. 22. Ashong said unto them, The Father's hosts are come from their high estate and glorious ease, to redeem these fallen heavens, and man on the earth. It is our labor to come in love to the helpless, and teach them how to sing in Jehovah's praise. Then the swift messengers answered. 23. In the all-persons boundless love, find thou recompense for thy holy words, most honored God. Down in darkness, long and earnestly, have the lords of earth labored conjointly with heaven's God, whose kingdom fell. Alas, our God, who ministered over the lower heaven, is crushed and humiliated. The enemies of high heaven, exulting in their spoil of Jehovah's kingdom and his name, mock us, saying, Where now is Jehovah? Whence cometh the higher light? O ye Faithists in an all-person boundless. 24. But now thy high-shining sun, thy ship of Etherian fire, mocketh the sons and daughters of the earth and her heaven look, and fear, and tremble. And when thy light appeared we made all haste in hope of succor. Our souls are more than filled with thankfulness, and in Jehovah's name, we will back and employ 1,000,000 trumpeters to proclaim around the earth and heaven, Jehovah is come. 25. After due salutation the swift messengers departed. And Ashong made all things in readiness for his descent when the proper time should arrive. Chapter 2. 1. Jehovah spake to Oahspe, saying, On the evening of the third day shalt thou move thy Etherean ship toward the earth. And when thou arrivest within an araphon 9 thou shalt halt for another 3 days, that thy magnificence may awe the men and angels of earth with the power and glory of my emancipated sons and daughters. 2. Oahspe proceeded as commanded, and when he came within an araphon, halted for 3 days, and the magnificence of the scene overcame the stubbornness of men of earth and angels in atmospheria. Again Jehovah said. 3. Proceed again, my son, and when thou art within half the breadth of the earth, halt once more and make in the place thereof a plateau, and it shall be the place of thy abiding for the time of dawn, which shall be 7 years and 60 days. 4. And from this time forth my Etherean hosts shall not remain in atmospheria more than 8 years in any one cycle. This, then, that I give to thee shall be like every dawn of Dan, some of 1 year, some of 2 or 3 or 4 or more years, as the time requireth. 5. And thou shalt dwell in thy kingdom 7 years and 60 days, and the time shall be called the first dawn of Dan, and the next succeeding shall be called the second dawn of Dan, and so on, as long as the earth bringeth forth. 6. And the time from one dawn of Dan to another shall be called 1 danha, and 4 danha shall be called 1 square, because this is the sum of 1 density, which is 12,000 of the earth's years. And 12 squares shall be called 1 cube, which is the first dividend of the third space, in which there is no variation in the vortex of the earth. And 4 cubes shall be called 1 sum, because the magnitude thereof embrasseth 1 equal of the great serpent. 10. 7. Oahspe proceeded again, and moved within 4,000 miles of the earth, and the voice of Jehovah commanded Oahspe to halt in the place, and found a new kingdom, using all things requisite to that end. Jehovah said. 8. Thy place shall be a distance away from the earth, that thy dominion be not disturbed by the confusion of the fallen angels thereof. So also, to as many as thou shalt redeem away from the earth and from mortal contact, the distance of thy kingdom will prevent them returning. 9. Oahspe perceived, and he proclaimed what Jehovah had spoken to him. And the hosts cast out fastenings to the plateau, that the kingdom together with the Etherean sea of fire might rotate with the earth and its atmosphere. Jehovah said. 10. Make strong the foundation of thy place, and erect 10,000 pillars of fire around about, and in every direction provide roadways and mansions. But in the midst thou shalt build the house of counsel, wherein shall sit thy host of dominion during dawn. 11. Oahspe built the place as commanded by Jehovah, and when it was finished, Jehovah said, Thou shalt call the place Yeshua. And it was so called, because it was a place of salvation. Again Jehovah said. 12. Choose now thy counsel, my son, and also thy sub-officers, and when thou hast completed the list, leave in Yeshua the sub-officers and proceed thou, and thy counsel of 1,000,000 men and women with thee, down to the earth and heaven thereof. And cast thine eyes upon the inhabitants, for they are in distress. And when thou comest to the place of my lords and my God, deliver thou them and bring them to Yeshua, for they need rest. And as many of the ions in heaven as are capable, bring thou also away with thee, and give them into the care of thy people. 13. Oahspe did as commanded, first selecting his council and his officers, and then he and his hosts proceeded to the earth as had been commanded. Chapter 3. 1. Up to this time the ancient names of the division of the lands of the earth had been maintained, and God and his lords being driven from the place of Hord, which had gone into dissolution, dwelt part of the time in Waga and part in Jud and Vohu. 2. And God and the lords had established 3 kingdoms, one in Waga, one in Jud, and one in Vohu. And within these kingdoms of heaven there were 200 millions of redeemed angels capable of the second resurrection, and 100 millions of Esyans and unlearned apprentices. Chief of the 3 heavens was Waga, and thither had God and his lords congregated with their chief officers, as soon as the sign of the descending sea of Jehovah's kingdom appeared in the firmament above. 3. To God, Jehovah spake, saying, Make ready thy places, O my son, and thy lords with thee. Behold, I come in a world of fire, and my faithful workers shall find rest and happiness. For Oahspe will redeem thy sons and daughters. Yea, he will girdle the earth about with new, Etherean light in great power. 5. Call together thy people, O God, and bid them rejoice and make merry, for the time of deliverance is at hand. 6. Then God communicated to the lords, and they again to others, the words of Jehovih, and at sight of the sign in heaven, the faithful began to rejoice and to gather together in their respective places. But of the unbelieving angels dwelling on earth, and with mortals, and in other abodes, of whom there were hundreds of millions, this is what happened. 7. They were overcome by the sight of the ship of fire in heaven above, and in fear fled in all directions. And by their great numbers, in the presence of mortals, caused mortals also to fear and flee in search of some secure place. And many of these spirits of darkness came beseechingly to be admitted into the kingdoms of the lords, whither they had been invited for hundreds of years, but would not come. 8. But God and the lords encompassed their places about with walls of light and would not receive the unbelieving. God said, Till such time as Oahspe shall arrive, let order be maintained within my kingdoms. So it came to pass that for 6 days and nights the fear that prevailed on earth and in heaven was such as had never been before since the earth was. 9. And God and the lords brought their Embassadors out, and they sang and danced before Jehovih. And on the approach of Oahspe's hosts, with his musicians and heralds, and the great multitude, arrayed in shining raiment, even God and the lords were overcome by the splendor and magnificence. 10. They sat down on the improvised throne, and the Etherean marshals approached and divided, first into single columns, then double, then quadruple, and so on till the 50,000 marshals had enclosed all sides, save the east. Where was an open space through which Oahspe came, attended by his chief counselors, of which there were 5,000. After these came the council of 1,000,000, interbroken here and there with groups of thousands of Embassadors, who were chanting hymns of praise to Jehovih and his kingdoms. 11. The lower heaven above the continent of Waga and parts of Jud and Vohu was illuminated by the hosts of Oahspe, the like of which had never been in Atmospheria before. Nor was there any more work being done on earth or in heaven, because of the fear and great stirring up. 12. But now Oahspe approached before the throne of God and the lords, saluting with the sign of the second degree of Jehovih, saying, In Jehovah's name and by his power, wisdom and love, am I come to give you joy. 13. God said, In Jehovah's name, all hail. Oahspe, chief of Anachkaron, all hail. And God went forward to the foot of the throne and received Oahspe, whereupon the lords came forward saluting also. The Embassadors ceased singing, and Oahspe proceeded to the throne and sat thereon, and God took off his own crown and gave it to Oahspe, and also gave him the triangle, which was called the heirloom of the heavenly kingdoms of earth. Bestowed by command of Jehovih. 14. The all-light was abundant around about Oahspe, and the voice of Jehovih spake out of the midst thereof, saying, Inasmuch as these things are done in my name prayerfully, and in faith, so do I dwell with you all. My son shall wear thy crown, O God. 15. Behold, I am come in might and swiftness, for it is the springtime of the earth. My son, Cephas, is afoot on the earth, he hath stirred up the earthborn. But I will establish anew my light in these heavens. 16. Have I not said, I brought the seed of everlasting life to the earth? I gave God and his lords to teach mortals and spirits of my glories in the upper heavens. And I commanded that they that come up out of the earth should be my God and my lords in these realms. 17. Ye were installed by my hand, and have done a good work. Think not that I curse because Hord and Moab are fallen. Knew I not beforehand that these things would be? Behold, I have provided all my works so that man should be forever making new things. Had Hord stood, there had been no heaven to rebuild on earth in this day. How, then, could my newborn gods learn? Think not that I come to teach with mine own labor, I provide my people that they shall teach one another. 18. What is so conceited as man? And yet I bring him into life the dumbest of animals. Man prideth himself in his power and wisdom. I send the drought, the rains and winds, the weakest of my members, and they show man he is nothing. So also do my gods and lords of the lower heaven become conceited of their power and wisdom. But a turn of a word, and their heavens fall. Thousands of millions of souls turn from order and high estate into confusion and anarchy. Thus do I confound men and angels, and in their seeming misery lay the foundation for an everlasting good. The voice ceased. 19. Ashong said, In the name of Jehovih, I announce my presence over earth and the lower heaven. 20. The marshals said, All hail! Shong, God of heaven and earth. Proclaim him in Jehovah's name. 21. Hardly had these words gone forth when the voice of the entire hosts joined in proclaiming, All hail! O God! Son of Jehovih! 22. Ashong, now God, said, Thy crown shall be my crown, for under this shall Jehovah's power triumph. Otherwise people would say, Behold, there is no virtue in Jehovah's crowns. So, he placed it on his head and rose up and saluted the retired God and lords, saying to them, 23. I have a place for ye, and it is called Yeshua. Retire thither with my proper officers, and partake of rest and the freedom of the place until I come also. But the retired God and Lord said, We pray thee, put us to labor. Whereupon God, Shong, said, 24. Jehovah's sons must not be humiliated. How, then, can ye labor under me? Were ye not Jehovah's God and Lords? 25. They perceived, and, after due salutations, were provided with an escort of 500,000 men and women, and they departed on their way to Yeshua. 26. God, Shong, said, Let ye come before me, and bing Epho and Nest. They shall be my lords of dawn in Jehovah's name. 27. The three came and stood before the throne. God said, I announce the presence of Jehovah's lords of the earth. The marshals said, All hail! Omghi and bing Epho and Nest, Jehovah's lords of earth. 28. These were also proclaimed by the voice of the assembled hosts. God said, In Jehovah's name, go your ways, O lords of earth. 29. Whereupon the lords crowned themselves and at once departed, saluting reverently. 30. God said, Bring the atmospherian marshals before me. They were brought and stationed in front of the throne. God said, Glory be to thee, O Jehovah. I have looked upon thy sons and daughters who have withstood a great darkness, but retained faith in thee. In thy name, and by virtue of thy power, do I deliver them. Let him who is chief, answer me, how many angels are prepared for the second resurrection? 31. Sani, chief marshal, said, 200 millions. God said, Retire thou and thy companions, and gather together Jehovah's harvest of souls, and I will send them to Yeshua. 32. The atmospherians were then duly arranged as commanded, and God called 100 swift messengers and 1,000 Etherean marshals, and they provided abatos, and the hosts, prepared for the second resurrection, departed for Yeshua, as commanded. 33. God said, I have now remaining my Etherean hosts and the atmospherians in darkness. Of the latter, let them remain as they are for 3 days, for I will travel around the world, and my Etherean hosts with me, observing mortals and spirits in their places and habits, that I may the better judge them and provide accordingly. 34. So God and his Etherean angels provided an abatos, and they embarked and started on their journey, traveling imperceptibly to mortals. Chapter 4. 1. The Council of Yeshua, of which there were 1 million members, was formed in groups, and these again represented in groups, and these in still other groups. Consequently, a group of 1,000 had one speaker, who became the voice of that 1,000, of these speakers, 100 had one voice in council. And of these, 10 had one voice before God, and he was the voice of the whole, and Jehovah was his voice. Thus was the whole council represented in all its parts. And this was the manner of proceeding, to wit. 2. God commanded the subject. The council deliberated in thousands, and each speaker became aware of the voice of his group. Then these speakers assembled in hundreds and deliberated, and they again centered into one voice, and each 10 of these had one voice before God. Thus it came to pass that the decrees of God were both the wisdom of men and of Jehovih. Hence the saying, when God said this, or God commanded that, it was the word of Jehovih expressed by men and angels. 3. After God and his hosts visited the earth and the lower heaven, they returned to Yeshua and sat in council on the affairs of mortals and atmospherians. 4. God said, Behold, the heavens and earth have become like gardens grown foul and rank, producing nothing. I have come with a pruning knife and a consuming fire. 5. God said, I withdraw from the Druj and the Druk the beneficence of Jehovah is chosen. I leave them destitute. Who can approach the beggar with wisdom, or the king with inspiration to be good? A drowning man will try to swim, but the reveler in lust must perish before his soul can learn Jehovah. 6. Better is it to labor with a child from infancy, and thence to maturity, to teach it aright, than to strive with a score of conceited adults, and fail to redeem one. Who is the mocker of charity more than they that give to such as can help themselves but will not? Wisdom and uprightness of heart are but bread. Preach not to unwelcome ears, are sermons of wisdom to be forced into men's souls. 7. Bless Jehovah. He made hunger, and so men love bread. Without hunger they would not eat. A wise God driveth home to man's understanding his helplessness in spirit when Jehovah is denied. 8. Pursue the earth, O my beloved, bring hence all light. Pursue the lower heaven of the earth also, bring hence all light. I will leave the earth and heaven in darkness 1 whole year. They shall cry out, their conceit in the dumb wind shall fail. 9. Have not the spirits of heaven despoiled Hord and Moab? Do not evil spirits and evil men say, Behold, there is enough. Let us divide. But they produce not. They are devourers, living on others' substance. The Great Spirit made man to exert. By exertion groweth he in wisdom and strength. 10. They seek ease and comfort, helpless and more helpless they fall, they are on the road to everlasting destruction. Happy is the God who can arouse them. Chapter 5. 1. God said, Blessed is the surgeon's knife, its burn is the capital of health regained, but yet a fool will cry out, Hold! Hold! Enough! Thou inflicter of pain! 2. Who hath an eye like Jehovah? His whipping posts are on all sides, but there is a clear road between them. Yet man followeth it not. 3. Withdraw all good men and good angels, and there is no person left, they would not be half made up. A man without an arm or a leg is but part of a man without perception of the all-person is a deformity in soul. He seeketh a home for his own ease and glory. But the Son of Jehovah seeketh to find the severest labor that will profit his brethren. 4. Yeshua shall be my homestead, hither will I bring the fruit of heaven below, hither build my training schools. 7 years shall be my service. And they shall learn the ways of Etheria. Build me a house of brotherhood and fill it with willing pupils sworn to labor. I will make them gods and lords with power and wisdom. 5. Behold, a man mocketh a factory and turneth out fabric for sale. I make a college and I turn out sons and daughters of Jehovah, to give away. Bring me such material as will stand in warp and filling, Jehovah's fabric shall endure forever. Search me out the seed of Ion, and house them with care, for they shall redeem the earthborn after I ascend to the Father's kingdom. Chapter 6. 1. All the first best angels of Atmospheria were brought away from the earth and housed in Yeshua, being placed at school and in factories new made in heaven. These were Ions. 2. The second first best spirits were brought also, but placed in hospitals and nurseries. 3. Of those who had advanced to receive the second resurrection, God said, Build an Etherian ship and take them to Theistivai, in Etheria. 4. So it came to pass there were 200 millions raised to the second resurrection, of the great 35. Theistivai leath betwixt Etheria and 7 Agi, which is the lowest of the Etherean heavens next to an atmospherian abode. 5. God said, 2 qualities have I left in Yeshua, first and second. These shall be the new kingdom after I am ascended. From these I will raise up a God and lords, and they shall rule over the lower heaven and the earth. And they shall bequeath to others after them to rule in like manner. 6. Thus was founded the second light of Jehovih on the fruit of the earth. God's Etherean hosts became as a training school to raise up a God and lords and marshals and esenors, and all other officers, and men and women, for a lower heaven. God said, Yeshua shall not approach nearer the earth. Nor shall it be as horde, where spirits of darkness might easily approach. 7. 100 millions of spirits did God and his lords and fellow laborers bring from the earth to Yeshua, and they were placed in a brotherhood apportioned in the places suited to their talents. And God divided the time of study, and of recreation, and of music, and of discipline, marching, and so on, suited to all the people, and it was a place of order and glory. 8. For without discipline there is nothing. And discipline cannot be without ceremony, nor ceremony without rites, and forms, and established words. Is it not a foolish soldier that saith, Behold I am wise. I need no discipline nor manual of arms. What more is he than one of an untutored mob? 9. God said, As I drill them in heaven to make them a unit, so give ye to mortals rites and ceremonies, that, coming into heaven, they go not back to their old haunts and fall in darkness. Whatever tendeth to harmonize the behavior of individuals is of the Father, the opposite tendeth to evil. Better is it that men march to the sound of one monotonous word, than not to march at all. The value lieth not in the word, but in bringing in unison that which was void. A fool saith, I need not pray, there is no virtue in words. But his soul groweth up at variance with Jehovih. Neither is there more virtue in the prayer or the words, than in marching, sacred dance, before Jehovih, for whatever tendeth to unite men in one expression of soul in harmony, is Jehovih's. 10. Sacred dances and rites and ceremonies were established in Yeshua in the name of Jehovih, and the new heaven became a place of delight. 11. God said, Teach my chosen to labor hard and wisely, and to dance with energy, and to sing with strength and fullness of soul. For what more is there in any man or woman than to learn to put forth? And what more pitiful thing is there in heaven than a man or woman who hath but dragged along? Chapter 7. 1. When all the first best spirits of the lower heaven, and such as dwelt with mortals, were taken away and domiciled in Yeshua, there were left only drudges, spirits of darkness, on the face of the earth. For 1 whole year God left the earth void of Jehovah's light. 2. Mortals loved more to commune with the spirits of their kindred, who knew little of heaven, than they did with Ethereans who were wise and holy. 3. God said, What man or what woman have ye found who saith, Come ye angels of Jehovih, tell me wherein I can do more good works, for I thirst, and am hungry to serve Jehovih with all my wisdom and strength in doing good to my fellows. 4. Rather do they turn away from such, and drink in the tales of the strolling druj, and so wrap themselves in darkness. For this reason shall they find darkness in heaven and earth, and they shall be as one who is sick and broken down in conceit. 5. When the year of darkness was ended, God sent pruners around about the earth and in the lower heaven of the earth. 2 millions of pruners sent he forth, saying to them, Find all the evil spirits dwelling with mortals, whether they be fetals or familiars, and gather them into one place. Then find the spirits and fairies who have taken up caves and waterfalls on earth as their abode, and bring them to the same place. Then find the idiotic and chaotic spirits who dwell on battlefields, and bring them to the same place. Then find the lusters, who dwell in old castles and ruined cities, and in houses of evil, and when they are going out for raids on mortals, seize them and bring them to the same place. 6. The Ethereans went and collected all the evil spirits and the spirits of darkness belonging to the earth, and brought them to a place in Atmospheria, and there were of them 900 millions. 7. God said, prepare a ship suitable to transport them to Hudo, in Gia, and there provide them a kingdom to themselves, giving them a god and lords and proper officers to discipline and educate them for Jehovah's kingdoms. 8. Thus were they removed, and the earth and its lower heaven were purified from evil spirits by the decree of God in Yeshua, in the 2nd year of the first dawn of Dan. Chapter 8. 1. In the 2nd year of Yeshua, God, that is Ashong, caused to be established in his heaven all requisite places of learning and industry, whereby and wherein Esyans might be educated to good works. And to a general knowledge of Jehovah's kingdoms, universe, and there volunteered a sufficient number of Ethereans as teachers and practicers of work for all that was required. 2. God said, Now that the earth and heaven are purified from evil, my Lord shall deliver the Esyans to the Asaphs, and enjoin them to deliver in Yeshua. Which I have established a short distance from the earth as a barrier against their returning to mortals. Jehovah said, Suffer not the blind to lead the blind. 3. And it was so, at the time mortals died, their spirits were taken by the Asaphs to Yeshua. And to make this an acceptable labor to the Esyans, God said, Tell my lords of the earth to teach mortals by inspiration and otherwise of my kingdom, Yeshua. 4. And it so came to pass through the lords and the Ashars, that is, the guardian spirits with mortals, that the name, Yeshua, was established on the earth. God said, In the time of Cosmogony, men shall say, Whence came the name of heavenly things? But Yeshua shall lie hid away, and Jehovah will in that day stretch forth his hand and disclose all. 5. But mortals were thick in tongue, and could not say Yeshua, and they said Su. Hence came the name of many men, Yesu 11 signifying, without evil, which is the ultimate salvation of the soul. 6. Jehovah spake through God, saying, The time of the end of dawn cometh, and my emancipated sons and daughters shall return to their places, taking the resurrected with them. But that the earth and lower heaven may not be left in darkness, provide ye a God and lords and marshals and messengers, and all other officers, to rule and teach in my name. 7. From the born of earth shall ye make them, and they shall hold office for 200 years, and 400 years, and 600 years, according to the atmospherian cycles. 8. Suffer not my Etherean hosts to remain longer than dawn, either on the earth or within atmospheria, for I shall take the earth into dark regions in order to build it up to a higher state for the time that cometh after. 9. The voice departed. God said, Let the voice of the council deliberate on this matter, and speak before the Father. For I will provide also a heaven in the ancient place of Hord, and it shall be called Bispa, for it shall be a place of reception for the spirits of the dead preparatory to their being brought to Yeshua. 10. In course of time there were raised up many of the earthborn, and God selected them and appointed them to fill the places, and he founded Bispa, and officered it according to the command of Jehovah. After God established rites and ceremonies, and processions and dances, with sacred words, in Yeshua, he commanded his lords to give the same things to mortals, and they so fulfilled all that was designed from the beginning. 11. In the 7th year of dawn God commanded his council to select another God and lords, and other officers, and the council proceeded after the manner of the ancients, selecting the most learned and the purest and holiest. According to their rank in godliness chose they them, and a record was made of these matters and deposited in the library of Yeshua. 12. So it came to pass that God called in his own lords of the earth, and set apart the first day of the new moon as the day on which he would consecrate the God and lords, his successors. And he called the day Mas, the name of which endureth to this day of Cosmogony. Furthermore, God established the moon's day, Mas, on the earth as a time of consecration. And this is the origin of saying Mass. 13. When the chosen were in place before the throne, God said, By command of Jehovah are ye brought before me, his son, in his name will I consecrate ye to the places commanded of him. 14. The marshals then conducted him that ranked highest up to the seat of the throne. God said. 15. In the name of Jehovah, and by his power, wisdom and love, do I ordain thee God of heaven and earth. He that receiveth from my hand receiveth from my Father, who raised me up. 16. The initiate said, All power cometh from the Father. All wisdom cometh from the Father. All love cometh from the Father. In his name and by virtue of his commandments through his Son, receive I all that is put upon me, for his glory, forever. 17. God then said, Give me a crown, O Father, for thy Son. A scarlet light descended from above, and God reached forth his hands and wove it into a crown and placed it on the initiate's head, saying, God of heaven and earth, thee I crown. And now shalt thou receive also the sacred triangle, which is the heirloom of the gods of earth. And he hung it around his neck, adding, And since there can be but one God on earth or in this heaven, I herewith uncrown myself in Jehovah's name and salute thee, O God, God of earth and heaven. 18. Ashong now stood to the right, and God, who was ordained, went and sat on the throne, and there descended red and blue lights from above, enveloping him completely, and he was quickened. He said. 19. Let the initiates for lords of earth approach the throne of the Most High Jehovah. 20. The 5 lords came forward. God said, Join hands and receive ye from the Father. By virtue of the power, wisdom and love of Jehovah, vested in me, receive I thee as the highest chosen, and I proclaim thee Lord 12 of earth, in Jehovah's name. Accept this crown from heaven above, the like of which cannot be woven from earthly things, by its power shalt thou remain in accord with Yeshua and the kingdoms above. 21. God fashioned the crowns and then crowned them lords of the 5 divisions of the earth. God said, Retire thou aside and choose thy messengers and officers, and after ordaining them, depart to the kingdom prepared for thee. The Lord said. 22. In thy name, O Jehovah, do I accept that which thou hast put upon me. With all my wisdom and strength and love will I serve thee, O my Father, Jehovah. 23. The lords retired, and the Esenors sang, more than 1,000,000 of voices in concert. Chapter 9. 1. Now had the time come for the end of the first dawn of Dan after the creation of man. And this was known in the Etherean Heavens, where lived countless millions of Jehovah's sons and daughters emancipated. And, as might be expected, they determined to descend from all sides to witness the labors of Ashong, and to receive his works as a profitable lesson for their own future on other new worlds. 2. Consequently, there began to appear in the firmament far-off stars, approaching, and these were the Etherean ships in remote places, where the name of Ashong had been known for thousands of years. From all sides they came, growing brighter and brighter, larger and larger. 3. Ashong spoke to his companions, saying, Make ready, O my beloved. My friends and your friends are coming. Put our ship in order. Light the pillars of fire and spread out the sails, shining, that they may be glorified in Jehovah's name. 4. The proper persons accomplished these things, and to the eastward of Yeshua the Etherean ship of Ashong was anchored. And so great was the size thereof that there was room for the Ethereans of Anacharon and upward of 300 millions of the redeemed of earth besides. 5. Ashong said, When our friends arrive, we shall join them and make an excursion round the earth, discovering its rank and glorious promises. But as to the 900 millions of drudges which I sent off to Hudo, in Gia, we shall pass thither on our way to Anacharon. 6. Brighter and brighter grew the descending stars, the Etherean ships from far-off worlds. And larger, till in majesty they neared Yeshua. Ashong then came down and sat at the foot of the throne, according to the custom of gods. God came down and took him by the hand, saying, Son of Jehovah, that mocketh thyself the least of men, arise, and take thy hosts, and embark in Jehovah's ship, going whithersoever thou wilt. Ashong rose up. The Esenors and trumpeters played and sang. Then Ashong said. 7. One more love have I in the world, O Jehovah. I go from Yeshua, but my love remaineth. To thee, O God, will I look back in hope and love, for thou wert raised by me. And to thy lords what less could I say? Yea, and to all the hosts I leave within these realms. 8. Oahspe touched God's right hand, and then saluting, with the third sign of Emoth to Jehovih, departed, and the marshals conducted him off to the ship. 9. Oahspe and his Etherean hosts rose up in curtains of light. And presently the ship was loosened from its anchorage and floated upward, and all the angels entered into it. And the sails were spread out, and the mantles suspended on every side, till the whole vessel, with its thousands of masts and arcs, looked like a world on fire. The inhabitants of Yeshua feared and trembled for the mighty works of the gods and goddesses. And yet, as the Esenors on the departing ship chanted, more than 1,000,000 of voices, the Yeshuans sang with them, amidst their tears, with souls overflowing, with awe and love and admiration. 10. And in this same time the descending stars of other gods and goddesses, the Etherean ships from far-off worlds, were drawing nearer and nearer, and, on every side, the firmament was as if alive with worlds on fire. 11. Presently they came, first one and then another of the Ethereans, and they made fast to Oahspe's ship, until thus more than 500 were united into one mighty vessel, and yet so near to Yeshua that all could be seen. 12. And when they had united there were countless millions of angels thus in close proximity, many who had known one another for thousands of years, and some who were older than the earth, and knew its history. And these had companions as old as themselves, and they were ripe in experience with corporeal earths, stars, and suns in other regions of Jehovah's kingdoms. 13. So great was the wisdom of these gods and goddesses that to come within the earth's atmosphere was sufficient to enable them to read all the souls and prayers of mortals, and all the thoughts and desires of the spirits of the lower heaven belonging to the earth. To each and all of them the voice of Jehovah was ever present, and their power was like unto their wisdom. 14. Jehovah hath said, to the corporean I have given power to hear one or two things at the same moment of time. But my gods can hear intelligently tens of thousands of men speaking at the same time. Yeah, they can find a way to answer them also. 15. When the ships were ready for departure, Oahspe said, Let us pass low over Yeshua, and ye shall hear and see those I have founded in a new heaven. His companions said, Jehovah's will be done. Thereupon they proceeded. And after they had visited Yeshua they descended to the earth, and round about the places of the lords. And when they had seen all, and heard the explanation, from those with Oahspe, of the state the earth was in, and of the heavens of the earth, they rose higher and higher, and sailed toward Anacharan, whither Oahspe had invited them for repast and social intercourse. 16. Thus departed the Ethereans from the earth and atmospheria. This, then, was the beginning of the cycles of Dan, and the first dawn was closed and past. 17. And the earth gods, that is, the lords, who were now called Adonia, were such as had been brought forth out of the earth. And God, who had dominion in the atmospheria of the earth, was also an earthborn. And so were all the angels in atmospheria the product of the earth. 18. And in Jehovah's name were the lords and God appointed and crowned to rule in their respective places, and they thus became the instruments of Jehovah for his glory. 19. Jehovah said, Whoever serveth me, in my name, is my son, or my daughter. The light of my judgment falleth upon them sufficient for the time and place. Inasmuch as ye honor them, ye honor me also. Through the flowers of the field I express myself in color and perfume, through the lion and mastodon I express myself with power and voraciousness, through the lamb and the dove I express myself in meekness and docility. Through man I express myself in words and actions, and all men, the wise and the ignorant, are channels of my expression. Some have thick tongues and poor speech, nevertheless they are my babes, my sons and daughters. 20. Jehovah said, After the same age I gave to the earth from my Etherean Heavens sons and daughters, and they abode with mortals for 3,000 years. And my Ethereans established Luis on the lands of the earth. And they commanded the Luis, saying to them, Your office is to lead mortals by inspiration to dwell together, man and woman, as husband and wife. And in such adaptation that their offspring shall rise higher in wisdom, love and power, than the father and mother. 21. Jehovah said, I will confound the wise man in the latter days. For he shall not discover why man and woman lived not indiscriminately, as the beasts. Yea, I will show him that they who profess me are led by me, that they who deny me go down to indiscriminate communion. Out of my works, shall the lessons of the early days of the earth show the presence of my hand from the beginning. By my luis was man and woman inspired to raise up such sons and daughters as would glorify me and my works. By my luis have I maintained my foothold amongst mortals. 22. Such as could comprehend me, having faith that my presence in person should ultimately triumph for the highest and best, I commanded to be called Faithists. Since the beginning, have I kept the thread of this line inhabiting the earth and her heavens. 23. At the end of the second cycle there were in Atmospheria 6,000 million angels, who were for the most part in darkness. Not knowing who they were, or where they dwelt, nor knowing nor caring whether there were other heavens or not. 24. And now began wars in Atmospheria, thousands of angels against thousands, and millions against millions. 25. For the possession of sections of the earth, and the mortal inhabitants thereof, went forth these millions of warring angels. And it came to pass that mortals also fell to war. And, by the obsessing angels, were made to destroy their own cities and kingdoms. 26. And the attractions of this great wickedness caused other angels of heaven to desert their schools and factories, and descend down to mortals. 27. Thus again were the kingdoms of God and his Lord set at naught, the harvests of brides and bridegrooms had long since ceased to be. 28. The first harvest was 200 years, and the number of brides and bridegrooms was 600 millions, of grade 92. 29. The second harvest was 200 years, and was 800 million angels, of grade 89. 30. The third harvest was 600 years, and was 2,000 million angels, of grade 83. 31. The fourth harvest was 500 years, and was 2,300 million angels, of grade 74. 32. The fifth harvest was 300 years, and was 600 million angels, of grade 62. 33. The sixth harvest was 400 years, and 900 million angels, of grade 51. 34. And this was the last harvest. For none were of sufficient grade to abide in the Etherean Heavens. End of Book of A. H. Shong, son of Jehovah. Second Book of Lords of the Second Cycle, being cotemporaneous with the Book of A. H. Shong, son of Jehovah. Chapter 1. 1. I in the beginning man was naked and not ashamed, but the Lord raised man up and bade him hide his nakedness, and man obeyed, and was clothed. 2. And the Lord walked by man for a long season, showing him the way of resurrection. And man was obedient, depending on the Lord for all things. 3. And the Lord said unto man, Behold, I have walked with thee, and taught thee, but by my indulgence thou hast neglected to put forth thine own energy. 4. Now I am going away from thee for a season, that thou mayst learn to develop thyself. 5. But lest thou stumble and fall, I leave with thee certain commandments, and they shall be a guide unto thee and thy heirs forever. 6. Hear thou then the commandments of the Lord thy God. 7. Thou shalt love thy Creator with all thy mind, and heart, and soul, all the days of thy life. 8. And thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. 9. Because thou wert born into the world without covering, thou shalt clothe thyself. 10. Then inquired man of the Lord, Behold, thou hast shown the ass what is good for him to eat, and the fish, and the serpent, and the lion, every living creature. But man only hast thou not shown. 11. The Lord said, Of everything that groweth up out of the ground that is good to eat give I unto thee, and they shall be food for thee. 12. But of all things of flesh and blood, wherein is life, thou shalt not eat. 13. For thou shalt not kill. 14. Man inquired of the Lord, Thou hast shown the males and females of all the living the times and periods to come together. But man and woman hast thou not shown. 15. The Lord said, thou shalt learn from the beasts, and birds, and fishes, that the female during gestation is in keeping of her Creator. 16. Thou shalt also respect the times of woman. 17. Man inquired of the Lord, Thou hast shown the bird how to build her nest, and the carnivore how to scent the subtle track of his prey, and the spider to weave his net. But as to the manner of man's house, or as to herbs that are good or are poisonous, thou hast not shown man. 18. The Lord said, All the instinct that is in the bird, or beast, or fish, or insect, or creeping thing, was created with them, but man was created blank, and yet man shall attain to more subtle senses than any other living creature. 19. Man inquired, How shall man attain to these? 20. The Lord answered, Serve thy Creator by doing good unto others with all thy wisdom and strength, and by being true to thine own highest light, and all knowledge shall come to thee. 21. So the Lord left man for a season to himself, and man so loved the earth and whatsoever ministered unto his ease, and to his flesh desires, that he fell from his high estate. And great darkness came upon the earth. And man cast aside his clothes, and went naked, and became carnal in his desires. Chapter 2. 1. The Lord went abroad over the earth, calling, Come to me, O man. Behold thy Lord is returned. 2. But man heard not the voice of the Lord, for, by man's indulgence, the spirit of man was covered up in his own flesh. 3. The Lord sent his Luis, masters of generations, angels next in rank above guardian angels, i.e., Ashars, to the Ions, and they raised up heirs unto the Lord. By controlling the parentage of the unborn brought they into the world a new race of men, of the same seed and blood as of old, and these heard the voice of the Lord. 4. And the Lord said unto man, Because thou kept not my commandments thou hast brought affliction upon thyself, and thy people, to the farthest ends of the world. 5. Now will I raise thee up once more, and deliver the tribes of men from darkness into light. 6. And the Lord delivered man into wisdom, and peace, and virtue, and the earth became as a garden of sweet-smelling flowers and luxurious fruit. 7. The Lord said, How sayest thou, O man? Shalt thou still have a keeper? 8. And man said, Behold, I am strong and wise. Go thou away from the earth. I understand thy commandments. 9. The Lord inquired, Knowest thou the meaning of, Love thy Creator? And man said, Yea, Lord, and to love my neighbor as myself, and to do good unto others with all my wisdom and strength. Yea, I have the all-highest light. I am wiser than the ancients. Behold, I want no Lord nor God. I am the highest product of all the universe. 10. The Lord said, I will try thee, O man, I will go away for a season. 11. So the Lord departed once more. And man had nothing to look up to, so he looked at himself and became vainglorious. And the tribes of men aspired to overcome one another, war and destruction followed. 12. Man forgot his Creator, he said, No eye seeth me, no ear heareth me. And he neglected to guard himself against the serpent, corporeality. And the serpent said unto him, Partake thou of all things, for they are thine. 13. And man gave heed, and, lo and behold, the race of man descended into utter darkness. And man distinguished not his sister or mother. And woman distinguished not her brother or father. 14. And God beheld the wickedness of man, and he called out, saying, Hear my voice, O man. Hear the voice of the Lord. 15. But because of the darkness of man he could not hear the voice of God, his Lord. 16. And the Lord sent his angels down to man that they might appeal to man's understanding. 17. But the angels loved darkness also, and strove not to lift man up out of darkness. And the Lord was of no more avail amongst mortals, and he departed away from the earth. And man became on the earth as a harvest that is blighted and rotted because of its rankness. End of the Second Book of Lords. Synopsis of 16 cycles. Being 48,000 years, covering the subcycle of 1,000 years of darkness. Covering a period from the creation of man down to the submersion of the continent of Pan, called by the ancients, the flood, or deluge, which was 24,000 years BK, selected from the records in the libraries of heaven. Chapter 1. 1. First, the earth pleeth in a circuit around the sun, which circuit is divided into 4 arcs called spring, summer, autumn and winter. 2. Second, the sun, with his family, pleeth in a large circuit, which is divided into 1,500 arcs, the distance of which for each arc is about 3,000 years, or 1 cycle. 3. During a cycle, the earth and her heavens fall in the Etherean regions of hundreds of Etherean worlds, where dwell Jehovah's high-raised angels, whose chiefs have to do with the management of worlds. 4. During the time of a cycle, the earth is therefore under the control and management of such of Jehovah's angels for the resurrection of man of the earth. 5. At the time of the creation of man, the earth was traveling in the Ark of Wan, where dwell thousands of Orion chiefs, with thousands of millions of high-raised angels. 6. The Holy Council of Orion chiefs, through the wisdom and voice of Jehovah, appointed one of their number, SETHANTES, to take charge of the earth, and to people it with immortal beings, during its travel in Wan. 7. The rank and title of SETHANTES, thus raised up by Jehovah, creator of worlds, was, first God of the earth and her heavens. 8. And SETHANTES came with millions of angels, who had been raised up from other worlds previously, and he accomplished his work, and was known as God. 9. SETHANTES was, then, the first God of the earth and her heavens, and his place was within the Ark of Wan. And during his cycle of 3,000 years, he raised up from the earth 1,500 million brides and bridegrooms to Jehovah. 10. After SETHANTES came Oahspe, sub-chief in the realms of Huwi in the Heian Ark of Vehetavi. And during the cycle of Anakaran, also 3,000 years, Oahspe raised up from the earth a harvest of 2,200,000,000 brides and bridegrooms. 11. The third cycle was under the dominion of Hulu, surveyor of Kakayan Sta in the Ark of Gimel, and his harvest was 3,700,000,000. 12. The fourth cycle was under Cpe Aben, chieftainess of Sulgauran in the Ark of Yen, and her harvest was 4,800,000,000. 13. The fifth cycle was under Pathidices, roadmaker in Chetivia in the Ark of Yahamatak, and his harvest was 6,400,000,000. 14. The sixth cycle was under Gomagak, god of Iseg, in the Ark of Samgwathka, and his harvest was 7,900,000,000. 15. The seventh cycle was under Gopans, god of Kame, in the Ark of Srivat, and his harvest was 9,300,000,000. 16. The eighth cycle was under Hysis, goddess of Ruts, in the Ark of Hohamagalak, and her harvest was 9,400,000,000. 17. The ninth cycle was under Seatsicius, inspector of roads in Kamatra, in the Ark of Jusim, and his harvest was 10,100,000,000. 18. The 10th cycle was under Misalidavi, chieftainess of the arches of Losgobak, in the Ark of Nu, and her harvest was 10,800,000,000. 19. And now the earth was full of people. All the continents and islands of the earth were inhabited by man, nor was there left any wilderness wherein man did not dwell. 20. But the generation of man had fallen from 33 years down to 12 years. And man and woman were at maturity at 7 years old, and not many lived above 30 years, but they were prolific, many of the mothers bringing forth 80 sons and daughters, and from 2 to 4 at a birth. 21. And man dwelt in peace, and the earth was tilled, and brought forth abundantly of everything that was good for man to eat, and to clothe himself. And there were in those days great cities of hundreds of thousands of inhabitants. Thousands and thousands of such cities, and in all the 5 great divisions of the earth. And man built ships and sailed over the ocean in all directions, around about the whole world. By the angels of the Lord was he taught and guided in all things. And man had books, both written and printed. And the young were taught in schools, a knowledge of the sun and moon and stars, and of all things that are upon the earth and in the waters thereof. This was therefore called the first period of civilization on the earth. 22. Now, for the most part, all the people had become Ions, small, white and yellow. Nevertheless there were ground people, with long arms, who were large. But they dwelt by themselves, and their food was of all manner of flesh, and fish, and creeping things. The ground people were brown and black, and they lived to be 200, and even 400 years old. 23. Jehovih said, In the early days I raised up Ewans, and I gave them certain commandments, amongst which was, not to cohabit with the druks lest they go down in darkness. But they obeyed not my words. And lo and behold, they are lost from the face of the earth. 24. Because the Ions have become a spiritual people and have prospered in peace and spirit, behold, they have degenerated in the corporeal body. They yield abundant harvests for my Etherean realms, but they are like untimely births. 25. Now will I bring the earth into Aegean fields and forests for a long season, for I shall again reproduce the Ewans. And the time of a generation shall be 33 years. For my harvest shall be of fruit that is mature and full of ripeness. 26. And Jehovih brought the earth into new regions in the Etherean worlds, and covered it over with Ag, east and west and north and south. 27. And it came to pass that many of the Ions lost the generative desire and, so, brought not forth many heirs. But the brown people burnt with desires, and they laid hold of the Ion women when they went into the fields, and forced them, and thus brought forth again the Ewan race, the copper-colored, strong and bright and quick. 28. Accordingly the 11th cycle, which was under Gobath, god of Tyrongathaga, in the ark of Sulu, brought forth a harvest of 6,700,000,000. 29. The 12th cycle was under Phaeus, goddess of Luga, in the ark of Sion, and her harvest was 2,600,000,000. 30. The 13th cycle was under Zinniathes, keeper of the cress, in the ark of Oleganea, and his harvest was 1,200,000,000. 31. The 14th cycle was under Tothsentiga, roadmaker in Hapanogos, in the ark of Mainchu, and his harvest was only 600,000,000. 32. The 15th cycle was under Nimias, god of Thoscothamacus, in the ark of Saiga, and his harvest was only 40,000,000. 33. The 16th cycle was under Neph, god of Soghones, in the ark of Arbruk, but he failed to bring forth any harvest. Chapter 2. 1. God, that is Neph, said, Hear my prayer, O Jehovih. The earth and her heavens are gone down in darkness. 2. The Ion hath been destroyed off all the divisions of the earth save Waga. 3. More than 30,000 million angels are gathered on the surface of the earth, and they are too low in grade to be delivered. 4. What shall thy God do, O Father? 5. Mortals are descending in breed and blood. Only as diseased vermin do they inhabit the earth. 6. Their cities are destroyed, and they dwell after the manner of four-footed beasts. 7. The inspiration of thy God and his angels can no longer reach them. 8. When they die and enter these heavens they are as festering sores on one another, thousands of millions of them. 9. For 3,000 years have I labored with them, but the abundance of their darkness outmatcheth thy God. 10. What shall I do with them, O Father? How shall thy God deliver so great a carcass of death? 11. But Jehovih answered not the prayer of God, left him to consult with other gods in the higher heavens. 12. But in Etheria, Jehovih spake to his Orient chiefs, saying, As I try mortals, so do I try angels, as I try them, so do I try my gods. Forever and forever do I keep before them the testimony of an all-higher. 13. Now it had come to pass on earth that the time of a generation of mortals had risen from 12 years to 80 years. And there were many who lived to be 300 years old. And they had become very large, twice the size of men of this day. But they were without judgment and of little sense. Hardly knew they their own species. And they mingled together, relatives as well as others, so that idiocy and disease were the general fate of the tribes of men. And they were large and strong and prolific. 14. This then that followeth is the grade of declension in the heavens of the earth, that is, after Kishalon had changed the period of generation from 12 years into the upper grades, to wit. 15. Abner, 7th dawn of Dan, enduring 3,200 years in Hastaph, Etherian AG 7, Hotan, grade 99. 16. Ensini, goddess of Marseph, Etheria, Dan of Gem, enduring 3,000 years, grade 93. 17. Boaz, god of Hum, Orion Field, Dan of Josh, enduring 2,700 years, grade 88. 18. Divi, goddess of Wawitsky in AG 36, Dan of Ruth, enduring 2,900 years, grade 82. 19. Liamis, goddess of war in Broke, Dan 40, Orion Field, Semsi, enduring 3,000 years, grade 77. 20. Divias, god of Hut in Habak, Gia 22, Neth, enduring 3,100 years, grade 69. 21. Roaizes, goddess of Tamak, Bent, one of Hudduouts, enduring 3,070 years, grade 61. 22. Yij, chief of Orion Field, Lud in Gu, Dan 74, enduring 2,600 years, grade 58. 23. Gulyaniv, chieftainess, Orion Field, Oblo in Gia 40, enduring 3,400 years, grade 51. 24. From this time onward there was found no grade in the roadway of the solar phalanx, great serpent, sufficiently dense for the angels of the heavens of the earth. Chapter 3. The time of 1,000 years of darkness. 1. Jehovah moved upon the Etherian worlds, in the wide regions where travelleth the great serpent. His voice went forth, and amongst the counselors, the high ruling chieftains of the exalted kingdoms in the firmament, he spoke, saying, 2. Hear me, O ye chieftains. Be ye far-seeing in my travelling worlds, and alert to my words. Behold the red star, the earth, hath attained her maturity. As a daughter cometh forth in the prime of life, so standeth the young earth in her glory. For 50,000 years hath she played her part as an ornament of heaven and a harvester of bright souls for my exalted regions in the firmament. 3. Gather together, O ye Orion chiefs, and ye Etherian goddesses. And ye that dwell in the roadway of the great serpent. Call ye a council of my everlasting rulers of worlds, and of them that plant my Aegean gardens and my Gean fields, and of them that whirl my nebulous vortices in the firmament. 4. The voice of Jehovah extended across the wide universe, and those who were high raised in the management of worlds heard and comprehended. 5. And there assembled in the Etherian gardens of Sanaya, near the roadway of the solar phalanx, millions of Jehovah's highest, and the place was as a park larger than 100 times the earth. And round about on every side lay the crystalline borders of Etherian worlds. And when they were assembled, Jehovah spake out of the light inherent, saying, 6. 16 times have my Etherian hosts redeemed the earth and her heavens from darkness into light, and yet ere the end of a cycle she falleth again, and her atmospheria with her. And now it hath come to pass that her heavens are filled with thousands of millions of spirits that know not me and my emancipated worlds. Speak, O ye gods and goddesses. 7. Thereupon Sutlu said, O Jehovah, I have heard, I have beholden. Too prolific is the earth, the young daughter of heaven. Too prolific is the red star of the firmament. 8. Next spake Kawaha, saying, Thou hast spoken, O Jehovah. Too prolific is the rich earth, O Father. Her mortals are overpowered by her atmospherian hosts. Her people build up cities and nations for a season after dawn, but soon they are overflooded by Fetils and Drujas, and the mortals devour one another as beasts of prey. 9. Chijong said, Her people have tilled all the soil of the earth and covered it over with cities, but where are they? Her people have been learned in the matters of heaven and earth, but their knowledge is dissipated by the dread hand of war. 10. Dhuita said, her people become wise in a day, but on the next they are fools. One generation becometh skilled in books and in knowledge of the sun and moon and stars, and in the mathematics of corporeal things. But a generation followeth, and lo, her people are cannibals again. 11. Gozin said, I have heard, O Jehovih. I have witnessed, O Father. The red star is too prolific. She is like a garden too rich. Her products are overgrown, and they fall down and doubly enrich the soil again, to reproduce an imperfect giant stock that is barren. So are her sons and daughters, they run all to earthly substances. 12. Luwan said, Great Spirit, I have heard, I have seen. We gather the earth's harvests for thee, O Jehovih, but they are small. We gather the earth's harvests of dark spirits, O Jehovih, and they are 10 times larger. Behold, there is no balance between them. 13. Thus spake the gods and goddesses, till thousands of them had spoken. After that the voice of Jehovah spake, saying. 14. Ye are blessed, my sons and daughters. How can ye bequeath the administration of the earth and her heaven to the earthborn, till she is made suitable as a gift from my hand? Now hear me, O my sons and daughters, 5 great divisions of the earth have I made, and they have all been inhabited over and tilled by mortals. Yea, on all the divisions of the earth have there been great cities and nations, and men and women of great learning. 15. And as oft as they are raised up in light, so are they again cast down in darkness, because of the great desire of the spirits of the dead to return back to the earth. These Druj return to mortals and fasten upon them as fetals or as familiars, and inspire them to evil. Go now to the earth, O my beloved, and find the division of the earth where most of these Druj congregate, for I will uproot their stronghold. I will break them from their haunts and they shall no longer carry my people down to destruction. 16. And now the council deliberated, and after a while caused the records of the earth and her atmospheria to be examined. And they discovered that the heaven of the land of Waga, Pan, was beyond redemption because of the great numbers of the spirits of the cannibals and of the multitude of fetals. It was as if a disease in the flesh be healed over externally, leaving the root of the disease within. So was Waga and her heaven, the redemption of the cycles remained not with her, but evil broke out forever in a new way. 17. So Jehovah said, Now will I prune the earth and her heaven. Behold, the division of Waga shall be hewn off and cast beneath the waters of the ocean. Her heaven shall be no longer tenable by the spirits of destruction, for I will rend the foundation thereof and scatter them in the winds of heaven. 18. Go ye, therefore, down to the earth and provide nets and vanchas for receiving the spirits of darkness, and for receiving the spirits of mortals who shall perish in the waters. And provide ye a place in my exalted heavens suitable for them. And ye shall wall them about in heaven that they cannot escape, but that they may be weaned from evil. 19. And when ye are come to the earth and its heavens, acquaint my God and his lords with my decree. And say to them, Thus saith Jehovah, Behold, behold, I will sink the land of Waga beneath the waters of the ocean, and her heaven will I carry away to a place in my firmament, where she shall no longer engulf my people in darkness. And Jehovah saith, Go thou, O God of heaven, and thou, O Lord of Waga, down to my chosen, the Ions, and say to them, Thus saith the Great Spirit, Behold, behold, I will sink the lands of the earth beneath the ocean. Because of the evil of the spirits of darkness. Hear me, O my chosen, and heed my commandments, fall to, all hands, and build ships in all places, even in the valleys and on the mountains, and let my faithful gather together within the ships, for my hand is surely stretched over the earth. 20. And ye shall also proclaim unto the earth and her heaven that from the first, even in the ancient days, I proclaimed my 3 worlds unto all people, which are, my corporeal worlds and the lower heavens that belong thereto, and my Etherean heavens which are in the firmament above. And I said, The first glory is of the earth, whereon is paradise when man obeyeth my commandments. And the second glory, which is greater than the first, I created for the spirits of the dead, but I bound the lower heaven to the earth that it might travel therewith, that the communion of the dead with the living might add a glory unto both. But the upper heaven I made the highest of all glories, and I filled the Etherean firmament with countless worlds of their kind for the dwelling places of those that rose in the third resurrection. 21. And I sent from the exalted heavens down to the lower heavens, and to the earth, also, my holy angels, over whom I appointed gods and lords in the majesty of my dominions. And they came proclaiming these things in my name, teaching both mortals and spirits how to live that they might rise and inherit my illuminated worlds. 22. And because man was without knowledge, my gods and lords appointed certain masters of generations, Luis, who were Ethereans of great wisdom, to abide with mortals and inspire such marriages as would best promote spiritual growth from the start. And there came forth amongst all people certain ones capable of Sargis and Suis, and they heeded the commandments of my gods and lords, forsaking evil and striving to serve the Spirit, choosing me above all things. Wherefore I chose them also, and called them Ions. 23. Forasmuch as they commenced putting away self and serving me whilst they were yet in corpor, so were they not born in the spirit world before their full time. And even so are others not of full birth who have not in the corporeal form begun to triumph in spirit over their own flesh. 24. Jehovah said, Go forth, O my sons and daughters, and prune my vineyard. 25. Beseech my God of the earth and his lords with him, to gather together all the angels of the earth, from east to west and from north to south, to the land of Waga bring them. 26. My Etherean ships of fire shall surround Waga on every side. And I will cut loose the foundations of the earth, at the borders of the ocean and the mountains of Gone, nor shall any prop or cornerstone stay my hand. And I will send rains and winds and thundering. And the waters of the great deep shall come upon the lands, and the great cities shall go down and be swallowed in the sea. 27. And the rich valleys of my, with her 1,000 cities, shall be rent with the madness of men and women fleeing before the waters of the ocean. And women and children shall fall by the way and be drowned. And men shall go down in the water and rise not. 28. And the wide plains of Og, with her 1,000 cities, and with the great capital of Penge, and the temples of Ku, and Bart, and Gon, and Sang, shall sink to rise no more. And in the deluge, the air of heaven shall be filled with the screaming and wailing of millions of mortals going down to destruction. 29. I will rescue them from darkness. I will carry them to Aegean regions which I previously created for spirits of darkness, and I will appoint over them gods and goddesses to teach them of me and my kingdoms. 30. And the earth and her heavens shall take a new start amongst my habitable worlds. 31. Thus have I provided labor for my high-raised angels in the places I created, saith Jehovah. End of the Synopsis of Heavenly Records. Book of Aph, son of Jehovah. Being the heavenly records of Aph, son of Jehovah, and of his companion, Anya, daughter of Jehovah, as pertaineth to the submersion of the continent of Waga, afterward called Pan, signifying earth. And this period was commonly called the deluge, or flood of waters. Chapter 1. 1. In the time of the world 24,000 years before the Cosmon era, the great serpent, solar phalanx, being in the ark of Noe, in the Etherean Heavens, and of the sum of Haut and Gia 87. The earth and her heavens were in great darkness. But the Spirit of Jehovah moved upon his high-raised God, Aph, in Etheria, to consecrate new dominions on the earth and her heavens. Aph said. 2. I, Aph, son of Jehovah, God in the ark of Noe, in sum of Haut, in Etheria, came to Hada, heaven of the red star, in Jehovah's name. In his wisdom, power and love, manifested in mine own resurrection, to become companion to gods and goddesses and Orient chiefs on the thrones of high heaven, proclaim. 3. To the atmospherian spirits of the earth, and to the spirits of the first, second and third resurrections, abiding on the earth, or near thereto, either with mortals or without. To their God and lords, and to their Saviour, and to all holy ones by Jehovah raised up for the redemption of men and angels. 4. In the ark of Noah came to me the voice of Jehovah, Creator of worlds, saying, 5. I am the All-Highest. My service extendeth forever. I go not, but I am afar. I come not, and yet I am near. My voice is in all places. The light of the soul of man heareth me. I speak in the vine that creepeth, and in the strong standing oak. 6. Hear the voice of your Creator, O ye angels of heaven. Carry ye the wisdom of my utterance down to mortals. Call them to the glories of the heavens and the broad earth. Behold, my voice is in the rocks, and in the wind that bloweth, and in all things that have not tongues. 7. Show them my suns and stars in the firmament above, for they are my written words. My voice proceedeth in the space of heaven. The wise angels of my exalted places hear the sound going forth. Hearken to my speech, O ye spirits of the dead, proclaim me, O ye gods and goddesses. 8. They look for me as they look for things, they hearken for my voice as for a man's voice. And they find me not, nor hear that which I have spoken. Yet none can efface my words, my wisdom endureth forever. Behold, I come not as a sound to the ear, my voice heath into the soul from all sides. 9. Teach them, O ye angels. They look not in the right way, their ears are turned after loud claps and noises. They cry out, Alas, I hear not the voice of Jehovah, he hath not spoken, his voice hath no man heard, he is the all-silent, and dumber than the things he created. 10. They have turned away from my God and my Lord's, in conceit and darkness have they shut themselves up. They have peopled the air of the earth about with spirits of darkness, the drudges of men of darkness and cannibals. Their fetals float back upon them, like devouring vermin they burrow deep in pollution. 11. Remember them, O God, my Son, and ye, my lords of earth. Have no pity, but be as a surgeon's knife upon them. Thou hast told them, O God, Jehovah liveth and reigneth, his voice standeth the all-highest. But they have mocked thee and thy lords, and turned away after iniquity. 12. They are fearful lest they believe in my person and my voice. Of their own gabble they have no fear. They criticize me and my God and my lords, but they own that they know me not. They suppose my exalted heavens are without order and discipline. My captains they ignore, and the teachings of my holy ones are criticized by men of straw. 13. Have they not said, Who is God, that I should adore? And the Lord, that I should hearken? But I turn their eyes to the armies of the earth. To the general and the captain. Then they say, Ah, our affairs on earth are officered and disciplined, we reverence our highest, great captains. 14. Shall they turn God away, and the Lord? What shall the Creator do to please them? Is not the name of my general, God, and my captain, Lord, my own creation? Who found the name of God and the name of the Lord? Why are they not pleased with my gods and my lords? 15. Hear me, O ye Etherean gods and goddesses. They desire not wisdom and resurrection. Their love lieth in darkness. To eat, to sleep and to devour are the delights of their souls. The first lesson of life they have not learned. The first heaven of the earth is to them the all of the created worlds. 16. Hear my judgment upon them, O ye, my holy angels, and long risen. For I have raised them up again and again, I have founded lower heavens for them that they might learn. But they fall the moment my gods leave them alone. 17. Now will I carry away their heaven and earth, and they shall be seen no more forever. But the drudges and fetals shall be carried to Hochuan and cast into walls of fire. And they shall be divided up into groups, kin shall be torn away from kin, and friend from friend, and mother from daughter, and father from son, for they are become as absorbents, sucking one another continually. 18. And the walls of fire shall go up around them without ceasing, and they shall not escape. And they that guard them shall keep them from one another, that they shall do no evil. Neither shall they sleep nor rest, but be stirred up and made to know that they are alive, and can exist independent of fetal, sucking. 19. Hear my voice, O God, and command thy Lord to proclaim on the earth. Have I not made an example before mortals? Behold the carrion that rotteth in the field. Is it not the feast of the hyena, the wolf and the buzzard? Do not worms come to life therein and turn to and devour the carcass that brought them forth? 20. What more is the earth, Pan, to these spirits of evil and darkness? What more is their first heaven than a place of perpetual devouring? Have they not made it a place of everlasting destruction? They visit their evils upon mortals. The young child cannot escape them, nor the middle-aged, nor the old man nor old woman. 21. The heavenly kingdoms founded by gods and lords have become pest houses for drudges and fetals. There is no place left for founding the upright and virtuous in heart. 22. Are my gods and lords servants to an evil world? And shall they find only rottenness to deal with? Now have I answered in the firmament of my holy sons and daughters. I have called them from remote places in heaven to witness the work of my hand. For as I made the earth and its heaven, so rule I over it to the same end for which I created it. 23. When they are short of my measure, I lengthen them out. When they run foul, I prune them to my own liking, for they are mine. Behold, the fool hath said, Jehovah hath made a failure. Behold, the Creator created a world for a certain purpose, but it run foul of his mark. 24. Hear me, O God, and through thy Lord's answer thou him in his conceit. Did I not quicken man into life in mine own way? At zero created I him, and I said, Two roads have I made, O man. One leadeth to everlasting light, and the other to everlasting darkness. 25. Now have I shown him the darkness, it is my witness, whereby man knoweth my word is all truth. Wherefore, then, should I not create the world, and man, and angels, that they go down in everlasting darkness? Is it not by darkness and pain I push man forward? Yea, the conceited man would fail himself but for the failures I set up before him. Wherefore, then, have I not created wisely? 26. Have I not a right to do mine own way? Are not all things mine? If a man die in the corporeal part, is he a failure? How else could man rise to my Etherean worlds? Open his eyes, O my God and my Lords. He was not, and I created him. He presumeth to look into my plans and judgments, by his little learning he exalteth his conceit and pretendeth to know all things. 27. I cause the grain to grow in the field, and the day before it is ripe I send wind and rains and destroy it utterly. I bring forth man with shapely limbs and strong arms, but in the day of his prime I cut him down. I gave the passion of love to the mother, but I take away her firstborn. 28. Know I not that first of all things, man shall be taught to know my power, and after that my wisdom? Have they seen the places of the dead, and hell, and destruction? Teach them, O God, for their ultimate resurrection is my glory and my delight. 29. Shall man of earth say, the Creator was angry, and so sent the land beneath the ocean? He hath not wisdom to comprehend that this day I cast out hell and destruction. The Druj is his love, and, as vampires, they feed on each other to the ruin of both. 30. But I know what is for their own good, and my decree hath gone forth. Chapter 2. 1. I, Af, son of Jehovah, high dwelling in the Etherean worlds, and oft trained in the change and tumult of corporeal worlds, answered Jehovah, saying. 2. Father of worlds, Jehovah, Almighty. Thy Son and servant hath heard thy voice. Behold, my head is bowed, my knee bent to rush forth with 1,000,000,000 force to the suffering earth and Hada. 3. Hear me, O angels of the earth's heaven, from Jehovah's everlasting kingdoms, I speak, and by his power reveal. Again his voice coursed the high heavens along where angels dwell, older than the earth. Jehovah said. 4. Hear me, O ye chieftains, of Or and of Oot, and in the plains of Gibralthatova. Proclaim my word to thy hosts of swift messengers of Wakawak and Beliathan and Dor, and they shall speed it abroad in the Aegean mounds of Mentabra and Cax of Gau. 5. Hear my voice, O ye goddesses of Hoativai and of Vivayoniram in the Etherian arcs of Faz and Lag, and Omaza. Proclaim my decrees of the red star and her heavens in the crash of her rebellious sides, for I will harvest in the forests of Seth and Raim. 6. Hear my voice, O ye Munkensots, of millions of years standing, and managers of corporeal worlds. I have proclaimed the Uz and hiss of the red star in her pride and glory. Send word abroad in the highway of Plumfgo to the great high gods, Myantaf in the Etherian vortices of Bane, and to Rome and to Neshautosa and Duji. 7. Hear me, O ye Orient kings and queens of thousands of millions of gods and goddesses, I have spoken in the Sivarkam of the great serpent of the sun. A wave of my breath speedeth forth in the broad firmament. The red star fleeth toward the point of my whetted sword. 8. Proclaim my voice in the Orient fields of Amal and Wawa. Let the clear-tongued shepherds of Zuyas, and Burk, and Gob, and Domfariana, fly with all speed in the road of Axiaya, where first the red star's vortex gathered up its nebulae, millions of years agone. And on the way say, Jehovih hath decreed a pruning knife to a traveling world. 9. Shout it abroad in the crystal heavens of the summering lords of Wak and Ghi and Go and Utah, call them to the red star speeding forth. Lo, she skippeth as a lamb to be shorn, her coming shock leath slumbering low. Let them carry the sound of my voice to the Giaean swamps of exploded worlds, boiling in the roar of elements, where wise angels and gods explore to find the mystery of my handiwork. 10. Tell them I have spoken, and the earth and her heavens near the troughs in the Etherian seas of my rich-yielding worlds. I will scoop her up as a toy, and her vortex shall close about like a serpent hungry for its prey. Proclaim it in Thessa and Cow and Tinwakwak, and send them to Gitchfam of Janak and Dun. 11. Hear me, O ye Chris Helmet Sholdak, who have witnessed the creation of many worlds and their going out. Open your gardens and your mansions. The seine of my fishing pole is stretched, countless millions of Druj and Fetals will fall into my net. My voice hath gone forth in Kemgau and Lu and Abrath, and Huatavi, and cuts of moss in the wide Etherian fields of Radauxki. 12. Haleb hath heard me, Borg, Ham, Z and Luth, of the Orient homestead, and Chor, whence emanate the central tones of music, from goddesses older than the corporeal worlds. To them the crash of worlds is as a note created, and is rich in stirring the memory with things long past. 13. I have spoken, and my breath is a floating world, my speech is written in the lines where travel countless millions of suns and stars. And in the midst of the Etherian firmament of the homes of gods. Let them shout to the ends of the universe, invite them in my name to the high Dan of Mokbeangjao. 14. Around about in the place of the great serpent send swift messengers with the words of my decree, bring the lords and gods of Wan and Anna and Anakaran and Sith. 15. Call up Gad and Adonia and Edisai and Onsiai and the hosts of the upraised, for the pastime of Jehovah's sons and daughters in the high heavens draweth near. Chapter 3. 1. O ye angels, of Hatta of the red star, and thou, O God, and ye lords, upraised and mighty, with hosts, countless, and quick answering the thoughts of mortals, hear the words of Af, son of Jehovih. 2. When I was in the Orion ark of No, and the red star passed the Utswoldaerk, in the Etherian group of Vor, the voice of Jehovih came to me, saying, Go thou, my son, deliver the earth. Take with thee all whom I may send. 3. And I examined the records of the stars of heaven, and of the earth, and the accounts of Jehovah's harvests, and I perceived the bondage and labor of the red star were of the 7th magnitude in the advance of habitable worlds. 4. When his voice called the legions in high heaven, from every side, and below and above the earth, there moved myriads of shapely stars, which were ships of fire, coursing the firmament. Whereon rode the gods and goddesses called by Jehovih to the labor of earth and Hatta. 5. Closing in on every side they came, and nearer and more compact, and brighter, with sparkling pillars of fire, and downswaying curtains of light. Till all the space around about the earth was hedged in with this army of Jehovah's Etherean ships of fire. 6. Again I heard the Father's voice, saying, O Aph, my Son, my Holy One, hearken to the voice of Jehovah, Creator of gods and goddesses. 7. Behold, I sent my son, Neph, to the red star, with wisdom and power. Long hath he been gone. Long struggling with the black darkness of men and angels. 8. As a valiant soldier rusheth into the heaviest part of battle, and forgetteth himself in desperate contest, but saith not to struggle on against all odds, even so for 3,000 years hath my God, Neph, hoped to save the whole limbs of the earth, the continents. 9. From my holy place have I watched the battle for everlasting life, but the too prolific earth contributeth more to the corporeal than to the spiritual man. And I bring my legions to the rescue of my valiant son, Neph. Send thou to him, O Aph, my son. Proclaim to him and his lords, and to his Ethereans, my just decrees. Aph said. 10. And I sent swift messengers down to Haddah, informing Neph, son of Jehovah, of the march and presence of gods, and of the decree of the Father, and I added thereunto, saying, O Neph, son of Jehovah, come hither, bringing thy hosts with thee. 11. Presently Neph answered me in Jehovah's name, saying, O Aph, son of Jehovah, I come. My prayers are answered. All praise to the All-Highest. 12. Then we saw, making ready in Haddah, preparatory to ascending, the ship of Neph and his faithful hosts. And that which was seen from my place was also seen by the myriads of Jehovah's vessels surrounding the earth. And my place became as a central throne to which the hosts now made speed, swift and orderly. 13. And in the time they came, also rose up the ship of Neph from Haddah. Meanwhile, my ship rested on the borders of Chinvat, in the school of Hine, and from the moon 7 Agus.13. 14. Again the voice of Jehovah came to me, saying, My son, make fast thy ship, for thy place shall be the head of the army of my hosts. And let thy consorts extend in a line from thy place down to the earth, for this shall be the delivery of them whom I shall cut off. 15. So I made fast, and my messengers hastened to the concentrating forces of heaven, informing the Etherean groups on Jehovah's ships of his commandments. And now came Neph, his ship rose up, filled with his long-laboring hosts. And I greeted him and said unto him, By the power and wisdom of Jehovah, the continent of Waga is to be cut loose and submerged, and her heavens carried away. Return thou to the earth and bring all the spirits of darkness from all the divisions of earth and heaven to Waga, that I may carry them away. Then Neph and his hosts viewed the imposing scene and returned back to the earth. 16. Quickly, now, the ships of fire formed in line, extending from my place down to Haddah, where rested Neph and his lords of the earth, whose hosts extended to all the divisions of land and water, embracing the various heavenly kingdoms previously built by the lords. 17. And in the line of the Etherean ships were stationed the plateaus of rank. And the hosts of gods and goddesses took their places according to the rank of wisdom, power and love manifested in the Etherean departments whence they came, with the 2 Orient chiefs at either extremity. 18. And I divided the line into sections, each with 250 ships, and there were 1,000 sections. And every ship was contracted 10,000-fold, which was the force required to break the crust of the earth and sink a continent. 19. Along the line I stationed sentinels and tailmen, and messengers, without number, so that Jehovah's voice and his sons' voices could traverse in a moment of time to every part. And after that I formed the tube of transit, which extended in front of the ships, and from the earth to beyond Chinvat. And I filled it with the earth's atmosphere to the extreme, whither it joined Io sank, whither I determined to deliver the drudges and fetals of such as were to perish in the ocean of the earth. 20. For every 10 sections I appointed 100 marshals and 1 god, and for every 10 gods 1 chief in Emuts, according to their rank in the heavens whence they came, so appointed I them. These, then, are the chief emuts, to wit. 21. Agar, of the order of Ashav, son of Jehovih, in Boach, from the corporeal star Godad, raised in Ben of Ag, 70, of 700,000 years inhabitant of Gon. 22. Hoghi, son of Jehovih, Marshwan of Haddam and Ag, nebulae 4 and Petrath, swift messenger of June, of the corporeal star Alanx, of 1,200,000 years inhabitant of Rothwach in Joys. 23. Fisthumatavi, daughter of Jehovih, Gia Nudzlan in Kai, goddess of Ine, goddess of Ad. Governess of Walwal, of the corporeal star Turwig, and of the plains of Exwer and Gohen, in the Etherian ark of Labis, of 1,300,000 years. 24. Hyada, daughter of Jehovih, and nurse of Huanbak, in 57, AG, of the corporeal star Heats, a milkmaid, goddess of Luf, goddess of the plateau of Obanth, in Etheria, rank 90, and of 2 millions of years inhabitant of Nud and 9. 25. Gonleps, son of Jehovih, god of Ne, god of Aper, god of Don, god of Mu, god of Ro, physician of Bo, and of Ir, and of Janner, marshal of Cute and Oblin of Sharar, in Etheria, of the Aegean field of Dew. Of 700,000 years inhabitant of Onlof and Rictus. 26. Neo, god of Luen and Hintiah, god of Mors, and of Thespian. Master of Pan, saviour of Wohaggai, Ag plane 7, and risen from the corporeal star Saedii, and inhabitant of Cern 1,700,000 years. 27. Sichi, goddess of Nu, in Lutz and Rab, goddess of Bad, goddess of Tur. Goddess of Red, Ag 20, from the corporeal star Ithmul, inhabitant of Suga 1 million of years, inhabitant of Rana 1,200,000 years. 28. Listiaxie, goddess of Man, goddess of Hers, goddess of Som and Nai. Weaver of Altbach and Agimus. Rank 90, raised on the corporeal star Mem, inhabitant of Das Soig and Gabriamity 2,900,000 years. 29. Tusika, goddess of Kol, goddess of Lost and Widowagat. Goddess of Duijai and Lu of Magatsa, goddess of Ep, goddess Gek of Hennis Halankia. Goddess of Tur in the Giayan swamp of Debakta, 55, raised on the corporeal sun Nitz, of the serpent Tan, inhabitant of Tehitsivi, 2 millions of years, inhabitant of Pala 1,700,000 years. 30. Phaetisai, goddess of Lubbock, goddess of Saranya, in Gaulalo, goddess of Is, goddess of Searle, goddess of Lochlo, goddess of Ag, 75, goddess of Warts and Dewey Huida, goddess of Crea, goddess of Baku, goddess of Teal and Rositz. Goddess of Mutzmutz, goddess of Lyritz of Wokumhouts, goddess of Bil and Dusquan Gessel, goddess of Orkese, goddess of Unksut, goddess of Sl Huida, goddess of Shine, goddess of Isa, goddess of Ham, goddess of Rikuo and Shuadit. Goddess of Daing and Gowak, goddess of Phytazamel, goddess of Zatayahaub of the gardens of Zatayaboff in Ag 7, surgeon of Walla, surgeon of Bas, surgeon of Rapaya, surgeon of Lumzon, nurse of Pyga of Semathis, nurse of Zid. Nurse of Lucy, nurse of Home, nurse of Briathath, queen of Uppa, queen of Rogga, disciplinarian of Ta, of Kaibi Sumak, of Tutsmuts, of Berber, of Tenski, of Rivia, of Soon, of Hadab, of Fussohouts and Ceres. Raised on the star Planza, swift messenger in Baal and Wawalauk 500,000 years, swift messenger in Tawaka and Runthwat 500,000 years, inhabitant of Tereshash 1 million of years. Inhabitant of the fields of Nija 1 million of years, inhabitant of Gun 500,000 years, maker of corporeal roadways 500,000 years. 31. So Phaetisai outranked all other gods and goddesses, and was special guest of honor to Af, chief over all the rest. 32. And the star of Phaetisai's Etherian ship was stationed near the earth, that she might the better behold the deliverance of the spirits that were to be freed by the submersion of the land of Waga. And of these spirits there were upward of 24,400,000,000, of whom more than 3 billion were fetals and familiars and spirits in chaos. Chapter 4. 1. Jehovih said, my son, put a wall of pillars of fire around about the land of Waga, plant them near, as a hedge is planted. For the false gods and false goddesses of Haddah, when perceiving their habitation going down into the water, will endeavor to escape to Jud and Vohu, and other countries. 2. But thou shalt not suffer one to escape. For they have migrated to this division of the earth because of its sumptuous productions, the better to feast their evil desires. 3. And thou shalt spread a net around the borders of Waga, against the line of the ocean and to the high north mountains. And the net shall encompass the continent of Waga, and it shall be to the height of 1,000 miles, and in breadth, so that no spirit of darkness can escape and find the way abroad. 4. And when thou hast spread the net, thou shalt send to the large kingdoms in Haddah, and to the false kingdoms, a sufficient number of Ethereans of great power. And thou shalt send down to the earth, to Waga, a sufficient number of Ethereans, that every mortal man and mortal woman, and every mortal child, shall have 5 to attend. And they that go to mortals shall take with them birth blankets a sufficiency. For in the time of destruction, when the mortals go down in death, thy servants shall receive he liberated spirits on the birth blankets, and bear them to the atmospherian column of ascent. And hither shall thy hosts receive them and provide them with food and clothes, after the manner of Esyans. 5. But it shall come to pass that many mothers shall perish in the waters, with children in the womb, which live by fetal, as is proper in my sight, for so created I them. 6. Therefore, to all such fetals give special care, for they are without sin. And when the mother is dead corporeally, and the fetal also, bring hence their spirits, but together. And provide a volunteer angel of fetal power, and deliver the infant spirit to her to be nurtured until the proper time of weaning, and provide in the same place a home for the mother of the child, that she may inherit its love and mirth. 7. When the voice ceased, son of Jehovih, looked about over the hosts as if in search of a sign that the time had come, but again Jehovih spake, saying. 8. In the misfortunes of a fallen world, created I food for the warm love of my Etherean goddesses. Behold them hereabout in millions. Every one in hope of receiving a prize of that which was lost in darkness, to raise up sons and daughters, who shall rejoice in everlasting paradise. Think not that I gave the talent of love only to a mother for her child, and there the talent to end, for as the talent in its incipient age bindeth her soul to her child, so doth the same talent in my goddesses overspread a helpless world. 9. Are they not as midwives and mothers to thousands and millions of souls being delivered from corporeal bondage into everlasting light? And who can number them? Here standeth 100 millions come from Lagash, 100 millions from Anapta. 200 millions from Karduk, 100 millions from Butchk, 200 millions from Neen, 250 millions from Luthwig, 100 millions from Pied, 200 millions from Rag, 50 millions from Naives. 200 millions from Dakdak, and 250 millions from Od. 10. I spake in the Etherean firmament, and they have answered me. Yea, they come not as curiosity seekers, and with empty arms. But, behold them, arrayed with their thousands and millions of small equipments suited to the newborn. What thing is there under the sun they have not remembered to bring with them in some part, for regimen or drapery, to rejoice the souls of them that are to be cut off from corpor? Chapter 5. 1. Jehovih said, Now will I bewail thee, O earth. The glories of thy heavens that are past and gone shall be a lesson to the gods. Thy place of hoard, once the place of the wisdom of my son, SETHANTES, upraised, behold it is measured and gone down. And Moab is no more, Yeshua is fallen. Where floated the plateaus of many resurrections, are now miring vampires and millions of souls that hear not and see not, but are forever burrowing deep in everlasting darkness. 2. The plateaus are broken up. The substance scattered and unorganized, nor is there a vestige left to show the glorious work of the gods of the earth's past day. 3. Hear me, O ye gods and goddesses, for in beholding these deep miseries, the soul is quickened to retain great wisdom. Thus created I man, out of darkness created I him. And my holy angels taught him to walk upright and gave him my commandments that he might advance to eternal light. But because man obeyed not the commandments of my God and Lord's, he fell. Nevertheless, a few obeyed the commandments and fell not, raising up heirs for the glory of my heavens above. For, of such have I made an example on all the corporeal worlds I created, for those that fell not, became exemplars before the fallen. For having faith in me and my works they questioned not my wisdom and justice. 5. But of those that fell, this is the history, they first questioned my person, next my wisdom, next my justice, next my power. And after that proclaimed the folly of God and his lords, whereupon they usurped to themselves to say, there is nothing higher than man. And they said of themselves, I am the highest. 6. Hear my voice, O ye gods and goddesses. For as out of a contrary wind I give a mortal sea captain a wholesome lesson, or as out of a severe winter I give a corporeal farmer a lesson in providing for his household. Even so, on the brink of a wicked world, give I ye a lesson on the management of my kingdoms. For from this time forth the earth shall not fail, nor her heavens above her. Wherein, then, shall not my gods rule over her in wisdom and power? 7. Since many angels assumed they were the all-highest, they put aside the commandments, one of which was, to suffer not the spirits of the newly dead to return and dwell with their mortal kindred. For they, not knowing of the higher heavens, will teach falsely of Jehovah in his everlasting kingdoms. 8. And it came to pass that when one commandment was set aside the others were also. And it followed that the spirits of the newly dead, who were without knowledge of heaven, led mortals in their own way. 9. For they dwelt together and slept together, and in dreams and visions mortals judged themselves to be wise, not knowing they were obsessed in sleep, and for the desires of the flesh they found acquiescence in spirit, having no higher God or Lord. 10. And as one spirit returned and fastened itself on a mortal, so did another and another, till hundreds and thousands of spirits dwelt in one corporeal body, oft driving hence the natural spirit I gave in the time of conception. And these mortals knew it not, and they became void of direct purpose because of the confusion of soul, and they were worthless on the earth. 11. Jehovah further said, Henceforth for a long season shall it be on the earth that the spirits of the Oahspe shall not be suffered to return and dwell with mortals. But the earth shall be encompassed on all sides with walls of Eman, and with ashars to bear away the spirits of the dead in the hour of death. 12. But there shall come a time when mortals are capable of comprehending these matters, in which time their kindred spirits shall return at intervals from their holy labors in heaven, and see them and talk with them face to face. Chapter 6. 1. And now Aph, son of Jehovah, said, when the Etherean hosts were arranged in due order, I called out to thee, O Jehovah, saying, In thy strength and wisdom, O Father, join thou the heavens above and the earth below. 2. And the end of the Etherean column that extended to Chinvat, on the border of the vortex of the earth, was made fast by the pressure of thy wide heavens. 3. Again I said, In thy strength and wisdom, O Jehovah, join thou the heavens above with the earth below. 4. And the end of the Etherean column that extended down to the earth was made fast around the borders of Waga, by the sea and the high mountains on the north. 5. Again I said, O Jehovah, deliver thou the earth from evil, for thy glory, forever. 6. And the vortex of the earth closed in from the extreme, and lo, the earth was broken. A mighty continent was cut loose from its fastenings, and the fires of the earth came forth in flames and clouds with loud roaring. And the land rocked to and fro like a ship at sea. 7. Again I said, O Jehovah, deliver thou thy heavens, which are bound as with a chain, to a rotten carcass. 8. And again the vortex of the earth closed in about on all sides, and by the pressure, the land sank down beneath the water, to rise no more. And the corporeans went down to death, and the fetals and familiars gave up the battle. Neither had they whereon to stand, nor knew how to go to any place in all the heavens, but were lost and crying out for help. 9. And my hosts hastened in all directions with their birth blankets, and received the Druj and Phaetils and Esyans in millions and millions, and gathered them to the place of the fountain of light, whither I had provided atmosphere for them. And they were placed within. And their numbers were so great that even gods had scarce seen the like before, and in order to attest before thee, O Jehovah, I had them numbered, using the sections of the divisions of my gods and goddesses in order to do so. 10. And there were of Druj and Phaetils 16,600,000,000, many of whom had lived on earth as Phaetils and Druj for thousands of years, though many others of them were not capable of everlasting life. And of the first resurrection there were 36,000 millions, and of the second resurrection there were 305 millions. But during the last 100 years the earth brought forth none capable of everlasting life, save, indeed, the remnants of Ions. 11. Now when the earth was delivered, and there was no escape for the spirits of the dead, nor no returning to mortals, I called out to thee, O Jehovah, saying, Give me of thy power, O Jehovah. And I will carry up all the plateaus of hell and the heavens of the buried continent. And thy hand came as the blade of a sword, flaming like fire, and swept over the ocean of the sunken land, cleaving all asunder. And, lo and behold, the anchorage of my feet was cut loose, and the spheres of heaven at my command. 12. Thy voice, O Jehovah, came to me, saying, Descend thou, my son, down to the floor of the resurrection, and take my daughter, Phaitisi, with thee, and go into the midst of the place of ascension. For I will add unto thy glory the resurrection of all that thine eyes have beholden. 13. So I descended, and took Phaitisi, daughter of Jehovah, with me, and when we were come into the place commanded, thy power came upon the place, and it started upward. And soon thereafter it turned on its vertical axis and rose higher and higher, turning and rising, and we saw we were loose from the earth, and no longer rotated with the earth, but rose slowly upward, watching the earth rotating beneath us. 14. I said, Upward, O Jehovah. Upward, O Jehovah. Upward, O Jehovah. And all the hosts repeated the same words, for our wills and knowledge were as a unit, wherein we had strength in thee, our Creator. Chapter 7. 1. Jehovah spake in the firmament, saying, Bring the newborn into the forests of Uklu and the Gion roads to the ark of No, in the Etherean heaven of Hochuan. And when thou hast founded them on a world of their own, leave thou gods and goddesses with them to sort them and provide according to their necessities, for all things shall be provided unto them that they may attain to knowledge and individuality. 2. And when thou hast placed them, hasten thou with my son, Neph, back to the earth, where I have labor with the ships of the Ions. And they were thus delivered. 3. So I departed as soon as possible, taking leave of Phaitisi, thanking her for her assistance in this great deliverance. And I took with me Neph, son of Jehovah, and other 30,000 gods and goddesses, besides 10,000,000 Ethereans who had had thousands of years' experience in heaven and on various corporeal worlds. And we came back to the earth, even to the ocean where the land had gone down. 4. And when I came to the ships in which the Ions were escaped, finding the gods who had them in charge, even as I had previously commanded, thy voice, O Jehovah, came to me, saying, Bend thou the currents of the winds of heaven, O my son. And shape the ships that they shall fall into groups, and thou shalt divide the groups, making 4 groups in all. And thou shalt drive the groups of ships before the winds of heaven, and bring them into the 4 different lands of the earth, according to its previous history and adaptation. 5. For in all countries shall my chosen begin the laying down of the foundation of my everlasting kingdom, and they shall never more be destroyed by the people of darkness, neither of earth or heaven. 6. So I divided my hosts according to the labor thy commandments put upon me, making 4 divisions of them. And I said unto Neph, Direct them, O God, to such countries as Jehovah hath shown thee, for thou knowest all the earth. 4. Remember, thou art still God of earth. 7. I said, By thy light, Jehovah, I desire 2 ships to go to the north land, which was not sunken, for they shall be a testimony in time to come. Let thy gods, therefore, shift the winds and drive 2 ships aside from the rest, and in that same time my messengers will go and lead the way to the north land, whither thy gods shall shape the winds of heaven. 8. Now, those in charge of the wind currents divided the ships and drove 2 of them off to the north land. And the gods and angels turned the currents about and drove the 4 groups of ships in 4 different ways, according to the directions of God, Son of Jehovih. And the messengers of God led the way, showing the gods and angels of the wind, the countries designated by Jehovih. 9. So it came to pass that in 150 days' time all the ships of the Faithists were in the ports, and the people went ashore, in the different countries whither they had been taken. Again thy voice, O Jehovih, came to me, saying, Behold, my people are few in the world, and lest they take the ships and sail about, and so get divided and lost, thou shalt send thy hosts down to the sea at night to sink the ships. 10. When I told God, Neph, what thou hadst said, God said unto me, My angels shall inspire the Ions to take all things out of the ships, and this night shall thy hosts fulfill the commandment of Jehovih. And so it came to pass. The Ions took all their goods out of the ships, not knowing they were inspired, and in the night I sent angels down, and they sank the ships. 11. And in the morning the Ions beheld their ships had disappeared, and they said with one voice, Of a truth, I know I was inspired, for I would not rest till all the goods were taken out of the ships. Let us, therefore, build an altar unto the Lord, and sing and dance, because he is with us. And when God, Neph, saw that their souls were propitious for good works and miracles, he stationed his Ashars, guardian angels, around about the altars, and sent other Ashars into the country, and they gathered fruit which was growing wild. And brought it to the Ions, casting it on the altars of the Lord, even whilst the people danced. 12. Thus did I fulfill the work thou commandest of me, O Jehovih, whereupon I surrendered my commission to thy Son, Neph, God of heaven and earth. Chapter 8. 1. Neph, God of earth, said, Behold, O Aph, Son of Jehovih, by the power and magnificence of thy work am I bewildered in thy presence. Who can come so near the Almighty? Who but Jehovih hath attained beyond the power of thy soul? Who hath wisdom like unto thee, save the great Creator? Thou hast stretched a line beyond the moon, and by thy spoken word crushed in the side of the great earth, as if it were nothing. Thou hast said, Arise. And a world moved at thy command. Yea, thou hast the love and esteem of millions of gods and goddesses. 2. And thou camest against the winds of the earth, saying, Turn ye hither or turn ye thither, and lo, the winds moved before thy words as an obedient child to its father's voice. Thou cayest down the fire of heaven, it cometh at thy bidding, and thou saidst, O Jehovih, put thy hand under the heavens of the earth, and straightway a light and floor wide as the earth fly into the place of thy desire. 3. Now, behold thou hast said, O Jehovih, I surrender my commission, I have finished that which thou commandest me to do. Wherefore, O Aph, my soul hath great sorrow. But because thou hast labored 100 days and cleaned up the whole earth and her heavens, as one might sweep the floor of a house, I am bowed down in gratitude. 4. Then Aph, son of Jehovih, said, O Jehovih, what have I done that thy son's love hath come to me? So far as I have become one with thee, O thou everlasting Creator, so thou showest me plainer and plainer that I am nothing. And yet thy son heapest praise upon me, seeing I am but as a figure moved by thy hand. Shall a man lose sight of the Almighty? 5. Nevertheless, O Jehovih, who so weak in love as I, thy servant? Because thou hast quickened me in wisdom and power, so hast thou made my love as a place that can never be supplied to the fill. How shall I find strength to leave this, thy Son, on the far-off earth? Will I not glory in his love and great esteem? And yet know I not that I will repine because I have him not with me? 6. Hear me, O Jehovih, for I will measure thy Son with swiftness. Scarce 40,000 years raised up to Etheria, and yet thou madest him God of heaven and earth. For 3,000 years struggled he in the battle against evil and darkness, and the broad heavens in the Etherean world looked on in sympathy in love and hope, because of his tenacity in wisdom and power. 7. It was as one man fighting against a house on fire, and the place filled with helpless babes. And yet thy God ceased not, nor once rested and said, It is useless, but forever renewed the battle in new ways and stratagems. As a light showeth better in the dark, so did thy Son Neph, O Jehovah, move the souls of even gods and goddesses in thy exalted heavens. 8. Then came thy voice, O Father, saying, Go thou, O Aph, my Son, and deliver the earth. And, behold, the congregating of gods and goddesses, so eager to fly to the assistance of thy honored Son. 9. And God, Neph, said, One favor, O Aph, Son of Jehovah, I ask of thee. Which is that thou shalt tarry 3 days and honor the throne of God. For I will have it founded and ready, and my Lord shall have the honor of speaking to thee face to face. 10. Aph, Son of Jehovah, said, By thy permission, O Jehovah, I will tarry 3 days and 3 nights with thy Son, God of heaven and earth, and I will honor his throne and speak face to face with his lords, that I may win their love. 11. In 3 days' time the kingdom of God was founded, and situated in Atmospheria, near and over the land of Japheth, China, but the plateaus extended with 2 wings, so as to embrace Shem and Ham, India and Egypt. And thither went the gods, with their lords and attendants. 12. Now, there were with God, Neph, 2,000,000 spirits, earthborn, in the second resurrection, who had volunteered to serve another 200 years for the founding of the new kingdom of heaven, and they were well learned in official capacity. Knowing how to found plateaus, with factories, mansions, hospitals, nurseries, and all such places as are required in heaven for the newborn, so that God only had to say, Do ye thus, or so. And it was done, and without error. 13. And now, from the hosts of Aph, Son of Jehovah, there came before God 500,000 Etherean volunteers who desired to remain 200 years with God and his hosts. 14. God said to them, Behold, the earth hath passed Triesta, and it is no longer lawful for any but earthborn to hold the places of sub-gods and sub-lords and marshals. And since ye are from different stars raised, and from different Etherean circuits, what shall I do that ye may be honored, and also profitable to yourselves in development? 15. Gate of Ea, chief spokesman for them, said, We desire to be laborers only. For what is 200 years to us? We pray thee, appoint us not to the Ions, for they are already advanced, but appoint us to the natives in the divisions of the earth, especially to those who speak but little, and who burrow in the ground. Neither do we desire a place in thy heaven, but we will abide with mortals, and in the first resurrection of those who are born in darkness. 16. God said, Thou shalt remain, and thy people with thee. For since thou hast volunteered to leave thy high estate and come and dwell for 1 Dan 14 on the lowest of all places, laboring for the blind and dumb, thou shalt be recompensed with the love of millions in time to come. 17. Then God departed, and Aph, Son of Jehovah, went with him, and they came into the midst of the kingdom of God, whereat they halted, and God said, Here will I build my throne. And inasmuch as SETHANTES, in the olden time, called his place Hord, so will I call my place Hord also, and on the earth it shall be called the mountain of God, for it shall be my home. 18. So God stretched forth his hand to Jehovah, saying, Throne of thy throne, O Father. And there came down from the heavens above a great light, and it settled around about in the midst of the place of God and Aph, Jehovah's Son. And presently the light gathered up of the atmospherian substance and made it shining and condensed, whereupon the attendants who do such matters brought and laid the throne of God, and thereafter fenced it around with pillars of fire. After the manner of Hord of the ancient days. 19. And God ascended and sat on the throne, and Aph also sat on the right hand of God, and the 4 lords of the earth on the left hand, but the 5th Lord, Elate, stood down at the foot. And he said, Behold, the division of the earth that was mine is sunk beneath the sea, how, then, shall I sit on the throne of God? 20. God said, Since thy labor hath been taken from thee, thou art as a parable on the newly dead, who have lost the earth, but have no place in heaven. Since the ESN serveth a time through the proxy of others, so shalt thou in that which I will bestow upon thee. No, then, thou shalt sit on my right hand, for thou shalt be my assistant and vice-God during the time of my sojourn, and, after that, whatsoever thou wilt. 21 Elate said, Thou hast honored me, O God. Jehovah's will be done. So God rose up, raising his hand, and said, O thou all-light, crown thou thy son vice-God of Horde, for thine own glory, forever. 22. And as the light of Etheria descended into God's right hand, he shaped it into a crown and placed it on Eolate's head, with the usual ceremony of such rank in heaven. And Eolate came and sat on the right hand of God. And in that same time, Aph, son of Jehovih, rose up, whereupon God and the lords, and all people whatsoever, sat down, for the place was as if Jehovah had appeared in person. Aph said. 23. As a father is made to comprehend his own early life by looking on his infant son, so hast thou, O Jehovah, forever raised up before my eyes the images of times and conditions long past. In these, thy lords, thou hast called me back to the time and place when first thou and thy son crowned me a lord and a vice-God over one of the divisions of my native star. 24. And my soul rose up to thee in fear and prayer. For I understood how unmindful men and angels are of the labor of gods and lords, and prone to rate themselves as chiefs of all created things. But thy voice, O Jehovah, came to me, saying, Complain not, my son, against the self-conceit of men and angels, nor of their criticisms of my gods and lords. For to such boasters do I provide trials, which they perceive not till they are encompassed therewith. Suffer them, therefore, within thy dominions to grow in their own glory, for I have sufficient labor for them either on earth or in heaven. 25. And I perceived thy wisdom, and I applied it through my angels, and when my people rose to the first resurrection, and the second resurrection, behold, I knew where to place them that they might prove themselves all in all. And thy light came upon me in my place, saying, As thou hast profited in the first lesson, so shalt thou comprehend the second, and even up to the Etherean Heavens. 26. Nevertheless, O Father, thou sufferedst all things to harass me and perplex my soul, and I was filled with fear and reverence because of the great responsibility thou gavest unto my keeping. So great were my tribulations and trials that I called out to thee in thy holy place to remember all other gods and lords in thy whole universe. 27. And thou saidst, Hear the words of thy Creator, thou, my God, my Son, for I created man to enter heaven as helpless as he entered earth life, and dependent on those above him, that he might comprehend the unity between high and low, strong and weak, light and darkness. And I placed him in my mills, wherein he should learn that, even as others grind for him, so should he grind for those beneath him. 28. For of what profit under the sun is it for my lords to come down from their liberty and glory in my Etherean firmament and become lords over the grovellers in the flesh, or over the Esyans in darkness? Shall selfishness reign in heaven, and every one for himself? Have I not proved it on the earth that the love of doing good works unto others is all that ensures a rich harvest of love in return? 29. Because they stoop from their high estate in order to promote my children which I created alive, are they not becoming the more one with me? Even so is all exaltation in heaven. For as I stoop down to the dumb earth and water, and quicken them, making man, so have I stooped lower than can anything of all my universe. And they that do after my example, raising them up to make them have joy in life, are on the road to attain to all power and wisdom and love. 30. Aph, son of Jehovah, said, I perceive thy wisdom, O Father. And thy power and wisdom came upon me tenfold. Then I sought forever after to go to the lowest and darkest places, but, lo, when I had grown in thy judgment, thou spakest again to me, saying. 31. O Aph, my son, because thou hast found the key to unlock the doors to the highest heavens, behold, thou art too mighty for small labor. Come, therefore, with thy Creator, for I have a whole Etherean world at thy command, and thy wisdom and power are required at my hand. 32. And I obeyed thy call, O Jehovah. And then again, after a season, thou calledst me again, and madest my labors to extend into many Etherean worlds. But I love to look back and glorify thee for my first Lord Dom, and to treasure up the millions of loves I found in those days. And again, O Father, hast thou blessed me to meet many millions of them in this pruning of the red star, the earth. 33. Now thou hast called me to speak on the throne of thy God of earth. Alas, thy God has said, O Aph, son of Jehovah, come thou and honor my throne. Whereas, O Jehovah, I am the most honored of men and gods because I have again opened my mouth before thee and in thy name. All glory be to thee, O Jehovah, now and forever. 34. Then Aph, son of Jehovah, sat down, and God signaled to the marshals, who proclaimed freedom for 2 whole days. Thereupon the gods and goddesses of Aph's staff filed past the throne, and after them came the hosts of God, and then the hosts of the lords, for they all desired to pass near and look upon Aph, and receive the signal of his blessing. 35. And presently thereafter all the people joined in with the Easonors and sang a song of glory unto Jehovah, the All-Highest. And when it was finished, the multitude turned to recreation and social intercourse. Chapter 9. 1. When the time came, God called his proper officers, and they proclaimed his presence, whereupon the people came to order. And God said. 2. Even as it was before the submersion, so shall it now be, and ye shall fill the same places even as before, every one to the place provided. Nevertheless, from this time forth, all work in heaven and earth shall be new, and as if nothing had been. Let my lords and their attendants, and their ashars, prepare for their departure. And from such other volunteers as have come into my kingdom they shall receive as they desire, and be assigned to labor suited to them, whether it be with mortals or with spirits in the first resurrection. 3. And to my marshals, messengers and asaphs, hear ye the word of your God, which is that ye proceed throughout Atmospheria, selecting and appropriating all suitable places for the spirits of the dead. And that ye apportion builders and workmen, and erect factories, and schools, and hospitals, and nurseries, and all other suitable places, adapted to receiving those of the first resurrection, as is done in all Atmospherean heavens. And all who are thus received shall be called Esyans for the first 5 years. But after that they shall be called Esyans, signifying having separated from corporeal desire, being full residents of the Es world. But those who will not become Esyans, being the spirits of drunk mortals and hard bound to the earth, shall be called Druj, signifying wandering spirits of darkness and of evil. And those who engraft themselves on mortals shall be called Faithists, signifying sucklings, and these names shall continue in heaven and on earth to the end of the world. 4. Wherein ye may perceive the fault of leniency of the gods and lords of old, be ye circumspect in these times, for never more shall the rod of water chasten the living earth. 5. When God thus completed all his commandments, and the people were ready to depart, the Easonors and trumpeters sang and played a hymn adapted to the new heaven and new earth, and when this was finished, Aph, son of Jehovah, spake, saying. 6. Behold, the light of the high heaven opens. Thy Son, O Jehovah, longeth for a great labor. I go on a journey farther than 10,000 suns. Phaithisai, thy daughter, O Jehovah, and goddess of 1,000 worlds, hath set apart to join 2 corporeal stars in a far-off heaven, whereon 1,000 millions shall be delivered into spirit life in a single day. With her, by thy will and power, O Jehovah, I go. But yet let not these, thy gods and lords and all their hosts, surmise I will forget one single soul of all that are here. And when the next Dan appeareth, behold, I will return to them to enjoy a portion of their sweet love. Aph is done. 7. And now the chief descended and sat at the foot of the throne, and God, suffused with tears, came down and took his hand, saying, Behold, he who is greatest mocketh himself least of all. Arise, O Aph, son of Jehovah, and crowned immortal God of the ark of Noe, son of the Almighty, arise and go thy way. 8. So Aph rose up, and shaking hands with God and his lords, descended to the borders beyond the foot of the pillars of fire, and his hosts with him, being 10 millions in number. Where the proper persons had in readiness an ascending Odovan with wings, wherein they all entered. 9. At a given signal the Odovan started upward, but toward the east, and, swift as a shooting star, it sped forth, and presently disappeared in the distance. Chapter 10. 1. Jehovih said, Neph, my son, God of earth, hear thou the voice of thy Creator. For as thou calledst on me in thy sore hour of trial, so did I come to thee and deliver the earth and heaven through my son of the ark of Noe, in Etheria. Remember now the upraised of Hochuan, heaven of darkness, in Ukalu, in the firmament, for they are thine until the next Dan appeareth on the earth. 2. God said, I have heard thy voice, O Jehovih, but what shall thy servant do? Behold Aph, thy ark's son, hath left with the upraised children of darkness, gods and goddesses who transcend thy servant so far in wisdom and power that he scarce can look upon them. How, then, shall it be with me, thy servant? 3. Jehovih said, Nevertheless, the upraised children of darkness are thine own family, and the glory of thy house in heaven shall be the light thou shalt make manifest in them. Fear not, the gods and goddesses understand this matter. 4. Therefore, when thou hast put thy kingdom in order, and established the heaven of the earth in all its parts, and stationed messengers betwixt thy throne and the thrones of thy lords on the earth, behold. Thou shalt leave thy vice-god to rule in thy stead for a season, and thou shalt go to Hochuan, in the Etherean forests, for thou shalt be expected of them. 5. God said, Thy will be done, O Father. I perceive thy wisdom and glory and justice. Now will I sojourn on my throne 1 year, and thou, my vice-god, shalt relieve me whilst I go and visit my rebellious children in Ukalu, where gods and goddesses are overseeing them. 6. The vice-god said, Thy will be done, God of heaven and earth. So it came to pass that in 1 year's time God had established heaven in such good manner that he could control the affairs of angels and men into the way of everlasting life. 7. God informed his council, which consisted of 500,000 Ethereans, men and women, of the words of Jehovih, adding thereunto. 8. And for 1 year will I remain in Hochuan, that I may become known to them whom I have risen. But at the end of that time I will return hither, and bring with me such new volunteers as Jehovih may command. 9. It was known in heaven that God would leave at the proper time. And, to honor him in Jehovah's name, his hosts from far and near, to the number of 10 millions, came to see him depart. And when God saw them, he proclaimed a day of recreation. And the people mingled together, and especially to reconverse on the matter of the deliverance of earth and heaven and the going down of Pan, as it had been. 10. On the following day, all hands being refreshed and assembled in order, according to the discipline of gods, God spake from the throne, saying. 11. Hear the words of your God, and rejoice in the founding of a new heaven. Be wise in heeding that which I shall utter, and make yourselves steadfast in all proven things. Here are millions who stood by my side in the name of the Creator, in the days of darkness in heaven and earth. For 3,000 years our battle lasted, and from out of the darkness behold our prayers went up to him who is over all and above all. 12. And your God said, Surely Jehovih will deliver, when the vortex merges into High Dan. And ye all repeated the same thing, and the unity of our soul's desire reached up to the Orient chiefs, Jehovah's mighty sons and daughters. 13. For as it is proven that a man in conflict with himself accomplisheth nothing, whilst he who is in harmony with himself is mighty wherein he rolleth himself to a good purpose. Even so hath it been proven that the unity of many angels can, by force of their own wills, control the place and proceedings of a world. And by your faith in this matter with your God, ye became a star of faith in Jehovih, which is the mastering of all things to his glory. 14. And they who were without an all-highest in person, were without power, and of no effect, save to build up discord to our proceedings. Whilst those who assumed to be gods and lords, but ignored Jehovih, were not sustained, for having nothing higher than themselves, they rose only to themselves. 15. Which is manifested on earth, even as it was in those days in heaven. Boasting of good works or of good prayers, but housing themselves about with the earnings of others. Did not these false gods and false lords set up self and worship it? And the fruits of their inspiration, and their slaves under them, were the angels they sent to rule over mortals, for the glory of their philosophy, wherein mortals also soon said the same things of themselves, which was, Behold, there is no God nor Lord of wisdom in heaven and earth. 16. Whereby the doctrines of the false gods and lords overturned even their own kingdoms, changing heaven into Hada. But when the light of Jehovah came, ye and your God and lords were one with his voice. Wherefore ye have been preserved in victory. And now hath it come to pass that your God and lords have established a new heaven and new earth for the glory of the Father. And he who labored so long in your love, now goeth to the other wing of the battle, where your brethren, toiling with those in darkness, will rejoice to hear of your fruitful labors. 17. Then God turned to his right, and said to Elate, Vice God of Jehovah, because thou wert robbed of thy division of the earth, even whilst thou wert in good work, Jehovah hath bestowed thee well. Thou shalt, therefore, hold the triangle of the gods of heaven until thy God returneth. 18. Thereupon God hung the triangle on Elate's neck, saying, In Jehovah's name, All hail, God of heaven and earth. The hosts repeated, All hail, God of heaven and earth. 19. And God came down and sat on the foot of the throne, in the custom of gods. And he who had been anointed came down and took his hand, saying, Arise, O God, and go thy way. And God rose up, and the two, with their marshals and attendants, went down by the borders, at the line of the pillars of fire, where the proper persons had a ship with mantles and curtains in readiness. And God and his hosts, even 500,000 in number, entered the ship. 20. Meanwhile the Esanors sang an appropriate anthem of glory to Jehovah the highest. 21. At a given signal the ship started upward, amidst the applause of millions of angels assembled, and like a star it shot upward higher and higher, till it was seen no more. Chapter 11. 1. The council of Horde being still in session, God, that is, Elate, ascended the throne. And the light of Jehovah fell upon God, so that he was well nigh obscured from sight, and the voice of Jehovah spake, saying, 2. Hear ye my voice, as by my presence and of mine own self I made each self, and gave thereto power of words, so am I in like manifest by soul words to my Etherean hosts. As to the lords of earth, ye have provided Ashars, and above them Asaphs, and betwixt all my kingdoms allotted messengers, so shall ye also provide for barbarians, familiar spirits, who shall be subject to the order of the Ashars and their lords. 3. I create alive all men, whether Ions or barbarians, and your labor shall be not alone with my chosen, whom it is easy to save, but with those also who know me not, and know not my worlds. 4. Beside those destroyed by the flood, behold the earth is still covered over with men, women and children. 4. In the time of Af ye received volunteers from Oahspe, in Etheria, give them this matter in hand. 5. This was done, and they were divided up into groups, and the corporeans having been already numbered by the angels of heaven, the Etherians were distributed accordingly. And these again selected and apportioned familiar spirits to abide with the barbarians. And these familiar spirits were the fathers and mothers and friends who had recently died, but still sojourned in the first resurrection. So the officers provided places on earth for these spirits, and persuaded them to reappear before mortals in order to prove continued life, but the officers never showed themselves. 6. Jehovah hath said, Provide ye the way, but cause the familiars to do the labor. Neither shall ye make a familiar of the spirit of a young man or a young woman, lest they become fetals. 7. So it came to pass that a new department of heaven and earth was opened and set on foot during the absence of Neph, and in 1 year the matter was in prosperity. 8. At the end of 1 year God returned from the Hochuan colony, bringing with him 5 millions of volunteers, being of the third resurrection. And, it being known in Horde when he would return, a great concourse of angels gathered together to receive him in honor, and to welcome the volunteers. 9. So that, when God's Etherean star descended, the vice-god, Eolate, proclaimed a recreation of 10 days, which was to follow immediately after God should ascend the throne and regain his presence. And so, whilst the Esenors were singing, the star alighted, and the marshals and hosts of honor proceeded to the places, and received God, who at once ascended to the throne and saluted Eolate, son of Jehovih, saying, 10. By thy will and power, O Jehovih, thy Son rejoiceth in the time of this proceeding. Eolate said, Welcome, God of heaven and earth. And he saluted with the sign of Jehovah's name, and was answered in like manner. 11. Without more ceremony, he took off the triangle of the gods and placed it on God's neck, saying, In Jehovah's name, receive thou the gift of the ancient gods. 12. Hardly had this been accomplished when the ship star alighted in the floor of the Congress, before the council, and near the altar of Jehovah, and the 5 millions of volunteers alighted, amidst the applause of the many millions assembled. 13. God, being reinstated, said, Let the marshals proclaim 10 days of recreation. For we shall account to our especial loves how we found matters in Hochuan, and of the power of Jehovah manifested. Chapter 12. 1. The voice of Jehovah spake through God, saying, Because a new heaven is established, and because the old hath been raised up, let signs be manifested, whereby men and angels in after times may know what hath happened. For it shall come to pass in later days that men and angels may forget the flood and the purging of the earth. Bethink ye, O gods and goddesses, what shall be done? 2. Eolate spoke in behalf of the council, saying, What shall we do, O Jehovah? And Jehovah answered, saying, Because I come near the earth in its early days, and farther off as it groweth older, men will say, Alas, the folly of the ancients. For I gave fear and faith as an heritage when men were weak in judgment. But, with the growth of wisdom, I take away fear and the substance of things not proven to the judgment. 3. Jehovah said, In Cosmon, men and angels shall ask for proofs. One will say, How is it possible to relate the words spoken in the olden times? Another will say, How can it be proven that the old heaven was taken away? 4. Hear, therefore, the words of your Creator. And when one saith, Behold, in those days few men had the gift of words and speech, answer ye him, saying, Even so was it in heaven, and because they had not words, they could not be made to understand. 5. And another shall say, The Creator ruleth in large matters, but not in the small, and another shall say, Because the angels come in Cosmon, so could they in the olden time. And ye shall answer them, saying, Who knoweth the plan for an earthquake, whether it be small or large before Jehovah? Is he not ever present? And do not certain conditions bring certain results? And they will answer, Yea. 6. Say ye, Give, then, a name to the highest cause beyond all research, and they will say, By the ancients called Jehovah. And they shall perceive that they have entangled themselves in a net. For if the condition of ignorance on earth begot ignorance in heaven, how could the light of heaven come afterward to the earth save from above? Since, then, the light of heaven came from above, who should invent the wisdom of a flood to come upon the speech of nations? 7. Give them, therefore, words in heaven and words on earth which are of matters of this nature, and make the sounds thereof sacred, so that it shall be proven in Japheth and Shem, and Ham, and Guatemala, and in the heavens thereunto belonging. The voice of Jehovah ceased. 8. God said, Thou art all wisdom, O Jehovah. Now have I a place for the new volunteers come from Etheria. For this shall be their matter and business with the familiars who dwell with the barbarians. So, accordingly, were they allotted. And they were enjoined to sing to mortals the song of the flood, and they thus established its history to endure forever on earth. Chapter 13. 1. All things prospered in heaven for many years, nor were there great wars on earth, nor famines, nor epidemics. And the lords of the earth had sufficient luis for all the Faithists, so as to control iron marriages to bring forth sons and daughters who would rejoice in heaven. 2. And as fast as they died on the earth, these angels were carried to heavenly places suited to them, where they were handed into the care of Asaphs and entered as Esyans. But the lords appointed no Luas over the barbarians, and only commanded the Ashars to watch for their spirits in the hour of death, and, if possible, to bring them to the organic places of God in horde. And mostly they were so brought. This continued for many years. But in course of time the familiar spirits aroused up the barbarians, and they began to have dreams and see visions, for their familiars talked to them during sleep. And when this became common, Jehovah said, 3. Behold, the time is come to appoint Luas to abide with the barbarians. For herein will I reveal a great secret, which is that my chosen on earth cannot subdue it, for they are a harmless and defenseless people. Therefore, have I created the barbarian wisely, for he shall drive away and destroy all evil beasts and serpents, and the forests shall fall down before him. 4. For this purpose the Luas shall select marriages with the view of raising up great kings and queens. But since, in the olden time, the kings depended on the prophets of God for counsel, and thus were advised against killing anything I had created alive, they quarreled. So in this time of the new heaven ye shall permit the kings and queens to consult the spirits of the dead with the talents I have given them. 5. This was done also. And the barbarians were attended by familiar spirits, many of whom took upon themselves any name pleasant to the ear, some of them calling themselves God or Lord, or after the name of some great king of the olden time. And these familiars, being stupid, supposed themselves to be such persons. 6. The result of their stupid impressions was to inspire the barbarians to believe they were attended by gods or lords, or by the spirits of kings or queens. And so they held up their heads and began to think. For as it had been said by the gods of ancient times, some are led by flattery, some by self-conceit, some by duty, some by love of righteousness. But there are others who can be led to self-improvement by persuading them they are chosen especially by some god or lord, or the spirit of a renowned king or queen, to work wonders. 7. God said, there was a certain sick man who could not be cured by the physicians, so there came a foolish woman, seeing visions, and said to the sick man, Tomorrow thou shalt be healed. God hath been trying thee. But thou hast proven thyself in soul, and thy God will withdraw the spell of thy infirmity, behold, thy God standeth by thee. 8. Now on the following day the sick man put forth his own spirit and rose up and was well. Wherefore, it hath been adjudged even deceit may accomplish what truth could not. Suffer then the familiars to lead the barbarians on for a season, but be ye watchful at the proper time to appoint new spirits to be with them. 9. God said, Instruct the lords that the time is now come to reveal to mortals, especially to the Ions, the 7 tetracts, for, as the Ashars are withdrawn apace, so shall mortals advance apace. 10. Which is to say, these are the inheritances of all men born on the earth, Anash, which is persistent stubbornness, by word or thought, Zimma, wicked device, Ra, delight in being bad, Belial, worthlessness, Aven, vanity and self-conceit. Dibba, slander and reporting of evils, and Satan, to be a leader, and especially to the delight of the other 6 entities. 11. These are the members of the beast 15 of all men and women under the sun. Nor is any one without them in some manner or degree. Go ye, therefore, to the lords and say to them, Jehovah hath set the beginning of the resurrection through Aph, his son, chief of the ark of Noe, to lay the tetracts on the shoulders of mortals. 12. The marshals of the council provided messengers who were at once sent down to the different divisions of the earth. For the tetracts were some of the words selected in heaven to be given as everlasting names, whereby, in after ages, the tribes of Faithists might be discovered. And they were given alike to the Faithists of Gautama, Japheth, Shem and Ham, who were the sons of the ark of Aph preserved on the earth in that day. For these words were provided in the Hebraic, Vedic and Algonquin languages, to be synonymous, till the coming of the Cosmogony era. Chapter 14. 1. The voice of Jehovih came to God, saying, Behold, the time draweth near when my son, shall commit the care of Hord and her affairs to another God, for another 400 years. This, then, is the commandment of thy Creator, O God, Hord shall advance to the second resurrection, but the first resurrection shall be established with my lords. 2. And when the Lord hath a sufficient number of souls who are advanced to take the second resurrection, then shall they be brought to this, my holy place, where they shall be further prepared for the next resurrection. 3. This was accomplished. And heavenly kingdoms with thrones for the lords, for the first resurrection, were established on the earth, and in the divisions of the lords. So that there were allotted to these lords kingdoms 33 years for a resurrection, because 33 is the division of Dan corresponding to 100 dawn to each cycle. 16. 4. Accordingly, every 33 years thereafter there was one migration of a group from the Lord's first resurrection to that of Hord, which was God's second resurrection. Whereby the light of Dan fell on 200 years, 400 years, 500 years, 600 years and 1,000 years, which became the base of prophecy for each cycle from that time forth for a long period. 5. God said, Close the gates of Hord, and from this time ever after only those of the second resurrection can enter. And it was so. And Hord was extended over Japheth, Shem and Ham to the second degree. But of Gautama this is the manner of her heaven, the Lord made 2 kingdoms, the first and second resurrections, and allotted the first to a proxy in his own name, but over the second he presided in person, teaching his people by proxy of God in Hord. For the distance of the sea lay between these heavens, and the access could not be made in the diminutive light of 33. Nevertheless, the Lord and his attendants maintained an Etherean ship that enabled him to cross the sea at intervals of 11 years. 6. Accordingly now, in the second resurrection, new colleges were established in heaven, and the spirits began the study of elements and illustrations in Es and Uz, and the process of travel and of carrying corporeal entities. And these spirits were at times, under Ashars, taken down to mortals to assist in miracles and legerdemain. For the lessons in the second resurrection embraced the mastery of corpor in analysis and synthesis. 7. After the first year of God in Hachuan, he went therefore every 11th year and remained 1 year of the earth's time, so that in 200 years he made 18 visits. Now on his first visit he brought back with him a certain number of volunteers, being of those raised by the Ark of Noah, and the next visit he brought back twice as many as the first. And the next time 3 times as many as the second, and increasing for the 18 visits. And on the last visit it was estimated how many he had brought back in all, and the number was 1,000 millions. And they were raised to the second resurrection, having been under the training of the gods and goddesses of Hachuan, under the direction of son of Jehovih. 8. And now that the time of Dan was drawing near, and should return to provide for the ascent of Jehovah's harvest, God looked up with a cheerful heart. For it was evident that by the expiration of the 200 years from the submersion of Pan, many of the spirits delivered from the earth in that day would be prepared to take the second resurrection. Wherefore God prophesied, saying, Through thee, O Jehovah, in another 100 years I shall have delivered them into Etheria, Nirvana, as thy brides and bridegrooms. Chapter 15. 1. Jehovah spake in the light of the throne of God in Hord, saying, Behold, a star cometh. 2. The voice ceased, but God and his hosts knew the meaning, for it was the time of to return and complete his deliverance of Neph and his hosts, and his lords and their hosts. 3. So the council were moved to look into the firmament. And the messengers who had heard the voice, and who were departing on their various missions, also looked upward, even as they sped forth to their places. And they proclaimed it in the places of all the heavens of the earth, and to the lords and their divisions of the earth. 4. And the angels of heaven and those that abode with mortals were stirred up, and because of their contiguity to mortals, the latter comprehended that something unusual was near at hand. 5. The council of Hord knew not how they should proceed, for the event was to surpass in magnificence anything they had ever witnessed. 6. God said, I have heard thy voice, O Jehovah. I know a star cometh, and great shall be the glory thereof. Give me light, O Father. How shall thy servant know the decorum of Orient chiefs? Behold, I am as one abashed with obscurity in thy wide universe. 7. Jehovah's voice answered, saying, Fear not, my son. And let thy counsel be strong also. Proceed at once to decorate thy people, preparatory to receiving the resurrection. And those who are to be my brides and bridegrooms clothe ye in white. 8. The whole council heard Jehovah's voice, and they ordained officers to proceed throughout Atmospheria and put in effect Jehovah's commandment. And the decorated angels, and those prepared as brides and bridegrooms for Etheria, were ordered to form in companies near the throne of God in horde. And the officers of companies were also provided with badges, whereon was inscribed an account of their labor on earth and in heaven, the number and nature of their charities and self-sacrifices for others' good. And their grade in purity and power and wisdom. And the privates were decorated with stars to illustrate the same things, in degree and number. And the stations of their file in horde were provided in the order of music, rating them according to their chord and discord, and their social adaptability. 9. For these things were done before Etherean judges, to whom Jehovah had said, Let the people pass before you, and judge ye them, that being assorted and arranged they shall make one harmonious whole. For it is only by this they will have power to ascend and endure in my regions of light. There were 1,000,000 of these judges, and they took up their stations in different parts of Atmospheria, wherever the second resurrection had been established, every judge choosing a district for himself or herself. For they were both men and women. 10. And as the angels passed before them, the wisdom of the judges was so great they could comprehend all they had ever done, either on earth or in heaven. And by signals the proper officers were advised how to decorate and adorn all of them. 11. And as fast as companies of 1,000 passed, they were provided with conductors, who took them to their places, which had been previously determined by the command of God. 12. Whilst this work was proceeding, lights began to appear in the firmament above. These were the marshals of the Orient fields in Etheria, in their starships, making course for horde, and their number was legion. But presently one brighter and more powerful than the rest made way from the western arc of Oahspe, and it steered direct to God's throne, growing brighter and larger as it came. And when it entered past Chinvat, and was well within the vortex of the earth in the belt of the moon's orbit, its light spread across the whole atmosphere of heaven, and horde was illumined, and the angels of horde were stirred up with enthusiasm. 13. Not long the brilliant star delayed the suspense of the angel world, for he who sailed them was a god of millions of years, and by his wisdom attained to such mastery that the elements of earth and atmospheria gave way. As if appalled by a heaven on fire. Down came the starship whose majesty outweighed all ceremony, a very crown of magnificence, even to the arena of the council of horde. And he who came, attended by 500,000, was Suji, marshal for that which was soon to follow. 14. God rose up, saluting, and all the hosts rose up, whereupon Suji ascended the throne, greeted by God and his council, near at hand. Suji said. 15. By thy will, O Jehovah. And God said, In thy name, O Father, Creator. Welcome to thy Son. And presently all the place was aglow with a golden light, which ranks first in heaven of all colors, and the voice of Jehovah descended on Suji, and he said. 16. Well-beloved, come. Long-enduring, come. Of patience and steadfastness, my sons and daughters. Behold, I came in the darkness and delivered me, for she was of twins heavily laden. And the one dwelt with the mother, but the other I sent to nurse in Hochuan. And they are grown to maturity. A son and daughter twin. 17. Turn ye to Hochuan, lo, the twin cometh. She was the puny child, but look ye upon her, O ye gods and goddesses. Her 1,000 millions come as an avalanche of Giaean worlds. Open your arms, O my beloved sons and daughters. 18. The voice ceased, and Suji said, When the harvest of Hochuan arriveth, attended by the gods and goddesses who helped deliver the children of darkness, and who have changed them into beacons of light, behold ye. There shall be 3 days of recreation in Atmospheria. For the hosts of Hachuan shall be shown their native world, whence they came, and they shall read the lineage of kin and condition whence they were rescued by Jehovah's sons and daughters. 19. But on the first day, behold, Aph, the Orion chief, will descend in all his glory. And on the 4th day all your upraised sons and daughters shall ascend into the Etherean worlds, where there are in waiting, to receive you, millions of souls, long since dwellers in nirvana. Suji ceased speaking, having given commands as to the stations of his marshals around about the earth and her heaven. 20. God sent his messengers, saying, Go ye to Wakha and say, God saith, My heavens have been numbered, and the account of my labors rendered and recorded in the libraries of Horde. And of all the hosts who have labored with thy God, behold, thou, O Wakha, standest on the highest grade. Come, therefore, to the throne of thy God and be anointed God of heaven and earth for the next 400 years, and as long after as Jehovah willeth. 21. The messengers, attended by 1,000 marshals, departed for Adjan, the place of labor where Wakha dwelt, being a physician's nurse for Esyans and stillborn mortal children and those killed by abortion. And they delivered the message of God, to which Wakha replied, Thanks, O Jehovah. Tell God I will come. But yet let me surmise, I have been all my life, now some 30,000 earth years, trying to learn where I should be most serviceable to Jehovah and his sons and daughters. And when I judge that I have found it, lo, a summons cometh from another way, saying, Come thou hither. Wherefore it seemeth Jehovah forever hurrieth us onward, faster than our wisdom can discover the requirement. So the marshals provided an odavan, and Wakha was conducted before Horde, even to the foot of the throne of God, where he was saluted and received under a rod of water, according to his rank. Chapter 16. 1. Nearer and nearer came the visiting stars, the Etherean ships from thousands of worlds, with countless millions of emancipated souls, dwellers in the Nirvanian regions of Jehovah. And when they reached the boundaries of the earth's vortex they halted a while, to form in rank, that their glory might add to one another. And whilst they stood thus in the great vault of heaven, there opened on one side a gateway amidst the stars, and far beyond came a strange and mottled sun, swaying to and fro. And this was the great fields and forests of Hachuan letting loose the thousands of millions of the delivered earth. 2. God and his hosts saw it. And every soul burst forth one universal shout of applause. It was coming straight to Horde. And as it came nearer, the curtains and sails and streamers, made of yellow, blue and red fire, began to wave and surge, like a ship in a rough sea, but steadily holding course in the undulating elements. Presently could be seen guardian ships, thousands and thousands, traveling beside the laboring sun, the hosts of Hachuan. 3. And the guardian ships were themselves like stars, and carried millions of Etherean souls who had been gods and goddesses on many worlds. And they formed wings for the Hachuan avalanche, to hold steady the course to the red star, the earth of mortals. And thus, in honored discipline, came the fleet of Jehovah's worshippers, who only 200 years since, were but as vermin delving into darkness, and deep buried in death, as their only knowledge. To whom great Jehovah and his exalted worlds were unknown. 4. Brighter and brighter grew that great waving sun, sailed by the immortal gods, and larger and more imposing, till, when it entered the earth's vortex, it became as living fire, large as the earth, and of brilliant colors, from black to adamant. And blue, and white, and purple, yellow, scarlet, pink, and of all shades. And living, and sparkling, with the broad curtains suspended, deep as the breadth of a world, and sails and flags that reached upward, high as the moon. 5. Midway in the vortex of the earth it halted, and the myriads of stars beyond now gathered in, majestically, from every side, till nearly around about the fabric of the earth's atmosphere was not a place but glowed with Jehovah's fire of heaven. Music, which rose from the throne of God a little while before, now ceased, for here was the play of elements in harmony, of which music is the same to the ear of mortals. 6. Hardly stood the kaleidoscope of splendors in one attitude, but moving, changing and forming by the decrees of the gods and goddesses. As a general on earth manipulates his armies, in the evolution of arms, so in majesty and splendor the marshalling stars forever evolve new and glorious changes stretching abroad over the whole firmament of heaven. 7. And now another gateway opened amidst the stars, and a cluster star was seen approaching from the southeast. It was as a star surrounded by stars, and brighter than all the others. This was the ship star of Aph, the Orion chief. At sight of which all souls in the firmament turned in pride and wonder. Swift and mighty above all the countless millions of gods and goddesses assembled had he attained in the play and management of worlds. And at sight of his Etherean star, angels and gods whispered, Aph. And the magic of his name, widely known in the Nirvanian fields of the emancipated heavens, spread abroad, till every soul uttered, Aph. In all the regions of atmospheria and on the earth. 8. Nearer and nearer he came, nor halted at Chinvat, the boundary of the earth's vortex. But steadily, and with power, sailed on till his star stood in the doorway of heaven, and here halted as if to complete the immortal scene. 9. But a moment more, and all the avalanche of the glorious worlds around moved onward toward the earth, and surrounding it on every side, and the star of Aph making headway for Hord, even to the throne of God. 10. This was the morning of the third day in tide of Dan, in which there were still 4 days left. But now the marshals took their parts. First, Suji, chief over all the rest, from the throne of God, cried out, All hail, O Aph, son of Jehovih. And the words were caught up on every side, and uttered in one breath around the world. Yet nearer and nearer gathered in the great starships and son of Hachuan, till even like a net they joined and filled the earth's atmosphere in the east and west and north and south, and below and above, on every side. And the words of the marshal, All hail, O Aph, son of Jehovih, went like an echo over all the heavens. 11. Then Aph's fleet drew near, and he and his hosts alighted, and he ascended the throne, saluting, saying, All hail, O Neph, God of heaven and earth. And this was also uttered by the millions of hosts. Whereupon the signs and ceremonies of the gods were briefly concluded, and a recreation of 3 days proclaimed. And the angels' hosts came forth out of their ships, or by the endless chains sped to any quarter of the earth they desired to visit. And for 3 days and nights the visitors dwelt on the earth and in the lower atmospheria, inspecting how the earth was made, its land and water, its mountains and valleys, its beasts of prey and beasts of burden, its birds and fishes. And above all, its mortal people and spirits who lingered about the earth, the great story-tellers, who knew no higher heaven. And then they surveyed atmospheria and the works of God and his lords. Their nurseries, hospitals, factories, schools and colleges. 12. And on the 4th day the marshals called order. And so great was the discipline of the hosts and the arrangement of the starships, that in a moment of time order reigned amongst all these countless millions of people. 13. Now, during the recreation, the chiefs from many worlds, and gods and goddesses, mingled together, and exchanged their varied experience in the wide regions of Jehovah's universe, of the management of both corporeal and Essene worlds. And of the cosmogony of Etherean planets. And the surveying of roadways, and of turning worlds from their orbitic course, or changing their axic rotation, and of the deliverance of millions of souls into the Giaean fields. And of the creation of new corporeal worlds and the dissolution of others, and the gathering together of the spirits disinherited, and of their final resurrection. Neither seemed there any end to Jehovah's universe, where such wonders go onward forever. 14. When order was restored, God commanded Wakha to rise to be anointed, and God said, In thy name, O Jehovah, I anoint this, thy son, God of heaven and earth for the next 400 years. Guide him in wisdom and love, O Father. 15. And God gathered from the abundance of Thic and made a crown and placed it on Wakha's head, saying, Hail God of heaven and earth, Jehovah's son. This was shouted by the hosts. And then God took off the triangle, the Samgon, the heirloom of the gods of the red star, the earth, and God hung it on Wah's neck, saying, Take this heirloom, the symbol of three entities in one, and wear it for the glory of the Great Spirit. Jehovah. 16, to which Wah, now God, answered, Thy will be done, O Father, Creator and ruler over all. And all on the throne stood aside, and God, Wah, ascended the throne and sat in the midst, whereat the Esenors chanted, and the hymn sounded around the whole earth. Then Av, son of Jehovah, spake, saying, 17. In 400 years, O God, I will come and deliver thee and thy harvest, and thy lords and their harvest, for the glory of Jehovah, the unapproachable Almighty. Amen. 18. And now Av went and sat down at the foot of the throne, whereat God came down according to custom and took his hand, saying, Arise, O God, son of Jehovah, and go thy way. And Av rose up, saluting, and he and his attendants departed and entered his starship. The Esenors chanted, the trumpeters played, and the solemn march of Jehovah's sea of fire sounded from heaven and earth. 19. The marshals now put the great works in order. Neph and his attendants were stationed on the right of Av in a ship new built, next to him, the ships of his lords and their attendants. After them, their marshals from the different divisions of the earth and atmospheria, next to them, the ships of the messengers, then the factors, then the nurses, then the physicians, and so on. And finally the divisions of earth raised, who were now adjourned to the sun avalanche, being of the same rank. And these comprised the harvest of Neph for Jehovah's emancipated realms. And the number of souls exceeded all other harvests raised up from the earth. 20. And now had come the time for the ascent, and Av said, Give us of thy power, O Jehovah. And his words were echoed in all places in heaven and on earth. The plateaus trembled and oscillated. Again Av said, Of thy power, O Jehovah. Arise, O heaven. Arise, O heaven. 21. And the plateaus of the sphere started from their foundations, and slowly moved back and outward from the earth. The Esenors played the march, the Ethereans tore off strips of fabric and threw them down in horde, and then formed flowers and leaves and perfumed them, and cast them out, to fall in the lower heavens. 22. Outward and outward the Etherean world moved, and then parted the breadth of the earth, and then rose slowly upward. Presently it turned on its own axis, and was as yet one entire world. But with its rotation the different stars began to individualize and separate, all save the harvest of Neph, which was the central figure, led onward and upward by Av, son of the Great Spirit. 23. Faster and faster rose the glorious scene, and more awful, and sparkling with splendor. Nor could one from horde scarce look upon the dazzling light. But higher it rose, and onward, toward its far-off destiny, till it disappeared in the firmament above. Chapter 17. 1. Now was the atmosphere like a new heaven stripped of visitors, and ready to resume labor after a glorious festival. So God at once dispatched all hands to their places, and the factories, schools and colleges, nurseries and hospitals, were once more alive with willing workers. 2. And horde prospered in every department. And so also did the departments of the lords on earth, and mortals also prospered under the light of the Great Spirit. 3. For 400 years God reigned in heaven, and his lords under him, and the second Dan of Af fell upon earth and heaven. So God appointed Aenon as his successor. And now Af and his attendants came to deliver God, his lords and people prepared for their resurrection up into Etheria. 4. And the number of Jehovah's harvest was 1,000 million souls. 5. And God, Anon, reigned his time, and his lords under him, and they were also delivered by Af, but by proxy, and the harvest of Jehovah was 800 million souls. 6. And his successor, God of horde and atmospheria, and his lords, fulfilled their Dan, and they and their harvests were delivered by the proxy of Af also, and the number of souls delivered was 600 million. And Jehovah commanded Aph to commit atmospheria and the earth to the successors of Arazon of Garawista, in EMS of the Etherian phalanx of Adiarduth. 7. And the next harvest of God and his lords was 200 million souls. After that the earth passed into the Ag of Urkstand for 800 years, and the light of the upper heaven was lost to earth and atmospheria, so there was no harvest for the Etherian realms. And because of the darkness in atmospheria it began to fall in Hadda, and the 7 entities of Tetrax took root in Horde, and overspread the dominions of God and his lords. And many in heaven rose up, and, proclaiming themselves gods or lords, obtained followers, some to the extent of 3 millions of souls. 8. And these false gods made slaves of their followers, exacting service, and in lieu giving pitiful homes and regimen, and by the labor of their slaves embellishing their mansions and cities in Hadda. 9. Jehovah had said of old, Before mortals I keep death forever present that they may not forget the change from corporeal to spirit life, otherwise they would dispute it possible in my hands for these things to be. But my resurrections in heaven are far apart, and the inhabitants thereof lose faith in those above them. Through faith is all power and glory attained, therefore have I exacted that angels cultivate faith in the next resurrection. 10. But during the last 1,000 years in atmospheria, there being no resurrections to Etheria, many fell into disbelief of the emancipated heavens, and so sat about, building up heavenly kingdoms on their own account, and for their own glory. And in order to have exalted kingdoms they sent their slaves back to mortals to inspire them with the glory of their false gods' kingdoms, that others in turn might become slaves also. 11. So confusion began in heaven again, and it reacted on mortals, through the angels' presence, and war and misery overspread the nations and tribes of men on earth. Thus ended the cycle of Apha's Ark of Noe, which was 3,600 years. End of Book of Aph, son of Jehovah. The Lord's first book. Being cotemporaneous with the book of Aph, son of Jehovah. And as the latter is of heaven, so is the Lord's book of the earth. For which reason one book is placed above the other. Chapter 1. The History of the Flood. 1. Hear me, O man, I am the Lord, the God of earth, son of Jehovah. I am one of thine elder brothers. I, thy Lord, with my brother lords and gods, in the name of Jehovah, speak, saying. 2. Peace and patience be unto all men, that ye may comprehend my words, and bear witness that heaven and earth in every part is Jehovah's, and that all men and women are his sons and daughters, worlds without end. 3. As over mortal kingdoms, kings. As over empires, emperors, as over armies, generals. So hath Jehovah in his heavens crowned certain chieftains for times and places, and given to them certain names, whereby they have been proclaimed to men and angels, so that the discipline of heavens might manifest the glory and dominion of Jehovah. 4. In all time, honored in high heaven, and known to the people on the earth as Jehovah is Lord, commander of heavenly light on earth, and pacificator betwixt all light and all darkness, and entitled Lord of earth and Lord God. So have I and my predecessors, and my successors, been handed down for thousands of years amongst mortals. 5. Whereas, if it be said, the king said thus, and generations after, if it be said, the king said thus, and all men know it was not the same man, but was nevertheless the king, so also proclaim I, the Lord, my predecessors and successors. For all of them were, and have been the Lord. 6. Wherefore I, the Lord, by virtue of my own authority, and in Jehovah's name, proclaim the light in the darkness of the past, for inasmuch as I have been exalted by the Father. So are ye all in waiting for your turn in the heavens above to become lords and gods and goddesses. 7. To draw your souls up in heavenly aspirations, to become one with the Father in righteousness and good works, sendeth Jehovah his sons and daughters, down to the earth, revealing the glory of his kingdoms in the Etherian worlds. 8. But because of the darkness of man's soul, man setteth up to mock the words of his Lord, saying, How can I become a lord, or a god? Behold, his word hath not been heard, none have written his speech. 9. was it not so in all times on the earth? And because of this darkness amongst men, they have laid bare the iniquity of their own hearts. For out of the mouths of my chosen, who utter my words, come words of truth and love and wisdom and kindness, and the exaltation of virtue. But from those who deny me, come corruption, war, avarice, and the love of earthly things for self-sake. 10. Behold, they have quibbled about words and the meaning of words. 1 saith, how much of this came from the Lord, and how much from the prophet? Making of themselves mathematicians on a matter separate from the subject of the righteousness of their own souls, which lieth at the bottom of God's desires. 11. Are not all words at best but pictures and paintings of the Spirit that findeth them? And whether the captain, Lord, or his private, angel, carry the light to the prophet, what mattereth it to the man or woman who seeketh to serve Jehovah by doing good works? 12. Some have said, Behold, I have given all I had to the poor, and I rise early and visit the sick, and in the night I sit up with them. And I gather up orphans and helpless ones and make them so joyous of heart they thank Jehovah they are created into life. Now, verily, all men know that such behavior cometh from them that recognize my word, whether it come from the mouth of a babe or the pen of a fool. 13. Who, then, shall not find delight in the word of the Lord? Know they not that I am the same today, yesterday, and forever? And in judgment why will they not perceive that my word cometh as well now as in the olden time? 14. Behold, I am not for one man only, nor for one woman, nor for one book. But wherever the light of wisdom and the desire for virtue and holy deeds shine, there will my speech manifest. Is not Jehovah wide as the universe, and immutable? And to be in harmony with him, is this not the sum of all wisdom? 15. Therefore, if thy Lord, or thy God, hath attained to be one with the Father, and he come in dominion on the earth, with his millions of angels, who also know the higher light and ye are inspired by them to do Jehovah's will. What discussion shall man have against heaven or its representatives? 16. I declare freedom unto all men in Jehovah's name, but with freedom I also give the experience of the lords of earth. Suffer therefore my prophets on all hands to embellish the pictures of the past in their own way. And as far as the pictures fortify faith in Jehovah and his works, and his power and his glory, be ye circumspect to desire nourishment therefrom. And rather than destroy that which is given in the name of Jehovah, go ye, and fall to work in like manner to build up his light in your own way. 17. Herein is wisdom, for they that strive for the light of my dominion shall receive my angels in my name, and by the words they find to express my commandments shall they be known to be of me. 18. All words came from the Lord your God. By him was man made upright on the earth. As the first race went down into the earth, the second man rose up by my angels, becoming like unto lords and gods, and capable of knowing good and evil. 19. But as the light of a full-grown man differeth from that of a child's, so, in different degree, was the light of men. And those with the higher light were called Faithists, Ions, because they perceived that wisdom shaped all things and ruled to the ultimate glory of the All-One. But those of the lesser light were called Cain, the Druck, because their trust was more in corporeal than in spiritual things. 20. And the Faithists were also called the chosen people, because they chose God, who is Lord over corpor. But the Cainites, the Drucks, were classed as enemies of the Lord, because they sacrificed by means of war and death that which Jehovah made alive. And these two peoples have lived on the earth from the first, and even to this day. 21. And I, the Lord, Son of Jehovah, gave a certain commandment to man, saying, Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy soul, thy wisdom and strength. But man had little strength in this matter, neither did I ask for more than he could give. And another commandment was, Thou shalt not kill, the which had man obeyed, there had been no war in the world. 22. In like manner gave I the light of heaven unto all men, but my enemies perverted my words in order to justify themselves in sin. For the Father so dwelleth in man that man can judge of truth and holiness. For if one man saith, The Lord said, Thou shalt not kill, and yet another man saith, the Lord saith, Thou shalt kill. Then shall not any man mistake which is of the Lord in fact. For the Lord mocketh not alive any man whom he desireth shall be killed. 23. Thus was my word perverted by man, and the little light which was not lost, man tried to obscure. Nevertheless, man multiplied and inhabited the earth over, building cities and nations and prospering in certain seasons in all things earthly. But as I came to the earth to develop the soul of man chiefly, and for his own ultimate happiness in the Etherean worlds, I labored not with such as heeded me not, but suffered them to go on in their own conceit. And they became divided against one another, and war and pestilence and diverse diseases came upon mortals, resulting in their further downfall. 24. And the spirits of those that denied me on earth, still denied me in heaven. And in their stubbornness and conceit continued to dwell with man on the earth. So that in the course of time the world was overrun by spirits of darkness, who knew not heaven. And it came to pass that my enemies slew my chosen on all hands. 25. In 4 great divisions of the earth, in Vohu, in Jud, in Thouri and in Dis, see SETHANTES, chapter 2, v.28, they left not one alive of the Iron race. In Waga, Pan, had I a remnant. And they were scattered far and near, and in separate places hiding away from their evil pursuers. 26. I had said unto them, Every living thing that groweth up out the ground shall be food for you. But of everything wherein is the breath of life, which is of blood and spirit, ye shall not eat. Whoso sheddeth blood, wherein is life, by himself inviteth his own blood and spirit to the spoil. In likeness of God was man made heir of the earth and all things thereon. 27. Be ye fruitful and multiply, bring forth abundantly in remembrance of the Lord God of heaven and earth. 28. And I gave the circumcision as a measure of the boundary of my chosen. 29. But there were giants, druks, in those days and in time after that, and my chosen came unto them, and they bare children to them also. 17. And their flesh became corrupt, so that vermin inhabited them from the time of their birth to the time of death. And they became rotten in the head with catarrh, and in the throat with ulcers and running sores. And in the lungs and joints with the poison of death. And their offspring that was born unto them came forth afflicted with the sins of their fathers and mothers, to linger in misery or to die in infancy. 30. And they thus peopled heaven with untimely births and with spirits of darkness, who, in return, came back and re-afflicted mortals. 31. And I said, I will destroy man from the face of the earth. For the flesh of man is corrupt, for by the eating of flesh and unwise cohabitation hath he corrupted his race upon the earth. 32. And I, the Lord, called unto my chosen, who were persecuted and hidden away in the valleys and mountains, even on the tops of mountains. 33. And I said unto them, Because ye have kept my commandments, come forth and hear ye the word of the Lord your God. And they came forth from their hiding places, thousands and thousands of them. And I sent my angels unto them, saying. 34. Say ye unto my chosen, This is the word of the Lord your God, ye have found favor in my sight, for ye alone of all that is on the earth have kept my commandments, and ye have seen righteousness in the seed of your generations. 35. Go to, therefore, and build ships sufficient unto my chosen, and get ye within, where none can pursue or destroy. 36. For behold, I will bring a flood of waters upon the earth, even above the highest mountains. For I will destroy the corruption thereof, and purge it of all uncleanness. 37. Take ye, therefore, of all food that is good to eat, and gather it into the ships, for the flood shall remain 150 days. And ye shall not come forth and find wherewith to eat. 38. And the angels of the Lord went to the Faithists in God and inspired them to build ships, both in the valleys and on the mountains. For 2 whole years builded they them, and then they were completed. 39. And the angels of heaven numbered the ships, and there were of them 138. And the ships stood on the mountains and in valleys. Nowhere near the waters stood one of all the ships that had been built. 40. And the earth stood in the ark of Noah in the firmament of heaven, in the place and grade of 600 in the Aegean roads, 24,000 years before Cosmogony. 41. And the Lord commanded the chosen to go into the ships, and they went in, and in the same day the gates of heaven and earth were opened. 42. And the earth rocked to and fro, as a ship at sea, and the rains fell in torrents. And loud thunderings came up from beneath the floor of the world. And the sea came up on the land, first upon the valleys and then upon the mountains, so that the ships floated on the waters. 43. But the land was swallowed up, valleys and mountains, and all the living perished, save the Ions, who floated off in the ships. 44. And the Lord said, I numbered them that were saved, and there were 12,420. And these were all that remained of the first race of man that walked on 2 feet. 45. Behold, I will carry them to all the divisions of the earth, and people it anew with the seed of my chosen. 46. And Jehovah blew his breath upon the ships of his sons and daughters, blew them about upon the ocean, blew them to the east and west and north and south. 47. By the will of God were the ships congregated into 4 fleets. 34 ships into each fleet, save 2 ships which were carried in a fleet to themselves. 48. The Lord said, I will name the fleets of my chosen, and their names shall be everlasting on the earth. And the Lord named them Guadama, Shem, Japheth, Ham and Ysta. 49. The Lord said, From these, my seed, will I people the earth over in all the divisions thereof. And that after generations, for thousands of years, may know the work of my hand. Behold, I give them a sign, which is my covenant to them and their heirs forever. 50. Which is my crescent, in the form of a rainbow, and whatsoever people bear this, my sign, shall be as a remembrance to me of my covenant. Nor shall they be destroyed from the inheritance which I have given unto them. 51. And the chosen looked out of their ships, and the sky was clearing, and a rainbow shone in the firmament. And by the light thereof the land was found, whither the Lord brought his people. 52. And in 150 days from the beginning of the flood, the ships were brought into their respective places. As the Lord designed them, so landed they in the different countries of the world. 53. The fleet named Guadama was carried to the eastward, and the country whither it landed was also called Guadama. 18. The Lord said, From this place shall my chosen spread out north and south. But they shall not inhabit the lands to the east or west as far as the sea, for they shall be testimony in time to come of this landing place from the continent of Pan. 54. God said, Suffer my people to bestow names to the places whither I lead them, for these names shall show in the Cosmogony era the work of my hand done in this day. 55. The fleet of 2 ships carried to the north was named Yista, which in the Waga tongue was Japan, which is the same country that is to this day called Japan, signifying relict of the continent of Pan, for it lay to the north. Where the land was cleaved in twain. 56. And the Lord said to them, Behold, 8 Hydan shall come and ye shall be as a key to unlock the labors of heaven, for of all people ye shall be reckoned the oldest in the world. And until I come and unlock the sea, ye shall remain an exclusive people from all tribes and nations. 57. Preserve ye, therefore, the names of my rites and ceremonies, and especially the names of land and water, and the firmament above, and the ships that plough the water. And all sounds whatever that man mocketh in the throat and without the tongue and lips. For in the time of my glory on the earth ye shall also be glorified. Preserve ye also peace and righteousness and industry, for ye shall be a testimony in the later time of the presence of my hand and of the Great Spirit also. Thus was settled Japan, and it continueth to this day. 58. The fleet named Japheth was driven to the westward and north, and the country was called Japheth for thousands of years thereafter, and is the same as is called China to this day. 59. The fleet named Shem landed to the south, and the country was called Shem for thousands of years afterward, and is the same as is called Vindhya, India, to this day. 60. The fleet named Ham landed southwest, and the country was called the land of Ham for thousands of years, and is the same as is called Egypt and Africa to this day. 61. God said, Behold, my chosen shall manifest many signs and words common to one another in these different divisions of the earth. 62. They shall remember the flood. 63. They shall repudiate idols, but worship the Great Spirit, Jehovih. 64. They shall have the crescent. 65. They shall have the triangle. 66. They shall preserve the 4 days of the change of the moon as sacred days, and they shall be called mass, moons, days. 67. They shall be circumcised. 68. They shall remember the 7 tetrachs, Dibba, the enticing evil, Arik, the flesh evil, Zimma, the joking evil, Belial, worthlessness, Avon, vanity, Anash, delight in destruction, Satan, desire for leadership, which is the captain of death. 69. They shall have 3 great lights, or, the All-Highest, God. Son of or, Lord, Adonia, executor of heaven and earth. 70. They shall have 3 less lights, God's angels and lords, the prophets, the Rabbos. 71. They shall have 3 representative symbols of light, the sun, the moon and the burning flame. 72. The Lord said, And my chosen shall use these lights and symbols, signs and seasons in all the divisions of the earth whither I have settled them. 73. And in the Cosmon era I will come and show them the framework of my building which I raise up to the Almighty. 74. God said, Now was the world of one language and one speech, in all the places of my people spake they alike, man to man. 75. Nevertheless, in all parts of the earth there lived ground people, who were black and brown, and burrowed in the ground, and they had long arms and curved backs, and were naked and not ashamed, for which reason they were called druks. 76. The Lord spake unto the chosen, the Ions, saying, Behold the earth. I give it to you, to be yours forever. 77. Mingle ye not with the druks, for they are without understanding and are not heirs to everlasting life. 78. Now, many inquired of the Lord, saying, If these, having no understanding, be not heirs to everlasting life, how shall it be with our children who die in infancy? 79. The Lord said, This is a matter of the seed, and not of learning. Whosoever is born of my chosen shall inherit my everlasting kingdom. Chapter 2. 1. The Lord said, A wise physician amputateth a diseased limb and so preserveth the trunk to become healed. 2. Saw I not the rankness of the tribes of darkness, the druks, and that the proceedings of man would render the earth void? 3. What is all the world if it bring not forth heirs unto everlasting life? 4. Behold, I saw that my chosen had become exterminated, and on all the divisions of the earth save Pan. And I saw that they who had been their destroyers had in turn nearly exterminated one another. 5. And I saw that to bring the remnants of my people hither, they could again re-establish themselves and become the seed of a mighty people. 6. But, as for the land of Waga, Pan, it was already in the throes of death. And the druks had become as a festering sore. And the spirits of the dead, tens of thousands of millions of them, would not quit their hold on mortals whilst life was on the earth. 7. And I sent my angels around about the whole earth, and gathered in the spirits of darkness. Gathered them unto the land of Waga. 8. And when my work was in readiness I raised up my hand, as a surgeon that would lop off a diseased limb, and I cleft asunder the continent of Pan and sunk it beneath the waters. 9. And my angels conducted my chosen out of that land, and not one of them perished. 10. I said unto the guardian angels whom I had given to man, In the lands whither I will take my people, let them build mounds and walled cities, with ladders to enter, after the manner of the ancients. In all the divisions of the earth, alike and like shall they build. 11. For in the time of Cosmon their relics shall be testimony that the Ion forerun the Iwan, the copper-colored, race in all the world. 12. So also will I, the Lord, provide in the Cosmon era to discover the sunken land of Waga, that mortals may comprehend the magnitude of the work of the Lord. 13. In those days the Ions dwelt not alone, but in cities and villages. And they were clothed. And they tilled the ground and brought forth grains and seeds good to eat, and flax and hemp, from which to make cloth for covering the body. And their food was of every herb and root, and grain and seed, and fruit that cometh of the earth, but they ate not flesh nor fish, nor of anything that breathed the breath of life. 14. They toiled by day, bringing within their cities the fruit of their labor, and they slept within their cities, and on mounds, at night, that they might not be molested by beasts of prey and by serpents. 15. And every city had one Rabbah, head father, who knew the way of the Lord. By the Rabbah were the altars of the Lord built, and the times of the sacred days foretold. 16. And the Rabbah made records in writing on stone, the which they taught to their successors, and to whomsoever desired to learn of the Lord. 17. And the Lord abode with them, and they kept the commandments and multiplied exceedingly in all the divisions of the world. 18. Nor was there any war in any land under the sun in those days. 19. In 3,000 years thereafter, behold, there were thousands of cities and hundreds of thousands of inhabitants who had spread abroad over the lands of the earth. 20. And they had built ships and sailed abroad on the seas, and inhabited the islands thereof, north and south and east and west. Chapter 3. The Scriptures of that day. 1. God said, that my people may remain upright, behold, I give unto them and their successors forever, certain sacred words which shall be to them the bond of my covenant. 2. 7 degrees of sacred rights bestow I unto my people. And no man shall take the second till he hath learned all the words of the first, nor shall he take the third till he hath learned all the words of the second. And so on, shall man learn all my sacred words, from mouth to ear shall they be learned by every man and every woman of my people, saith the Lord. 3. Hearken, then, to the words of the servants of the Lord. 4. I will serve the prophets of the Lord my God. 5. Heal my flesh, O God, Iod, Gau, and cure poison. 6. The Lord is my spirit, spe, unseen in the heavens. 7. He is all power, and wisdom and love and anger. 8. He can heal, and he can tear the flesh, and strike dead. 9. His prophets have his good grace, they can hear his voice and interpret him. 10. The Lord is my guardian, 10 times a day will I remember him. 11. God who is Lord can stop blood. Choke it up, O Lord. 12. He gave blood stopping as a power of the prophet's hands. 13. Confound my enemies, O God. 14. The Ashars, angels of the Lord, shield me. 15. I will honor the Ions, the sacred people of God. They are my brethren. 16. This was the first lesson. The Lord said to his prophets, Go to the druks and cause them to sit on the ground in a circle, and stand ye in the midst, saying, Behold, O druk, the Great Spirit hath spoken, I have heard his voice. His words are holy words, whoever learneth his words shall have power over sickness and poison and the flowing of blood. And, if a woman, she shall become fruitful and have great rejoicing. Hold up your hands and repeat the words of the Lord. 17. And it was so, the prophets taught the words of the Lord, to wit. 18. Blessed be the name of the Lord. He can make me to be alive after I am dead, and this is all he requireth of me, to say, Blessed be the name of the Lord. In the morning I will say it, at noon I will say it, at night I will say it, Blessed be the name of the Lord. 19. I will wear clothes to hide my nakedness, because God requireth it of me. 20. I will not steal, nor speak untruth. 21. If my brother taketh what is mine, I will not be in anger, nor judge him, but I will lay the matter before the prophets of God. 22. I will do no violence, for it is God's commandment. 23. This, then, that followeth, was the third. 24. I will have but one wife, I will not go after other women whilst she liveth. I will have but one husband, I will receive no other man whilst my husband liveth. 25. I will suffer no man nor woman of poison, leprosy, to come near the Oahspe camp. In the Lord's name, I will drive them hence. 26. I renounce them, nor will I mingle therewith, for it is God's commandment. 27. The fourth commandment, that is to say. 28. I will forswear the hunt, but whatsoever cometh and is fit food for man to eat, I will kill it. I will take up fish in the name of the Lord, for they suffer no pain. 29. I will till the soil and gather roots to eat, and fibers of barks for clothing, and live like the Ions, the chosen people of God. 30. I renounce murderers, nor will I marry with them, nor live as they live, they are the enemies of the Lord God. 31. I will curse no man, nor woman, nor child, for it is the Lord's commandment. 32. I renounce anger and all weapons of death, they are enemies of the Lord. 33. If a man injure me, I will lay the matter before the Lord's prophet, for his judgment is holy, saith the Lord. 34. If a woman entice me, I will go secrete myself and repeat the sacred words. 35. I will respect the times of woman, for she is the gift of the Lord to be man's helpmate. 36. When my wife hath a newborn child, I will do her labor for 40 days, for it is God's commandment. 37. The fifth commandment, which is. 38. The 4 days of the moon are the Lord's, on those days I will not labor. 39. I will keep sacred the 4 days of every moon, and I will repeat the sacred words of the Lord thrice. 40. And when the prophets say, Behold, the Lord saith this is a sacred day, then will I keep that day holy, for the prophets hear the voice of God. 41. When the Ions worship before the altar of the Lord, I will keep on the outer circle, for the Ions are the chosen servants of God. 42. When the Ions march forth, following the prophets, I will come after, for I will honor the Lord's chosen. 43. When the prophets say, Pitch the tents here, I will abide, for the prophets cannot err. 44. The sixth commandment, which is. 45. For the sick I will provide, and for the woman with a newborn child. 46. I will give, first to the Ions, second to the Druks, and lastly keep for mine own self. 47. To warriors I will give in time of sickness, but when they are healed, I will say, Go your way. 48. And if a man be sick of poison, or a woman sick of poison, I will go to the same. But before I go in I will say, O Lord, my God, in thy name I go in a dangerous business, come thou through thy ashars and protect me for thy sake. 49. For the Lord can encompass me around about, and I shall not receive the poison. 50. The seventh commandment, which is. 51. I will keep these holy words secret in the name of the Lord my God. 52. When the Lord commandeth, saying, Go here, or go there, or build here a city, or a house or an altar, then will I do the Lord's bidding. 53. Thus did the Lord establish laws amongst men. And because of the sacredness of the Lord's words, man treasured them and kept holy the commandments of God. 54. Now I, the Lord, reveal in this, the Cosmon era. 55. My angels abode with the chosen in the days of the aforesaid sacred scriptures. 56. And when the words were repeated for the stopping of blood, behold, my angels compressed the veins. Not the words stopped the blood, but by the words mortals became in concert with my hosts. 57. And when a man went into the presence of dangerous diseases, repeating the sacred words, behold, my angels enveloped that man with my unseen blankets, and the man was protected from the disease. 58. Without such words, there could be no concert of action betwixt mortals and angels. 59. Think not that thy Lord taught a foolish thing, nor that the mumbling of words by my prophets were without wisdom and forethought by the Lord thy God. 60. Now in those days the Lord caused the Rabbah to make a wheel and hang it beside the altar. And the meaning thereof was, as this wheel is without beginning or end, so is the Creator. Whosoever turneth the wheel one round hath said, In thee, my God, I trust. 61. And the Lord made an image to stand at the extreme of the altar, whither only holy men and women might pass, and the Lord called the emblem Fate, signifying, 19 Beyond me there is no appeal. 62. And the form of Fate was a circle and an all-light center, with 4 dark corners cut off. And the Lord explained the meaning, which was 63. That there is a central light within man seeing clearly, but that the 4 dark corners of the world, ignorance, lust, selfishness, and anger, beset him on all sides. 64. And the Lord made an instrument and called it Jau, which was a triangle with a plumb line from the upper corner, and across the plumb line was a hollow reed for seeing through. And at the bottom end of the plumb line was a weight attached, which pointed to marks on the lower border of the triangle. And the Lord explained to the prophets how to use the Gao for proving all things, even as to the height of mountains, and the velocity of running waters, and how to lay the foundations of the temples, that they might be square with the world. And the prophets on their part taught the Ions, but with them the mysteries were kept a secret against all the world. Hence, in after time, came the saying, even the wicked were compelled to employ the Ions, and were thus beholden to the Lord. 65. In all there were 280 signs and emblems and symbols and implements given by the Lord to his people, and when they were all completed the Lord taught the prophets the meaning. And these became the sacred language of mortals in all the divisions of the earth. End of the Lord's first book. Book of Su, son of Jehovih, being the second cycle after the flood. Chapter 1. 1. Jehovih spake in the gardens of Adahavia, precinct of Su, Orient chief, in the Etherean firmament, saying, Su, my son, what of the red star, the far-off earth? Behold, her harvests are blighted. She is become barren in imparting immortal souls to my unending realms. 2. Su heard the voice, and he said, In thy name, O Jehovih, will I summon my gods of Hoyt and Izaracha. 3. Swift messengers departed. And Su, quick perceiving God of 2 worlds in the Etherean Simar, foresaw the importance of the coming red star. He said, This, with my gods of Hoyt and Izaracha, who will come in swift speed, shall be the second deliverance. 4. Then came Lowing, god of Hoyt, and presently, Sivian, goddess of Izaracha, and they stood before Jehovah's throne. Su said, 5. Jehovih hath spoken. Behold, the red star bringeth forth nor sons nor daughters more to Jehovah's realms. She is weak, unstrung, and out of tune, and cometh this way. And I said, 6. In thy power and wisdom, O Jehovih, will I visit the red star. 6 years I will stand on her soil, and course her heaven. And such potency give to her confused gods and lords as will make 1,000 millions sing for joy. To accompany me, I have called you. Behold, I have charts and maps of her heaven and her corporeal parts. And a history of her, as yet, young adventures in the field of worlds. 7. Then spake Lowing and Sivian, saying, To do Jehovah's will and thine, behold, we are come to thee. Give us to fulfill whatsoever thou wilt. 8. To the swift messengers Su said, Ye have heard, go proclaim throughout my Etherean worlds my will, and summon up from Ethiopius 100 million skilled volunteers. When the red star shall cross the wing of Izaracha, we will go forth in power, and land on her troubled parts in a sea of golden light. Chapter 2. 1. I and the Araniska of Portan of the Etherean worlds and division of Hoyt and Izaracha, flew the call of the gods for volunteers, nor which a more welcome sound is not heard in high heaven to do Jehovah's will. And with the voice and call there rose up hosts from every quarter, and from every subdivision, till the complement stood ready for the great work. And yet so vast were the fields and arcs of Izaracha that the 100 millions chosen were as but a fraction compared to those left uncalled. 2. Coming near the throne of Su in 8, the 100 millions formed in squares and stars, and the chosen god took his place to the head and front, looking to the low horizon, where rose the red star, the sick earth. 3. And now the builders who had measured the elements lying in the route toward the earth, formed their crescent ship of fire, and equipped it, and, with mantles and curtains and banners, created it a vessel of beauty and ornament as well as service. For, hardly was the ship completed when Jehovah's light encompassed it about on all sides, so that that which was beautiful before was now illuminated and sparkling and bright as a sun, and rich in golden colors. For of such kind was the Etherean of the heavens hereabout created. 5. When Su entered the ship, the voice of Jehovah came, saying, Another cycle came and is gone on the earth and her heaven, but still they fall to barrenness ere the succeeding dawn. Go now, O Su, my son, and a wider range give to the tetrachs of both angels and mortals. Give a greater scope to tyrants, kings and queens on earth, and greater to the self-gods and self-lords in Hada, and more responsibility. 6. Then all hands entered the Etherean ship, singing and rejoicing, observed by countless millions come to wish them a haven of joy on their 6 years' visit to the corporeal earth. 7. Su said, In thy name, O Jehovah, and by virtue of thy power in me vested, my hosts shall forth at my command. Cut loose, ye gods, and thou, O ship, of heaven born, to the red star, the earth, begone. And Su stretched forth his hands and waved them, and lo, the mighty ship of heaven turned on its axis, cutting loose from the high firmament. And it turned, with its great curtains and banners sailing gracefully and swiftly through the blue ether. 8. The music of her Esenors swelled and rolled along on the spheres of many worlds unseen to mortals, where dwell countless millions of spectators viewing the marvelous speed and power and brilliant colors of the great ship. Faster and faster she sped on, till nearing Chinvat, which now cut sharp in the fields and forests of Izaracha, over which was potent the name of Su, the companion god and chiefest friend of Af, Orion chief, son of Jehovah. 9. When the ship came to the bridge and halted, to take in the plan of the whirling earth, Su said, Alight! Alight! Ye gods! And at once, as high as the moon and bright as the sun, the illumined ship stood, to overawe the self-gods and warrior kings and murderers of the earthborn, whose plentiful souls in chaos polluted heaven. 10. For 3 days and nights Su held his starship to the wonderful task of mastering by the marvelous scene. And then slowly he entered the vortex of the earth, but held his course, nor with the earth and her heaven. For he desired that both corporeans and atmospherians should witness the coming power. So slowly he came, but 50,000 miles a day, that when the ship neared the disorganized horde, the self-gods and self-lords fled and left their well-supplied kingdoms desolate, and down to the earth rushed in thousands. And with their hosts in millions, to hide or safely stow themselves from Agni's just hate. 11. But the true God and Lords stood firm in their depleted kingdoms, fearing naught, but in faith that this Etherean ship was Jehovah's answer to their long cry for help from the heavenly spheres. And by their pillars of fire still standing, great Su knew where to land in the lower heaven for safe anchorage. So to Horde he came, slowly, and toward the throne of God. And when he neared the place, his Esenors chanted and the trumpeters played, the sound of which music came to the ears of God and his hosts, and they were the hymns of more than 1,000 years ago. 12. And God and his hosts sent up rockets and displayed the 3 primary colors, the sign of Jehovah's name, and God's Esenors joined in chanting with the hosts above. Presently the ship of fire was at the place of landing, and Su, Jehovah's son, cast out a ladder and descended, with his hosts, the 100,000,000 angels, led by Gusativi, Marshalless of the throne of Su, in Izaracha. 13. Su said, Hail, O God of heaven and earth! In Jehovah's name, I am come in power and wisdom. And God answered, Glory be to thee, O Jehovah, that thy Son hath come so far to bless thy bewildered kingdom. Then they saluted with the signs of the 6th resurrection, whereupon God said. 14. In the name of the Great Spirit, come thou and honor my throne. So Su went forward, and they greeted by shaking hands. And Su ascended and sat on the throne, saying, Keep thy place, O God, for I am not come to displace thee or thy hosts of Jehovah, but to build up for his glory. Be seated, therefore, for I feel the light of the Father descending on my head. 15. Presently the all-light enveloped Su, and the Father's voice spake through him, saying, Hear the words of thy Creator, my Son, and rejoice because I have not forgotten thee and thy people. Behold, this is the hour of thy redemption from the trials of tetracts, which are run abroad in my dominions. 16. Was it not worse than this in the olden time? And I came with my hosts and delivered them. I created man in darkness and gave to him no judgment, that the creation of his own thoughts might be for his own glory, forever. But instead of beautifying his thoughts, he hearkeneth to tetracts and clotheth himself in clouds. The heaven I build for him he diggeth to pieces, and then buildeth his own, but only to be displeased and turbulent. Neither will he content himself with providing with his own hands, but searcheth out my most dutiful sons and daughters, making slaves of them for his own exaltation. 17. Behold, I have aforetime sent my sons and daughters to search out these traitors and self-gods, declaring unto them that only by forsaking evil and practicing righteousness could they attain to my exalted kingdoms. Their evil places have I cast down, and rebuilt in honor and glory, that their own judgment might determine that virtue and good works are the sure foundation for happiness that will endure forever. But when I have raised them up in one cycle and made the lower heaven a paradise, alas, my Ethereans have but gone away for a little while when the tetracts take root, and grow, and turn all things upside down. 18. But now will I build them up in a new way. Yea, I will appropriate the evil of their inventions to their own good in a way they dream not of. The false gods and false lords shall be arrested and brought before this judgment seat, and I will judge them by their own behavior and desires, neither will I torment them nor abridge their happiness. Send, therefore, my son, thy marshals into the hidden places of these gods and lords, and say to them, Thus saith the hosts of heaven, Come, my son, and inherit a kingdom in Haddah, in thine own way, for lo, there is room for all. But that thou art not left behind, come quickly to Horde. 19. And they will come, hoping to embellish themselves in the old manner. But my light shall come in due time in mine own way. 20. The voice ceased, but Su spake of his own account, saying, What Jehovih hath ordered, do ye. So marshals and priests were sent in all directions in Atmospheria to gather in the false gods and false lords who had deserted their dominions in fear of the light of Su's Etherean ship. And after many days the false ones were brought to Horde. And there were of them 7,000 lords and gods. 21. Now when they were before Su, Jehovah's son, and arranged so that all could hear and see, even the whole council beside, the light gathered around about the throne, and Su addressed them, saying, 22. Hear me, O men and women. I have sent for you, and ye are here. In this I am pleased. Know, then, that what I speak shall be in love and tenderness. Ye have deserted Jehovah's kingdoms, and it must be because it pleased you better than to remain. Is this not true? And ye also deserted your own false kingdoms. 23. For a little while they consulted together, and then answered, saying, Nay, it pleased us not to desert our own kingdoms, but we were afraid. 24. Su said, Who think ye I am? They answered, A god from some far-off world, but where it lieth we know not. We desire to know who thou art. 25. Su said, I am but a man, fear me not. But since ye feared, and so deserted your kingdoms, does it not prove that ye are not the All-Highest? And do ye not perceive that, because ye had no All-Highest, ye were divided and inharmonious? 26. Hear, then, that which I say, and consider my words. I want not your kingdoms nor anything ye have, but, that harmony may reign in heaven, I will give every one of you more than ye had, and add power unto you also. 27. Since ye behold I am come to Horde, the throne of the ancients, perceive ye not that whosoever accordeth with me is of my power also? Take, then, your kingdoms and be gods and goddesses, as ye assumed before, and I will anoint ye, and make ye as part and parcel of one united whole. Again they counseled together, and then answered. 28. Why shall we take our kingdoms? Our slaves have deserted us, our kingdoms are pillaged of all their value. Yea, our slaves have become wandering spirits, and are returned to the earth and are making their habitations with mortals. So that the people of earth are aroused because of miracles and wonders occurring on earth. 29. Su said, What can ye say to these wandering spirits that will induce them to come up away from mortals? To which they answered, If we promise them provender and clothes and plenty of rest, they will come, but when we put them to labor, they will run away, having tasted of liberty. 30. Su said, How, then, made ye slaves of them in the first place? To which they answered, We took them in the day their mortal bodies died, and they never saw nor knew any other place in heaven, so we appropriated them to our service dutifully. 31. Su said, Know, then, this is my conclusion, first that ye shall all be made as sub-gods to one confederacy, and your kingdoms shall be fair to look upon, and well supplied with all things needful. 32. Behold, there are on earth, with the barbarians, hosts of familiars and feudals, whoever, then, of you will go down to the earth and bring them away to hoard shall have them for his slaves. And, whoever bringeth the greatest number, will I award the greatest kingdom. And if it be that ye can find emissaries to work for you in bringing feudals and familiars away from the barbarians, then shall such labor be accounted to your credit. And ye shall station around about in the corporeal cities certain angels, whose labor shall be to receive newborn spirits on birth blankets and bring them to your kingdoms also, for they shall be your slaves. 33. After that manner spake Su. And the false gods and goddesses were highly pleased, and they divided themselves into certain districts over mortals and for the lower heaven, and were at once sent off to labor in their own way, and they were named sub-gods. 34. Su said, These sub-gods have much weight with the barbarians, because they advise them in war. But, behold, it shall come to pass when the sub-gods have robbed the barbarians of their familiar spirits, the Ayan priests will have a greater weight with them. 35. And the sub-gods will desire to find favor in my sight, and so, teach their slaves, the which will cause them to emancipate themselves in time to come. Chapter 3. 1. Jehovih spake through Su, saying, Mine is a strong government, and everlasting. Hearken to the wisdom of your Creator, O my sons and daughters. Wherein have I not given liberty to all people? He that doeth aright, wherein is he not free? He that doeth a wrong, wherein hath he liberty? Whoever endeavoureth to surpass himself, have I not shown him his limit? 2. I created man at zero, but for him to add unto himself forever. Liberty I gave him to add only that which perfecteth his own soul. Wherefore, if he eat poison, it taketh from him his body which I gave. Herein made I a boundary, both on earth and in heaven, which is to say, inasmuch as man accumulateth virtue, wisdom, patience, love, truth and pure words, he is free, because, in so doing, he followeth me in my works. But he that seeketh to glorify himself in his possessions bindeth himself, because he is unlike me, for I gave all, and thus made the universe. 3. 2 states, therefore, have I created open to all men, both on earth and in atmospheria, which are, liberty and bondage. And man I made to choose that which he will. But that he might not err, behold, I send my emancipated angels to explain these things beforehand. For, even so are governments ordained by my holy ones, wherein ye may judge whether a government be of me or against me. For if it give liberty to all righteous works, and for the promotion of knowledge, providing teachers to the extent of the demand, it is of me. But if the government mocketh of itself a self, for which its aggrandizement is at the expense of my children's liberty, then is it against me. 5. For I have not created a people to be today as were their forefathers, but provided them with perpetual growth in wisdom and virtue, wherefore the rising generations shall rebel against that which was well and good for their forefathers. All my governments understand this, whether on earth or in heaven. Whatever government accepteth not this rule, shall go down to destruction. For, as I have hedged man about with sentinels, such as pestilence, poverty and hunger, in order to awaken him to knowledge and industry, so have I hedged in all governments under the sun with sentinels, such as rebellion and assassinations, and war, and bankruptcy. As pestilence proveth man's disobedience to my commandments, so do rebellion and anarchy prove the disobedience of governments to the progressive spirit with which I created man. 6. The self-God saith, I will make a strong government. By armies and cruel masters will I bind the subjects of my dominions. And he draweth up a multitude of laws, and heapeth up books to explain the laws, and findeth judges to explain the books that explain the laws, and he saith, Behold how wise I am. Behold the great wisdom of my judges. Behold the great learning of my books. Behold my most perfect laws. Behold my armies that stand behind all, and in great power. 7. But lo, a star appeareth in heaven, and all his fabric goeth as a spider's web. For instead of choosing his Creator, who is strong, he erected things that were as nothing. 8. Hear thy Creator, O my God, for through my Son I bequeath a new light to the lower heaven, for, as thou hast portioned to the self-gods to take kingdoms, suffer them to hedge themselves about with a multitude of laws. But thou thyself shalt have no laws save the rites and ceremonies, which thou shalt adorn with music and processions. 9. And it shall come to pass that the dominions of the self-gods will prosper for a season. And they will, for sake of self-glory, deplete the earth people of familiar spirits and feudals. But, in time after, their subjects will tire of the laws of the self-gods, and hearing that thou hast no laws, save rites and ceremonies, they will come to hoard of their own accord. 10. Henceforth, then, shalt thou convert the nurseries and hospitals, and factories and places of education, into places of delight and recreation. 11. The voice ceased, but Su said, Behold, a time cometh, in all the Atmospherian heavens, when the discipline of former days must give way to something new, and such a time is now in this kingdom. It may be likened to a young child that hath been led by the hand for a long time, but now hath become strong of limbs so as to walk alone. 12. For this purpose hath the earth been brought through the fields of Izaracha, and my hosts are come with music and wisdom. Hear, then, my decree, O God of earth, and thou shalt be the most blessed of gods, send thy messengers into all parts of Atmospheria, proclaiming a recreation of 10 days, of music and dancing and marching, with pageantry and feasting. To be in Hord in the first of the moon of Japheth. 13. The rest leave to the Father, for he will provide us in the time thereof. And whilst the time is coming, I will go around the earth with my hosts in my Etherean ship. 14. God said, I perceive thy wisdom, O Jehovih. In thy decrees am I raised up with new wisdom and power. Oh, that I could have devised a way for them before they fell so low. 15. Su called the council and his own hosts from labor to recreation for 1 day, and the people mingled together rejoicing. 4 of the Ethereans with the hosts of Su were many who had been earthborn, many thousands of years before, and their assurance of the emancipated heavens above had greater weight with the Atmospherians than anything that others could say. Then Su and his hosts visited the earth and her heavens, and after that returned again to Hord. Chapter 4. 1. When the time of the festival had come, there congregated in Hord, besides the Etherean hosts, more than 1,000,000,000 souls, to witness and participate in the ceremonies. Su said, Here is wisdom and folly. False gods and their dupes, laziness and industry, swiftness and sloth. Yea, here is a world worthless before Jehovih. 2. And why? Simply for lack of discipline and harmony. Every one is for self, and none are producers for the general good. Alas, they are the same as mortals, but stripped of flesh. They are of no value to themselves. Now will I show thee, O God, that these hapless beings, with no joy in life nor hope of resurrection, shall become a great glory to the Father in his kingdoms. 3. God said, Pity them, O Father. It is over 1,000 years since they have been visited by the higher heaven. Many of them are learned, but doubting if there be other heavens, save the plateaus of the Atmosphera of the earth. Millions and millions of them have never seen an Etherean. Alas, I fear for them. For, Su said, Fear not, O God. They are as mortar in my hands. Neither shall there be preaching to them, nor praying for them. They are tired of these things. But I will found a new light amongst them, and it shall speak for us. Hear me, then, and with the populace I shall be as one that is unknown. Call, then, thy esenors, and thy trumpeters and harpists, and all the musicians belonging to thy kingdom and to the kingdoms of thy lords, and let the procession begin. 5. For in all public matters those who are at the front, if wise, can lead on forever. Be politic, therefore, and shape the populace whilst the self-gods are amazed at the immensity of the hosts assembled. 6. God did as commanded, and the people saw there was a head to the proceedings. Su said, Send thy marshals and decorators to follow close after the musicians, distributing raiment to all who will follow in the procession. My Etherean hosts are advised. They will stand by the way, and, with marvelous swiftness, provide the raiment. And all possible extravagant colors and fabrics, and hats and ornaments, shall be distributed, and gratuitously. 7. My hosts shall be arranged in plain white, and they shall march not, but be as servants and workmen. And when the Atmospherians have played and sung over all the boundaries of Horde, then shall my Etherean band sing and play and start the dance. 8. All these things were done, and from the very start to the termination of the music there was harmony in every place and corner amongst the 1,000 millions assembled. Nor was there ever so extravagantly equipped a multitude in the earth's heaven. And, so completely captivated were the people, their enthusiasm was boundless. Then came the Etherean dance, the which so far surpassed the capacity of the Atmospherians that not one could join in. Neither could they take part in the Etherean music. 9. So the Atmospherians looked on, confounded by the excellence of that which was before their eyes. 10. Thus ended the first day's proceedings, which to describe in full would require a large book. So the people were called to refreshment. And the Ethereans, still dressed in white, and as servants and laborers, provided the viands. For they had previously made convenience for a supply of material. And so easily and with such swiftness did they their work that now for the first time did the more learned of Atmospheria begin to observe them with surprise and wonder. 11. Presently inquiries were made as to who they were and whence they came. For so Jehovah created man, that when of his own accord he admireth the excellence of his neighbor, he goeth to the extreme in praising him. 12. So God said, On the morrow shall a new entertainment be given, and new raiment and new viands for the feast. And the hosts shouted with great vigor and praise. Then the people mingled together to converse on all they had witnessed. Neither comprehended they the object, save for pleasure only. 13. When the next day came the Ethereans had been divided into groups, and the rites of the ancients and of the hosts of Ag in Partha were announced, requiring extravagant toilets and millions of Atmospherians as assistants. 14. So great was their ambition to take part that only by promises of something in the next rites could the marshals make selections. 15. Su, Jehovah's son, had previously stationed signal bells at remote distances from one another, but connected them so that the sounds would answer quickly. And in the intervening places, extemporized forests and waterfalls were arranged. And near the middle space 1,000 columns of fire were erected. 16. So, in the morning of the second day, when all these glorious scenes were completed, and the Ethereans, still plain and in white, stationed about, the Atmospherians were more confounded than ever, and more loudly shouting in their praise. 17. First came the birth rites, then marriage rites, then death rites and the first resurrection, then the rites of harmony. And the play represented 1,000,000 of Ethereans who went to a corporeal world and followed it through its life, and to death and resurrection, its darkness and inharmony and terrible suffering in Atmosperia. Ending with a tableau of a great sun of light descending, to deliver them into everlasting paradise. 18. So grand was the spectacle, and so sublime the music and the spoken words, that the hosts of Horde wept, and laughed, and shouted, and prayed, as if their souls would break with joy. 19. Thus ended the second day, and so complete was the glorious work that every soul had sworn a solemn oath to forsake the earth and lower heaven forever. Then God announced for the third day, the display of Etherean power. 20. And the people were so bewildered already that a child could have led the most stubborn of all. For thus Jehovah created man, who, having become much conceited in himself, turneth right about and mocketh himself a submissive fool. 21. So, on the third day, the Ethereans displayed their power over the elements of the atmosphere, making corporeal substances and dissolving them at pleasure, making light into darkness, and darkness into light. Weaving fabrics and making diadems and precious stones. Gathering viands from the essence of things evaporated up from the earth, founding plateaus and temples in heaven. Making ships and chains and musical instruments. And, lastly, the Etherean marshals, with 500,000 Ethereans, turned the winds and sent a heavy shower of rain down to the corporeal earth. 22. And all the while, the musicians of the hosts of Su were discoursing music, the sweetness and grandeur of which surpassed the atmospherians so far that they were as nothing. 23. So, because of the exhibition of great power and wisdom, the third day had changed the fortunes and aspirations of every man and woman in the lower heaven. And they were running hither and thither, pleading to be taken as apprentices or servants, pledging themselves to do anything required of them. Neither would they be put off, demanding that half of the next day should be given to initiating them as real beginners in the second resurrection. 24. Then God spake to them, saying, Ye know not what ye speak. Behold, I have commanded ye for hundreds of years to put away your fine raiment and sparkling gems, and to begin adorning your souls, so as to become brides and bridegrooms of the Great Spirit. 25. But ye would not, but strove continually to adorn yourselves, forgetting to labor for those beneath you. Behold, now stand Jehovah's brides and bridegrooms before you. What is their worth compared to yours? Are they not plain? And are ye not decorated? 26. But millions of voices rose up, saying, We will do whatever thou commandest, O God. There is no God like unto thee. Then God spake, saying, Hear me, then, further, this is to begin the second resurrection, to put away your jewels and diadems and ornaments, and, above all things, to forsake self, and henceforth labor for others who are beneath you. If ye do this in a brotherhood, ye are already beginning the second resurrection. Neither is there any other road to wisdom and power. 27. Again the multitude cried out, We will do anything, we have faith. And God answered them, saying, Suffer, then, a few to be initiated on tomorrow, but be ye patient and of good judgment, slow to resolve, but firm forever. 28. So on the fourth day, in the morning, behold, more than 100 millions of spirits had abandoned their showy raiment and stood arrayed in white, devoid of jewels and diadems, ready to be initiated and take the vows of the second resurrection. As above. And accordingly new music was prepared, and the procession and ceremonies so arranged that the greatest possible glory would be manifested. 29. Canopies were stretched overhead, and arches and columns on the borders of the march, decorated with flowers and vines, and amidst these, half concealed, were nestled the response singers, who were to speak for and with the initiates. But concealed from view, and afar off, were bells and explosives, which were the morning signals. 30. And the glad and solemn sound of the immortal voice came upon the souls of millions impatient to vow themselves to a new life. And God and his hosts welcomed them with great joy. So grand and imposing were the ceremonies, that, ere midday, another 100 millions came, robed in white, to be initiated also. Neither desired the people any other entertainment. 31. And so the initiations were continued on the fifth day, and yet another 100 millions applied, also robed in white. And this was continued on the 6th and 7th and 8th and 9th and 10th days. And, lo and behold, 1,000 million angels had taken the vows of the second resurrection. Chapter 5. 1. After this manner were the words of the initiation, led by the Etherean hosts, to wit. 2. God on the throne said, O Eoah, Jehovih, Almighty, boundless. 3. Response, How shall I comprehend thee, thou mighty one? 4. God, thou higher than all gods and lords. 5. Response, Who movest the universe, with power unlimited. 6. God, creator and controller of the corporeal worlds. 7. Response, In whose hands the Etherean firmament is like a fruitful garden, wider than the boundaries of time. 8. God, whose members are all space. 9. Response, whose members are the all that is within place, beyond measure. 10. God, thou, O Eoih, thou fountain and terminus of all things. 11. Response, Eoih, Eoih, of whom all things are but parts, attuned to thy will. 12. God, thou all-person, O Eoih, incomprehensible. 13. Response, who speakest in the light, whose voice is the progress of the universe. 14. God, Eoah, thou all-giver, by giving, createth. 15. Response, what are thy secrets, O mighty one? O Eoh, everlasting, and greater than magnitude. 16. God, I see nothing in all the universe but thee. All selves are but fractions of thyself, O Eoih. 17. Response, who hath not beholden thee, O Eoih? Thy person is in the east and west and north and south, below and above, far and near. 18. God, who hath not heard thy voice? Who hath not found thy hand, that pusheth him along? 19. Response, without thee, O Eoh, I go not, I move not. I set out to do things of myself, and fail utterly. 20. God, what is man before thee, O Eoih? He setteth up a kingdom, and it falleth as a house of straw. 21. Response, O Eoih, how I have wasted my time. My buildings were lighter than chaff. My virtues were but bubbles, and they are bursted and gone. 22. God, when will man learn to attune himself to thee, O Eoih? 23. Response, how can I put away myself, O Eoih? Have I not said, I cannot put away mine own judgment? 24. God, man saith, I will not put away my judgment. And lo, therein doeth he it. 25. Response, have I not said, to protect myself is the first law, and to preserve mine own the highest law? 26. God, man assumeth to protect himself, because he is without faith in thee, O Eoih. And to preserve his own, which, in fact, is not his. 27. And here the light fell upon the throne, and Jehovih spake out of the light, saying. 28. I have called thee, O man, from thy youth up. My voice hath never ceased in thine ear. Who can come into life without me? Who can measure his own footsteps? Behold, he treadeth on my ground. Of all that he is made, the substance is mine. 29. The kingdoms of the earth and the kingdoms of gods and lords in heaven, what are they more than imitations of my works? Wherein they imitate me well, I am with them in wisdom, love and power. Shall a man but his head against a wall to prove he is greater than his Creator? Behold, I came in the ancient days, saying, Strive to become one with me, and thou shalt rejoice that I created thee. Strive to set up for thyself, and thy vanity shall in time pierce thee as a two-edged sword. 30. Hear the love of thy Creator, O man. For I made thee with fondness for thy sons and daughters. Of love like mine own I gave thee a part. And as thou sendest to thy wayward son, beseeching him to return to thee, so do I bring my messengers from higher worlds to call thee. And, that thou mayst not mistake their higher place, I give them power and wisdom surpassing thee. 31. The voice ceased, and then the initiate said, 32. Henceforth I will serve only thee, O Eoih. Nor will I more think what shall become of me. For I know thou wilt appropriate me wisely, O Eoih. 33. Accordingly, as the stone is hewn and polished, so wilt thou put it in the walls of thy house. 34. My labor is to hew and polish and perfect mine own soul forever. 35. My soul shall become as a shining star. 36. My love like thy Etherean angels. 37. And plain my raiment, and clean, forever. 38. Nor more will I boast, nor speak untruth, forever. 39. Nor sloth attain me. 40. Nor vanity, nor self, nor will I talk of myself. 41. Nor criticize my brethren, nor my neighbors, for they are thine, O Eoih. 42. To do righteous works and lift up my fellows shall be my labor henceforth, forever. 43. Make me strong in thee, O Eoh. 44. And wise to do thy will forever. Amen. Chapter 6. 1. So great were the words and music of the ceremonies that the people were entranced beyond measure. The old and divided kingdoms, which were without unity and discipline, were now replaced by extreme sanctity and decorum. 2. Su said, Hear me, O God, I will counsel thee further. Know, then, that the false gods and false lords have gone off to build up kingdoms of their own, nor know they what hath happened in Horde. Suffer them to proceed until they have purified the corporeans from familiars and fetals. But when they have finished, call thou another festival of all these people, and also send word to the false gods and false lords who deny Jehovih, the all-person, and they will come, bringing their slaves, having themselves adorned in extravagant raiment and jewelry. For they will expect, by their pageantry, to triumph over all other gods and men, hoping to carry back with them millions of subjects. 3. God said, I perceive, O Su, son of Jehovih. So, God did as commanded, and sure enough, in course of time, the false gods and false lords stripped the barbarians of the earth of their familiars and fetals, making slaves of such spirits in heaven. And it came to pass that God gave another festival, and it was greater than the first, and there were present upward of 3,000 million angels, who had become enlisted in righteous works. 4. This was the beginning of the 3rd year of Su. And his wisdom and power were now manifested all around the world, on earth and in heaven. 5. And this is what happened in reference to the false gods and false lords, who came to the festival, equipped in chariots and ships, and with banners and flags, and crowns and diadems, and such wonderful extravagancies, the like of which had not been in heaven since the flood. And each and every false god and false lord endeavored to outdo the others in show and parade. 6. As might be expected, the first day of the festival neither won their applause nor censure. The second day they ceased to attract attention. For the thrift and purity and wisdom manifested in the countless millions of the second resurrection caused even children to receive more praise than the gods and lords with all their glitter and show. 7. On the 3rd day 1/2 of the false gods and false lords cast aside their adornments and appeared in plain white, pleading to be initiated into the mysteries of the second resurrection. And on the day following, the rest of them came also, seeking like admission. 8. Whereupon the light of Jehovih spake through God on the throne, saying, 9. Bethink ye, O ye gods and lords. What are ye doing? But as yesterday ye asked for kingdoms, desiring to be leaders and great workers, over and above your fellows. 10. And ye obtained your desires, becoming gods and lords over millions. And these became your dutiful subjects, and ye adorned your throne and your persons in great splendor. 11. Behold, I gave a festival, and ye came as living witnesses of what self-made gods and lords could accomplish. And your dutiful subjects came with you to attest their loyalty and good faith in your wisdom and power. 12. Now have ye cast aside your crowns and high estate, praying to become workers amongst the host of men and women. Are ye not mad? And are ye not making yourselves the destroyers of your own subjects? For, behold, because of your abjuration of self-pomp and self-glory, all your subjects are cast aside in ignorance and misery. 13. With one voice the self-gods and self-lords answered, saying, Alas, O God! What shall we do? Our crowns we can give away, our raiment and jewels, and our thrones and kingdoms. But, O God, we cannot give away our subjects, they will not go. We have bound them to us, and we are bound to them because we accepted them. What shall we do, O God? The burden is more than we can bear. 14. God said, Be not disconsolate, O gods and lords. Ye have done a great work. Ye have rescued millions and millions of familiars and fetals. And even before ye applied for the resurrection, behold, most of your subjects had already deserted you. 15. Hear the judgment of your Creator, which is that when all your subjects and fetals are risen in wisdom and virtue and good works, so as to take the second resurrection, even on that same day shall ye be promoted. For only until then can ye have freedom of soul. 16. The voice ceased, and the self-gods and self-lords answered, Thou art just, O Jehovah. We will go to work amongst our poor and ignorant subjects, and make them comprehend thy wisdom, power and justice. 17. For 10 days the festival lasted, and then it ended. Thus were first established rites and ceremonies in the lower heaven as a power to work wisdom and virtue. And from that time ever after, music and marching and dancing were included in all ceremonies by the gods and lords of heaven. Chapter 7. 1. In the 5th year of Su he dispatched swift messengers to Opnetivok, in Etheria, saying, Thus saith Su, God of 2 Etherian worlds, Behold, I am sojourning on the earth, and, with the God of heaven and his lords, have prepared 1,000 million brides and bridegrooms for Jehovah's Etherian harvest. Greeting to Nista, of Ho and Toan, goddess, in the name of Jehovah, send an Aravagna and complete the resurrection of the Father's brides and bridegrooms. 2. So it came to pass in Etheria, the goddess, Nista, provided an Aravagna, an Etherian ship, resolving to come as commander-in-chief. Su advised God, saying, Make thou of this matter a great testimony in thy heaven. Send, therefore, thy messengers into all parts, and to thy lords on the earth, inviting all people to be present to witness the ascent of Jehovah's brides and bridegrooms. 3. God did as commanded, and on the day of the appearance of Nista, daughter of Jehovah, in her sonship, in the firmament, there were assembled in horde countless millions of souls inspired of Jehovah. 4. Great was the rejoicing and the manifestations of delight when the sonship came in full view, descending, like a world on fire. And when she passed Chinvat and was fully within the earth's vortex, the enthusiasm of the people knew no bounds. 5. They sang, and prayed, and danced, and clapped their hands, as if mad with delight. Meantime the brides and bridegrooms had been arrayed in Etherian white, and were now saluting those whom they were soon to leave. 6. Quietly the Etherian hosts filled their part in the great play of the immortal resurrection, very gods and goddesses in demeanor. 7. Nearer and nearer came Nista in her sonship, slowly turning and descending, with 10,000 curtains suspended and waving, and 10 times 10,000 banners and flags waving above and around. 8. And then slowly down, lower and lower, till the Aravagna rested on the plateau of Horde, to the south of the temple of Jehovah. 9. Gusativi, marshalless to the throne of Su, in Izaracha, with 10,000 deputies, went forward, and with open arms received Nista, goddess descended, saluting with the sign of the star and square. Having been warm friends 200,000 years in the plains of Oyad, in the Etherian Es2 of High Dan, the spiritual center of the orbit of the great serpent when in Zagagothaka. 10. The Esenors of both hosts were chanting, and the angels of the Aravagna coming forth in hundreds of thousands, to be saluted by the previously trained brides and bridegrooms of Jehovah and by the hosts of Su, the Etherian laborers. 11. And when Nista came up to the throne, God and great Su rose up amidst the light, now fast gathering as a mantle of brilliant fire over the place of council. 12. Su said, All hail, O Nista, Jehovah's daughter. God said, In Jehovah's name, Welcome, O Nista. To which Nista answered, saying, By the wisdom and power of Jehovah, O my beloved. 13. And Su and God parted, and Nista ascended and sat in the midst of the throne. After the ceremonies of salutation Nista said, Let the brides and bridegrooms of Jehovah approach the throne of God. 14. The marshals then ushered them to their places, 1,000 millions, and the swift messengers bounded them on all sides, so that the responses should be uniform and as if spoken by one person. Whereupon Nista spake from the throne, and the brides and bridegrooms responded in the usual form of gods and goddesses, and then took the necessary vows and renunciations of the earth and lower heaven, according to Jehovah's commandments. 15. When the ceremonies were finished, God proclaimed one day of recreation, which was participated in joyously by upward of 4,000 million souls. 16. So, on the next day, Nista and her hosts, with the 1,000 millions of brides and bridegrooms, entered the Aravagna, amidst the cheers and weeping of millions of atmospherians, who had never witnessed so grand a spectacle. 17. And then Nista, by the power of the Great Spirit, set her ship in motion, raised it up from the lower heaven, moved it upward by her command, saying, Arise! Arise! Aravagna! By my will, arise! Embrace thou the realms of great Jehovah! Arise! 18. The esenors and trumpeters were singing and playing, and those ascending threw down flowers and perfumes, and all manner of pleasant remembrances, to the countless millions below. 19. In a little while the Aravagna disappeared in high heaven. 20. This, then, is what followed of Su's ministration, to wit, when the end of Danha had come, that is, the 6 years, he delivered God and his lords and another 1,000 millions of brides and bridegrooms. Taking them into the extreme borders of Azaracha, where was assigned the Aegean field of Rustsu with 12 Etherean worlds. 21. And Su left Ti, as the anointed god of the lower heaven for the next 400 years. And God, Ti, anointed lords for the divisions of the earth, the same as had been heretofore. And the earth and heaven prospered, so that in the Dan following there were raised up 2,000 million brides and bridegrooms. 22. From this time on there was a decrease in the Etherean harvests for 2,000 years, after which time there came great darkness on the earth and heaven belonging to it, and self-gods filled all atmospheria. And, as for lords, there rose up in every nation on the earth thousands and thousands, so that men and angels knew not if there were a true God or true Lord in all the universe. 23. Thus ended the cycle of Su, being 3,200 years. End of Book of Su, son of Jehovah. The Lord's second book. Being cotemporaneous with the Book of Su, son of Jehovah. As the latter is chiefly of the angels of heaven, so is the Lord's book of man on the earth. Chapter 1. 1. God said, I, the Lord, for my predecessors and successors and for myself, declare these things unto mortals. 2. The chosen of God, being called Ions, because they were the fruit of both heaven and earth, were taken into all the earth in the protection of God, his lords and angels, for the fulfillment of man on the earth for the glory of the Almighty. 3. And I, the Lord, a one-time mortal, with my holy angels, who had sprung from the earth in former times, walked with man to keep him upright in the way he should go. 4. By command of God, the angels watched over man, teaching man oft times unknowingly to himself in all good works and industry. By constant changes of watch did the angels relieve one another daily, weekly, and monthly. 5. And in no time did the angels leave the Ions alone, and without the light of heaven. 6. And whithersoever the Ions went, there went the angels. And the angels often took on sargis, and were seen by man, even daily, and man talked with them face to face. 7. And the angels told man what was good for him, showing him the way of righteousness. 8. And man depended on the Lord and his angels for all things helpful to his understanding. 9. Now when the earth was inhabited in many places, and there were thousands of cities and villages, the Lord said unto man. 10. Behold, thou hast made the earth the joy of the Lord, and now I give it into thy keeping. How sayest thou? 11. And man answered, It is well, I can keep the earth, and I shall rejoice thereon because it is the gift of God. 12. The Lord said, If I stay with thee, day and night forever, thou wilt not put forth thine own power and judgment. 13. Man said, Go thy way, O Lord. 14. Then the Lord withdrew a while, taking his angels with him. 15. Now in those days there were ground people dwelling in the wilderness, who had not the light of heaven in them, neither could they be made to understand. 16. As one may discourse to an ox, and it heedeth not. So was speech to the people of darkness. 17. Nevertheless, in winter, when food was scarce, the ground people came to the cities of the Ions, beseeching for food. And the Ions, remembering the commandments of God, went out to them, treating them to everything good to eat. 18. Now, behold, the chosen were tempted by the people of darkness. And it came to pass that a new race was born on the earth, and they were called Ewans, after the manner of the ancient warriors that destroyed the chosen, before the flood. 19. These Ewans were copper-colored and were capable of speech. 20. When God beheld what had happened, he called to the Ions, saying, O ye that could dispense with the Lord! Gave I not unto you the mark of circumcision as a limit to the line of my chosen? 21. Hear me now in my prophecy, the Ewan shall be taught the name of Jehovih, the Great Spirit, and the plans of heaven and earth. And the Ewan shall inhabit the whole earth in time to come. And he shall have dominion over everything on earth, and in the waters on the earth. 22. And in time to come the Ion race shall disappear from the earth, their like shall not be found on this my footstool. 23. The Ions inquired of the Lord when these things should come to pass. The Lord said, In 20,000 years. 24. The Lord said, From this time forth the Ions shall not mingle with any other people on the face of the earth. This is my commandment. And whosoever violateth my word shall be cast out of my cities, and go and dwell with the barbarians. 25. Inasmuch as the Ewans are your heirs, and are capable of everlasting life, ye shall be unto them the light of my kingdoms. Teaching them peace, righteousness and mercy, but ye shall in no case suffer them to enter your cities and abide therein. 26. Neither shall ye raise a hand to do them harm. But if they come upon you in multitudes to take your stores, then shall ye depart out of that city, leaving the Ewans to take the goods and food for themselves. 27. For ye shall be an example of non-resistance for the sake of establishing the love of God in them. Chapter 2. 1. God foresaw that the Ewans should be separated from the Druks, otherwise Yaks would again be born into the world. 2. And he said unto the Ions, Behold, the Ewans cannot hear the voice of the Lord, therefore, go ye unto them, saying, Thus saith the Lord, If ye mingle with the Druks your seed shall not inherit everlasting life, but go down in darkness. 3. And the Ions went and told the Ewans the words of God. Nevertheless many of the Ewans broke the commandment. And, indeed, Yaks were again born into the world. 4. The Ions said to one another, Are not these like unto those of the legends of old, who were made eunuchs and servants? 5. The Ewans inquired the meaning. And when they were told, they made a law unto themselves, making eunuchs and servants of both Yaks and the ground people wherever they came upon them. 6. The Ions feared for the judgments of God, and they called out to him for a remedy. 7. But God answered them, saying, Because of the enmity betwixt these two races, behold, they will not marry. Suffer ye the Ewans to do in their own way. For of what profit is it to bring forth heirs that cannot inherit my exalted heavens? Because the tribes of darkness cannot be made to understand, behold their souls go out of being as a lamp that is burned out. 8. So it came to pass that the Ewans made eunuchs of the tribes of darkness, of both sexes did they thus. And they made slaves of them also. 9. The Lord said, The Eons shall have laws of their own. Let my chosen go unto them and make laws for them, saying, Thus saith the Lord. 10. The Eons shall be guardians over the Ions, the sacred people. And through the Ions will I bless the Eons, and make them mighty. 11. Since it is not lawful for the Ions to kill beast, nor bird, nor serpent, behold, their cities and mounds are invaded by all manner of evil beasts and serpents. 12. The Eons shall slay all such evil beasts and serpents. 13. And they shall guard around about the cities and mounds, where abide my chosen. 14. Servants shall the ground people and the yaks be unto the Eon. And the latter shall cast their servants, that they shall not multiply on the earth. 15. Hear ye then, the law of God betwixt the Eons, one with another. 16. Whoso doth an injury to his neighbor or to a stranger, the same shall be done unto him. 17. Whoso taketh from another, an equivalent shall he render twofold. 18. Whoso killeth a man, or woman, or child, shall be put to death. 19. Whoso marrieth his sister or mother, or his half-sister or half-mother, they shall all suffer death together. 20. Whoso oppresseth another shall be cast out of the tribe of his people. 21. He that blasphemeth the Great Spirit shall be put to death. 22. He that respecteth not the time of woman shall be put to death. 23. The fields have I given to the Ions, but the forests and wilderness have I, the Lord, given unto the Eons. 24. And it was so, the Eons began p. 101b to be carnivorous. But both the Ions and the tribes of darkness ate neither flesh nor fish. Chapter 3. 1. In all the great divisions of the earth these things were, nor had one division of the earth much preference over another. But in the regions of summer weather, where the earth brought forth abundantly, the Eons and ground people dwelt most numerously. 2. Though the Ions dwelt in both the warm and the cold countries. For they clothed themselves. And built habitations. But the Eons wore only a covering about the loins, neither built they any habitations. And they roved about far and near. 3. But the ground people travelled not. And they mingled with their own kin, bringing forth heirs of darkness. 4. The Eons learned the laws and obeyed them, and they looked upon the Ions as a sacred people, doing them no harm. 5. And it came to pass that the Eons were a very prolific people, for times more prolific than the Ions, or the ground people. 6. And they spread rapidly over the earth, in all the regions where the earth brought forth fruit and roots, and flesh, and fish, that were good to eat. 7. For 2,000 years the Eons prospered, and they became mighty in many countries. 8. But in course of time they began to war upon one another. 9. And for hundreds of years they descended lower and lower in darkness. 10. And they obeyed no longer the commandments of God. But they mingled with the ground people, bringing forth heirs of darkness. End of the Lord's second book. Book of Apollo, son of Jehovih, being the heavenly administration of Apollo, an Etherean god. Chapter 1. 1. Apollo, son of Jehovih, resident of Ptmus, in Etheria, and god of Sufad and Donjie and Ta, in the south province of Buru, Orient chief, controller of vortices, said. 2. I, Apollo, once a mortal, proclaim, first, wisdom, peace and patience unto all men, and comprehensive judgment whereof I speak, second, to perceive the reason of things, as to what seemeth to have been, and of what cometh after. 3. For the Great Spirit is all harmony and perfection, abounding in time and in worlds to accomplish all possible imaginings, wherefore, be ye magnified in conception, not judging by the little understanding of mortals. 4. So that he that asserteth harmony being more to the order of Jehovih than that which is ill-formed or out of time, hath little reason to prove his assertion before a wise man. As one may assert that ripe fruit is nearer perfection than that which is green, which assertion is self-evident without proof, so, in the understanding of gods and the management of worlds, are things past and present. Not things past and present in fact, but more like the immature and the mature. 5. Since, then, man perceiveth that words, at best, are but slow and coarse representations of the soul's conception of things, how much farther distant lieth a God's wisdom beyond the reach of mortal understanding. Remember, O man, that couldst thou in a moment of time recollect all thou hadst ever learned thou wouldst be wise indeed. Wert thou in tune with thyself, such would be thy wisdom. To advance in such direction, whereby man becometh attuned, first with himself, then with his immediate surroundings, then with the magnitude of worlds, and then with Jehovah, so that he moveth, acteth, and comprehendeth harmoniously, is to become one with the Father. 6. Which condition awaiteth all men, and is called in high heaven, nirvana, because, to him that hath attained it, things past and things to come are as an open book. He can look back to his own beginning in the world, and even beyond, and whithersoever he directeth his eye, he can see and hear even as if the matter now were. 7. Marvel not, O man, that the gods reveal the words and signs of things long since perished corporeally, the proofs he could give, thou couldst not understand, for the basis of spiritual entity lieth not within the measure of the corporeal senses. Nevertheless, Jehovah hath given thee comparisons, as a portrait of a man showeth his looks even after his corporeal body hath perished, and yet, the picture is but a representative. To the spirit, a corporeal body is but a representative, being a manifested production of a spirit. 8. As out of corporeal things a new thing is produced and born into the world, so out of Jehovah is born the spirit of man. Neither letteth the corporeal the spirit, nor the spirit the corporeal, but Jehovah doeth all. Think not, then, that when the corporeal body is dead and mouldereth back to original elements, that in like manner the spirit of man will resolve itself back into Jehovah, for spirit is not bound by similar rules. As the corporeal body groweth by aggregating to itself, so not so groweth the spirit of man, but by the opposite, which is giving away. 9. Remember, O man, the more thou puttiest forth thy soul to give light and wisdom to others, the more thou receivest, wherein thou shalt comprehend in the reason of things everlasting life to the spirit of man. So also, to him that desireth to comprehend Jehovah, let him describe the All-Highest constantly. To him that desireth to comprehend the Etherean worlds, the homes of spirits long risen in nirvana, let him describe them. Fear not, O man, that thou shalt err, all the imagery thou canst devise is surpassed millions of times in the magnitude of the Father's kingdoms. Till thou canst shoot an arrow without striking the air, fear not for thy weak thoughts shooting amiss in Jehovah's worlds. Chapter 2. 1. I, Apollo, earthborn, of the continent Pan, submerged by Aph, the Orient chief, by Jehovah's command, proclaim in the name of the Father, Creator of worlds, peace and wisdom unto all nations and tribes of men, first. Against all vanity and self-conceit in the souls of men, wherein every cycle asserteth itself wise and great and learned, and the ancients, fools. 2. For the evidence of wisdom lieth not in learning one thing only, but in the adaptation of man to Jehovah and his works. In which measure, the modern and the ancient stand not upon their judgment in the matter, but by Jehovah's. 3. For if the ancient was not perfect in his place, neither art thou, O man, of this day. But before the gods are all the ages adapted as Jehovah created them, judge not him, for thy judgment is limited. That which was profitable to the soul of man, the Father revealed to the ancients, that which is profitable to the soul of man today, revealeth he this day. 4. For which reason I, his son, am come to fulfill my labor, even as all men, in time, must complete that which hath been assigned them. 5. To rebuke vanity and self-conceit in them that perceive not wisdom in things long past, but applaud themselves without just measure before Jehovah. Wherein the gods perceive their vanity, and pity them, hoping rather to exalt their minds, that they may learn to perceive the Father's hand manifested in all things. 6. Turn thine eyes inward, O man, and look at the spirit of things. Make thyself as a god looking down on a new earth, where man hath been quickened into life and attained to strength and learning. Behold his palaces and temples, his work in stone and iron, and gold and silver. His knowledge of the sun and moon and stars, with written books to read, with clothes for the body and shoes for the feet. With great generals, and armies of soldiers, and with the land cultivated. 7. Are these civilized? And war abounding? By what right hast thou made thyself a judge, O man? Who hath measured the inhabitants of the earth and found them pure and wise? Do more people now live on the land in peace and happiness than in many of the cycles past? Because thou art different in many excellencies, thou shalt also remember that many great inventions are forgotten. The world hath been peopled over many times, and many times laid desolate. 8. Who hath been the chief enemy to man? Who is his chief enemy today? Is it not thyself? Think not, O man, that because a few people perceive the higher light the world is wise and good before the gods. For in all ages there have been a few. Yea, today, there are a few more in number than in the ancient days. And this is the sum of the enlightenment of the world. 9. Hear me, O man of earth, and ye angels of heaven, I proclaim harmony, symmetry and music. I am of the days of the fountain of these talents descending to mortals. I was as a shapely stone in Jehovah's edifice, and by hard toil a fashioner of the flesh mold of man and woman. 10. As the ear of one man heareth music, and he crieth out with delight, a tune. A tune. And as the ear of another man heareth music, and he cannot discern, and he crieth out, a noise. A hideous noise. Wherefore, then, shall ye not judge them, and say, the one hath an ear for music, and the other not? The one is one with the music, the other, being discordant himself, declareth there is no tune, but only noise. To which will ye give preference in judgment as to music? 11. Who hath not beholden Jehovah, the all-person? Who is it that crieth out, I behold him not? No harmony, no symmetry, no music, no complete whole. And to which will ye give preference in judgment? Is not the judgment of the perceiver higher than he who perceiveth not? 12. This declare I of Jehovah, that in all ages there are many who perceive the all-person, and many who deny him. If, then, the lack of an ear for music mocketh a man dumb to a tune, is it not the lack of spiritual harmony that causeth man to perceive not the everlasting presence of Jehovah, the all-person? 13. Hear me, O angels and men, can a man learn to sing who heareth not the harmony of a tune? How much less, then, can man, or the spirits of the dead, harmonize with the eternal whole if they perceive him not? Chapter 3. 1. I, Apollo, Jehovah's son, proclaim an age when man on earth considered not harmony, nor symmetry, nor music, as gods. 2. And Jehovah's voice came to me in the Etherean firmament, and place of Ptmus, saying. 3. Apollo, my son, thou god of Suad, god of Dongier, god of Ta, behold the red star, the earth, she cometh through thy dominions. Go thou to her with thy hosts, a sufficient number, and give her a new god, and call his name Apollo. 4. Behold, neither men nor angels on the red star comprehend the harmony of my works, and because of their own inharmony they deny me, being blind to my person. Go thou, my son, and make them idolaters of harmony, symmetry and music, for a long season, that they may become organically attuned from the time of their birth upward. 5. I said, I perceive thy wisdom, O Jehovah. And I called together 100 millions of thy sons and daughters, and told them what thou hadst said. With one accord, they said, We have examined the red star since the time of Juan, and we perceive truly, the time hath come for thy labor, O Apollo. 6. I said, Send an Oniyah to the heaven of the earth and deliver her God and lords and all persons capable of the second resurrection. And say ye to God and his lords, Thus saith Apollo, son of Jehovah, and God of 3 Etherean worlds, greeting in the name of the Father, and love unto you all. For your glorious work I have assigned 7 Teres and Dongier. Thither gather ye your hosts, where is prepared a place of rest and comfort. The earth and her heaven shall be left in darkness for 30 of her days, having neither God nor lords. 7. So my legions departed for the earth in an Etherean ship of fire, led by Tuine, goddess of Pro-King, a place of great learning in the Etherean mountains of Horatanid. And they delivered according to my decrees, and the earth was without a god and lords for 30 days. 8. And the voice of Jehovih came to me again, saying, Hear thy Creator, O my son, thou that sprangest from the land long since submerged, who has spanned many of my worlds, behold. The legions of Su and his mighty resurrections are still preserved to mortals and angels earthbound, of the gods and goddesses who danced and sang before men. And of the uneven match betwixt spirits and gods. 9. Profiting in this, the people of the Red Star have become rich in rites and ceremonies, and preferring the swift-footed to the slow, the nimble to the clumsy, the Luis have well laid out the road to thy success. 10. So, I perceived beforehand how I should proceed when I landed in the lower heaven and her earth. 11. When the time came, I departed, still remembering my native star with well-treasured pride. And that all things should express the labor Jehovih put upon me, my own Yah excelled in beauty all other Etherean vessels that had ever descended to the earth. 12. How shall I comprehend thy magnitude, O Jehovih? What is the journey of a god before thee? We build a ship for 100 millions, and are vain of its size and beauty, but when we launch out into thy Etherean realms, we fain would hide our faces in shame of our vanity. We sail through 1,000 of thy crystal worlds and talk of great distances, but the mirror of thy boundless creation lieth still before us. We recall the Red Star, our native home, a single gem amidst the countless millions thou hast cast into the universe, and we are speechless because of thy awful extent. 13. Wherein hast thou not excelled thyself, O Jehovih? In one moment, we behold thy vastness, in another, thy microscopic hand in the smallest ethic wave, and in the spear of grass down on the swift corporeal stars. We applaud thee for thy handiwork, and yet ere our thoughts have overrun the smallest part, thou turnest our eyes inward to the soul of things, an endless wonder. 14. How shall I comprehend thy designs, O Jehovih? Thou drivest me back to the time thy angels came and stood man upright, saying, Be thou a man, and be thou a woman. But they would not. 15. Again and again, thy pitying hand stood them up, and thy voice came, saying, Talk, O man. Come, thou shalt help to perfect thyself. But man was slow in perceiving wisdom, that which came to his flesh he loved. 16. I remember the earth, O Father. Men and women with long hair hanging down, and hands with claw nails, fierce and warlike. And hair in tufts and short-curled. Whose eyes were drawn down like a lion's, and mouth wide and falling open, like a dog that is tired. 17. Therefore thou hast called me, O Jehovih. And I perceive thy double purpose, for a man left alone would select and mate, and evolve to terrible war. And thou storest here an idol to unfit him for cruel deeds. 18. So, from thy Etherean realms, wherein for 50,000 years thy gods and goddesses had trained me to comprehend the discipline of thy created heavens, I came, descending, down to the Red Star, where thou first quickened me into being. That I might fulfill thy mandates. 19. Thy hand took me up, thy hand sent me down, I had learned not to fear, the tree of faith had grown in me, I knew the secret of all power. As a mortal goeth into a dark cavern, where the air is damp and unacceptable to the nose, so came my hosts, O Jehovih, out of Etheria into the vortex of the earth, the dull atmosphere. 20. Thy voice came to me, saying, Go around the earth with thy own Yah, my son. Stir up the atmospherians, they that know no higher heaven. Behold, they have mutinied against my God and lords, have rejected my proffered wisdom. Their delight is in war and the deeds of mortals. As men on earth gather round to witness beasts in battle, so gather these countless millions of spirits to witness kingdoms of mortals in war, and fire, and plunder. And by their presence urge men to cruelty and cunning horrors. Chapter 4. 1. Hear me, O man, and angels, from my words learn to be wise and deep perceiving. He who standeth in darkness, seeth not, the time of Jehovih, none can comprehend. In the light should be the delight of all men. But who practiseth to his highest knowledge? Before my days, time was no nearer the beginning of the universe than now. There were men who believed that with death all would be ended to every man. And Jehovah sent angels to prove them in their folly, and though they saw them, and talked with them face to face, many would not believe. 2. And in the lower heaven they were the same, they would not believe in a higher heaven. And though Ethereans came to them to prove them in their folly, and talked with them face to face, yet many would not believe. 3. I searched the disbelievers, to understand their souls, and I found they were begotten in inharmony. They prided themselves in their wisdom, but that they called wisdom was as a serpent in the soul. 4. Jehovah spake to me, saying, Hear thy Creator, O my son, in Atmospheria thou shalt appoint 10,000 lords, with 10,000 kingdoms. And the earth and the inhabitants thereof shall be divided between them. 5. And thou shalt build a new kingdom in heaven, and call it Gao. 20. And it shall be thy judgment seat, with a council of 100,000 men and women. 6. And all thy lords shall be called Apollo. And they shall inspire men to make images of stone and wood. And the images shall have short arms and long legs. And nails instead of claws on the fingers, and well-formed mouths, with shape for motion of the cheeks. 7. And thy Lord shall find the Luis who have been preparing these matters by birth. And the Luis shall lead the angels around about amongst mortals, finding the most comely formed men and women and young children. And when they have thus chosen them, they shall report the matter to the lords, and they shall send Ethereans to those mortals who are selected, and they shall be quickened by signs and miracles. 8. And it shall be proven before all the nations of the earth, and their kings and queens and governors, that the comeliness of the forms are pleasant in my sight, wherefore I come to them. And those who are thus selected shall sing and dance by entrancement, so that kings and queens shall be overcome by the achievements. And those that dance shall be made to float in the air, and sail about in the dance. 9. For I will turn the judgment of man to beautify himself, and, in so doing, he shall learn to perceive beauty and harmony in my works. Chapter 5. 1. Think not, O man, the gods always deliver the nations of the earth in a day or by miracles. They go to the foundation of a matter, they make man a servant to help deliver himself. They stir up the nations in rites and ceremonies first, then come after, and appropriate the rites and ceremonies. And the women look on, receiving the spirit of the matter in their souls, the which entaileth on their offspring that which is desired by the gods. 2. With the hosts of high heaven, unseen by mortals, the Lord stir up the whole world. In one generation, behold, a new race is born. Man is unfitted for dangerous war, and no longer the delight of drudges hanging around. And the drudges, and the familiars, turn from the peaceful earth, to them stale and unprofitable in bloody entertainments, to find their own petty kingdoms broken down and gone. 3. Be wise, O man, and ye angels of earth. Hear the voice of thy brother, God of 3 worlds. I will tell thee a great secret, these are the words of thy Creator, man and woman are procreators. Whom they beget, are theirs, saith Jehovah. Not for a day, but forever. Take heed of thy offspring, O woman. Take heed, O man. Wilt thou be entailed with druj, to pull thee down? Wilt thou choose offspring to glorify Jehovah? 4. Have not thy people boasted, O earth? Have they not said, O the poor ancients? What of them? Will they turn away from the idols of Apollo, and set up on their own account? Can the people hand down a name and models to live forever? 5. So I founded Gao in the place Hord had been, extending over Japheth, Shem and Ham. And the rest of the Atmospherean heaven I divided amongst my 10,000 lords and lordesses, whom I selected and ordained in the manner of the ancients. 6. And the lords established themselves in kingdoms, both on earth and in heaven. And they inspired kings and queens to erect images in the temples, and the images were given a name signifying harmony, symmetry and music, Apollo. And the names varied in many countries, because of the languages of the people. But the significance was that these three entities comprised the All-Light, the Creator, Jehovih. 7. And mortals were taught by the inspiration of angels how to make the images, for there were no corporeans sufficiently perfect for models. 8. According to the perfection of the images, so were they reckoned favored by Jehovih, and the sign of Jehovah's approval was manifested in the time of the sacred dance given by the Suez selected. Which was, if the whirling dance caused many women to fall down by enchantment, then was Jehovah pleased. 9. Hear me, O man. The enchantment of the women was what the Lord's desired, for the impression of the soul of woman shapeth the unborn child. 10. Wherefore, they worshipped blindly before the idols, not being sufficiently wise to understand how Jehovah was laying down the foundation for the coming race. 11. O ye of little wisdom, compared with the lords of heaven. How ye are puffed up in judgment, not knowing the race whence ye sprang. Jehovah's gods and lords mold the inhabitants of the earth as clay is molded in a potter's hand. They set them up and show them the way, and say to them, Go. 12. And mortals go on a little while, like a young child that tottereth and falleth. And again the Lord set them up, and man, in ingratitude, forgetteth and beneath his God. 13. The unseen angels lead man and woman together, and say, Marry. And they wed, and bring forth of the Lord. Then man inquireth, What meanest thou, bring forth of the Lord? But his judgment is under a cloud, he flattereth himself that Jehovah created him, and then went away. And since then he hath been his own master. 14. O man, what is thy folly? How hast thou found such cunning ways to put off thy Creator? What profit more hast thou to put him away than to try and perceive him in all things? Why wilt thou sing of man who is in darkness, and of the earth, which is but a fraction of the great I Am? Hopest thou not for wisdom, so that guardian angels may go away and rest? 15. Why shall they stand over thee day and night, to keep away familiars and fetals and drudges? Who shall close thy mouth against falsehood, and thy lips against cursing thy Creator? Hopest thou not, O man, that a wiser age will follow? When shall man learn harmony, symmetry and music? Who will hire a musician that forever putteth his instrument out of tune? Why shall the gods applaud men or angels who live not attuned to the All-Highest? 16. Show me one who is as good as he understandeth to be, that liveth as wisely as his goodness desireth he should. He will understand my words, I can come to him and inspire him with great wisdom. He will comprehend the love a God hath over mortals, and the patience of the toiling lords and angels. 17. Hear me, O man. I will answer thee a great matter. The angels of heaven who are good, labor for those beneath them. This is their work, day and night. Think not that they go away to idleness forever. To the Etherean, industry becometh rest, to those who have attained to be gods there is spontaneous growth forever. Remember this and be wise. To the atmospherian and to mortals, idleness of soul leadeth downward forever. Remember this also, and be wise. 18. Behold the rose and the lily, they are perfect in their order. Being one with Jehovah, they painted not themselves. Let thy soul practice with thy Creator, and thou shalt become one with him, even his Son. Find thou the symmetry of flesh, the symmetry of the spirit, the harmony of music. 21 And consider wisely thy behavior. 19. The star of Jehovah is within thy soul, feed it, O man, and thou, O angel of heaven, and it will grow to be a god. Rob it, or starve it, and thou shalt remain nothing. It is weak and dim in the vein. It is bright and of great power in him who forgetteth himself in laboring for others. Chapter 6. 1. Jehovah spake in the light of the throne of Gao, saying, My son, thou hast set the temples of earth wisely, and thy 10,000 lords have the voice of thy Creator. But, behold, this dawn of Dan hath but 5 years and 200 days. The 5 years are already gone. Call together thy Etherean hosts, and they shall report to thee who shall be the successors to thee and thy lords. I answered, saying, Thy will be done, O Father. 2. So I sent messengers around about the world repeating what Jehovah had commanded. And I added also, When the time of Dan is completed, behold, my hosts shall assemble in Gao, from whence we shall ascend to our Etherean worlds. Let my messengers invite all the people in all the kingdoms of Atmospheria to be present. And these things were done. 3. Now, of the 10,000 kingdoms of the lords of heaven and earth of that day, many of them held their places within the corporeal temples of worship, having spiritual thrones within them, where the hosts of angels assembled to counsel on the affairs of mortals, and to advise with them through the prophets and seers. For, neither was there a temple in all the world for consulting the spirits and gods but what was usurped by my Etherean hosts. So that when kings or queens came to consult the oracle on matters of war or personal aggrandizement, my hosts answered them not to their own profit, but with the voice of Jehovah. 5. So it turned out, that when the chief false gods and false lords were driven out of the corporeal temples, they lost interest in mortal affairs. And I classified them and made new kingdoms in the lower heaven for them, forming them into confederacies. And they, too, became earnest workers to establish themselves in harmony, symmetry and music. And at the end of the time of High Dan there was not one false god nor false lord in Atmospheria. Chapter 7. 1. Apollo said, Hear the decrees of Jehovah, O ye gods and lords, I, his son, God of 3 worlds, speak. In my speech lieth the wisdom of time, the evidence of 50,000 years. Here is a great matter, O ye gods. Answer it, O ye lords of heaven and earth, a child learneth from that which is around about, a man learneth from that which is around about, a god and a lord learn from that which is around about. Neither can they acquire anything more, forever. Jehovah saith. 2. I have decreed the breaking up of old foundations, in new creations I provide food for the souls of gods and men. 3. Apollo said, To condense and to expand and to condense, is this all? Who shall fashion a corporeal world by compressing ether? Or, by standing still, expand his own soul? How long will they be entailed with idle desires, and self-ease, and self-glory? 4. Jehovah saith, When the lower heaven turneth into itself, it soon turneth downward, also. And its cast mouldeth the earth-born. Look to it, O my sons and daughters, that ye preserve the high estate of heaven. Apollo said. 5. To be a god is not all. To be a lord is not all, ye shall forever invent new stratagems in Jehovah's kingdoms. Your people shall be forever infatuated with continual surprises, or your kingdoms in heaven will go down. 6. Jehovah saith, Behold, I created man, and if he rest constantly, disease shall seize on his life parts. The kingdoms of men on earth that lack aspiration for the people shall bring destruction. To the kingdoms in the lower heaven, the lack of invented, new glories, shall breed up false gods and false lords. 7. Apollo said, To be a weak man, is nothing, to be a weak king, is nothing, to be a weak god, is nothing. But to be strong with Jehovah, furnisheth food for the kingdoms of men and angels. Think not, ye gods and lords, that to be a good god is easy, or to be a good lord is easy, or to be a good corporeal king is easy. He who ruleth in heavenly kingdoms, must forever furnish food for the souls of angels and men. 8. I, Apollo, son of Jehovah, will give you a parable suitable for gods and kings. A multitude go into a forest. One man goeth a little before the rest, and he calleth, Here. Here. Then he goeth a little further, and he calleth, Here. Here. And the multitude follow. Whereon, ye reason well, saying, If the leader go too fast for the multitude, they will not follow, and if he go not fast enough, they cannot follow. Wherein, of the last condition, anarchy ensweth, and new leaders are chosen. 9. And these conditions follow all peoples on earth, and in the lower heavens. But the glory of the emancipated heavens, in Etheria, lieth in the development of every soul into ripeness and bloom, with none too fast nor too slow, but all as one, and one with Jehovih. 10. Is not this the testimony of the all-person, a ruler of a city, a ruler of a state, a ruler of a kingdom? Without a head to lead, and to govern, what people have been found? Without a God and lords, and kingdoms in heaven, what angels are found? Strollers, beggars, drudges and vampires. He who setteth himself up against the king, what is he? He who setteth himself up against the all-person, what is he? Where is the fruit he hath brought to market? 11. His speech is cunning in denial. His arguments for liberty, the bait of Hadda. He crieth out, in justification of his mutiny, liberty. Liberty. But he leadeth to inharmony and darkness. After that, he rusheth to the front, crying out, Follow me. Follow me. I will lead to truth and light. And he himself becometh a god, but in falsehood, even as by falsehood he denied the true God. 12. A great fact declare I unto you, O gods and lords, a line lieth betwixt the man who hath too much opinion of his own, and he who hath no opinion at all. One is to be pitied, the other censured. Which, judge ye, do the gods pity of these two, and which censure? 13. None could answer Apollo. So he spake further, saying, Pity ye him who hath too much opinion of his own, for of all men he standeth the farthest from Jehovih. But the wise man and wise angel follow the median line betwixt the two. Herein lieth the harmony of a man's soul. Chapter 8. 1. Apollo, son of Jehovih, said, In Jehovah's name speak I, Apollo, God of Etheria. Hear me, O ye gods and lords, the power of the Father resteth in my soul, my words are of all wisdom. Think of this great matter, the growth of love. As a man loveth his city and his country, what think ye Apollo hath forgotten? Have I not told it in Etheria? I sprang from the red star, the earth. 2. Wherefore shall I not take pride before Jehovih? And hold up my head in Etheria, where I have neighbors that sprang from other stars. Shall a man forget his love because he is a god? Nay, verily. When I was mortal, I loved my neighbors. When I entered the second resurrection, in Atmospheria, I loved all the people of the earth, and when I rose to Etheria, my love expanded to 1,000 worlds. But, of all places, how can I make the earth and her heaven second in the love of my soul? 3. As a mother inventeth diversions and employment for her children, shall I not gather fruit from Jehovah's repositories to feed the Atmospherean heavens? I came, and found ye in a dark forest, with briars and thorns, but, behold, now, O ye gods and lords! The lower heaven hath become a paradise. 4. Let me recall the philosophies I have overthrown. The false gods and false lords said, It is well that there be war and destruction in heaven, otherwise, it would soon be too full. For they saw not the higher heavens. Their arguments were framed in a dark corner. And, because of their evil inspiration, they gave mortals the same philosophy, saying, War is justifiable, lest the earth become too full. For these dark angels shut out from mortals the higher light of faith in Jehovih. Justifying themselves in war, and the slaying of whom Jehovih had created alive, by their behavior, thrusting condemnation in Jehovah's face for what Jehovih had done. 5. Neither knew these mortal philosophers that they were under the inspiration of spirits of darkness, nor would they wait till the earth was full of people, to prove whether their philosophy was true or false. 6. For, as ye of heaven were given to deeds of darkness, your kingdoms reacted on earth, making drugs out of men and women. From which have all these heavens turned from evil ways, and become as stars of glory in Jehovah's universe. 7. Think not that only great thunders and terrible stratagems can govern heaven and earth righteously, for, as one man, in an army, may cause a panic. Or one brave man's upraised hand lead a nation on to victory, so can ye, O gods and lords, by wisdom, in the smallest of Jehovah's plans, rule over heaven and earth, for the glory of his everlasting kingdoms. 8. That which I declare unto you, go ye and declare throughout heaven, for the fruit of your teaching shall enrich the earth people, through their guardian spirits, and they shall, likewise, go about preaching amongst themselves. Chapter 9. 1. When Apollo, Jehovah's son, had finished his labor, the dawn of Dan, God foresaw that his own resurrection, and his people with him, had come. So he sent his proper officers to the libraries of Atmospheria, to learn who of all the Etherean hosts should be selected to remain as God, and who as lords, for the next 400 years. 2. In 20 days the examiners returned and came before the throne of God, and the council of Gao. Zadok Oahspe, chief speaker, said, By the grace of Jehovah, Creator, we stand before thee, God of heaven and earth. We find, by the ancient precepts, adjudged wise in the foundation of Atmospheria, one Gur, highest and most proficient of all the hosts of heaven, to be anointed God for the next 400 years. 3. God said, I remember Gur, from Magul, in Suftis, in Etheria, God of Arayadaf and Ag, 72. Let the marshals go to him and acquaint him with Jehovah's decrees, in the name of God. And they shall provide suitable conveyance for Gur to come to Gao, according to his rate. 4. So the marshals, 10,000 in number, besides 10,000 musicians, went and brought Gur before the throne of God, coming in an odovan, prepared for the purpose, and adorned with 1,000 pillars of light. 5. God said, I salute thee, O Gur, in the name of Jehovah, Creator. Behold Apollo. 6. Apollo stretched forth his hand, and Gur came and shook hands with him, standing by the throne. Gur said, That I have lived to see this day, O Jehovah, I am blessed indeed. Thy will, O God, and Jehovah's, be done. 7. God said, Behold, the dawn of Dan is within 30 days to end, and all who choose, and are prepared for the third resurrection, shall be taken up to Etheria. Besides thyself, O Gur, there are 200,000 Etherians who have volunteered to remain another 400 years in these Atmospherean heavens, and on the earth. From them thou shalt select 1,000 lords, and bestow them with kingdoms, over mortals. 2,000 millions of angels will raise up with me to Etheria. 8. To thee, O Gur, I bequeath 2,000 millions of Atmosphereans who have been initiated in the second resurrection. And of the first resurrection, 250 millions, and of Faithists, 300 millions. And besides these, the inhabitants of the earth, men, women and children, 700 millions. 9. God ceased speaking, and Gur said, Thy will be done, O Jehovah. Thereupon the Esenors sang, and the trumpeters played the march of Apollo, Jehovah's son. Presently, the marshals and messengers filed before the throne. And a light of golden fire came down from Etheria, cast out by the gods of Helmatia, Orion Ark of Tanaya, and it fell about the throne of God, so that many could not look thereon, because of the brilliancy. 10. God raised up, and Apollo by his side. God said, I stretch forth my hand unto thee, O Jehovah. Behold thy son, Gur, God of Arayadaf, in Etheria, an earthborn, 40,000 years inhabitant of thy emancipated realms. By thy power, and in thy name, O Jehovah, I proclaim him God of heaven and earth, to bestow thee and thy kingdoms on angels and men. Be with him, O Father, Creator, that he may add unto thy glory, forever. Amen. 11. God took off the triangle, and hung it on Gur's, God's, neck, saying, I now bestow thee with the heirloom of the gods of the red star, the triangle of the ancients. And that thou mayest be still further honored, behold, one higher than I, even Apollo, shall weave a crown for thy head. 12. Apollo walked to the left hand, and raised his hand upward, and there came from unseen space a flame of yellow light, and lodged on his hand, and he turned it but half around, and lo, a crown with sparkling gems stood upon his fingers' ends. Apollo said, 13. Incomprehensible all light. Weave me a crown for thy Son, God of heaven and earth. And even whilst he spake, it was done, and he placed it on God's, Ger's, head. And God went and sat in the midst of the throne, saying, Throne of thy throne, O Jehovah. All things are thine. For my resting place, to do thy will, this shall be. 14. During the ceremonies, the music was timed accordingly. And when the new God was crowned, the multitude of 1,000 millions applauded with great joy. 15. When all was quiet, God rose up from the throne, saying to Apollo and to him who had been God, in Jehovah's name, Come and honor my throne. Accordingly, they both sat down on the right hand of God. 16. God said, In 30 days the dawn of Dan will end. Let the marshals, through the messengers, proclaim the resurrection of 2,000 millions to the Etherean Heavens on that day. Proclaim it in all the heavens of the earth, inviting all to come who can, for it shall be a day of the feast of glory. But say not to any one that there hath been a change of gods, nor that great Apollo will rise also, lest sorrow come upon the people. The marshals then selected messengers, a great number, and sent them throughout the heavens of the earth, proclaiming the commandments of God. 17. God spake further, saying, For 30 days shall the council deliberate on my 10,000 lords, selecting and allotting them, and I will crown them in the name of the Father. 18. Apollo then said, Now will I clothe myself in strange colors, that none shall know me, and during the 30 days I yet tarry, I will go around about the earth, that I may again look upon the star of my birth. 19. And he who had given up the throne said, Thy joy shall be my joy also. I, too, will again visit the star of my birth. 20. Accordingly, God said, Joy be unto ye twain, in Jehovah's name. Behold, I will throw a thick blanket over the throne, and ye shall change your attire, and when I withdraw it, ye shall walk forth unknown. 21. And this was done. Chapter 10. 1. So Apollo visited all the divisions of the earth, and the islands in the ocean, and his traveling attendants, companions and officers made a record of all things they saw, especially those relating to the corporeans. Their manners, sizes, color, habits, education and procreative capacities, and the records were taken with them, to be finally carried to Etheria in the coming ascent. 2. And Apollo and his companions then visited Atmospheria, making like observations of the people in the first and second resurrections, recording the number and kind of nurseries, hospitals, factories, schools and colleges, together with the Asaphs, teachers and physicians, nurses, and so on. And this record was also prepared so as to form a brief history of the earth's heaven. 3. On the 28th day, Apollo and his hosts returned to Gao, the place of the throne of God in the lower heaven. In the meantime, the word of God commanding the assembly for the ascent of 2,000 million of Jehovah's brides and bridegrooms, had aroused the people of the lower heaven beyond measure. Millions of them never having witnessed an ascent, nor, in fact, had seen an Etherean adavasit, a ship of fire. 4. On the 29th day, in the evening, a light was seen high up in the firmament, and to the northwest, brilliant, like a star of the first magnitude. Presently, it grew larger and brighter, and shot across toward the southwest firmament, and then began to ascend toward the earth, growing larger and brighter as it came. 5. The people of the lower heaven knew it was the adavasit of the third resurrection, and they rejoiced before Jehovah, singing and praying. And now the marshals and proper persons for the purpose, commenced to form the groups of brides and bridegrooms of Jehovah. And the groups were arrayed in stars, crescents, squares and circles and ovals, being classified according to their rates in these figures. And the groups had banners, and signals of colored lights, according to their rank in love or intelligence, or good works, or other characteristic virtues. 6. And these groups were arranged into combinations, every combination representing the work done by a sub-lord or sub-god. And these combinations were again formed into 4 divisions, representing the 4 great divisions of the earth, and the 4 lords, Jehovah's sons. So that when the whole 2,000 millions of spirits were in due form, they characterized harmony, symmetry and music, being the symbol of Apollo, son of Jehovih, god of three Etherean worlds, Brevet Orient chief. 7. At midnight, the sea of fire, the Adavasit, reached Chinvat, the border of the Earth's vortex, just beyond the orbit of the Moon, and in size twice the Moon's diameter. Here the ship halted for 4 hours, and then again began to descend, and rapidly, fearful to behold, becoming more scarlet within the vortex, but growing larger and definite in figure. 8. And, lo and behold, when the Adavasit drew near, it was in the form and figure of the groups of brides and bridegrooms of Jehovih. It had 50,000 curtains, and 100,000 banners, and the hosts within the ship, 7 millions of souls, bore each a streamer of phosphorescent light, of all colors, shades and tints, and arrayed in symbols of the name, Apollo. 9. Unlike all other Etherean ships of fire that had as yet visited the Earth's heavens, it was provided with openings in the bottom, 500,000 in number, which were the places of entrance and exit. And the openings were studded with crystals of ceaseless fire, of all conceivable colors, shades and tints, and sizes and figures, curves, circles, angles, crescents, and so on. And up within the openings were the crystal and opaque chambers, provided for the heirs of the third resurrection. And yet, within these chambers, were the reports of the guardian angels, of the lives and good work heretofore done by every man and woman of all the 2,000 million who were to ascend to Jehovah's higher heavens. But in all the records there was not recorded one evil thing, or dark deed, or selfish thought, for of these things the ascended hosts had long since purged themselves, till they were gems of the pure light of the Father of all. High up within the ship were the beams and network of timber and ropes and arches, and around about the whole ship was the photosphere of its power, so that the whole Adavasit was like a crystal ship within a globe of phosphorescent light. And yet, in fact, the ship was the true light, and the angels the light of that light, whilst the photosphere was really the shell of darkness made reflective. 10. This, then, was the size of the Adavasit. 2,000 miles, east and west, and north and south, diameters, and 7,000 miles high. And the ship within it was 100 miles, east and west, and north and south, diameters, and 200 miles high. 11. As the earth is opaque, with a transparent vortex around it, so not so, but opposite, is the structure of an Etherean Adavasit, being light and habitable within as well as without, like the Etherean worlds in the firmament. As Jehovah maketh worlds, and sendeth them forth in the places of his firmament, so, in imitation of him, his Etherean gods and goddesses make Adavasits to traverse space from star to star, and from one Etherean region to another. Great in wisdom and power are Jehovah's Etherean gods and goddesses. Yet they, too, were once but men and women, with corporeal bodies. 12. Jehovah said, I have given power to spirits of the newly dead to clothe themselves from the atmosphere with corporeal semblances of flesh and blood. And, to my exalted atmospherian angels, I have given power to clothe themselves from ether in forms of light. But, to my exalted Etherean angels, I have given power to clothe their hosts with ships of fire, and odovans, and Adavasits. Chapter 11. 1. 20. Marshalless for the hosts of Apollo, with 10,000 marshals and 50,000 respondents of ceremonies, made ready to receive the hosts of the Adavasits, commanded by Cmiad, goddess of Dueghi, in Etheria, goddess of Node and Rak. In Gia, 38, well known to Apollo, and to Phaegia, god of Norse, long residence of in Etheria. 2. Cmiad was a small woman, dark, and of deep love, most jovial of goddesses. And had long looked forward with joy to her pleasure of bringing so large a ship to deliver 2,000 million of Jehovah's brides and bridegrooms into Etherean worlds. And so, when the Adavasit was about to land in Gao, Cmiad looked out from the clusters of central stars, the ornaments of the throne within the ship, to see the hosts who were assembled beneath, and joyously clapped her hands with delight. Whereupon she was saluted by Apollo and Phaegia, and by God and his lords. 3. Presently, the mighty vessel landed and anchored fast, and the ship of Apollo was moved up aside and made fast to the Adavasit. Meantime, Siamaiad came forth out of the ship, and was received in the arms of Kventi, Marshalless of Apollo, and then proceeded to the throne of God. For, all the while, the musicians had been playing and singing. And the music of the lower heaven was thus united with the music of the upper heaven. 5. God said, Welcome, O daughter of Jehovih. Come thou and honor my throne, in his name. 6. Siamaiad said, By the grace and love of Jehovih, am I come, O God. And to thee, O Apollo, most wonderful of earth-born gods, how can I express my boundless love? And to thee, O Phaegia, long-enduring son of Jehovih, my soul is as a twin, for the glory of our everlasting Creator. 7. Behold, I am come in Jehovah's name to wed these 2,000 million brides and bridegrooms to Jehovih. 8. Phaegia said, Thy will and Jehovah's be done. And now they shook hands, as is the custom of gods and goddesses, and Siamaiad went and sat on the throne, saluting all the assemblage by making the sign of Jehovah's name with her right hand, which was answered by 3,000 million spirits. And now the musicians played and sang the stars of Jehovih. Meanwhile, the all-light began to descend thick and fast on Siamaiad's head, so brilliant that many could not look thereon. 9. And Jehovih spake through Siamaiad, saying, I blow my breath upon a corporeal world, and man springeth forth into life, the highest of my created lights. In the womb of me, I fashion his spirit. When he is shapely and white, I deliver him. I open the heaven of suns, and warm his soul. Brighter than diamonds he cometh forth, male and female come they, as stars for my everlasting worlds. Dressed as brides and bridegrooms for my chambers of light and love. In my arms shall they be blessed forever, in my mansions rejoice forever. 10. The respondent said, being led by the Etherean hosts, I am thy bride, or bridegroom, O Jehovih. My soul findeth love in thee only, forever. 11. Thou, my Father, O Jehovih. I come to thee to abide forever. 12. From me, my mother, the earth, who conceived me, I rise me up and go, forever. 13. All praise to thee, O Jehovih. And to thee, O God of earth and heaven. And to ye, O lords of the earth, praise forever. 14. Thy lords, O Jehovih, raised me up. How can I render them joy for my stubbornness of heart? And thy God, for my second resurrection. 15. How hast thou made us brothers and sisters, O Jehovih? And given to me a higher world to abide in, forever. 16. O joy of my soul! To thee am I beholden, O Father, everlasting Creator. 17. Jehovah said, Behold me, O brides and bridegrooms. I am the all that is within all, and over all. Members of my body are all things under the sun, seen and unseen, boundless, forever. I give them to you for your inheritance, forever. 18. Response, Who can give like unto thee, O Jehovih? Not only gavest thou myself, but sent thy gods and lords to me to teach me how to live to enjoy thy fullness, forever. 19. I will rise to thy immortal kingdoms, and learn the mysteries of thy glory and wisdom, O Jehovih. And when I am strong, I will go forth to them who are beneath me, and raise them up, to rejoice, forever. 20. Jehovah said, Laborers with me, helpmates and companions, forever. With ye I wed, from everlasting to everlasting. 21. Response, With thee we wed, helpmates, forever. In the glory of thy worlds, without end. 22. Jehovah said, Mine are all harmony, all symmetry, all love, and will endure forever. 23. Response, When I was in darkness, I fed on hate, and anger, and war, and lust. But thou hast taught me harmony, and symmetry, and love, and I shall indulge in them forever. 24. Jehovah said, Receive ye, my mantles and my crowns, O my beloved. The darkness is come and gone, the rain is dried up, and my flowers are blooming for you, my beloved. 25. Response, Glory be to thee, my Creator and Preserver. All hail to thy wondrous works, O Jehovah. In all my giving I cannot attain to thee, forever. Thy crown shall shine in my behavior, world without end. Amen. 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 26. Jehovah, thou art mine, forever. Amen. 27. I am thine, O Jehovah, forever. Amen. Amen. Chapter 12. 1. The rites of the resurrection were completed, the whole of which would make a book, were the words written down. And as for the music, for which there were 500,000 singers and players, scarce a conception of it can be given to mortals. And when the light of the throne of God broke away a little, God announced 6 hours recreation. Whereupon, all the angels of Gao and of the Etherean Heavens, mingled together joyfully. 2. And after this, for, behold, the end of the dawn of Dan had come, Apollo, mightiest of all, rose up, and waved his hand in the sign, I in Jehovah's name, and stood aside from the throne of God. After Apollo, Syamad rose up, and gave the same sign. Followed by Phija. And when these three stood aside, high raised, on the floor of the throne, so that all the assembled millions could see them, so hushed were all things, like as if time had come to an end. 3. Then filed in front the 10,000 lords and lordesses, they who had once been false gods and false lords, and, of the ancient times, arrayed in such gorgeous attire, now robed in plain white, and without ornaments. 4. The marshals opened the arches of the Adivazit, but yet not a soul moved from his or her place. 5. Then great Apollo, and Syamad, and Phija, came down and sat at the foot of the throne, more loved than all the gods who had as yet visited the earth and her heavens. 6. God came down from the throne and took Apollo's hand, saying, Arise, O Son of Jehovah, and go thy way. Apollo rose up, himself in tears, and stood aside. God now took the hand of Syamad, saying, Arise, O daughter of Jehovah, and go thy way. Next he raised up the long-tried Phija, when lo, both he and God burst into tears, and fell in each other's arms. Phija, of few words at most, was last to slack the fond embrace. And then he and great Apollo, and Syamad, light of heaven, broke loose and marched forth to the Etherean ship of fire. God resumed the throne, blinded by his tears. 7. Now fell the mantles of Jehovah, and his crowns, on the 2,000 million brides and bridegrooms. The awakening light of the Etherean firmament bespoke Jehovah's awful presence. The hosts moved with one accord, and presently entered into the Adivazit, amidst a shower of Etherean flowers. 8. The marshals signaled, for the dawn was ended. The bright Syamad stretched forth her slender hand and arm to Jehovah, saying, By thy power, O Father, I command. Arise. Arise. Adivazit. Arise. 9. And the mighty vessel, and the vessel of Apollo, adjoined, arose up from Gao, rocking, rising, and moving to the music of 1,000,000 trumpeters and singers, joined by the Esenors of the lower heavens. Higher and higher rose the Etherean fire ships, turning and rising, passing beyond the vortex of the earth, beyond Chinvat, out into the firmament of Etheria, higher and higher, till all was lost in the distance. Chapter 13. 1. Jehovah spake in the light of the throne of God, saying, To the council of Gao, heaven of my heaven. Hear ye the words of your Creator, O my beloved, sing songs to Apollo and his lords, let my people rejoice. For the glory of my Son is upon them. 2. From my kingdom is the light and the life, out of my wisdom Apollo hath come. Sing to him, O ye lords of heaven, let my angels rejoice in his name, for he shall abide forever. 3. Created I him for the glory of angels and men, in his idols and images shall my people behold the harmony of my beloved. With mine own hands, moulded I the ankles and feet, and well-rounded thighs. Behold the arms of my son, no longer than to the thighs, and with dimples, and small wrists. 4. His neck is straight and slender, and smooth and round, like the hygeon on an altar. And his shoulders like hewn stone, polished and tapering, like a woman's, who goeth not to war. 5. His instep is high, he can spring like a deer, swift as the wind. He sitteth not on his haunches all day, with his hands down, like a druck that is tired, waiting for food. He fleeth to the plain and the forest on his swift feet. 6. Proclaim ye Apollo in heaven and on earth. He is risen. Higher than the sun is the holy begotten of Jehovih. Out of the virgin me is he come, holy, in symmetry and music, there is none like Apollo. 7. She was my betrothed from the foundation of the world, spouse of your Creator, O God. Her name was me, mother of mine holy begotten Son. 8. They were without shapeliness before me, they lolled about on earth, they lolled in heaven, on their haunches waited they hungrily. 9. The Virgin bowed down. For her firstborn was the Redeemer of the world. In stone, and wood, and copper, and gold, and silver, is he stronger than 10 cities, and wiser than 10,000 men. 10. He cometh to the young mother's dream, and shappeth her unborn, with limbs like a racer, and with long hair on the head. He standeth in the idol, and knoweth the mother's prayer every day. Who calleth on the name, Apollo, calleth on the Father, Creator of all things. 11. Blessed are the lords of Apollo, blessed are the sons and daughters of Apollo, blessed are they that bring forth in shapeliness like my son, Apollo. 12. This mark have I put up before all women under the sun, the young women before marriage, and before the young men before marriage. 13. Choose ye of them in the likeness of Apollo, your heirs shall glorify your Creator. 14. Apollo is my judge. He sitteth on my right hand, swifter than an arrow is his judgment on a woman's firstborn. Chapter 14. 1. Jehovih spake from the light of the throne of God, saying, Hear the words of your Creator, O ye counselors of heaven. 2. They spin and weave and make clothes, they learn in the places of learning, neither do I condemn them. 3. But my physicians are tired, my nurses are tired, my teachers are tired. Be wise, O my sons and daughters. Who hath reformed a beggar by giving to him? What physician preventeth sickness by healing? 4. They bring forth in deformity on the earth, and ye must cure them in heaven. They squat on their haunches on earth, and they squat the same way in heaven, and ye must cure them. 5. Go ye to the root of the matter, O my beloved. Send ye down to the kingdoms of my lords, and say to them, Thus saith Jehovih, follow them, O my lords. Double the number of Ashars, double the Luis, leave no young man alone, leave no young woman alone. Keep over them day and night. Give them visions and dreams of Apollo. For I am concerted in heaven and on earth to remold the forms of the earthborn. 6. Jehovih said, Hear your Creator, O Gao. Make 7 more plateaus for the second resurrection. Out of the idolatry of my son, Apollo, will I beautify the inhabitants of the earth. And the cast and mold of men and of women shall become a great power. 7. Jealousies will overspread the earth, jealousies will rise in the first resurrection. Make 7 more plateaus in the second resurrection, and sort the Esyans in the hour of birth. 8. God and the council perceived, and so God appointed workmen, and fulfilled the commandments of Jehovih. And he established 700 tributary kingdoms of the second resurrection belonging to Gao. 9. These sub-kingdoms were provided with sub-gods, second in rank below the lords, of whom there were 10,000 who had direct supervision over mortals. And the lords had every one a sufficiency of guardian angels, Ashars, and Luis, masters of generations, so that they could direct any required number to such mortals as they chose. 10. The lords mostly established their heavenly kingdoms in the temples where mortals came to worship, and by inspiration, they established spirit chambers near the altars, where the prophets sat to learn the decrees of the Lord. Hither the Luis came to receive their appointments over mortals, for the purpose of bringing about marriages acceptable before Jehovah. 11. The affairs of the sub-gods were, however, holy with matters in heaven, save when commanded by the lords for special work. 12. And it came to pass that mortals, and the affairs of mortals, were directed and governed by the decrees of the lower heavens, and these again by the Etherean Heavens, which were of Jehovah direct. 13. So Jehovah changed the forms of the earthborn. But they became worshippers of Apollo, accrediting to one another Jehovah's perfection in them, according to the form and figure of the flesh. And because of the idolatry of the women for Apollo, their children were born of good flesh, and shapely. So that, in 400 years, the hair on their heads grew long and straight, and men began to have beards. Neither considered any young man any virtue in a young woman so important as her form. Nor did young women value any virtue in man so great as a well-molded form. 14. And when mortals died, and their spirits entered the first resurrection, half the labor of the Asaphs, the receiving angels, was accomplished. 15. So God changed the ESN period to 3 years, save for the heirs of cousins, and uncles, and aunts, which was left at 5 years. Chapter 15. 1. So perfect was the way of heaven, that, at the end of 400 years, God and his lords, and his sub-gods, had ready for the third resurrection, of grade 88, 8,500 million souls for Jehovah's harvest. 2. So Apollo sent Adova, division goddess of Reth, in Coke, in Etheria, down to the lower heaven, to deliver God and his hosts. And they were thus raised up to Etheria in a sea of fire, and made one with Jehovah. 3. In like manner, was the next government in the lower heaven and on the earth, and the next deliverance in Dan was 10,000 million souls, of grade 65. 4. In like manner was the next administration in the lower heaven and on the earth, and the deliverance was 10,000 millions, of grade 50. 5. In like manner was the next administration on the earth and in the lower heaven, and the deliverance was 10,000 millions, of grade 38. So Apollo commanded these to be delivered in the Aegean fields of Oth, in Sanak and Orant, for they were unsuited for Etheria. 6. In like manner was the next administration in the lower heaven and on the earth, and the deliverance was 16,000 millions, but they were of grade 24. So Apollo commanded them to be delivered in the nebulous straits of Kapowatchiaka, for further development. 7. In like manner was the next administration in the lower heaven, but not so on the earth. For the kings and queens carried the idolatry too far, and mortals took to destroying ill-formed children and cripples, thus casting the ills of mortality into heaven. So there was no deliverance for the last Dan of Apollo's cycle. And Jehovah received no harvest. 8. Thus ended the cycle of Apollo, being 2,800 years. End of Book of Apollo. The Lord's third book. Being cotemporaneous with the Book of Apollo, son of Jehovah. As the latter book is of heaven, so is the Lord's book of earth, for the same period of time. Chapter 1. 1. In the time of heaven known as the Ark of Rupta and Mose, the Lord descended to the earth in a sea of fire, to the land of Guatemala. 2. And the Lord spake over the land and over the waters, calling and speaking, Where are the Ions, the chosen of the Lord? Speak, O man, come forth at the call of thy God. 3. Then spake man, answering to the call of God, saying, 4. More than 1,000,000, more than 2, more than 4 millions, are thy people, O Lord. 5. The Lord inquired, Where are my people? Where is the place and boundary of the sacred people, the Ions, whom I delivered in the time of the flood? 6. And man answered, saying, From the head of the Cachatsac, the mountain river of rivers, Amazon. In Thessonka, wide as the ocean, and the mountain plains of Mexico. To the great cities of Awangash and Nathan. And Neshish, and Tezemethgad, and Naphau, and Yeshua, by the lake Owain, Nicaragua, here standeth the tower of Rakawana, shining with copper and silver and gold. And by the river Raxa and her lake, John gone. And over the plains of Gomaget, Crescent, and Takshan, where p. 111b they build great boats with sails of cloth, and beams across. And to the north land of Ufsik and Nachong, where beginneth the still river Efsu, a canal, running to the wide oceans, Vid and Sajans, Lake Superior and Michigan. Where the Iwans dig deep down and bring copper and silver and lead in boats to the king of Avia, Iwan monarch and good protector. 7. The Lord said, the greatest place of all thou hast not named. 22 Thine eyes have not seen, thine ears heard not. Search, therefore, and be wise. Man said. 8. I was ashamed before God, so I set out to get great learning to know of what the Lord spake. And I travelled 1 year to the north, and many moons to the south and east. And I found a Rabbah 23 of great learning, both in books and spoken words. And not a few prophets of the Lord in the great cities. So I inquired, saying, which is the greatest place of the Lord's chosen? And, lo and behold, they answered even as I had answered the Lord. Then I came to the city of Tazunqua, a place for the yearly dance in the valley of Oahspe, where the Rabbah's temple is covered with copper, polished, and I asked the same question. For the Chba within me desired to make a record of all things valuable, but, alas, I got no other answer than the echo of my own words. 9. God said, where am I chosen? Where is the greatest place of the Ions? Thou hast shown me the Iwans, their great cities and kingdoms, their places of great learning. But the greatest of all, thou hast not shown. 10. Man answered, I know not, O Lord. Speak thou. 11. The Lord said, in amongst the Iwans are the Ions, the little sacred people. The little cities in the suburbs of the large cities of the Iwans, these are the greatest cities. 12. Man inquired of God, how can that be? Behold, the Iwans are 3 to 1, compared to the Ions. 13. The Lord said, these that build temples of hewn stone, and cover them with polished copper, are not my people. These warrior kings, that fortify their cities with soldiers, are not my people. They are not great. 14. But these are my chosen, that live in mounds, and in cities with wooden walls, and clay walls. They are the greatest of all people. They dress not in gaudy colors, nor ornament themselves with copper and silver and gold. 15. They are the people of learning. They survey the way for the canals, they find the square and the arch. They lead the Iwan to the mines, where lead and copper and silver are buried. These are a great people. 16. Without them the Iwan could not build his own house, he could not find the level for a canal, nor provide the square of his temple. The Ions are the greatest people. 17. My chosen have shapely legs and arms, and feet and hands, and their hair groweth long and straight, white and yellow. 18. The Lord said, because the Iwan is of all shapes and sizes. And of all grades and judgment, even down to the ignorance of a beast, behold, he is bringing forth heirs of darkness. 19. Come unto the Lord, O ye that are chosen. Ye have built houses and temples for the Iwans, but of what avail are these things? 20. Behold, they are at war, tribe against tribe, nation against nation. They no longer hearken to my Rabbahs, the priests of my chosen. 21. Go to, now, ye shall build temples unto God. 22. Then the Ions inquired the meaning of the word of God. 23. The Lord said, long have I prophesied through my chosen, the Ions. Now will I raise up prophets amongst the Iwans, the copper-colored race. 24. This is the temple ye shall build unto the Great Spirit and his kingdoms in Hayden. 24. 25. Two peoples there are before my judgment, saith the Lord, the one that heareth not the voice of God, nor knoweth him, but the other people know me, and endeavor to obey my commandments. 26. And God was weary with laboring for the Iwans. For they went more after the way of darkness than light. 27. and the Lord called hence his guardian angels, leaving the Ewans alone for a season. And spirits of darkness came upon them and obsessed them. 28. And in that same time the Lord caused his chosen to display the mold of their thighs, and their short shapely arms. And the Ewans tempted them, contrary to law. So, it came to pass, that the Ewan women boasted of their conquests, bringing forth heirs of more shapeliness. 29. Now, in course of time, these heirs grew to be men and women. And, behold, they had the gift of prophecy, and of seeing visions and of hearing the voice of the angels of heaven. And they were called Onwigan, signifying, good-shaped men. Chapter 2. 1. God said, Suffer not the Onwi to dwell with the Ayin, lest the seed of my chosen be lost. 2. The Onwis came suddenly into the world, came in the north and south and east and west, came by thousands and thousands. And they had long hair, black and coarse, but their skin was brown, copper-colored, and their arms were short, like the Ayins. Very proud were the Onwis, they would not mix with the Ewans. And they dared not mix with the sacred people, because of the commandment of the Lord. 3. So, the Onwigan became a new race in the world, having all the symmetry of the Ayin, and the savageness of the Ewans. And, being feeders on flesh and fish, fell under the dominion of angels of the lower heaven, and they rejected the Lord God. 4. The Lord said, Even this will I appropriate for their own salvation in time to come. 5. So the Lord commanded the Ayins to give to the Onwis laws, rites and ceremonies, and these things were done as commanded. 6. Then came the angels of the lower heaven, teaching the Onwis the secret of making eunuchs of their enemies, the Ewans with the long arms, teaching them how to make spears and bows with arrows, and darts and fishing hooks and nets. Teaching them how to make fire by striking flint stones, teaching them how to cook flesh and fish to make them more palatable. And this was the first cooked food for man since the days of the flood. 7. The Ayins feared the Lord would visit a judgment upon the land, because of the Onwis killing and eating flesh, but the Lord said unto them, Suffer ye the Onwis to fulfill their labor, too full is all the land with beasts and serpents. Nevertheless, it shall come to pass that great destruction shall come upon the Ewans, and the ground people, and the Onwis. Their great cities shall be destroyed, and the lands laid desolate. But I will rebuild them again with greater glory than in this day. 8. And so it came to pass, as the Lord had spoken through the Ayin prophets. In 3,000 years the large and handsome race, the Onwis, transcended the long-armed Ewans, the short-legged race. 9. God said, Hear me, O man. Understand the labor of the Lord thy God. Jehovah saith to the Lord, Go thou to yonder earth, and make man upright, on 2 feet. And the Lord accomplisheth it. Then saith Jehovah, Go yonder, and make man shapely on the earth. And the Lord findeth a way to do this also. 10. Forget not the Lord thy God, such labor will fall to thy lot when thou art long risen in heaven. Behold, there are millions of worlds, new coming into being every day. Expand thy judgment. Make thyself comprehensive, that thou mayst fulfill in wisdom the glory of the Almighty. Chapter 3. 1. God said, Hear the word of the Lord, O man, be considerate in thy little wisdom of the magnitude of the labor of thy Lord. 2. Certain times and seasons are allotted by Jehovah for the development of new orders of men on the worlds he created. According to the times and seasons and condition of the earth, so hath the Lord thy God provided the race of man. 3. To raise man up, that he may comprehend the beautiful creation, and that he may be adapted in harmony therewith, is the glory of thy God. 4. Behold, I have spoken of the land of Guatemala. Think not that as one division of the earth is made answerable to my will by a certain rule, that even so another division of the earth is provided in the same way. The Lord thy God findeth one place filled with beasts of prey and great serpents, which must be destroyed, and he provideth a race of men to accomplish this. And man is suffered by God to become carnivorous for a season. 5. In another country the Lord findeth drought and frequent famine, and he provideth man with knowledge adapted thereto. So also are there seasons to the earth, when man shall be changed from one condition to another. According to the progress of the earth, so God lifted up man for the glory of the Almighty. 6. Suffer not thy judgment to mislead thee as to a law of selection. There is no law of selection. Man hath no inspiration of his own to select and provide his progeny, neither in shapeliness nor judgment. 7. He marrieth because of the impulse of the flesh. Nor careth he for the issue, whether they have long legs or short ones, or whether they become warriors or imbeciles. 8. And woman even careth less than man. Nevertheless, a time cometh upon the world, in a later age, when man and woman both consider these things, and somewhat govern themselves accordingly. But in such an era they are almost fruitless. 9. But in the early age of a world, man hath inherent but two impulses, to eat and to indulge in cohabitation. Neither considereth he what may result therefrom. And the Lord and his angels lead man, unknowingly to himself, to fulfill his times and seasons. 10. Now have I come to thee in Cosmon to make plain the government of heaven upon the earth, and of thy God and his angels upon the race of man. Behold, in the time of Apollo, man in his present form was brought into being on the earth. The time and season of the earth was in that day come unto that end. Even as in this day thy Lord hath come to change man from a race of warriors to a race of peace, for now is the time and the season of the earth propitious to that end. 11. In the time of Apollo were the first prophets raised up from other than the Ian race. In that day the Ewan, the flesh-eating man, was first capable of hearing the voice of thy Lord understandingly. And thy God commanded man to remember the God of harmony, symmetry and music, and to build images of him in all the divisions of the earth. 12. Be most searching, O man. For thou shalt find, in this day and generation, the legends and history of Apollo in all the divisions of the earth. 13. And the word of his name, in all languages, hath the same significance. 14. Behold, as in Guatemala, the Lord raised up seers, whom he instructed in the methods of slaying beasts of prey and serpents, in the same period of time raised up for the same purpose other seers in Shem, Ham and Japheth. 25 And the names of the great slayers are preserved to this day in the mortal histories of these countries. 15 Thus created the Lord a new race on the earth, and in all the divisions thereof, the new race came of the Ians and the Ewans. According to the different countries where they dwelt, so are they found to this day. In which thy God provided all these people who are of pure blood to have no other God nor Lord than the Great Spirit, Jehovih. 16. Nevertheless, in the time of Apollo, this race was but a fraction compared to the hundreds of millions of Ewans and ground people and Ians that dwelt on the earth. But the Ewans were at war for more than 1,000 years. 17. They built great cities, and established mighty kingdoms, but as soon as built, lo, the wars laid them low or dissipated them. 18. God said, Now will I give to man a new commandment, which is, to go forth and subdue the earth. To slay every beast of prey and every serpent that cometh before him. 19. And of beasts of prey and of serpents, shalt thou not eat the flesh, nor the blood, which containeth life. 20. Neither shalt thou eat the flesh of the beast with uncloven foot, nor shalt thou eat swine's flesh. 21. But all cloven-footed animals I give unto thee, for food to eat. For in the day thou takest the place of beasts of prey, thou shalt also take to thyself to eat the flesh they would have eaten. 22. Then the Lord sent Ian priests to circumcise the new race, the Jin. And he commanded the Gons to marry amongst themselves, promising to give all the world into their keeping. 23. And the Gons began to wear clothes, after the manner of the Ians. And the latter gave them rites and ceremonies, and taught them how to pray and dance before Jehovih. End of the Lord's third book. Book of Thor, son of Jehovih, being the records of Thor, Apollo's successor, on the earth and in her heavens, from the ark of Mos to the ark of Day, in the Etherean Heavens, and of 3,200 years. Chapter 1. 1. Thor, Orion chief of Donjie, in Etheria, god of Pala, surveyor of Yoritz and Thassa, god of Galeb, receiver of Saphir and Hosonia, god of Warts and Lo and Yasane, counselor in the ethereal worlds Hituna, Terran, Seeing, Sethawan and Hababak. Greeting. 2. In the holy council of gods and goddesses in Donjie, the voice of Jehovih came to Thor, saying, 3. My son, behold the red star, the earth, she courseth from Mos today, and now draggeth in the swamps of Asath. Behold, thou shalt deliver her through thy dominions, 3,200 years. Even now approacheth the dawn of Gon. 26. 4. Thor spoke before the holy council, on Jehovah's Etherean throne, saying, Behold the young world, the earth, cometh our way. For 3,200 years she will journey in the fields of Donjie. 5. Then, the holy council deliberated on the matters of the earth and her heavens, and all other corporeal worlds that were to pass through Donjie for 3,000 years. And it was found that the dawn of Dan would fall upon the earth first of all. 6. Then called Thor for the swift messengers that coursed the firmament in the regions of Apperwaith, the roadway of the earth's past history. And the swift messengers came and laid their report before the throne of Jehovih, as to what world the earth was, and the harvests of angels she had yielded up to the emancipated heavens. 7. When their reports were finished and deliberated on by the holy council, Thor, son of Jehovih, said. 8. For further knowledge as to the present condition of this world, the earth, it is my command that Yathai, god of Gammato, choose 1,000,000 volunteers. And, in Ariata, proceed to the earth and her heavens to visit her god and lords, and ascertain the condition of their angels and mortals, and report back in Donjie. 9. So, Yathai, god of Gammato, in Etheria, was appointed for this purpose, and he provided an Ariata, and took with him 1,000,000 Etherians, and proceeded to the earth and her heavens, as commanded. 10. And Yathai came to the throne of God in Gao, in Atmospheria, and God sent to his lords an invitation to come also. And there came 72 of them. 11. God said to Yathai, Behold, the earth and these atmospherian heavens are full of false lords and false gods. Yathai inquired how many there were. God said, More than 30,000 gods and 160,000 lords. Behold, in every great city on earth is there a false god or a false lord, and he hath a small heavenly kingdom of his own, even on the earth. And the spirits of the dead of that place are his slaves, for his own exaltation. 12. And in many of these heavenly kingdoms there are wars and anarchy, hells, where the angels torment one another endlessly. Nor will these false gods and false lords and their subjects admit that there are higher heavens than their own. 13. The spirits of the newly dead are captured and kept in ignorance of Jehovih and his vast creations, but made to bow in adoration and worship to the false lord or false god. And these again, being in contiguity to mortals, inspire them to the same worship, which fits them in time of death to fall as slaves into the dominion of him whom they worshipped. 14. The wars in heaven have inspired mortals to wars on earth. So that, all around the world, everlasting battles are going on. 15. And such as are slain on earth battlefields are born in spirit in chaos, not knowing they are dead, as to the earth, and, so, they linger on the battlefields, still battling imaginary foes. 16. All over the earth are these battlefields covered with spirits in chaos and with the spirits of Drux, and Druj, and Yaks, and ground people, who know nothing more than the beasts in the field. 17. Return, therefore, O Yathai, to thy Orion chief, Thor, son of Jehovih, and say to him, The God of earth is powerless to rescue her angels and mortals from the great darkness upon them. And beseech him in Jehovah's name to come and deliver me and my kingdoms. 18. Yathai inquired as to the races of men on earth, and as to the times of their termination. 19. God said, in 12,400 years the iron race, the mound builders, will come to an end. And in that day the Gonds will have triumphed over all the lands and waters of the earth. 20. When Yathai had obtained the required information, and also learned the localities of the divisions of the earth and her heavens, he departed in his Ariata, with his companions, and visited all the chief places, and then returned to Dongier. In Etheria, before Thor, son of Jehovih, to whom he reported all he had learned as to the condition of the earth and her heavens. 21. Then came the light of Jehovih to Thor, saying, My son, take thou a sufficient host of Etherians, and go to the red star in her heavens, and deliver them in my name. Chapter 2. 1. Thor called in 30 million volunteers. And he provided an Avalanza, an ethereal ship of fire, in which they embarked for the red star, where they should remain 4 years and 238 days, which was called the dawn of Dan, for Thor, of Dongier. 2. Then onward, through Etheria, sped Thor and his 30 millions. Through the swamps of Asath. And the fields of Broadwusky. Through the ethereal seas of Hosanga, toward the Ark of Mos, and thence to Chinvat, the boundary of the earth's vortex. Nor halted here, but sped onward in his ship of fire for Gao, the throne of God. 3. God and his lords, being apprised of Thor's coming, had the capital in readiness for his reception. And they had beside gathered in all the angels of the second resurrection, and as many of the first as chose to come. In all, there were in Gao assembled 900 million angels, Faithists in Jehovih. Of these, not more than 1 million had ever seen an Etherian, nor had they visited outward from the earth farther than the seventh plateau in Atmospheria. 4. Amongst these, even into the heavenly capital of Gao, alighted Thor and his 30 millions. And after due salutations, in the manner of gods and goddesses, a day of recreation was proclaimed from the throne of God. And thereupon the Atmospherians and Etherians mingled together joyfully. 5. Then ascended Thor on the throne of God, and he ordained as followeth, to wit. 6. 1 million constables to go to the false lords and false gods and arrest them, and bring them to Gao for judgment. 7. 1 million captors to possess the thrones and temples of the false lords and false gods, and hold them. 8. 8 million captors to gather in the angel slaves in all the Hayden heavens. 9. 6 million dispersers to overthrow and disperse the hells, heavenly battlefields of spirits in chaos. 10. 6 million physicians to disrupt fetals from mortals. 11. 2 million founders of ESN nurseries, for the spirits of infants and helpless ones, born into heaven before their full time. 12. 1 million founders of hospitals, for chaotic angels and others stricken in disease. 13. 500,000 marshals, 500,000 messengers, and 3 million builders. 14. And when these had been selected by the proper officers, they were dispatched to their several places and duties. 15. Then Thor reorganized the council of Gao for the period of dawn. 16. So, God and his lords rested for a season, whilst Thor and his hosts delivered earth and her heavens. 17. In 1 year all the false lords and false gods and goddesses were captured and brought to Gao, neither passed Thor judgment upon them until they were all brought in. And on this occasion, there were assembled in Gao millions of angels to witness the proceedings. 18. Thor said unto them, Perceive ye not that my power is greater than yours? How can that be? I have but 30 millions. And of you there are more than 30,000 millions. Wherein, then, am I more powerful? Behold, I have arrested all your heavens and heavenly rulers. How it this? Whence my power? 19. Not one could answer Thor. 20. Then Thor said, My army is a unit. Yours are divided, one against another. Yea, each one was in anarchy. 21. This I declare unto you all, Jehovih, first of all, and his creations, which he hath given unto all his creatures. 22. To learn to master the elements of earth and heaven, this is the foundation for acquiring all power. 23. Because ye bound yourselves in heavenly places on the earth, ye rose not up to the places prepared for you. Answer me now, how standeth the world as to what is to come? 24. Many of the false lords and false gods answered after this manner, I fear to speak my mind, lest thou in anger cast me in hell. 25. Thor said, He who hath learnt to know Jehovih, and to serve him, feareth nothing on earth nor in heaven. Fear is but the manifestation of weakness. 26. Speak, therefore, what ye desire, no harm shall befall you. 27. Then many of them said, This do I perceive, O God, there lie the earth and many heavens. The strongest mortals rule over the weaker, the strongest gods rule over the weaker. Therefore, make me thy slave. I am content. 28. Then Thor said, A greater hardship give I unto all, I give you your liberty and freedom. Go, therefore, whither ye desire. I ask not one to serve me, but say unto you, Go serve Jehovih by lifting up whoever is beneath you. 29. They answered, Whither shall we go? We know not the way from one heaven to another, nor the way down to the earth. Thou sayest, Go serve Jehovih by lifting up such as are beneath us. Now, verily, we cannot lift up ourselves. Had we great riches, or power, or wisdom, then would we willingly do for those beneath us. 30. Thor said, Verily are ye gods of darkness. I say unto you, Wait not for any of these things, but go at once and serve Jehovih. 31. They answered, When we have first provided a way for ourselves, then will we serve him. 32. Thor answered, Ye have spoken the darkness of all the world. I say unto you, Go serve Jehovih first. And after that come to me that I may see wherein ye lack in anything. 33. They answered, How can one serve Jehovih by lifting others up, if ye have not clothes, nor food, nor habitation? 34. Thor said, It is well ye ask that question. But I say, direct that question to your own souls, and, behold, the Father will answer you. Let that be the question ye ask yourselves every hour of the day, and watch ye for an opportunity to answer it by the labor of your own hands. 35. Then the false gods and false lords were dismissed from custody. 36. Thor commanded the light of the throne and of the pillars of heavenly fire to be raised to a higher grade. The false lords and false gods desired to flee because of the brilliancy of the light, but knew not whither to go. 37. Thor said unto them, Why have ye assumed to be lords and gods, since ye cannot even master the elements in the lower heavens? 38. I say unto you, the regions of Jehovah's universe are boundless. Let no one assume to do that which he cannot do. But, little by little, learn to master the elements surrounding him, and he will in time learn to traverse Jehovah's beautiful firmament, and be indeed a fit companion for gods and goddesses. 39. Then spake the false lords and false gods, saying, Oh that we had some one to teach us, some one to show us the way to learn. 40. Then Thor, perceiving they were in proper humor for resurrection, allotted unto them certain teachers and disciplinarians, and they were taken into educational colonies and put to work. Chapter 3. 1. Thor said, To induce men and angels to find the way of resurrection, this is the greatest of all teaching. Man saith, O God, raise up thy servant. 2. And the Lord saith, Hold up thy hands and I will lift thee up. But man will not. Man saith, Send wise and holy angels to me, O Lord, to guide me in righteousness and good works. 3. And the Lord saith, As thou askest of God, even so do thou to thy fellows. But man will not. 4. As it is with man on earth, even so do we find it in Haddah. 5. To induce angels to develop themselves, by taking hold with their own hands, and by the exercise of their own talents, this is the work of lords and gods. To rule over them without their knowing it, so as to lead them in the right way, this is wisdom. 6. The first passion of man is to eat, the second, the sexual desire, the third, to make others serve him. And if he accomplish the latter, then is he indeed the prince of evil. For he then holdeth dominion to the hurt of others. 7. So, also, as man buildeth these habitations in his soul on earth, how vain his effort for happiness in heaven. To teach him to undo all his past, and to make full restitution unto others, this is the work of gods and lords over spirits of darkness. 8. Thor established 2,000 educational colonies in Atmospheria, besides innumerable places of manufacturing and building, teaching the angels of heaven how to provide habitations for those born of earth into spirit life. 9. In 3 years of dawn Thor had prepared for Etherian ascension 4,000 million brides and bridegrooms. 10. Now all this while the angels of Atmospheria had been taught much in regard to the emancipated kingdoms in Etheria. Of the splendor and majesty and power of gods and goddesses there abiding. 11. Thor spake from the throne of God, before the holy council, saying, Send swift messengers to Betatis, goddess of Tarot, in Etheria, greeting, and say unto her, Thus saith Thor, Jehovih's son. Orion chief of Dongier, come thou to the heavens of the earth. I have 4,000 million brides and bridegrooms as Jehovih's harvest. Provide thou an Ariata of great size and splendor, for its presence shall enchant my people. 12. The swift messengers departed. And proper officers at once set about making ready to receive Betatis. Others were sent into other parts of Atmospheria with fire boats to bring Atmospherians to Gao, that they might behold the glory of the higher heavens as manifested in the descent and ascent of the Ariata. 13. All these things were accomplished. Betatis came in great splendor, and all the kingdoms and subkingdoms of Gao were filled with the thousands of millions come to witness the ceremonies. 14. This, then, was the size of Betatis Ariata, diameter, east and west and north and south, 2,000 miles to the borders of the photosphere, and 9,000 miles high. The ship, within the photosphere, was 100 miles east and west and north and south, and was 200 miles high. Of beams, the entire length, there were 12,400,000, and of uprights, they were numerous accordingly. And there were a sufficient number of chambers within the Ariata for every soul to have one, and besides these, there were halls and temples within, also suitable for music and other entertainments. 15. The colors, shades and tints, with mirrors, and with opaque ornaments, both movable and fixed, were provided in all possible ways, for ornament and for service, the like of which, for beauty, had never been surpassed in Dongier. And when the whole Ariata was completed, it looked like an oval globe of light, with a framework, transparent and opaque within, alternated so as to add beauty to every part. And it was fitted and equipped for the third resurrection, having no storage places for atmosphere, or anything in common with the lower heavens. 16. To add still further to its splendor, Betatis had her Ariata ornamented with banners and streamers illuminated, so that at a distance, when seen descending, the whole vessel seemed like a sun surrounded on every side with movable stars and waving streams of light. 17. Amongst her hosts were 1,000,000 trumpeters and players on harps, and 2,000,000 singers. 18. In the midst of the forepart of the ship was the holy council chamber, with 4,000,000 members. Above the council chamber was the chamber of worship, and at either side were the halls for dancing and social reunion. 19. When Betatis' ship neared the Atmospherian kingdom of God, millions of her hosts stationed themselves on the galley beams and stay lines, adding a scene of life to the ethereal ship of surpassing beauty. 20. With ballast had Betatis provided her ship, so that when she came within the earth's vortex she could stand where she desired whilst the earth and her heavens turned their axial course. That both mortals and angels might witness the brilliancy and glory of the works of Dongier's chief goddess. 21. And thus Betatis stood in her ship of fire, just beyond the plateau of Gao, whilst the earth and her heavens made one revolution. 22. The next day she descended into Gao, where God and his lords, under direction of Thor, Jehovih's son, had prepared their mighty audience. 23. When the ship was made fast, the chief marshal of Gao and of Betatus hosts met and conducted Betatus up in front of the throne of God. 24. Thor said, "In Jehovah's name, welcome, daughter of light." 25. Betatus said, "Praise the Almighty. In love, am I come to answer thy prayer." 26. Then spake God, saying, "Welcome, O goddess. Come and honor my throne." 27. Then went Betatus forward in a flame of light, and was greeted after the manner of gods and goddesses. After which she sat in the midst of the throne. And at once the ceremonies of initiation for the brides and bridegrooms were accomplished. 28. Then came a day of recreation. And after that, Betatus and her hosts, together with the 4,000,000,000 brides and bridegrooms, entered her Ariata and departed upward for the Etherean Heavens. Chapter 4. 1. In the 4th year of dawn under Thor, son of Jehovih, he received from the Holy Council in Buru, of Donjie, in Etheria, a dispensation from the Orion chiefs, decreeing to the earth 100 years' travail in Vosant. 2. Thor called up Wak, god of Rhines, and said unto him, "A sore travail hath Jehovah put upon these heavens. Go thou to Helu and command him to provide an avalanza sufficient to deliver 20,000 atmosphereans to the Aegean forests of Goniah." 3. For the inhabitants of these heavens are too dark to endure the Vosant of 100 years, and would be precipitated to the earth and engage in feudalism. 4. Wak, god of Rhines, knowing the condition of the atmosphereans, proceeded at once to Helu, informing him of the decrees of the higher heavens, and of the command of Thor, son of Jehovah. 5. Thor then sent word to his lords and marshals, informing them also of his command, and, further, commanding them to bring from all parts of earth and heaven all the lowest grades of angels, to be concentrated in Gao. To which place the avalanza was to come for them. 6. Thor appointed Tisianage, goddess of Ares, to superintend the reception of the angels, and to arrange them for entrance into the avalanza. And he gave into her command, to assist her, 500,000 marshals and captains, and 1 million Esenors. And these she apportioned to their respective duties and places. 7. To accomplish all this, Thor allotted 77 days, earth's time. And so wisely were carried out all the proceedings that, on the 77th day, the avalanza was on hand, and all the angels ready to enter therein. 8. Accordingly, these things were accomplished, the 20,000,000,000 angels were carried away on the avalanza, which was walled around on every side with pillars of fire, so that not one spirit could escape, even were he chaotic or imbecile. And Wak and Helu had entire charge of the migration, and they proceeded upward and outward from the earth, 7 diameters of the earth's vortex, which brought them into the forests of Goniah, where they landed them. 9. Tisianage, gods of Ares, had charge of the 20,000 millions, and she had previously sent thither a sufficient force of angels, wise and strong, to provide for the reception. 10. So that, when the avalanza landed, all things were in readiness, and the angels were apportioned to different sections of the Goniah forests, according to their development. And proper officers and teachers were provided unto them. 11. By Tisianage were these things done. And she established a throne of Ag, and provided a temple of council, and all such things as are required in the government of a new colony. And, to reign after the expiration of dawn, she provided a god in Goniah. She promoted to this one Hezedekiah, a surveyor in Thalasia, the 3rd heaven of Gao, and she gave him the title, God of Goniah, for 400 years. 12. Now, in reference to founding an Aegean habitation in Etheria, this account is rendered unto mortals and angels of the lower heaven, amidst the Ethic waves, the Etherians gather up the atomic elements floating therein, and giving them axic motion, propelling them forth, aggregating the while, till, from a mite, it groweth as large as the whole earth, but is habitable within and without by the spirits of the dead, the angels. 13. Jehovah said, in likeness of the solid earth, and stars, and moon, that float in the unseen firmament, so made I atomic parts to all things, and made them to float in ether. As the earth is to the air and the ether above, so is an atom of corpor to the ETIC solution. 14. Jehovah said, Think not, O man, there is but one member in my person, and that different conditions and states of that one comprise my universe. The foolish man hath said, The blood is the flesh and bones, and that the flesh and bones are but a state of blood, but he seeth not that I make not flesh out of blood, but out of that the blood carrieth. And in like manner carry I the corpor of my person in the ethe of my being. 15. Now, as to Thor, son of Jehovah, after the departure of the Avalanza, he provided a new god unto the earth and her heavens, and crowned him, and bestowed upon him the triangle which had been handed down since the inhabitation of the earth by man. 16. As for the remaining time of dawn, Thor travelled around about the earth and her heavens, making records thereof, to be carried with him in Buru in the time of his ascent. 17. In consequence of the depletion occasioned by the resurrection of the 20,000 millions to Goniah, God and his lords were greatly relieved of their burdens in Gao and on the earth. Chapter 5. 1. Peace and prosperity were established on earth and in heaven by the time of the expiration of the dawn of Thor. And now came the time for his own ascent, with his hosts, leaving the earth and her heavens in care of God and his lords. 2. So Thor, son of Jehovah, sent swift messengers to Etheria, asking to be delivered, and asking for the deliverance of 6,000 million brides and bridegrooms to Jehovah. 3. Si-Weing, goddess of Hotask, in Etheria, was appointed by the council in Buru, to descend for Thor and his hosts, and his 6,000 millions. 4. Accordingly, Si-Weing built her ship and gathered in her hosts for the journey, her 10 millions. This, then, was the make of her ship, which she named Harp, to wit. 5. The photosphere was flat to the north and south, but oval east and west. The openings were on the flat sides, with passages through. The crescent described a circle of 3,400 miles, and the depth of the harp north and south was 300 miles. The pillars of fire that ascended from the midst were 1,700 miles high. 6. The stars within the photosphere were provided with 5 points. And each star had 1,000,000 chambers, one chamber being allotted as the habitation of one bride or bridegroom, and there were 7,000 of these stars. 7. The framework was crystalline, and opaque, and transparent, and of all possible colors, and shades, and tints. Now, besides the stars and their chambers, the base of the crescent was provided with a salon sufficient for 1,000,000 musicians, and they were thus situated. 8. God had knowledge of the coming of Si-Weing, and had commanded information to be sent throughout Atmospheria, and to the lords located on earth, inviting all who chose, to come and witness the ascent. And there came, besides the brides and bridegrooms, 2,000 million angels, many not yet delivered from the first resurrection. 9. So it came to pass, Si-Weing, goddess of Hotask, came down in her ship of fire, even to the foundation of Gao. Came in great magnificence, and was received by Thor and by God and his lords. 10. And she ascended the throne, and performed the marriage rite for the 6,000 millions. And after that a recreation of one day was proclaimed in Gao, during which time the Atmospherians and Etherians mingled freely together. 11. On the day following, Thor accompanied Si-Weing into her ship. And their hosts went in also, being nearly 7,000 millions. And then, amidst a rain of Etherian flowers, Si-Weing started her fire ship upward. 12. God and his hosts remaining in Gao saluted in the sign, Jehovah forever. Which was properly answered by the ascending millions. 13. Then on its axis turned the great ship, rising and turning, higher and higher. And in a little while only an ascending star was seen, and then it disappeared in the distance. 14. Thus fulfilled Thor his great mission in dawn to the earth and her heavens. Chapter 6. 1. Again the earth and heaven prospered for another season of 200 years, and the next Dan there were delivered 5,000 million souls. And new gods and lords succeeded, and they also prospered, but not so well. The next harvest was 4,000 million souls. 2. But, again, false lords and false gods began to set up kingdoms of their own, in heaven, and in the cities of mortals. And, lo and behold, every one called himself either Thor or Apollo. And the spirits who manifested in the temples, and for the oracles, all gave one of these names. And mortals who were obsessed, believed themselves to be the reincarnation of Apollo or Thor, and the obsessing spirits so called themselves. Others, more intelligent, said, have not the prophets foretold there was to be a second coming of Apollo? And are not these spirits, who appear through the Sargis, the very person? 3. So great became the superstition of the nations of the earth, that in the fall of a leaf they found proof of the second coming of Apollo or Thor. Many of the spirits deserted the second resurrection, in heaven, and returned to the earth, to wait for information concerning the coming event, as they supposed, though there was no event coming. 4. Jehovih said, all corporeal worlds pass through the age of too much belief. As I gave to man judgment, that he might examine and weigh a matter, so runneth he into unbelief. Then my angels go to him and show him wherein he believed too little. But, lo, he goeth to the other extreme, believing all things, and not using his judgment. 5. God said, why will not men and angels be patient, and wait till a matter is proven meritorious before they pursue it to extremes? The same sun shineth, the same stars stand in the heavens, and the earth travelleth steadily on her way, yea, her winds blow, her summers and winters come as in the olden time, yet man setteth up that a great wonder is near at hand. And no wonder cometh, and nothing new is near. 6. How shall I stay them, O Jehovih? Their desires for Apollo call down millions of spirits from my places of resurrection. And in trials and hardships they fall, and become suitable prey for designing false gods and false lords. 7. But there came no other salutation than the echo of God's own words. So God and his lords bewailed the darkness of earth and her heavens. 8. But high up in the Etherean Heavens, came the light of Jehovih, came the voice of Jehovih, saying. 9. Hear your Creator, O ye gods and goddesses. Behold the magnitude of my works. I labor not for the profit of this man or that man. Nay, nor for this people nor that people, nor for the inhabitants of one star and one heaven, but for the glory of millions of stars and millions of heavens. 10. Doth not one corporeal man bewail a shower of rain? And yet, his neighbor rejoiceth thereat. One man prayeth for sunshine, and another for shade. Think not that I labor for each one separately, but for the perfection of the whole. Wherefore, then, shall the God of earth and his lords bewail the darkness that falleth on the earth in this day? 11. I have prepared places of darkness in the Etherean firmament, and places of light. And my corporeal worlds must travel through them, for so I created them. And these places of darkness and places of light are as changes of seasons for my harvests. 12. Now doth the earth pass in deep darkness, for I fructify the races of men in new growth, corporeally, for things that shall come after. As they absorb from the age of my places, in this age, so, also, do their souls become full of superstition and darkness. 13. Thus went the earth into great darkness during the last 600 years of the cycle of Thor, and there was no harvest from her for the Etherean Heavens. But the spirits deserted Atmospheria in millions and millions, and went down to the earth, to dwell with mortals, and to find places on the corporeal earth where to live. 14. And, save to the Ions, the light of Jehovih was shut out from men. Thus ambition for improvement was at an end, they became as drones and vagabonds, and, when they died, their spirits continued to lie about in the places of their mortal life. And many of these spirits persuaded mortals to suicide, and they killed themselves by thousands and tens of thousands. Nor was there courage more amongst men to endure anything under the sun. They wanted to be with the spirits of the dead, to talk with them, to see them, and to be rid of earth trials. 15. Neither had the spirits that congregated on earth any knowledge of the higher heavens. Nor could they impart knowledge as to where they dwelt, or how they employed their time, for, in fact, they did nothing useful to heaven or earth, nor even to themselves. 16. Thus ended the cycle of Thor. And it was 3,200 years. End of Book of Thor. The Lord's fourth book. Being contemporaneous with the Book of Thor, cycle of Thor, son of Jehovih. As the latter book is of the higher and lower heavens, so is the Lord's book of the lower heavens and the earth, both books being for the same period of time. Chapter 1. 1. By altars and temples, and by idols and images, and by painted signs and engraved words, God foresaw that the knowledge of one generation could be handed down to the next. And though all these things are false in fact, as a written word is not a word, but an image of an idea which hath been spoken, so by symbols conveyed God the living truth. 2. God said, Behold, with my sacred people have I established myself in written words. Now hath it come to pass that all the races of men on earth shall be made to know me. 3. God commanded man to make stone and wooden images, and engravings also, of everything upon the earth, and man so made them according to his own knowledge. 4. God said, As every living creature hath a name, so shall the image thereof and the engraving thereof have the same name. And even so shall it be with all things on the earth, and in the waters thereof, and in the air above the earth. The image and the engraving shall have the same names, even as the real things themselves. 5. And God sent his angels down to man, to inspire him in the workmanship of images and engravings, and man thus accomplished the commandments of God. 6. And these were the first writings since the flood, other than such as were kept secret amongst the Ions. And of this manner were the writings, to wit. 7. A picture of a man was a man, a picture of a tree was a tree. A picture of a bird was a bird, and even so was everything represented by its own name and image. 8. Then God said, When thou hast made the picture of a spear, behold it is a spear. And when thou desirest to show which way a man goeth, thou shalt add to the graven image the likeness of a spear, and the way it pointeth, shall show the way man goeth. Even so shalt thou express the going of everything on earth and in heaven. 9. Thus man made a written language, and in every region of the earth. By many men were these things done, according to the light of God upon them, so accomplished they the written languages of thousands of tribes of men. 10. God said, This shall be called the Panic language, Oahspe 27, because it is made of earthly images. And, in after ages, whoever desireth to find the first written words of man, shall have recourse to the pictures of all things on earth, and in the waters, and in the air above the earth. 11. God said, As in the olden time man named all things according to their own spoken words and sounds uttered, so in the days of Thor came the written words of everything on earth and in heaven. 12. When man had written the name of all things, one only had he not written, even the name of his Creator. 13. God said, Even that also shalt thou write. Then man inquired, O Lord, how can I find a word to express the Creator? 14. God said, Many tribes have I raised upon the earth, and, behold, they have all written the names of all things, save only the Creator. Go to, therefore, and write thou his name also. 15. Man said, Alas, O my God! I know no name, save the names I have already made. If I could hear the Creator, or see him, then could I write his name. 16. God said, Thou hast named the wind, WHSH, which thou hast not seen. Name thou thy Creator. And his name shall comprehend all things, far and near, seen and unseen. 17. Then man drew a circle and called it O, for it represented that which was without beginning or end, and which contained all within it. Then man drew a line cutting through the circle from east to west, to represent the light of the east traveling to the west. Then man drew a line from below upward, cutting the circle at right angles with the horizontal, to represent the one road of all things, from the bottom upward forever. The first line man called E, for it was the same as the wind speaketh in the leaves. But the second line he called IH, for it represented that unseen shaft that cutteth all things in twain. 18. And when man had completed the engraving, he called it EOIH. 19. God said, In this, thy symbol, thou hast found the way of a true square, true cross, and the four quarters of the world. 28. 20. Keep thou his name and the image thereof a secret betwixt the Rabbos and thy God. Neither shalt thou utter it aloud, for it is sacred upon the earth. 21. Betwixt thee and thy Creator standeth thy God, who is Lord of heaven and earth. Behold, I am the key of life and death, through me, thy Lord, shalt thou unlock all the mysteries of heaven and earth. 22. Neither shall my Rabbah, nor my prophets, call on the name of any spirit, save the Lord, who is God. The words I give corporeally I have recorded in heaven, neither can man alter my records and make them accord with that which is written above. But in the lapse of time I provide seers and prophets, to whom I can reveal to mortals the things of heaven. 23. This have I spoken to Jehovih for thee, man shall measure thy hand upon him, remember thy eye upon him, seek for thy wisdom within him. And be thankful for thy good things before him, to consider the little good of them that deny thee, the conceit of them that claim to be self-made, and the folly of uttering other glories than thine, and yet to mention them not. For these are the attaining of wisdom. Chapter 2. 1. The Lord came down to man on the earth, and spake to man in two ways, by the voice, as man speaketh, and by the Spirit, as soul answereth to soul. 2. The Lord said, The voice of man is air in motion. By the mouth of man cometh the word of knowledge. 3. But back of the voice, back of the air in motion, back of the mouth, which giveth voice, there leeth the soul, which it is that causeth man to think of speaking. And the soul leeth in the ocean of the Creator, who is God of all. 4. The Lord said, that speaketh to thy soul, O man, teaching thee wisdom and good works. Reproving thee for thy faults, and enchanting thee with the glories of all created things, is the voice of thy Creator. And that is the road by which the Lord thy God cometh to thee. 5. The Lord said, Behold, man hath attained to written knowledge. Now shall he have books, and learn to keep records, after the manner of the angels in heaven. Then God sent angels down to man, speaking both by the soul and by the voice. In different places and to different Rabbos, teaching them how to make books of skins, and of bark, and of cloth, for the graven words and images which he had taught man. 6. In these days the lands of Japheth and Shem and Ham were inhabited by millions of Ewans and Gons, but the countries lying between them were inhabited by Ewans only. 7. And God spake to the people of Ham, saying, Behold, there are two other countries inhabited by kin of your kin, flesh of your flesh, and they are Gons also. And they speak and write with panic words, even as ye do. 8. And the Hamites inquired, How far are the two other countries? Where are they? 9. The Lord said, Gather together 1,000 men and women, and I will lead you to your brethren, whose forefathers were also saved from the flood. Saved by the sacred little people, the Ions. Provide ye oxen and asses and all things requisite for a journey of 4 years, and I will lead you. 10. The Hamites obeyed God, and provided themselves as commanded. Into 2 companies of 1,000 each equipped they themselves, and started on their journey for Japheth and Shem. 11. Then spake God to the people of Japheth, saying, Behold, there are 2 other countries inhabited by kin of your kin, flesh of your flesh, and they are Gons also. And they speak and write with panic words, even as ye do. 12. The Japhethians said, How far are the 2 other countries? Where are they? 13. The Lord said, Gather together 1,000 men and women, and I will lead you to your brethren, whose forefathers were also saved from the flood. Saved by the sacred little people, the Ions. Provide ye in all things requisite for a journey of 4 years, and I will lead you. 14. The Japhethians obeyed God, and provided themselves as commanded. Into 2 companies of 1,000 each equipped they themselves and started for Ham and Shem. 15. Then spake the Lord to the people of Shem in the same way, telling them of Japheth and Ham. And they also equipped themselves in 2 companies and started for Ham and Japheth. 16. Thus provided God these 3 separate peoples to go and visit one another, and all in the same period of time. And God said unto them, ere they started, very fierce and savage are the ones who inhabit the wilderness on the way. Behold, they eat the flesh of both man and beast. But they will not harm the ions. Therefore, O my beloved, on your long journey take with you 20 of ions. Through the ions can the Lord your God speak all languages, even the language of the barbarians, the Iwans. 17. Leave all things in the hands of the Lord God. 18. So it came to pass, after a journey of 4 years, the migrants from each country came to the place of their destination. And by their written and spoken words knew they one another, and they called themselves the 3 children of the ark of Noah. 19. And the Lord said unto them in each of the countries whither they had come, provide records unto the work of God, for these journeys shall be remembered to the end of the world. 20. And in all these countries there were made images of stone and copper, and engravings thereon of the children of Noah, and of the flood, and of the sacred tribes, Shem, Ham and Japheth. 21. God said, these shall be preserved as the first written names of these lands. 29 And it was so. Chapter 3. 1. For 2 years the migrants tarried in the countries they visited, going much about, showing themselves, and relating a history of the country whence they came. 2. Then spake the Lord to the migrants in their respective places, saying, behold, the time is come for your departure. Gather together, O my beloved, and return to your own country, and there relate all the glories that your God hath shown you. 3. So they departed, and returned to their own respective places. And, behold, it took 4 years to accomplish the journey. 4. Now during the travel of the migrants the Lord spake to them every day, through the iron priests spake the Lord unto them. 5. The Lord said, keep together, O my beloved. I will lead you, ye shall not be lost. 6. Nevertheless, the journey was so long that many lost faith, and were not heedful of the words of God. And some of them strayed off amongst the Iwans, the barbarians, and were lost. 7. Of the 6,000 migrants, there were lost 10 tribes, in all, 386 people, men and women. Some were lost in one place and some in another. 8. God said, sing ye songs of lamentations to my chosen who are lost, the Faithists in Jehovih. For this also shall become a matter of record to the end of the world. 9. Nevertheless, a time shall come when the Lord your God shall reveal the mystery of this day. 10. So, when the people had returned to their respective places, behold they all sang songs of lamentation 30 for the tribes that were lost. 11. God said, I have shown you the far-off people, I have marked out the road. Keep the road open, keep the travel open between the great countries I have shown you. 12. Every 11 years shall one expedition start to the far-off countries. And, if perchance ye find my chosen, bring them home. 13. And on all the camping places of your journey shall ye build an altar to the Lord your God. In a circle shall ye build it. And the congregation shall sit in the circle thereof, but the priest shall sit in the midst. And, behold, I will speak in the mouth of my priest words of wisdom and comfort. 14. But, in all your journeys, keep aloof from the Iwans, the barbarians, the man-eaters. For they kept not my commandments, nor preserved they their seed through the circumcision. 15. But they mixed with the Druks, ground people, and went down in darkness, barbarism. 16. Keep ye away from them, O my beloved, carry with you, on all your expeditions, iron priests, the sacred people, the mound builders. 17. In your journeys ye shall encounter your brethren coming and going, who dwell in the far-off countries. That ye may distinguish them, keep secret the sacred password 31 and the rites of my Chava, order. Chapter 4. 1. Hear the word of thy God, O man, and be considerate in thy little learning, interpreting the records of the ancients rather by the Spirit than by the Word. 2. Wherein it was constantly commanded, in the ancient sacred writings, to avoid going down to destruction, and they obeyed not the commandments of the Lord. Behold ye the light of your God in this day. 3. For the Eons, even before the flood, were in the first place born capable of everlasting life. But they mixed with the drugs until the seed of the Spirit of eternal life became exhausted, and they brought forth heirs incapable of self-sustenance in heaven. Hence it was said of them, they went down in darkness. 4. Now after a while a new race of Eons was brought forth, and they were at first capable of all light and of everlasting life. But they also kept not the commandments of the Lord. But also mixed with the drugs, the ground people, and they descended rapidly on the road of everlasting death, as a race. 5. But the Lord your God created the new race, the Gons, capable of an upward inspiration. 6. And he gave unto them the same commandments, to preserve their seed from the races beneath them, lest they go down in darkness also. 7. To which end thy Lord gave unto them certain rites and ceremonies and passwords, in addition to the circumcision, which would enable them to distinguish with whom they should mingle according to the commandments of God. 8. Behold ye then the testimony which I lay before you, that ye may perceive the wisdom of my ways, for it will be said by some that there is a law of evolution whereby man riseth from a lower to a higher state as the earth groweth older. 9. But I say unto you, there is no such law. Save but by the labor of thy Lord and thy God, through their angels, man riseth not upward, but he goeth the other way. 10. In which matter, behold, I have left many nations and peoples before you to this day, who are on the downward road. And ye have corporeal records before you, showing you that in times past, the same countries were inhabited by a higher race. 11. For thus Jehovah created man, to go as readily down the mountain as up it. 12. Behold, all resurrection cometh from above, all aspiration cometh from the Lord and his angels. For man, being in the flesh, goeth rather to the desires of the flesh than to the Spirit. 13. As the light of the sun causeth sleep to pass away, so doth the light of Jehovah, through his gods and lords and angels, cause the soul of men to awake to the possibilities of everlasting life in the exalted heavens. 14. This also have I, thy Lord, proven in the world, that they who fall from the light of the Father, lose their symmetry and beauty of proportions. 15. Behold, in the time of Thor man considered not the shapeliness of his spouse, nor the mold of her face, nor the clearness of her voice, nor her wit, nor conversational powers. 16. By all stratagems, and devices, and rites and ceremonies, have the gods and lords labored to make man mindful of the way of resurrection through the tree of life. 17. But even in this day, behold, the mother bartereth off her daughter to a rich man, and the man seeketh a spouse of wasted flesh for the sake of gold. And they bring forth heirs of crime. 18. And man crieth out, he cannot be a good God that createth these. 19. But I say unto you, they keep not my commandments, they have gone astray in the wilderness. 20. Be wise, O man. From that which is before you, remember the times of the ancients, and the labor of the Lord your God. 21. In the beginning of the cycle of Thor, the Lord opened up many ways for the deliverance of the tribes of men on the earth. And man prospered in the way of God for a long season. 22. Then darkness came upon the races of men, millions of them returned to a state of savagery. And angels of darkness came upon the earth, verily taking upon themselves the semblance of corporeal forms, and dwelling with mortals, and engaging in practices whereof it is unlawful to write or speak. 23. So that, at the termination of 3,000 years, the lands of the earth were covered with darkness. 24. And Jehovah cast a veil over the face of the sun, and it shone not in brightness for many years. End of the Lord's fourth book. Book of Osiris, son of Jehovah. God of Lotson, an Etherean world in the ark of saying. known in the high heaven as Oahspe, son of Jehovih. Chapter 1. 1. Now came Oahspe, son of Jehovih. To him, on his throne in Lotsan, an ethereal world, where his reign 100,000 years had illumined many a corporeal star, came the voice, Great Jehovih, Spirit over all, saying. 2. Oahspe. Oahspe, my son, forth from these immortal worlds, and grasp the perishable earth in its debauched flight, and proclaim, with uplifted rod, thyself the one, the commanding God. As an indulgent father treads softly by his infant son, guiding him tenderly, and with wholesome advice, so have I, through my gods and chiefs, the red star coaxed along for many, many thousands of years. But as a wise father turneth to his truant son, of later years, commanding, Thou shalt or shall, so now do I, through thee, my godly son, stretch my hand over the earth and her heavens. 3. Deep buried she lieth, in anarchy, and by false gods and false lords, in war despoiling her heavens, and casting down on the troubled earth her millions of spirits of darkness, glutting themselves in crime. As driftwood, on a surging sea, now riseth high on towering waves, and quickly plungeth down in the roaring waters, to rise and fall, and repeat forever the ceaseless struggle, so do the spirits of the dead, of earth. Rise in heaven to be plunged back again in unending toil and darkness, on the low earth. 4. Where toil and struggle my most holy God and his lords, powerless to divert the terrible heedlessness of men and angels. Oahspe heard Jehovah's voice, and summoned swift messengers, well trained in the rise and fall of worlds, and bade them go to the red star, the earth, in masterly speed, 1,000,000 strong, and surveyed the affairs of mortals and spirits. And quickly report back to Jehovah's throne, in Lotsan, promising succor to God and his lords of earth. 5. The swift messengers, with an arrow ship, such as God's, for speed and light work, used to accomplish Jehovah's will, shot forth through the Gion fields of darkness, midway between the serpent's coils. And were soon deep hidden in the whirling atmosphere of the warring earth. Meantime, Oahspe called to counsel about Jehovah's throne, long-risen gods and goddesses, and told the voices words, that stirred his soul with compassion for those but recently quickened to life by the Creator's breath. Who persisted in burrowing their souls down in Hada, heedless of the call and persuasion of a loving God and Lords. 6. Jehovah's light overspread the Lotsan throne of Oahspe, and curtained round the stars, the gods and goddesses, with the full history of the earth and her heavens, so that all were clear to comprehend his almighty wisdom. Yet not one was moved with haste to answer, for scenes like these were their daily deliberation concerning the countless millions of stars dotting the firmament. And then, slowly, one at a time, the speakers, each a representative of 1,000 gods and goddesses, gave utterance to Jehovah's light from their respective seats. 7. And when the multitude had spoken, and Oahspe, charged with the wisdom of all, perceived from human souls how the light matched his own, as to him Jehovah spake, his first sphere of commandant God, stood plain before him. And then he rose up, and stood in the throne of Jehovah, mantled in white, like one new illumined with a great change in his long life's administration. 8. To gods and goddesses, he spake, Give ear, for now the veil of the ark of saying upraises before our hallowed shrine. As step by step, all things advance by Jehovah's will, and new roadways in Etheria open up fields unexplored by traveling stars. So onward, step by step, our own endless realm takes the course of manhood in its giant strides. By you have the worlds of Corpor and Es been blessed for hundreds of thousands of years. Your busy scenes in an old routine change now to higher advent, and an Orion arc cometh anon. 9. As an oscillating star feedeth itself with a change of seasons, so hath Jehovah coursed the wave of his traveling serpents to give our Etherean realms an endless life, diversified by change of scenes and constant surprises, the glory of the soul. 10. As thus Oahspe, the mighty, with a soul full of words, engraved by Jehovah's hand, discoursed on the glories awaiting the high worlds, where he and his brother gods and archangels dwelt in the all-perfect, there came back, hastening. As with omnipotence impelled, the swift messengers from the slow earth, with their Etherean aeroship shooting like a meteor on fire. Then came Hagen, spokesman of the messengers, before Jehovah's throne, his mantle turned back, and his eyes radiant with sure knowledge, saluting in Jehovah's sign and name. He said, 11. O sire, Jehovah's son, and ye gods and goddesses, as the All-Light gave voice to our far-seeing God of Lotsen, so stand I here to corroborate, in Jehovah's name. The day of sweet persuasion to the earth-born, and their countless angels down in darkness, is done. Lo, the race, the Gons, planned by Jehovah from the foundation of the world, now standeth triumphant on the earth. As Jehovah led the Ions in paths fortuitous, by gentle words and love, but left them not strong before the warring elements, so hath he created upon the earth the masters who shall subdue it, to the triumph of gods. 12. Not like lambs are the Gons, but lions untamed, born conquerors, with seed to learn and reason toward all things, faith in mastery, but not faith in Jehovah. As a man having two sons, the one low-strung and passionless, the other in ceaseless mischief and desire for havoc, because of the fullness within, so stand the twain, the Ions and the Gons, on the earth. And when they die, and enter heaven, the first, the Ions, go like lambs, as they are directed, but the second, the Gons, still full of inherent stubbornness and self-will, unheed the God and Lords, and mock at them. Back to the earth these well-formed and stately souls come, and set up heavenly kingdoms of their own, in darkness, and fain pursue with most relentless zeal their former enemies. 13. By their loud clamor and inspiring acts, they break up the weak lords' kingdoms and despoil them of subjects, proclaiming heaven and earth free to all. Whereby, even hapless souls in the lower heaven have been persuaded to fly from the hospitals and nurseries back to mortals, and there fasten themselves as fetals, shutting up their eyes against all further light. 14. So, mortals have given themselves up to doing the wills of the spirits of darkness, making spoil and desolation a holiday. 15. We then came to God, Jehovah's Son, whose throne lieth in Gao, and he said, Take this message to Osire, Jehovah's Son, God of Lotsen, greeting, in the Father's name. Behold, the ark of saying is at hand. Send thou, O God, a ship, and deliver my hosts, 4,000 millions. With that, and in due salutation, we hastened hither. Chapter 2. 1. Osire said, In the name of the All-Light, I will have 50 millions of conquerors to do my will, on earth and in heaven. But first, send ye an Esseline, with suitable attendants, to deliver God, his lords, and their hosts, the brides and bridegrooms of Jehovah. And leave ye the earth in darkness 30 days. Meantime, let my builders provide me a ship for my hosts. And let the heralds go abroad in saying, announcing this, my decree. 2. Jehovah said, Think not, O man, I gave talents to men differently on earth, and there to end, making my exalted places to be even shorn and alike. Not so created I man. But as one on earth is mild, and letteth on by smooth words and persuasive behavior, and as another, by quick perceiving and strong will, plungeth in headlong. Even so carry I them onward in my high heavens, perfecting them in their bent, but with wisdom and love, till each becometh as a son in his sphere. 3. Fear not, O man, that I have not labor for them in high heaven, I have worlds to be nurtured and coaxed at times, worlds to be pruned at times, and commanded. By most severe authority made to know that all power lieth in me, through my gods and lords. For these exalted extreme gods I have places in he firmament, and worlds numberless, whereon they dwell as stars in my heavens. Thither make I roadways for my travelling corporeal worlds, where lie my Etherean fields of pasture, to glorify me, and lead on the mortal born. So, now, to my commanding God, Osire, who ruled in Lotsen most amiably, with equals, but was high-strung with impatience toward self-willed ignorance, I brought the undisciplined earth to feel his giant power. 5. Say, scribe of Terran, thus described the scene, Osire had spoken, his word had gone forth. Heaven was stirred up, gods and goddesses knew that work was on hand, knew of its order in this place in the firmament. The earth had sons, at last, worthy the will and service of gods. O sire, impetuous and much-loved god of Lotsen, was going to visit these earth sons, and wash them clean, and put jackets on them. 6. O sire said, in written words will I set down explicit laws for these unruly false gods, the Gons, and give them bondage, like the people of other worlds. Oh, that they had had discipline before, instead of sweet persuasion. 7. Seah said, when some gods give command, the people move along, but when Osire decreed, the whole heaven of Lotsen ran. And quickly, now, the mandates were filled. The ships were built, first, the Eslin, commanded by Yak, and equipped with 5 million souls, and started off in hot haste to the earth to deliver God and his lords, and such brides and bridegrooms as were prepared for the resurrection. Next, the ship, Buer, and Adavazit, built for Osire and his hosts, 50 million strong. 8. Osire said, that no adventure run foul, let swift messengers be stationed along the roadways. And they shall announce the proceedings of my gods and lords, and their whereabouts. And, even so, was the order of heaven executed. And time came, and passed, and the earth was stripped from her God and lords, and on her, and her heavens, darkness reigned. 9. Then Osire left his high place, and with his hosts, aboard the Etherean ship of fire, set out toward the earth, at breakneck speed, for such was the disposition of this most determined God. Nor halted he at Chinvat, the boundary of the earth's vortex, but sped on with banners and curtains flying, and most martial music to stir up the souls of his hosts to sudden tittle. 10. Down he came to the earth with his fire ship, and sped round about it, to learn its weak and salient points, and next rose up a little to view the atmospherian spirits who had presumed defiance toward high heaven. In the place where Gao had been, whose God, a most holy one, had learned to rule by love for 800 years, and was unappreciated by the crude boasters, the unlearned Druj, there stood now, castles and mansions of the false god, Batiah. Round whom 1 million of sentinels armed for battle were stationed to protect him, the false, and do his will. 11. Hither came Osire, and over the battlements raised his ship, and brought it even into the arena of the council of Hatta. Then, halting, bade his marshals proclaim his voice. 12. Come forth, O Utiah, behold my power. Thy sentinels stand appalled. I raised my hosts by higher law, and stand on my feet in thy citadel. 13. Utiah said, strange and audacious God. From what unmannerly region hast thou sprung? Know thou, gods should kneel outside my walls, and beg to know my will, for an audience. Then Osire determined to hear his arguments, and thus spake. 14. From great Jehovih, I am come. I kneel to none save him. To do his will in reverence am I come in power and majesty. But erst I demolished thy pitiful walls, and cast thee down, suppliant, to do my will. Tell me wherein excusest thou thyself to turn from the exalted heavens, and build here a kingdom of slaves, for thine own glory. 15. Utiah said, O thou jester! Erst I demolish thee in thy ship, and enslave thy hosts as mine. I will, then, pacify thy worthless curiosity, that thou mayest hereafter know thy lesson well. But first, thou hast mocked me for my slaves, what more are thy hosts? Hast thou not tampered with their too willing love by stories of thy unseen Jehovih, and persuaded them to suffer thee to lead them on to glory? Now I declare before thee, there is no Jehovih, no all-person. Hence, thy philosophy is founded on falsehood. The space is before us, the worlds are before us, there is nothing more. Let him who will, assume a kingdom, let him who will be a slave, be a slave. I am Apollo. 16. Osire said, when I shall have cast thee down, thou mightest say it was merely because it so happened that one was stronger than another. So, then, that thou mayest remember my words are more in wisdom than in blind force, hear me whilst thou canst, for it is not long that I can talk to such as thou, he who admitteth the universe moveth in harmony and discipline. already admitteth the all-person, Jehovih. He who denieth the all-person, Jehovih, denieth unity in all things. If all things are not in unity, then are all things divided, one against another. Whoever holdeth this, is a disintegrator. And whoever holdeth that all things are a unit, is a uniter. Wherefore, if there be greater strength in unison than in isolation, then therein hath unison won the battle and become the all-person. 17. Touching the matter of slaves, there is but one master, and he ruleth over all, but it lieth in the power of each and every soul to attune himself with the all-person, which is freedom. Of such are my hosts. Thy slaves attune themselves to thee. They cannot rise higher than thou, my hosts have the universe for their model. Because thou canst not find the cause of thy coming into life, why not say thou, a name I will call him, and it shall be Jehovih. 18. And now began Utiah with a long discourse, the which Osir waited not to hear, but turned to his marshals, saying, Break ye down the walls of Gau, and raise me 10,000 pillars of fire. I will here rebuild Jehovah's kingdom. Let the Esenors chant, All hail to Osir, God of heaven and earth. 19. To which the astonished Utiah stood silently, as if to know if it were real, or but a frenzied dream, that any one should so unrecognize his power, now well established for 300 years. 20. Out of the ship came the hosts, and without command, or waiting to know their parts, but every one in time to the music, taking place in the citadel. Osir strode forward, and by the majesty of his power, overturned the throne of Utiah, the false god, and heaped the rubbish aside. Then, stretching forth his hand, he said. 21. In thy name, O Jehovah, and by virtue of thy power, in me vested, do I here command the elements to do my will, and raise me a throne worthy of thy immortal Son. And with his voice, his hosts, in concert, quickly piled the adamantine seat, and hung it round with transparent tapestry, woven with the elements of silver and gold. 22. The while the laborers of Osir overturned the walls of Utiah's city, and set free his millions of slaves, even whilst Utiah's officers, panic-stricken, dropped on their knees, pleading for pity, or fled precipitously off to the earth. And Utiah, conjecturing the worthlessness of his stuff, compared to that which descended from the higher heavens, shouted and called in vain to his most steadfast zealots in time of peace and easy rule, beholding them, in thousands, vanquished without even a cruel deed or word. 23. Not long the fray lasted, for Osir's work was as if a man were overturning the toys of a child, and Utiah, to prove his faith in himself, stood sole spectator, unmoved from his tracks, but helpless, wondering what should come next. But now Osir, with no words of explanation or excuse, ascended the new throne and gave the sign, in Jehovah's name, which was answered by his mighty hosts. When, behold, from the vault of heaven above there descended mantles of light, matchless in brilliancy. 24. Utiah was himself illumined, and all his former evil deeds and cruelty stood out in huge black spots, quailing before the sea of light. For round on every side stood millions of souls, all pure and transparent, washed by the ordeal of time and holy works. But Utiah was not all evil, or short in owning an honorable adversary. And so, quickly comprehending his awful plight in the midst of purity, first let fall a tear, the which, in pity, blinded him from witnessing further his dire humiliation, and next, with blubbering of a beaten schoolboy, he cried out. 25. Enough. Enough. Thou God, Almighty. Take me hence, from thy dissolving fire. I was but wont to witness some great God's deeds, to find proof of mine own worthlessness. 26. But Osir was not new to such a situation, and proceeded with the affairs of heaven, appointing officers and laborers, and apportioning his high council to do Jehovah's will, and so left Utiah to sweat a while in his own torments. 27. O give me relief, cried Utiah, thou God of heaven and earth. I consume, I burn in purity's flame. For pity, turn down the consuming light. 28. Osir halted from his labors long enough to answer thus, all light cannot cease for convenience of one man, clothe thyself, O false one, with robes of darkness, and hide thy cruel butcheries. Thou, that wouldst have made slaves of my hosts, should be of holier metal than to plead for help. Behold, not one of thy slaves have I taken, or asked to bow in obedience. To the righteous, the worlds are free. Only evil men and evil gods quail before Jehovah's ceaseless fire. 29. Meanwhile, Oahspe hustled close around himself his glittering robes, and pulled his flashing crown down over his scalded eyes, which worthless fabric but fed the fury of the all-light, from the throne of God, Osire's resting place. The slaves of Oahspe had fled, or lay piteously prostrate, speechless with fear and wonder. Over these the hosts of Osire watched, and hastily took them beyond the now rapidly rising pillars of fire, where they were housed temporarily. 30. Still the voice of Oahspe rang aloud for help and pity, but to him none came. Then he saw that the prostrate victims fared better and were less conspicuous, so Oahspe cast himself prostrate, along with the rubbish of his former throne. Whereupon Osire sent Yesta, sister of Atonas, goddess of Oahspe, in Etheria, to rescue him, and mantle him around with balm from the upper heavens. 31. So Yesta and her band took Oahspe hence, far beyond the boundaries of the new-laid Gao. Chapter 3. 1. Osire spake from the throne, saying, Proclaim it in the east and west, and north and south, there is a God in heaven. That which has transpired in Gao, go tell the false gods and false lords in Hada, adding, Osire hath come. 2. Messengers started forth for every quarter of the world, inspired by the impetuous utterances of the commanding God. And so, half breathless, and in hastening speed, these young gods and young goddesses, the messengers, dropped in upon the lordly defamers of holiness, and told the tale of the overturned Gao, where proud Oahspe fell. And they, in manner and custom, inspired the false rulers to imagine even a worse calamity, and that much had been concealed out of deference to Oahspe and other usurpers. 3. Osire called his council and appointed new places, with new officers, having nothing in common with all past administrations of the gods of earth and heaven. So far, these appointments were from his Etherean hosts, and, moved by the fire of his own energy, quickly assumed their most honorable duties. Some to build, some to survey and lay out the course of streets, and places of habitations. And yet others to remove the old hospitals and nurseries, and make way for new ones, and for factories, and all requisites for the millions of souls now scattered and lost, or in dire confusion struggling in the outside darkness. 4. Whence rose a constant wail of fear and torment, strangely wild, compared to the glorious light fast spreading from the rising pillars of fire about the throne of God. Osire's hosts, 50 millions, attuned to harmony and precision, were proceeding fast with their labor, not one but knew his part and played close to the text in every motion. Were yet in number as nothing compared to the 1,000 millions scattered in the gloomy darkness, wailing beyond the walls. 5. Here, a road. Osire would speak, or with his hand, command, an odavan to those hapless slaves. And, as if his hosts his thoughts had fashioned, his Etherean workmen rushed to make his will omnipotent. No loss of time or space to inquire how the matter should be done, for heaven's trained workmen have learned the power of knowledge braced to a single point, by which the elements stoop to do their wills. To learn this simple harmony, for all to be as one, what countless millions rise up from the earth, to be hurled back, discordant and powerless, before Jehovah's sons and daughters. 6. Yea, and kings and queens and potentates, high-strung in unwarranted conceit, cast down to beg, beseechingly as a child. As a furious lion is tamed, worthless his giant power in the hands of man, whose strength by knowledge triumphs. So the Ethereans from high heaven descend to humiliate first, and then to teach the false gods and false lords of Hada. 7. Jehovah saith, What more, O man, have I put upon thee than to learn? And strewn thy path with lessons rich in happiness. To learn the elements, and master them, this it is to be a god or goddess. And wherein one man is weak, let two or more unite, a simple thing, by which even the stars of heaven can be turned from their course. 8. Jehovih saith, Have I not said, the weakest king is he who hath the most soldiers, and the strongest nation, where none are required? How, then, may the false gods, by evil deeds, fortify their thrones? Lo, my Etherean hosts come unarmed, and by a breath blow away their mighty kingdoms. 9. And so it was in Gao. Only one earth day had come and gone since Oahspe reigned over 100 million slaves, who daily brought tribute up from the earth, to ornament this crown-like city, and now the dawn of another world stood supreme in the demolished kingdom. 10. What greater pity, most pitiful sight, than to see the former slaves still loyal to their deposed master, Oahspe, coming to him in his banishment, 50 million swearing terrible oaths of fidelity to him forever. For of such like, the Great Spirit created man, to even wed himself to misery, for zeal, in ignorance, to prove a most foolish love. And but for Oahspe's guardians, his very slaves had smothered him, in desperate effort to manifest fidelity. 11. Then spake Yesta to him, saying, Raise thy voice against this unseemly crowd, and be commander still, at least to save thyself. Remember how Jehovih giveth this lesson to mortals, to say to evil, Away. For lo, to suffer first one and then another to fasten upon oneself, is crime great as a debauched passion unchecked. Bid them begone. For love of self, which is thy gift from great Jehovih, be thou thyself. It will better them also. 12. Oahspe, struggling, said, Alas, fair angel! These were my slaves. The hardest blow of all is their acknowledged love. The fire of the throne of Osiris was tame to this. For hundreds of years, I gave these creatures pangs and wretchedness, and now they give me love. Poor idiots! I cannot drive them hence. 13. And so, sobbing, bowed Oahspe his head, for such sudden great truths turned all his judgment into the darkness of his past deeds and wickedness, even whilst, crowding close on every side, the 50 millions kept up their ceaseless assurances of endless love. Nor was there any way open to flight from their ignorant jargon and foul breath. So, when Yesta saw how helplessly Oahspe had given up, she raised her hand, saying, What shall I do, O Jehovih? 14. Whereat, the light descended, and Jehovih spake through Yesta, saying, Flesh of my flesh created I man, from mine own spirit gave I man a spirit also, and unto all men alike gave I all things in my worlds. But some men are not content with what I gave, but ask for more, even that they may have their fellows for subjects. To these I have given in answer to their prayers. Behold thou, then, O man, why seekest thou to put away today even what, a day since, thou didst pray for? They are as good today as yesterday. 15. Thou hast said, Man can make himself whatsoever he will. So, thy Creator is worthless to thee. Love is the lightest of all burdens. If thou desirest not to carry their love, how didst thou carry their hate so long? Nevertheless, if thou desirest, thou canst put them away, they are thine, do as thou wilt. 16. Oahspe said, How can I put them away? I cannot reason with 50 millions. Nay, before I persuaded a score, the first ones, so ignorant, would forget what I said. Tell me, then, thou goddess, what shall I do to free myself from this great multitude? 17. Yesta said, Call not on me, but on thy Creator, and not to be freed for thine own good, but for wisdom to do some good unto them over whom thou hast long been a remorseless tyrant. These are a small curse to thee, compared to thine own judgment, for from thyself thou canst never flee. Thou shalt undo thy selfish deeds, which thou hast practiced so long. So, turn thou at once, and make oath to him who made thee, that from this time forth thou wilt do good unto others with all thy wisdom and strength. 18. Oahspe said, Alas, thy words are wise and holy, but I have no faith. I have not faith. 19. Yesta said, Say not this. Thy words are another bondage on thy soul. To say, I have no faith, is to imprison thyself away from all light. Come, haste, or lo, I leave thee, for if thou profess not faith, why shall I longer labor with thee? Say thou, I have faith in thee, O Jehovih. I will raise up these I have cast down. Uzziah wept, and thus answered, Oh, that I had faith like unto thee. But for long years I taught myself that prayer to Jehovah was not required of one so great and strong as I, alas, I smothered out the fire. And, amidst his sobs, Uzziah fell prostrate at Yesta's feet. 20. Quickly, now, she raised her slender hand toward high heaven, saying, O Jehovah, by thy power vested in me, I here encircle this, thy prostrate child, with adamantine light. Down from above there came phosphorescent flames of light, and Yesta drew a circle round about, at which the multitude stood back and looked on in wonder and fear. But the surging mass beyond pressed forward, shouting, Uzziah! Uzziah! 21. Little by little, Yesta extended the light, and her assistants put up a structure to guard the place, so that in a little while it was like a miniature throne in heaven. Yesta then assumed the power, and so took command, placing helpless Uzziah by her side. Meanwhile, her assistants sped through the multitude, making roadways, and selecting out the most intelligent of the former slaves, and making guards of them. 22. Yesta said to Uzziah, Now will I give thee a lesson in righteousness, for thou shalt educate and develop all this host, thy former slaves, to thine own level, erst thou raise thyself one jot or tittle. Think not it is easy to assume to be a god or a lord, or even a mortal king. They that make servants of others must also raise them up to be angels of light. Heaven is just, as well as bountiful. To whom Jehovah hath given bountifully, it is commanded he shall give bountifully. For hundreds of years thou hast had the service of these hapless creatures, so shalt thou now serve them by making them intelligent men and women. Yea, till the lowest of them are thine own equals, of whom thou canst be proud, and say before the Father, Behold, my sister. Behold my brother, thou, Uzziah, shall not be free. 23. Uzziah said, I perceive thy words are from the All-Highest. This is justice. I perceive now that whilst I rated myself supreme judge of right and wrong, I judged with partiality to myself. Yea, without an All-Highest, I perceive there can be no justice in heaven or earth. O thou all-light, how can I approach thee? I have been feeding myself with an endless poison, my darkness was my fortress. Teach me the way, O thou angel of light. Whatsoever Jehovah wills, that will I do, from this time onward, with all my wisdom and strength. 24. So Yesta restored order, and divided the multitude into many parts, and sent officers amongst them to select and assort them, so that as soon as Osiris should decree asylums and schools for them, they could be taken to them. Chapter 4. 1. Osiris lost no time, but officered Gao and established his council in hot haste, making Ot as temporary god on the throne, whilst he himself went forth to other regions, to conquer and overturn false gods and lords. Leaving, therefore, a sufficient guard and council, Osiris, with a host of 20 millions, went westward in Atmospheria, over and above the great central north lands, where was established Watchak, a false god. With another 100 millions of slaves, to do his will. 2. Watchak, having been advised by the messengers of Osiris' approach to the earth's heavens, supposing Osiris to be from some remote star, and not knowing there were Etherean worlds in the firmament, had laid his kingdom round with new walls. And doubly fortified his throne, and gaudily attired himself and officers, in hopes to overawe the coming god. 3. To Watchak came Osiris, and waited not to be announced, nor halted for his sentinels, driving his ship straight up to the throne. 4. Halt! Halt! Cried the astonished Watchak. Who dares my throne profane, and all the rules of virtuous God set at defiance? Down from thy ship, and crawl on thy belly to thy sovereign God. Know thou, I am great Apollo. But Osiris deigned only to say, By what authority hast thou made slaves of Jehovah's sons and daughters, to augment thine own self-glory? 5. And, not waiting a reply, alighted down before the throne, even while 1,000 or more, well drilled, with him stood, in the form of a star, whereon the upper light descended in great brilliancy. Watchak was frightened, and fled from his throne, and all his council with him. Then spake Osiris, saying to his hosts, 6. Suffer not this false god and his council to escape. Encircle them round, and hold them, to know my will and the decree of Jehovih. Presently the Ethereans brought back Watchak, who cried out, Oh, let me go. Take all, but let me go. What am I to thee? 7. Osiris answered him, saying, Such hath been the history of these heavens. In ages gone, the usurping false gods were suffered to go their way, leaving their former subjects helpless on the hands of the Etherean hosts. That day is past. I am come to make such gods know that their fate and responsibilities rest on the decrees of a higher one, even the Creator, Jehovih. Behold, thou hast cast down and blighted 100 million of Jehovah's children, making slaves of them, to do thy will. As thou wert the cause of their fallen state, from liberty to bondage, so, no, shalt thou redeem them to freedom, and wisdom and truth. 8. Whilst Osiris spake, his proper officers let fall the light from the upper regions, the like of which Watchak had never beholden. Presently, all things became transparent, and the enraged Watchak, foreseeing trouble ahead, thus answered. 9. Accuse me not, thou audacious God. These, my counsel, urged me hundreds of years ago to my course, and only for the favor they might remain my close advisers. I was their tool, and, if thou desirest justice, make them to feel the sting of repentant labor. Let them have my slaves. I want them not. I have been a most honest, upright God. 10. And now his counselors accused one another, and all of them heaping the blame on Watchak. Lighter and lighter grew the Etherean flames, from which there was no concealment. And all their former falsehoods and cruel words, and evil deeds, were unveiled, disclosing souls dark and hideous, with long covered up crimes, now made bare for the gaze of every eye. 11. The which scene brought the curious slaves, in millions, to witness it, and to reassure the suffering false god of their love and loyalty. And when Watchak looked and beheld the abject wretches who claimed him as their worshipful god, he cried out, Enough! Enough! Unfeeling God! Thou art come in pretended right and peace. But, because of thy power, executest on me and my counsel torments more terrible than I ever gave to slave of mine. Know thou, I am Apollo. 12, to which Osiris answered, What are names to me? With that, Osiris, by waving his hand, caused his hosts to cast aside the false god's throne, and all its glittering gems scatter abroad, relics for the multitude. And now 3 pillars of light shot up and stood beside Osiris and his attendants, the which took all the strength and courage out of Watchak and his confederates, and they crouched down at Osiris' feet. 13. Osiris called Itu, saying, Take them without, and hand them over to their slaves awhile. And Itu and his guard gathered them from the light and bore them hence. Quickly, now, Osiris officered this newly conquered place in heaven, and called it Autat, signifying, foundation of perishable laws. And on a new throne, appointed Lus as temporary god, giving him a council of 1,000 Ethereans. And now Osiris drew the plans for roads, and temples, and schools, and hospitals, and nurseries, and all such other habitations as are required by spirits newborn, in heaven, leaving orders to have them completed by a given time. 14. Next, Osiris ordered the divisions and selections to be made in the now scattered hosts of atmosphereans, and to have them all arrested and put into their proper places. These things he left in the charge of God, Lus, to be carried out. 15. Far out on the plateau, Itu and his attendants carried Watchak and his confederates, followed by 40 millions of his former slaves. There Itu left Watchak and his people, and Itu and his attendants went aside to witness whatever should transpire. 16. At this stage, Oahspe departed with his ship and steered southward over the land of Shem, coming to a place in the lower heaven called Vibrage, signifying resplendent, where ruled the false god, Davius, who had 800 millions of slaves, 1,000 lords, and 10,000 governors. 17. And, even as Oahspe rushed in headlong upon the other false gods, so came he with his fire ship into the great city of Vibrage, at this time the largest city of the lower heaven. Davius had been warned by his sentinels, and so came to the front of his capital, just in time to see the fearless Oahspe alight on the piazza in front of the council house.